My mother-in-law stole my wedding dress and left a clown costume with a note that said, "Know your place." So, I wore it down the aisle and destroyed her entire family in front of 200 guests. I found the note at 9:17 p.m. on the night before my wedding. Black ink, neat cursive, 3 words, "Know your place." My dress was gone. Not misplaced, gone. The garment bag, hung open on the closet door of the bridal suite at Rosewood Manor in Lake Forest. It was completely empty, the zipper pulled all the way down like a gaping mouth. In its place, on the exact same padded hanger, hung a clown costume. It had obnoxious red and white stripes, oversized plastic buttons down the front, and a ruffled collar stiff enough to hold its shape without a neck inside it. A foam nose sat in the breast pocket, orange and slightly dented, like it had been squeezed once by someone testing whether it would honk. My name is Clara Vance. I'm 32 years old. I work as a forensic auditor for a risk advisory firm in Chicago. It's the kind of job where my entire function is noticing when numbers don't behave the way people say they behave. I catch people who think they are too careful, too rich, or too protected to ever get caught. 22 months earlier, I had gotten engaged to a man named Liam Bancroft. In just a few hours, I was supposed to marry him in front of 200 guests on a pristine manicured lawn that cost $14,000 a day to rent. His mother, Margaret Bancroft, had never liked me. She had made that abundantly clear at our engagement dinner in front of 14 people. She had looked at my dress, a navy sheath dress from a mid-tier department store, nothing fancy, exactly what an auditor on an auditor's salary could afford, and said, loud enough for the entire private dining room to hear, "Well, she's certainly ordinary, isn't she?" Liam laughed. It wasn't a mean laugh, he would have told you. It was a nervous one, a "times please, don't make this a thing times" laugh. But it didn't matter what kind of laugh it was. I heard it, and I never fully unheard it. I stood in that bridal suite at 9:17 p.m. holding the note in my hand, staring at a cheap polyester costume that had replaced $9,500 of hand-beaded ivory silk. And I understood 2 things with absolute, crystal clarity. The first was that Margaret Bancroft had just declared outright war the night before her son's wedding. The second was that she had absolutely no idea who she was declaring it against. My maid of honor, Sarah, walked in behind me carrying 2 glasses of champagne we were never going to drink. She went completely still in the doorway. My father, Thomas Vance, was standing by the window checking his phone for the weather forecast one more time, the way he'd done every hour for 2 days. He looked up at the sound of Sarah's glass hitting the carpet, and his whole face changed. "Call security," said my other bridesmaid, Jessica, already reaching for her phone. "Call Liam. Call somebody." "No," I said. I wasn't calm because I was naturally a calm person. I was calm because I had spent the last 11 months building something Margaret didn't know existed. Some detached, procedural part of my brain, the part that spent its days reading wire transfer logs and offshore account statements, was already doing the math. 11 months of documentation. 6 weeks with a private forensic accountant, a lawyer who had reviewed the file twice and told me it would survive the harshest federal scrutiny. A folder I had carried in a $2 plastic document holder to every single family dinner, every bridal shower, every dress fitting, just waiting for the right room to open it in. Margaret had just handed me the room. My father crossed the suite to me slowly, the way he used to when I was small and upset about something he couldn't fix with a wrench. He didn't ask what I wanted to do. He knew me far better than that. "Tell me what you need," he said quietly. I looked at the costume one more time. At the note. At the dented foam nose sitting in that pocket like a punchline waiting to be delivered. "Zip me into it," I said. "The costume?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "Clara, I'm not letting you." "I'm not hiding," I interrupted, my voice dead even. "I am not calling this off, and I am not spending tomorrow morning crying into a hotel pillow because Margaret Bancroft wants a reaction. I am walking down that aisle exactly the way she dressed me, and then I am going to explain to 200 people exactly why." Nobody argued with me after that. My father zipped the cheap polyester costume up my back, his hand steady in a way I knew his heart wasn't. I kept my white bridal heels. I left the foam nose in my clutch instead of putting it on my face. Some lines, even in a clown suit, I intended to hold. The next morning, the string quartet started the processional at exactly 11:15 a.m. 200 guests stood up. My father held out his arm at the top of the stone staircase, and I took it. Red and white stripes caught the morning light pouring through the estate's tall windows, and we started down the aisle together. The sprawling outdoor tent went dead silent for exactly 3 seconds. Then, it didn't. To understand why I put on that costume instead of falling apart, you have to understand who I was before I met the Bancrofts, and who Margaret had been doing this kind of thing to for a very long time. I grew up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in a tiny 2-bedroom house. My father was a plumber who destroyed his knees working triple shifts to keep the lights on. My mother taught 3rd grade at a public school until she died of breast cancer when I was 19. My father raised me alone through the back half of college on a blue-collar income and never once made me feel like it cost him anything. So when Margaret called me ordinary at that engagement dinner, she thought she was insulting my clothes. She was actually describing the two incredibly hardworking people who raised me. She had no idea she'd said something I would carry like a badge of honor. I met Liam 5 years ago. He was charming, attentive, and deeply kind. His family, however, was a different story. His late father had founded the Bancroft Family Foundation in the 80s, a massive philanthropic entity that funded scholarships and hospital wings across Illinois. When his father died, Margaret took over as board chair. Liam's older brother, Harrison, ran the day-to-day operations with total, uncomplicated trust in his mother. For the first 2 years of our engagement, Margaret subjected me to a relentless campaign of subtle psychological warfare. She forced us into booking Rosewood Manor by paying the deposit behind our backs. She tried to force me to sign a draconian prenuptial agreement with a 10-year cliff that waived all my rights, which I fought tooth and nail with my own lawyer, Elena. Margaret called my legal defense distasteful. Then came the guest list. Margaret offered to cover $175,000 of the wedding budget, but demanded I cut 25 of my own family members to make room for her country club friends whose last names carried weight in Chicago. I told her absolutely not. When I told my father, he didn't get angry. He just went to the bank and handed me a check for $22,000, his life savings from a decade of overtime, and told me nobody was going to buy a say in his daughter's wedding. But the real turning point happened 11 months before the wedding. I got a call at my office from a paralegal named Rachel. She said her firm had a client who wanted to speak with a forensic auditor off the record about a prominent Illinois family foundation. 2 weeks later, I sat in a dingy coffee shop in Evanston across from an older woman named Beatrice Thorne. Beatrice had sat on the board of the Bancroft Family Foundation for 12 years. She slid 2 thick folders across the table. "I've stayed quiet longer than I'm proud of," she said. "I'm not staying quiet anymore." The folders contained bank records, LLC formation documents, and a terrifyingly detailed spreadsheet Beatrice had built late at night. The pattern was incredibly ugly. Scholarship money meant for underprivileged kids in Chicago was being routed through shell companies with names like Oak Leaf Community Partners. From there, the money vanished into an offshore account in the Cayman Islands. An account that didn't have Margaret's name on it, but carried the maiden name of Margaret's late mother, buried 3 subsidiaries deep. I didn't tell Liam. I didn't have absolute proof yet, just a furious whistleblower's files. I wasn't going to detonate my own engagement on a hunch. I was going to build a bulletproof case. I hired a private forensic accountant named David Chen using the money I'd saved for a kitchen renovation. David spent 6 weeks tracing every shell company and every stolen dollar. His verdict was brutal: deliberate concealment, consistent pattern, massive fraud. I took it to my lawyer, Elena, who reviewed it, and told me, "This will survive federal scrutiny." For months, I carried that explosive file everywhere in a $2 plastic folder. At the rehearsal dinner, Margaret had even picked it up, smiled her venomous smile, and called it a cute little planner. She had absolutely no idea she was holding her own prison sentence. Update 1. The laughter rolled through the 200 folding chairs like a wave breaking against a seawall. First a ripple, then a swell, then a full, cruel, cresting sound that filled the massive white tent. Phones came up in a row, screens catching the afternoon light. In the front row, wearing silver silk, Margaret Bancroft sat with her hands folded in her lap. She had a serene, triumphant smile on her face. She had been waiting for this moment since the night before. She had orchestrated my ultimate humiliation, and now she was watching it play out exactly as she'd imagined. I kept walking. My white heels didn't wobble once. My father's arm stayed rock steady under mine. Liam's face went through 3 distinct colors as I approached the altar. White first, then a blotchy, panicked red, then something closer to gray. He reached out and grabbed my wrist as I stepped up beside him, his grip hard and frantic. "Go change," he hissed, his voice low and urgent, his eyes darting to the laughing crowd instead of looking at me. "Right now, please." "Into what?" I said, projecting my voice loud enough for the first 3 rows to hear. "Your mother dressed me like a clown, in front of everyone you know. There isn't a spare dress backstage, Liam. There's just this. And an explanation, if anyone is interested in one." Margaret rose from her seat, smoothing her expensive silk skirt. She turned to face the officiant with the easy authority of a woman used to owning the room. "Let's proceed," she said, her voice pitched to carry over the murmurs. "Before this gets any more embarrassing for everyone." I turned to face her instead. The 200 people went quiet again. It was a different kind of quiet than the laughter had been. It was the heavy, suffocating silence of a room that suddenly realizes it's about to get something it didn't order. I reached into my bridal clutch and took out the dented orange foam nose. I set it down gently on the altar beside the unity candles, right next to a small crystal vase of white peonies. I let it sit there for a second before I looked up at Margaret. "I've been looking forward to this," I said, and I meant it more than I'd meant almost anything in my life. "Do you remember a board meeting in March, 3 years ago? $920,000, moved out of the scholarship endowment, through a shell company called Oak Leaf Community Partners. It went into an offshore account in the Cayman Islands that doesn't have your name on it anywhere a normal person would think to look. Margaret's smug smile didn't move, but something behind her eyes shattered. I watched it happen in real time, the way you watch a crack travel across a windshield that's just been struck by a rock. Or maybe August of the following year, I continued, my voice ringing out clearly across the tent, $1.4 million. 3 shell companies this time instead of 1. You got more careful. But you didn't get careful enough. The tent was paralyzed. 200 people were holding a single collective breath. 11 months of documentation, I said, my voice dripping with icy precision. A private forensic accountant who used to work financial crimes for the FBI, an attorney who has reviewed the file twice and told me it is bulletproof. A board member who sat across from me at a coffee shop and handed me the initial ledgers because she couldn't watch you steal from underprivileged kids anymore. Margaret's mouth opened, but absolutely nothing came out. In 4 years of knowing her, I had never once seen her speechless. I opened my clutch again and lifted out the black $2 plastic folder, the same one she'd called a cute little planner. I held it up high so the entire tent could see it. Everything in this folder has already been sent to 3 people, I announced. My attorney, a federal investigator who has had the full file for 6 weeks, and a financial reporter at the Chicago Tribune who, as of this morning, has confirmation from a second independent source. I let that land. The silence was deafening. You didn't just lose a wedding dress last night, Margaret, you lost the only thing you actually had left to threaten me with. Margaret sat back down. It wasn't graceful. Her legs simply stopped holding her up, and the folding chair just happened to be there to catch her. I looked around the tent at the frozen faces. At Harrison Bancroft, 3 rows back, with his hand pressed flat over his mouth in sheer horror. At Liam, who was staring at me like I was a stranger, his chest heaving. I looked last at my father, whose eyes were wet with tears of absolute pride. You wanted me to know my place, I said, speaking directly to Margaret, to the tent, to the 11 months of quiet, patient, excruciating work that had led to this exact spot of grass. So, here it is. I am standing in a cheap clown costume you bought, holding a federal fraud case in my hand, asking the only question left worth asking. I let the silence hold for 3 full seconds. I had earned every single one of them. Which one of us is the joke? Nobody laughed this time. The wedding did not continue. There was no version of reality where it could have. The officiant quietly stepped back, packing up her binder. Guests filtered out of the tent and clustered, whispering groups, their phones still raised. They knew they had just witnessed something that would be talked about at every high society dinner party in the state for the next decade. My father walked me back up the aisle. By the time I reached the top of the stairs, Sarah had already found me a change of clothes, jeans and a sweater that belonged to Jessica. I stripped out of that suffocating polyester costume behind a folding screen, and for the first time all day, my hands finally started shaking. Margaret tried to save face. She stood up in her silver silk and raised a hand for quiet, the way she had at 100 charity galas. Almost nobody stopped for her. A young caterer's assistant eventually walked over and told her that the venue needed the tent cleared within the hour for another event. It was the first time in Margaret's life that anyone had spoken to her as though her schedule mattered less than someone else's. Update 2. The consequences moved faster than I expected, and yet slower than I wanted, the way the justice system always does. Elena filed the documentation package formally with federal investigators the following Monday. The FBI's Financial Crimes Division opened a massive case within the month, working alongside the Attorney General's office on the state-level tax fraud angle. Within 8 weeks, the Bancroft Family Foundation's accounts were entirely frozen pending investigation. Margaret did not go quietly down. First came the crisis PR firm out of New York, releasing a statement calling my allegations the product of a jilted, jealous outsider attempting to manufacture relevance. Then came the private investigator Margaret hired to dig into my finances, hoping to find a skeleton in my closet. He found absolutely nothing. Then, someone from the crisis firm placed an anonymous complaint with the compliance division at my employer, alleging I had used privileged client information to build a personal vendetta. It triggered a 3-day internal review. My managing director called me into his office. I thought I was going to be fired. Instead, he told me that because I had built the case on my own time, with my own money, using outside counsel, I was completely cleared. In fact, my boss laughed out loud, noting that I had used better methodology than most of their actual corporate clients. I got a promotion the following spring. Margaret's downfall truly accelerated when her own family turned on her. Harrison, the older brother who had blindly trusted her for years, pulled the original board minutes himself. He cross-referenced them against the timeline I had exposed. He called Liam at 11 p.m., sobbing uncontrollably. Harrison resigned from the foundation board that week, cooperated fully with federal investigators, and told a reporter on the record that he would rather see the foundation dissolved than keep his mother's name attached to it. Liam was shattered. For the first few weeks, he was a ghost. He kept asking me if there was any way I could have gotten the math wrong. I understood he wasn't questioning my skills, he was a man realizing his entire adult life was funded by stolen money. But once Harrison turned state's evidence, Liam stopped asking if I was wrong. 4 months after the wedding that wasn't, Liam quit his cushy job at the family's real estate firm. He couldn't stomach sitting in an office built on fraud. He took a job at a mid-sized development firm in Chicago for a third of his previous salary. He moved into a tiny one-bedroom apartment. We didn't rush back into anything. We went to dinner 4 times before either of us said the word wedding out loud again. The criminal case took just over a year to resolve. Margaret was indicted on 11 counts, including wire fraud, tax evasion, and conspiracy. After months of her expensive attorneys threatening a trial, she finally broke. She took a plea deal that included full restitution of the stolen funds, a suspended sentence contingent on 5 years of strict federal probation, and a permanent, lifetime ban from serving on the board of any nonprofit organization. The original $9,500 wedding dress turned up in the spring. Margaret had hidden it in a climate-controlled storage unit rented under a cousin's name. It was completely undamaged, the tag still on. Elena asked if I wanted it shipped to my apartment. I told her to donate it to a nonprofit in Chicago that lends formal wear to underprivileged high school girls for prom. I have never regretted knowing that dress is out there making an 18-year-old feel beautiful, rather than hanging in my closet as a souvenir of Margaret's cruelty. The clown costume, however, I kept. It is folded neatly in a box on the top shelf of my bedroom closet. Every so often, my hand brushes the red and white stripes, and I let myself remember the precise, beautiful sound 200 people make when they stop laughing all at once. Liam and I got married 15 months after the disaster at Rosewood Manor. It was incredibly small, just 30 people in a friend's backyard. I wore a simple dress I bought off the rack for $200. My father walked me down a much shorter aisle, wearing the exact same tie he had worn the year prior. He cried before I did. Margaret was not invited. People like Margaret Bancroft build their entire lives on the idea that some people are simply meant to take up less space. They test that theory quietly for years through small humiliations: a coat that goes missing, a dress called ordinary, a family pushed off a guest list. They only find out how wrong they are when someone finally stops excusing their behavior and starts documenting it instead. I didn't destroy Margaret's family because I wanted a viral moment. I did it because underprivileged kids needed their scholarship money. Because my father gave me his life savings so no one could buy my dignity. And because a woman decided the night before my wedding that the best way to remind me of my place was to strip away my humanity. She wanted me small, but I have never in my life felt larger than I did standing at that altar in a foam nose, holding the folder that ended her reign. I know my place now, I always did. I just needed 200 witnesses to hear me say it out loud. After we announced my pregnancy, my sister-in-law's plan to humiliate me at my husband's party backfired, landing her in jail and a divorce. For the last 7 years, I, 29F, have been wed to Harry. Except for his relationship to his sister, Kayla, who brings all the negative into our life, I enjoy everything about our marriage. Now don't get me wrong, when I initially met Kayla, I loved her. But with time, I rapidly changed my view. She is poisonous, manipulative, and really negative. Knowing the kind of person she is, I have worked hard over years to be on her good side. My husband dated Syl's best friend when he was 17 in the past, but they subsequently broke up since he felt under pressure to be with her because of Syl. His sister said he and another friend of hers should be together when he turned 23 and discovered he was single, but he disagreed. She went crying to their parents about how she wanted him to wed someone she felt comfortable with, but his parents hardly really listened to her throughout their great battle. While my husband and I were meeting and falling in love, his parents were quite encouraging, but Syl always treated me coldly. She would always bring up Harry's exes for no apparent reason whenever I was present, reminding him of how well they were doing and suggesting how he could get in touch with them. This continued for some time. Harry also thought this strange and would ask her to stop bringing up his exes. I was not the only one who saw this. Then Syl would get enraged and start mocking me, claiming I was jealous and Harry shouldn't be with someone like me. Syl would deliberately invite one of Harry's exes whenever his parents would call us for supper, saying she had inadvertently come across them that day and had to ask them politely. She doesn't follow me, but she checks my Instagram constantly as well. Since I have a public account, I observed she is usually the first person to see my stories. Should a man comment on my photograph, she would then go to her brother and grumble over how I was sharing indecent images of myself. Harry and I would actually chuckle at her claims. She persuaded Harry to split off with me when he and I agreed to live together, telling him I had many defects as a woman and that she could find someone far better than him. Since I had been just friendly to her all along, this comment really wounded me. Sadly, SIL's treatment of me got even more bad as soon as Harry and I were engaged. Everyone started applauding Harry and me as we revealed our engagement, but I observed Kayla was somewhat quiet. Then, startled everyone, she sprang up from her chair and left our gathering. Later, she called Harry, sobbing and yelling about how she didn't value receiving the news with everyone else as she felt she was the closest to him and deserved to be the first one to know of his engagement. Later on, she messaged me nearly borderline threateningly, advising me on how I should treat her brother as she had always been the only female in his life. I nearly shuddered over the strange message. I left her message on scene, which I know must have offended her even more, not even bothered responding. Every time Sil saw me, she started to progressively ignore me. She stayed involved in all the wedding preparations for whatever reason, like when I went dress shopping and had my bridal shower. Though both my future mother-in-law and fiancé called her out on it several times, her criticism of the wedding reached a whole new level as she freely expressed her unhappiness with my decisions. Her actions persisted. One day, Kayla overheard me talking about the centerpiece with my future mother-in-law. She started to make fun of me right away, stating how my decision had no class and how this was why she wanted her brother to wed someone better. For me, that was the tipping point and I lost control. I made it plain to her that she was no longer invited to our wedding and yelled at her that I could not stand her continual taunting and criticism anymore. Shocked and gasping in surprise as if she had never expected me to challenge her, Kayla was infuriated even by my mother-in-law, who backed me. Later on, Kayla contacted Harry, moaning about how I embarrassed her and insisting he should control me since I would be his wife. Harry insisted strongly that he supported my choice and that she would not be invited to the wedding should she not atone. She grudgingly texted me a sincere apology. I saw it and, once more, left on read. I was already tired from getting ready for my wedding, and I wanted nothing to do with her drama. She did visit our wedding in the end since I wanted her to not criticize us afterward. Everyone, including the guests, seemed to have no issue following the pink tones and pastels chosen for my wedding. But Sil arrived looking as though she were attending a funeral, a black floor-length gown with a veil. To put it mildly, we were stunned. Sael visited everyone sharing her grief at losing her brother to another woman. My husband approached Sael about her discomfort with her wedding attire at the reception. Saying that she had the right to wear whatever she chose and that I was too domineering, she sought to portray the victim. When her non-stop scene-making persisted, my mother-in-law and father-in-law ultimately ordered her to leave. It was embarrassing for me. Ever since that day I avoid her. I forbade Sil anywhere near our kid when I delivered my son Nate. She tried to oppose it but my husband's parents had my back. They supported my choice and knew exactly why I wanted Sil far from my infant. Sil suffered a miscarriage with her then-boyfriend Jamie 2 years ago and it totally shattered her. For everyone, that was indeed a depressing period. Given our already childbearing status, Harry and I felt bad for her. We chose to be somewhat more lenient following her miscarriage. She could connect with our kid Nate, so we would welcome her to our house. Despite her behavior with me, she has been rather lovely to our son, really shocking. She looked to have changed at first, but with time she returned to her former self. She constantly talks about how difficult her life is, how things never seem to go for her, and blames ex-friends or managers for upsetting her life. I have found over time that she is never wrong in her thinking. She is always attempting to get people on her side by playing the victim card and hardly acknowledges any flaws in confrontations. She chose to get married this year and invited everyone to save us. Given our relationship seemed to have improved, Harry was surprised to learn we were not invited. She began to explain how she won't let me come since I would cause disturbance to her wedding when we questioned her about it. Having never done anything to her, I phoned and asked her why she would think something like that. Kayla began to tell how she had deliberately dressed in all black for our wedding, so now she was worried that I might do the same and this was why she wanted me off-site. I informed my spouse straightforwardly about how manipulative she was, outraged about it. After discussing with his parents, Harry decided to let Sil know they would neither be attending the wedding nor would they pay for it. This turned Sil to tears, and she began to blame me for starting this disaster. Her husband told her she had no right to be pointing fingers at me as she had freely admitted her own error. Kayla, however, explained her behavior by stating that I should just get over it since our wedding was long ago. Later, she contacted me to apologize and ask for forgiveness as FIL and MIL were still not paying for her wedding. Though I hate to say it, Kayla can be quite charming and convincing when she wants something. I wanted to just go forward from the past and forgave her. Her wedding to Jamie went perfectly. We all showed up and had fun. Not even 6 months later, Kayla appeared at our door grumbling about her marriage failing. For a few days, Harry and I let her stay with us where she would spend endless hours venting about her husband. They appeared to be struggling to conceive, and Kayla was obviously blaming Jamie for everything. When I went to speak to Kayla, She insisted it was entirely her husband's responsibility. She would be hyper-focused on our lives and try to create things that didn't exist when she was not grumbling about her husband. For instance, usually every morning before heading to work I visit the gym. When I'm running late, I occasionally grab my work clothes so I may finish my workout, have a bath, and change into my business wear. Sael observed this for some time and would have many questions about it, including why I was bathing or why I even needed to visit the gym. I didn't give it much thought and would tell her how I liked keeping my weight and how I disliked visiting the office all sweaty. She would nod and lick her lips. Mill was telling us about a friend of hers who was divorcing right at lunch. She left her friend's spouse and grabbed half of his assets after learning about his adultery with her. Sael stopped her abruptly to ask my husband whether he and I had signed a prenup before we were married. We paused to stare at her. We stopped eating. She glanced at my husband expectantly as if I hadn't even arrived. My husband told her straightforwardly that he is not someone who minces his words, as he and I both made rather good money and we felt no need for a prenup. Sael snorted and began to say that he could be blindsided any day and that cheats abound today. Her statements offended me, therefore I asked her to clarify exactly what she meant. Sael then began to remark how I was obviously meeting someone, as I was usually carrying change of clothing everywhere, and that, as Harry's sister, it was her obligation to warn her brother. These were shocking remarks for me. Phil and Mil arrived right away to save her from continuing to fabricate such things and advised she shouldn't interfere with others' affairs. Without missing a beat, Sil continued to emphasize how she was only trying to be there for her brother and began to joke if our son Nate was indeed Harry's son, since he didn't quite look like him. I swear I watched the redness of wrath on my husband's face. In my life, I never had seen him this enraged. Looking Kayla squarely in the eye, he informed her that she was not a mother yet, as she did not deserve to be one, and that her child would be better off in paradise than with someone like her. Kayla's lips hung in stunned disbelief. Mil and Fael simply watched silently as my husband left Kayla complaining about her being a shameless person trying to ruin everything since her life had nothing to offer. She was merely a loser, he informed her, doing nothing all day while her husband worked nonstop. He kept saying that since she was plainly projecting, she should focus on her own marriage instead of pointing fingers at me and asking about prenups. Reduced to tears, Kayla began to wail. Expecting comfort, she turned to Jamie, seated just next to her, but he never spoke. My husband never has this kind of mental collapse. She eventually got up from her chair and dashed into the toilet. My husband was boiling over. I stroked his hand and Mill arrived to cool him down. Understanding just how annoying she could be, I nodded as he apologized for what his sister had said about our son. Having taken enough from Kayla over the years, I was somewhat relieved that my husband stood up for me so publicly. He apologized to Jamie but totally ignored Kayla once he cooled off. That day following lunch, we returned to no interaction with Kayla. Her actions were impacting my husband in addition to me. We simply barred her from everything so she could get in touch with us. After lunch, Mil and Fael spoke with us and decided Kayla had gone too far this time. They could see how their usually quiet son had gone wild after Kayla had persisted in pushing him. We last spoke with her a year ago, and everything has been running without problems. 2 months ago I discovered what I was expecting. Given our lack of effort, this was quite unexpected. To welcome another family member makes my spouse and me blessed. We decided to let everyone know on my husband's birthday since we were waiting for the proper moment to do so. Wanting to honor Harry, Mil and Phil were throwing a great celebration in their lawn. Invited were our close friends and relatives. Sil chose to show her face after hearing about this from others. When we saw her, my husband and I staggered. Coming to hug Harry, Sil told him how much she had missed him and how sorry she was for their last talk. Taking my hand, my spouse advised his sister to be apologetic to me because she had pointed fingers at my character. Sil nodded, looked at me, then apologized. She informed me how she had been attending therapy for the previous few months and came to see how inappropriate it was for her to treat me like that. Though I disagreed with everything she said, I nodded as I wanted to be polite to her in front of everyone. Since this was a gathering for my husband, Mil and Fael checked in on us and informed us that should we feel uncomfortable, they would kick her out as they had no knowledge she would be arriving. Harry, however, insisted on not creating a scene, hence we decided to leave this go. It seemed strange as Sil was laughing and socializing with everyone during the celebration. She mentioned visiting a therapist, so I wanted to provide her the benefit of the doubt even though she appeared overly optimistic, completely not her nature. Harry spoke movingly about how he thought he was the luckiest man on earth, appreciative of yet another year spent with a lady like me, when it came time to cut the cake. His remarks made me flush with delight. As we were when we first started dating all those years ago, I couldn't help but value the fact that my husband and I were still intensely in love. Then Harry and I made the decision to let everyone know some fantastic news. Grinning, we said we were having a baby and everyone paused to consider before yelling in delight. My mother rushed up to hug me and started to cry. As Phil saluted Harry and myself, tears streamed down his face. Everyone was eager to know whether we had chosen baby names and was clearly delighted for us. Sael was the one sore thumb that caught out. She seemed stunned. Her mood changed and she simply turned away from us, appearing irritated. So I assumed maybe she was processing things slowly. Though I was a little concerned, thinking she would ruin yet another party for us, I was sidetracked with other individuals approaching to chat. I got up to assist my in-laws carry lunch, but Rick and my parents begged me to stay seated, telling me I should not even move at this point. Sil approached me beaming as I was calmly waiting for my husband to bring me a meal. Lively saying that she personally wanted to offer me dinner, since she was so excited about my pregnancy, she handed me a dish. She even said as she passed me the plate about how she wanted to make it up to me for all the times she had been nasty to me in the past. I nodded and politely approved. She then turned to go. I was ready to start digging when I fortunately found she had put shrimp on my dish. I know I am quite allergic to shrimp, hence I was surprised Sil even brought me this. Disappointed, I shook my head and got up to get my own lunch. Jamie approached me at that point to wish well on my pregnancy. After a little conversation, he asked me why I hadn't been eating. Jamie reassured me not to worry and removed the dish from my hands after I pointed out how Sil had served me shrimp, probably by error. Since he enjoyed eating shrimp, he told me he could have this dish. I could buy a fresh plate for myself. I nodded, grinned, then turned aside. Jamie began to puke and retch across this dish 5 minutes later, not even 5. Concerned, everyone stopped eating and watched him stagger to get out of his seat. Concerned Harry and Kayla hurried towards him. Jamie gestured at his plate, then at his throat. Our eyes grew wide with amazement as we realized what he had eaten definitely made something wrong with him evident. Jamie passed out, then everyone gasped in amazement and worry. Kayla hurried over to examine his dish, and her eyes grew shocked. She turned to stare at me and inquired whether I had handed her husband my plate. I nodded. Someone called for an ambulance amid the tumult, and he was hurried to the hospital. Through all of this, Kayla was sobbing nonstop and was staring angrily at me. Jamie had been poisoned, we were told later on. Knowing that the plate belonged originally to me, I nearly passed out upon hearing this. Jamie consumed may have poisoned my baby and me. Not yet known to Harry, Mil, Fel, or my parents is this. Since nobody knew what was in the food he consumed that had caused him to faint in this manner, the police were summoned to get evidence from it. Jamie is still in recovery in the hospital while I'm typing this. Kayla stayed with him overnight. Relatives calling to find out what happened to Jamie and who might have poisoned him have my husband and I fielding calls. What has transpired shakes Mil and Fel. They are sleeping over at our house since they are terrified to return back to their house. Nobody knows what happened abruptly while everything was going so nicely. Tell everyone that the plate originally belonged to me and how Kayla had come and presented it to me makes me terribly afraid. Should this evolve into an inquiry, I will have to tell the cops the truth. Though most importantly I am now rather concerned about what my Sael could do to me, I feel quite awful about what has transpired. I don't want to be around her, nor can I bring my kids anywhere close to her as she obviously has no restraints about trying to poison me. I feel bad about handing Jamie my meal and maybe contaminating my bill. Update 1. Whoa, thanks for the thousands of comments on this post in just a few hours. I never would have guessed I could have received these many answers. I typed this earlier and had shaking hands. I haven't been able to sleep. Though what everyone says, I do feel somewhat accountable for the event involving my bill. I should have simply tossed the dish away. I'm not sure why I let him grab it from me. I keep crying about his future. Knowing something is awry, my hubby has been hovering close to me. Though he doesn't know what I know about his sister, he believes I'm only worried. I agree with the remarks saying I should get down and gently chat to everyone. Although I'm not sure if everyone will believe me, Mil and Fel do have security cameras set all around the house. Given that this birthday celebration took place in their backyard, I am confident they could check and confirm via their cameras that Kayla presented me the plate. I'll speak with everyone tonight then update. Update 2, we then chatted, and I am very happy to have the nicest in-laws on planet Earth. Mill and Phil are already staying over with us, so I sat down with Harry and them over dinner to let them know I had something crucial to share. I began by inhaling deeply, the weight of the circumstances slumping on my shoulders. Everyone gathered around. I related the birthday party's events, including how Sil had handed me a plate of prawns and Jamie had unintentionally consumed it, causing his sickness. Their shock and incredulity reflected my own as I spoke. Mill and Phil looked at each other, clearly worried. Harry's face transformed from uncertainty to rage. I went on expressing my concern about SIL's intentions and past attempts to hurt me. Faced with the possible repercussions for myself and our unborn kid, I hesitated to share this material. Being the pragmatic woman Mill is, she advised right away, looking at the security camera tape. Given the gravity of the matter, Phil nodded in agreement. Though clearly offended, Harry stayed quiet to process the startling disclosure. Reviewing the security footage from their camera app, the truth was indisputable. The video shows SIL presenting to me the poisoned plate and then what happened to cause Jamie's suffering. The weight of the data made no space for uncertainty. As the knowledge sank in, emotions ran strong. Now totally aware of his sister's evil intentions, Harry battled to control his wrath. Their daughter's activities horrified Mill and Phil, who also found the extent she had gone to cause disturbance shocking. Stunned in silence, we tried to figure out why she would act in such a manner. Given this is a very serious issue, my in-laws have opted to forward this material to the police following this disclosure. Jamie is the one who has to lodge charges on Sil, hence Phil and my husband will be visiting and meeting him after he recovers. I want to cry every time I consider how I let Jamie have my poisoned dish. I have no idea how Jamie will react. I am very anxious about him, so I cannot eat anything right or sleep. I will let you know about anything noteworthy. Update 3. Alright lads, I'm back with an update at last. Although I know it has been a month since my previous update, right now I'm a pregnant woman experiencing a lot. First things first, she was detained after seeing the proof. My in-laws handed the recording to the police. Kayla admitted everything right away and did not even dispute the claims. She started crying. Jamie was as startled as any of us when my husband approached him about what had transpired. Tell him he would always be a part of our family regardless of what he decided to do. My husband advised him to press charges against his sister since this was such a wicked thing to do. Once Jamie recovered, he not only chose to prosecute charges but also sought divorce. Emotional and begging them to pardon her, Kayla called Mill and Phil. As it happens, Kayla is pregnant herself. She tried to control them by telling them they should do this for the benefit of their granddaughter, begging them to bail her out. Phil strongly advised her, nevertheless, that she should at last learn to own her acts and that they were done coddling her. Though Mill is quite depressed about what is happening to her daughter, she knows that her actions cannot be simply forgiven. The cops discovered proof she had tampered with the meal, meant to damage me, which backfired and resulted in injury to her husband. She has been charged with several offenses including risking life, causing damage, and tampering with food, thereby compromising integrity. Saying how this was all my fault anyhow, Kayla had been pleading Jamie not to charge her. Fortunately, Jamie's mind is set on punishing her. Her court hearing will begin shortly. I doubt she can flee this time. My son and I are doing okay, to everyone inquiring. In the meantime, about what his aunt has done, he is clueless. We want our son to know and avoid these circumstances, hence Harry and I have discussed and we do intend to sit down with him and tell him the truth. Having a difficult but absolutely vital conversation with a young child will be challenging but essential. As instructed by my doctor, I also get frequent ultrasounds for my pregnancy every 2 weeks. We want the kid to be a surprise, hence we do not intend to find out her gender. Knowing what has happened to Kayla, my parents have been somewhat protective of me. They are urging me to see treatment since they are concerned this could compromise my psychological well-being during the pregnancy. I agree with them as, while behaving normally, I have a deep-rooted phobia of what Kayla did to my meals and avoid eating any outside food or anything I have not made myself. Hopefully, my husband will help me to overcome this illogical phobia as he knows about it and supports me all through. Update 4. I last checked 8 months ago. Kayla is a prisoner right now. She came out guilty on the allegations. Though I never went to her court hearings, occasionally my in-laws would tell me how Kayla came clean to the court admitting years of jealousy of me. She had always dreamed of one of her best friends marrying my husband, hence when he started dating me, she would always try to harass me since she never wanted an outsider to marry her brother. She became jealous when we told my husband's birthday party we were expecting as she was also going to reveal her pregnancy. She wanted to share her wonderful news since she had miscarried once, but she felt we stole her opportunity to shine. She became so enraged then, from her pregnancy hormones, mixed a little bit of rat poison with my supper. She said she wanted me to wind up in the hospital but she never wanted to physically hurt the baby or myself. She said she deserved a reduced punishment as she never expected me to offer her husband my plate and since I essentially poisoned her spouse. Of course, the judge answered her pleadings. She was put to prison and will be far from our life for some considerable while. Jamie is also at last free since she has also effectively divorced him. We have seen him over the months and keep including him into our family events whenever we can. He informed me that it was never my fault when we spoke, and I profusely apologized to him for handing my plate to him. Hearing that I had been rehearsing it over and over again in my thoughts, wishing I could have done things differently so he was never poisoned, I started to cry. That Jamie is doing well right now makes me happy. Regarding Harry and myself, our family now boasts a baby daughter. Our daughter's presence has warmed and lit our life despite the shadows of the past still there. Being a big brother makes our son Nate very happy, and he has been loving and caring toward his little sister. Seeing our kids connect makes us appreciate things. My parents and in-laws have been there for us all through, guiding us through this new phase of our life. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. At Thanksgiving, my sister discovered I had $12 million and my family demanded I give it to her, claiming she deserved it more. Hello everyone, before we begin today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's quick, free, and allows us to continue bringing you great content. Your support means everything. Let us keep this channel growing collectively. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. Using a throwaway for obvious reasons, with certain specifics modified to preserve anonymity. So I'm Sarah, 38, female, and I need to get this off my chest. Do you know those family dynamics in which one child can do no wrong while the other appears to be invisible? Yes, welcome to my life. Everything was very typical until I was 8. I was an only kid, and while my parents were not particularly warm and fuzzy, they were present, I suppose. Mom would help me with my homework, and Dad would occasionally take me fishing on Lake St. Clair. We weren't the Brady Bunch, but we were fine. Then came the night that would change everything. I recall my Aunt Kelly showing up at 2 a.m. and telling me to pack a suitcase because Mom was in the hospital. My sister, Rachel, was on her way, but something was wrong. She wasn't meant to arrive for another 2 months. The following few weeks were a flurry of hospital visits and hush chats. Rachel was really little. She looked like one of my baby dolls, but with all these tubes and cables, I wasn't allowed to touch her or get too close. That was the first time I felt it, an invisible wall forming between me and the rest of my family. When they eventually brought Rachel home, our house turned into a sterilized bubble. Mom had an obsession with germs. I'm talking industrial strength disinfection throughout, hand sanitizer stations in each room, and constant cleaning. The harsh odor of bleach still causes me distress to this day. But here's the bit that really messed me up. Whenever I showed the slightest symptom of illness, I was whisked off to either Grandma Marie's or Aunt Kelly's house. I mean every time. Sneeze once, pack your bags. A mild cough, you're off to see Grandma. At first, I thought it was enjoyable. Grandma Marie would make cookies, and Aunt Kelly had a fantastic collection of Nancy Drew books that I was working my way through. But children are not stupid. After a while, you begin to understand what is actually going on. You are not being sent away on adventures, you are being handled as a threat. As if your entire existence could damage your beloved sister. I tried everything to gain their attention in a healthier manner. Honestly, everything? Got all A's? Mom would scarcely look up from Rachel's most recent doctor's appointment calendar. Won first prize in the scientific fair with a project about renewable energy. Dad just asked if I could store the display board in the garage since Rachel is allergic to cardboard dust. Is this even a thing? The real kicker came when I was 12. For months, I'd been practicing for the school talent show, teaching myself to perform Bridge Over Troubled Water on the piano. I know it's a little too obvious. Rachel had a 99.1 degree Fahrenheit fever on the night of the show. Guess who did not have anyone in the audience? Meanwhile, 2 weeks later, the entire family, including both sets of grandparents, attended Rachel's 15-minute flute recital, during which she essentially killed hot cross buns. Rachel immediately learned how to use the system. By the age of 7, she had outgrown any real health difficulties, but that didn't stop her from performing. Headache? Must remain home from school. Feeling tired? Someone else, guess who, should perform her tasks. Worried about a test? Mom would literally call the school to have the deadline extended. I began spending more and more time in my room, immersed in books about art history and antiques. It's funny how life works out sometimes. My room became my sanctuary, mostly because Rachel claimed she was allergic to my lavender air freshener, so it was the only place she wouldn't go. Do you know what is actually wrong? When she pretended to be sick, a part of me felt grateful. At the very least, I'd be taken to Grandma Marie's, where someone would ask about my day or be interested in what I was about. Grandma was the one who sparked my interest in vintage jewelry. She had an incredible collection of costume pieces that she let me organize and catalog. I suppose I should have regarded it as prophetic. The worst thing wasn't even the clear favoritism. It was how they rewrote history to excuse their actions. Rachel just needs more attention because she had such a rough start. Sarah's always been so independent. Sarah understands that her sister has special needs. Number I did not comprehend. I was a child who didn't understand why having a good immune system made me less deserving of love. Looking back, I can see how these years shaped me. The persistent message that I was somehow unsafe or inconvenient to be around doesn't just go away. But hey, at least it taught me to be self-sufficient. When no one checks your homework or cares about your triumphs, you quickly learn to be your own cheerleader. High school, the majority of people either loved or loathed it. Me, I regarded it as a ticket out. While Rachel was establishing her drama empire in middle school, I was laying the groundwork for my own escape. And let me tell you, nothing inspires you to accomplish more than knowing that no one will do it for you. Remember how I said I spent hours sorting Grandma Marie's jewelry collection? That taught me a valuable lesson: the need for systematic organization and attention to detail. In high school, I approached everything with the same perspective. My desk at home resembled something out of an organization magazine: color-coded notes, meticulously organized study plans, and everything had its place. Rachel teased me about it, calling me Rain Man. Very great, sis. But here's the thing about being invisible: no one is monitoring your failures or successes. So do whatever the heck you want. I joined every club that would not interfere with my part-time employment at Carson's Diner. Thank you to Carol, the owner, for remembering my birthday when my own parents had forgotten. Debate team? Check. Who is the National Honor Society president? Check. Who is the editor-in-chief of the school newspaper? Check. The debate team was when I truly found my voice. There's something quite rewarding about shattering someone's argument while maintaining complete composure. It also taught me how to negotiate, which I didn't realize at the time but would be useful later. I've won states twice. Rachel had major soccer games, therefore my parents were unable to attend both competitions. She was on the C team, did not even play. The game changer the junior year was when things truly became interesting. I took the SAT and received a flawless score. Not like, oh, pretty good, perfect. I mean, perfect. 1600. You know how many people receive that? Less than 1%. I remember staring at the results screen for almost 20 minutes, convinced it was an error. I rushed home to tell my parents. I realized this is stupid. Mom was in the kitchen assisting Rachel with her English homework. The conversation went something like this. My reaction: Mom. Look, I got a perfect SAT score. Mama. That's nice, honey, but can you keep it down? Rachel's trying to concentrate. She has a big test tomorrow. Rachel, you're correct. Yeah, some of us actually have to study, Miss Perfect. She said. Rachel, sweetie, don't stress. You're just a different kind of learner. I still have the hard copy of those SAT results someplace. Never got pinned on the fridge. But Rachel's C+ in English? That infant received primo refrigerator real estate, complete with a "we're so proud of you" magnet. College applications. The college application procedure was interesting. I applied to 15 schools without informing anyone. I wrote all of my own essays, gathered my own recommendations, and handled all of the financial assistance paperwork myself. My guidance advisor, Mr. Chen, was the true MVP. My parents were too busy to help me with the FAFSA, so I stayed late after school. Then acceptances began to arrive. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Michigan, and each one comes with a scholarship offer. I stored them all in a locked box under my bed, knowing what would happen if Rachel discovered them. They'd suddenly shifted their focus entirely to her. But if Sarah goes to Harvard, I'll be all alone. Or some nonsense like that. The day I received my full ride offer from UMich, Rachel joined JV cheerleading. Guess which one was celebrated with a family feast? Hint, I had microwave mac and cheese in my room while they went to Olive Garden. But, you know what? The scholarship was my golden ticket. Tuition, lodging and board are all included, as is a book allowance. I could finally leave that house, where I was either invisible or inconvenient. The day I received my acceptance package, I went to my favorite spot in the local library, a fourth-floor window seat overlooking the park, and grieved for an hour. Not sad tears. There were tears of relief. When I told my parents at supper that I was going to UMich, they were ecstatic. He said, Michigan? But that's so far. What if Rachel needs you? She replied, "I hope you're not expecting us to help with expenses. Rachel's cheerleading competitions are very costly." Rachel is crying. "Oh my God, finally. Can I have your room? I need space for my TikTok videos." The summer before college, I worked double shifts at Carson's Diner to save money. Carol, bless her heart, always gave me additional tips and made sure I got to take home leftover pie at the conclusion of my shifts. She also taught me a vital skill: how to recognize genuine people in a society full of fakes. "Baby," she'd tell me, "in diners and in life, the ones making the most noise usually have the least to say. Move-in day at U, Michigan?" My folks couldn't attend because, surprise, Rachel had a cheerleading competition. Aunt Kelly drove me instead, helped me set up my dorm room, and gave me a $500 envelope. "Your Grandma Marie wanted you to have this," she told me. "She's so proud of you." Later, I learned that Grandma had been saving that money from her Social Security checks for months. That first night in my dorm room, I promised myself, I was going to create such a wonderful life that being overlooked would be inconceivable. Not for vengeance. Nothing to prove to my family. But what about the 8-year-old girl who used to get sent to Grandma's house for sneezing? College and the beginning of something new. College went by in a flurry of all-nighters, instant ramen, and heavenly independence. I graduated summa cum laude from the University of Michigan. Not that my folks noticed. They were too busy helping Rachel transfer to her third college in 2 years. But this is where the plot takes an unexpected turn. I got an entry-level job at Everett and Phillips Auction House in Detroit. I won't use the real name for obvious reasons, but if you're in the business, you probably know who I'm talking about. A genuine high-end establishment, many old money clients, that type of transaction. I began with their estate sales business, which involved documenting the belongings of wealthy individuals after their deaths. Not exactly glamorous, but it paid the bills. The breakthrough. My first several months were very standard, logging countless china sets, categorizing vintage furniture, and so on. Next followed the Kingston estate. Mrs. Kingston was an elderly widow who had died with no children, leaving behind what everyone assumed was a huge collection of costume jewelry. Rooms filled with the material? This is where those hours at Grandma Marie's came in useful. I'm looking through this stack of jewelry when something catches my attention. It's an Art Deco brooch. Nothing really showy, yet something about it felt different. The weight was unsuitable for costume jewelry. The clasping mechanism was far too complex for a copycat. I believe I spent my whole lunch break that day researching old jewelry markers and signatures. I ended up staying late at the office to use the company's membership to several antique jewelry databases. The more I looked, the more certain I got that this was not costume jewelry. It was the real stuff. Problem was, I was the new girl. Nobody would believe me if I claimed we had a potential treasure on our hands. So I did what the debate team taught me. I meticulously prepared my argument. I spent 2 weeks during lunch breaks and evenings learning everything I could about Art Deco jewelry authentication. I even used some of my pitiful excuse for savings to pay for an online gemology course. Finally mustered the guts to approach my boss, Mr. Harrison. I brought the entire presentation, which included comparative images, historical documentation, and the works. The conversation went something like this. My response: "Sir, I think we might have something significant in the Kingston collection." Harrison, scarcely looking up from his phone, says, "Sarah, we've already cataloged those as costume pieces." "You are correct. I know, but look at these maker's marks. They match perfectly with Cartier's 1925 signatures." Harrison, finally paying attention: "Where did you learn all of this?" My reply was, I did some research." Long story short, the costume brooch sold for $47,000 at auction. It turns out that it was part of a limited collection created for some European set in the 1920s. But here's the real kicker. Harrison started to trust me after that. He began giving me other artifacts to authenticate. Suddenly, my pointless pastime of sorting antique jewels acquired real significance. I devoted myself to learning everything I could about vintage jewelry. I took every online course I could afford. I spent weekends at estate sales, researching items. Even began a small notepad to document various authentication procedures. My apartment looked like a jewelry scholar's fever dream, with walls covered with printouts of vintage hallmarks and certification guidelines. The auction house started getting results. I was discovering important items that others had overlooked, developing contacts with collectors, and knowing the market. My commission checks became larger. For the first time in my life, I was not simply surviving, I was also saving money. Family? Still remarkably uninterested. At Sunday dinners, which I still went to like a fool, the discourse went like this. Mom. Sarah's still at that antique shop, right? This is me. Auction house, and yes. Actually, I just authenticated a rare Tiffany piece. Rachel interrupts. Oh my god, speaking of jewelry. You guys have to see this charm bracelet I bought at the mall. But I didn't care anymore. For once in my life, I had discovered something wholly mine. Something I was actually excellent at. Something unrelated to being Rachel's sister or family disappointment. The Rothschild collection. Then came the Rothschild collection. This was about 2 years into my employment at the auction business. A massive estate. Old money family. There's a lot of buzz in the industry. I was part of the team that cataloged their jewelry collection. And that's when I noticed it. A fairly commonplace Art Nouveau piece that everyone else had missed. I spent 3 days investigating it. I barely slept. It turned out to be a piece from a famous French jeweler's private collection, which was supposed to have been lost during World War II. When it sold at auction for $238,000, Harrison summoned me to his office. I believed I was being promoted. Instead, he said something that completely changed the situation. Sarah, you're wasting your talent here. You should be running your own authentication business. Initially, I shrugged it off. Me? Start a business? With what money? However, the notion took root. I began doing modest freelance authentication projects on the side. Word spread that I had a terrific site. Private collectors began contacting us directly. One night, I was sitting in my modest apartment, surrounded by jewelry manuals and authentication tools that I had gradually accumulated, when I had an epiphany. This is something I could actually do. I could create anything on my own. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I took out a large debt against my car. I emptied my savings account. I rented a small office space in a less desirable area of town. People believed I was insane. Perhaps I was. I transformed a storage room above a Chinese restaurant that was about the size of a college dorm room. The rent was low because it always smelled like Kung Pao chicken, and the Wi-Fi only functioned if you sat in the corner by the window. But it was mine. The struggle. The first few months were interesting, and by interesting, I mean scary. I'd awaken at 4 a.m. with cold sweats, calculating how many months till my savings ran out. Loan payments felt like a rope around my neck. My office furnishings comprised of, I purchased a card table from Goodwill. A chair I literally found on the curb. Don't worry, it was thoroughly cleaned. However, in the world of high-end jewelry, reputation and contacts are everything. And my experience at the auction house provided me with both. I started small by doing authentication work for local antique dealers. My fees were lower than the larger organizations, but my attention to detail was becoming known. Word spread. 6 months later, a watershed moment occurred. A dealer I had dealt with at the auction house inquired about a collection of Victorian-era brooches. The owner requested confirmation before selling. It turned out to be a massive collection, with pieces from 3 generations of families. I worked on it for 2 weeks straight, rarely sleeping and documenting everything. I discovered 2 extremely rare pieces that had been misinterpreted as later replicas. The owner was so delighted with my detailed analysis that she not only paid my fee, but also offered me a 10% commission when the piece sold. Was that a commission? $86,000. More money than I had earned in the preceding 2 years combined. Suddenly, my phone rang. A lot. Private collectors have heard about my knack for finding missed pieces. Estate lawyers seeking advice on inherited jewelry. Even my previous auction house began sending me authentication work. I'm quite sure Harrison was secretly helping spread the news. Thanks, boss. Scaling up. By year 2, I'd hired my first employee, Jenny, a fresh gemology graduate who reminded me much too much of myself at that age. She was extremely intelligent, yet she was neglected since she was quiet. She is now my head of authentication and is well worth her weight in gold. The firm expanded quicker than I could have predicted. Moved to a proper office downtown. Goodbye, Kung Pao chicken odor. Created a team of specialists. I've earned a reputation for finding misplaced items. You wouldn't believe how many important historical jewelry items get misinterpreted as costume jewelry in people's attics. Keeping it secret from my family. However, success came with its own set of obstacles. The bigger we became, the harder it became to keep it a secret from my family. They still thought I worked in an antique shop. Rachel would make these sarcastic remarks during family dinners. Rachel asks, Sarah, I have some old jewelry I was going to donate to Goodwill. Maybe your little shop would want it? Me, having just authenticated a $1.2 million Fabergé item that morning. Sure, I'll look into it. Mom continues to introduce me to everyone as my other daughter. She works with old jewelry or something. Meanwhile, I was quoted in Forbes, luckily under my company name, and we had recently built our third office. What's strange about it? Keeping the secret became almost enjoyable, like this private joke with myself. I'd sit at Sunday dinner in my Target discount outfit, really Chanel, listening to Rachel speak about her entry-level marketing job, knowing I'd just closed a deal for more than her annual income. I even started playing tiny games with myself, such as wearing authentic Harry Winston pieces to family gatherings and seeing whether anyone noticed. They never did. Rachel once spent 20 minutes showing off her expensive $200 Michael Kors watch. I was wearing a vintage Patek Philippe that cost more than her automobile. Managing growth. However, the real challenge was managing growth. By year 5, we'd established offices in Detroit, Chicago, and New York. I spent more time on airplanes than in my own bed. We built a reputation for discretion. It turns out that many wealthy people want their jewels verified without the rest of the world knowing. The money was enormous. For example, we needed to hire a large team of financial advisors. Nonetheless, I maintained a relatively modest lifestyle. I purchased a nice, but not flashy house in a desirable neighborhood. I drove a high-end, but not obvious car. The only place I truly splurged? My home office. Advanced authentication equipment. The most effective security system money can buy. A custom-built vault to make Fort Knox envy. What's with the irony? They believed I was being frugal by aiding them. Mom would remark things like, "It's so sweet of Sarah to help out. She must be eating nothing but ramen to manage it." Meanwhile, I had just validated a collection, which earned me a commission greater than their mortgage. You know what's strange about success? The more you have, the more difficult it is to explain to others who have always perceived you as inferior. It's like explaining color to someone who has only seen black and white. They lack the necessary context. By this stage, my company was doing really well. We had the Midwest's high-end jewelry authentication industry cornered, and our reputation was solid gold, pun intended. But every Sunday, I'd travel to my parents' house for dinner, playing Sarah, the modest antique shop worker. The cognitive dissonance was becoming ludicrous. I'd spend my mornings on conference calls with Dubai collectors, my afternoons authenticating million-dollar pieces, and my evenings at my parents' house in carefully chosen normal clothes, eating Mom's overcooked pot roast while Rachel dominated the conversation with stories about her latest marketing triumph. Usually something like bringing her boss's coffee without spilling it. A defining moment. One Sunday is very memorable in my mind. I had just completed a huge transaction, authenticating a missing Cartier piece that had been resting in someone's safe deposit box for 40 years. Was it just the commission? 7 figures. I drove directly from the meeting to my parents' place, still euphoric from the successful authentication. She said, "Sarah, honey, is everything okay? Your clothes are looking a bit worn." "Oh, trying to save money," I said, wearing a $3,000 cashmere sweater that I had purposefully chosen for its subtle appearance. Rachel responded, "Well, if you'd gotten a real job instead of playing with old jewelry." Your dad. Rachel, be nice, not everyone can be as successful as you. I almost choked on my pot roast, trying not to laugh. The anonymous transfers monthly payments to my parents began about this time. Aunt Kelly informed me that they were struggling to pay Rachel's educational loans and medical bills. Mom casually stated that they might have to sell the house. I couldn't let that happen. Despite everything, it was still the home I grew up in. So I initiated an anonymous monthly transfer of $5,000 to their account. When asked, I said I was giving $1,000 by living on rice and beans. They imagined the rest came from Aunt Kelly or another family. Rachel, of course, claimed responsibility for inspiring family members to help. Watching Rachel spend my money. The money was helpful, but it also had unexpected consequences. My parents began treating me with a strange combination of sorrow and patronizing pride. As if I were some kind of noble poverty case, sacrificing everything to support the family. Meanwhile, Rachel's spending became more extravagant. She'd arrive for dinner with new expensive bags, claiming they were outlet finds. They weren't. I can recognize a genuine Gucci at 20 paces. She began taking extravagant vacations and bragging on Instagram about her fortunate life. I'm very convinced she used my support money for shopping sprees. However, I remained silent. The irony was simply wonderful. The MBA drama. Then came the college fund drama. Rachel revealed that she wants to return to school for her MBA. Another private university, of course. Only the best for the golden child. Mom contacted me in tears, explaining how they couldn't afford it. I say, maybe Rachel could look at state schools? They have good programs too. My mother. "Oh honey, you don't understand. Your sister needs to maintain certain standards. But, speaking of assisting, may I increase my monthly contribution for a few years?" I increased it to $7,000 per month. My accounts were unaffected. But witnessing them compliment Rachel for taking initiative with her education, while presuming I was living on ramen to help out, that stung a little. The actual kicker? I was giving a guest seminar at the same business school Rachel wanted to attend. My family didn't know that. The dean personally invited me to give a lecture on luxury goods authenticity and business growth. I had to come up with an excuse as to why I couldn't attend Sunday dinner that week. My own achievement started to feel like a distinct life. As if I were some kind of corporate superhero with a hidden identity. By day, I was running a multi-million-dollar authentication business. By night, well, on Sunday evenings, I was just Sarah, the disappointed daughter who worked at an antique shop. The breaking point: Thanksgiving. The weight of the untruth was becoming heavier. Rachel made rude remarks about my career on multiple occasions. Each time Mom apologized to her friends for my modest lifestyle. Every time Dad suggested I get a real job. I believe I always knew it would end dramatically. I just didn't expect it to implode so spectacularly on Thanksgiving. It began 2 weeks before the holiday. Mom called, weeping about her back discomfort. She had been diagnosed with a herniated disc, and the notion of cooking Thanksgiving dinner for 20 guests overwhelmed her. Now, I'd like to tell you that I offered to help purely out of goodwill. But really? I became tired of pretending her dried turkey was appetizing. My response: "Why don't I handle the food this year? I can have it catered." She replied, "Oh honey, we can't afford a caterer." My response: "Don't worry about the cost. I've been saving up." Mom, concerned: "You're not taking out a loan, are you?" I coordinated everything with a high-end catering firm that I use for business gatherings. They do incredible work, the kind of food that makes you wonder why you ever bothered to prepare yourself. It cost more than my folks thought I earned in 2 months, but whatever. Thanksgiving morning dawned, and I was feeling quite good. I had my laptop with me because I needed to monitor a major online auction in Hong Kong. This magnificent Art Nouveau necklace was for sale, and I had a customer who was interested in authentication if they won the bid. The lunch arrived on schedule, and everything was properly prepared. Rachel, of course, had to respond. Rachel inquired, "Store-bought stuffing?" "Really, Sarah, Mom's is so much better." This is from the girl who once set off the smoke alarm while making toast. Mom was apologizing to everyone for not cooking herself, but you could tell they were enjoying the meal. Rachel shut up after tasting the maple-glazed Brussels sprouts, which, by the way, cost more per plate than her weekly grocery budget. I stepped away from supper and dessert to check my laptop. The auction was getting intriguing, and I needed to be prepared in case my client won. I set up in my old bedroom, which Mom had kept the same since high school. In the meantime, Rachel's room had undergone 3 renovations. That's when everything went wrong. I had left my authentication program running, with many tabs open that displayed various accounts and current agreements. Rachel came in without knocking, some things never change, to borrow my phone charger. She saw my laptop screen and realized this was her chance to finally expose how pathetic her older sister was. Rachel, smirking, "Let's show everyone what Sarah's really been up to." Before I could stop her, she took my laptop and walked into the dining room. The big reveal: picture this: 20 people, including aunts, uncles, cousins, and my parents, filled with gourmet turkey and half drunk on pricey wine, which they mistook for Trader Joe's. Rachel's reaction: "Time to see what kind of important work Sarah's doing on Thanksgiving." She flipped the laptop around triumphantly, apparently intending to disgrace me with whatever minor antique transactions she assumed I was working on. The room went completely silent. Like, you could hear the fancy clock I got Mom for Christmas ticking silently. She believed it was a reproduction. My screen displayed, current account balance, $12.4 million, pending authentication contract, $485,000. Recent transaction, $1.2 million, Hong Kong auction, company's quarterly profit report, $4.2 million. Rachel's face shifted through 5 different emotions in 3 seconds. The final one landed somewhere between astonishment and nausea. She actually swayed slightly on her feet. Rachel whispers, "This cannot be right." She said, "Rachel, honey, what is it?" Rachel, voice cracking, She's rich. Sarah's rich." Chaos ensues. If it was possible, the hush deepened even farther. Then Mom began giggling, like, really laughing. She said, "Don't be silly. Sarah works at that little antique shop. I rose up carefully, straightening out my basic cashmere sweater, which cost more than their monthly mortgage. Me? Yes. Actually, Mom, I own one of the largest jewelry authentication companies in the country. For years. Those antique shop comments? I authenticate pieces worth millions. That little business you never asked about? It has offices in 3 cities. Dad choked on the liquor. Aunt Kelly dropped her fork. Uncle Mike began coughing terribly. Then Mom's laughing transformed into something else. Her face turned red, then purple. She stood up so quickly that her chair tumbled over. Mom screams, "You have millions, and you let us struggle?" My response. "Struggle? I send you $7,000 every month." She replied. "While sitting on millions? Your sister has student loans." So there it was. Instead, congratulations. Not, "Wow, we're so proud." Just outraged that I hadn't given them more money. Rachel began to cry. Surprising, I know. Sobbing about how she deserved to know, and how I had betrayed the family. Dad joined in. My dad. "How could you be so selfish? We're your parents. We raised you." That was when I lost it. Years of being disregarded. Years of dismissal. Years of being considered as a family disappointment. Everything poured forth. My response. Raised me? You shipped me off to grandma's every time I sneezed. You missed every achievement, every award, every milestone, because Rachel might feel left out. You never saved a penny for my college but took out loans for her private school. And now, you're mad that I built something for myself. The following 5 minutes were chaotic. Mom screamed about family obligations. Dad is yelling about ungrateful children. Rachel alternated between sobbing and demanding to know just how much money I had. Meanwhile, the fancy catering team attempted to serve dessert while seeming exceedingly uncomfortable. I grabbed my laptop, took my Hermes bag, which Mom had previously commended as a nice replica, and walked out. Behind me, I could hear Mom discussing how to spend my money, something about Rachel's MBA and a new car. As I went home in my sensible automobile, a limited edition BMW, my phone started filling up with texts. The family group chat burst. Rachel began posting on Facebook about hidden family wealth and selfish siblings. The aftermath. The days after Thanksgiving were like watching a cyclone hit in slow motion. Except that the hurricane represented my family and the debris symbolized my sanity. Let's start with SMS messaging. Within 1 hour of leaving supper, my phone had 47 missed calls. More than 200 messages. Mom followed this intriguing progression. 7:42 p.m. How dare you walk out on family? 8:15 p.m. We need to talk about this like adults. 9:03 p.m. Your sister deserves a share of your success. 10:30 p.m. I've already called a realtor about houses in better neighborhoods. 11:45 p.m. Why aren't you answering? This is your mother. Meanwhile, Rachel had become a full-fledged social media fighter. Rachel, on the other hand, had fully embraced social networking. She wrote an enormous rant on Facebook about how her millionaire sister had been hoarding wealth while watching her beloved family struggle. The comments section was insane. Distant cousins and former high school classmates, whom I hadn't spoken to in years, suddenly formed strong ideas about my moral character. But this is the bit that really grabbed me. Rachel actually posted, all those years of me trying to help Sarah's career, giving her advice about moving up from that little antique shop, and she was secretly wealthy. The betrayal hurt so much I nearly threw my phone across the room. What was the only career advice she ever gave me? I suggest I try selling jewelry on Etsy. If you're unfamiliar with the term, flying monkeys occur when toxic family members send others to guilt trip you. Aunt Susan, whom I saw maybe once every 3 years, called to inform me that family is everything. Uncle Bob, who I'm pretty sure still believes I'm 12, emailed me a lengthy lecture on the importance of sharing wealth. Even my third cousin's wife's sister, how did she acquire my number, felt compelled to express her thoughts on family obligation. But the real fun began when they arrived at my workplace. I arrived in on Monday morning to find Mom, Dad, and Rachel sitting in our reception area. They informed Jenny, my receptionist, that they had an appointment for authenticating services. Rachel clutched her Michael Kors bag as if it was genuinely worth something. The conversation went about as well as one would expect. Your mother. We've discussed it as a family. I said. A family discussion, without the family member you're discussing. Mom, ignoring me. And we think it's only fair that you set up trust funds for everyone. Rachel responds. I need at least $2 million to start my new life properly. Dad said. And your mother and I would like to retire. We're thinking a beach house in Florida. This is me. Did you miss the part where I've been sending you $7,000 monthly? Rachel responds. That's nothing compared to what you have. You owe us. You're thinking, I owe you? For what, exactly? The years of being ignored? The missed graduations? The constant comparisons? Mama. Don't be dramatic, Sarah. We gave you everything. My response. No. I gave myself everything, and you know what? I'm done. Right there in my own office lobby, I took out my phone and canceled the monthly transfers to their account. Mom gasped as if I'd slapped her. Rachel began her phony crying performance, but quickly stopped when she saw it wasn't working. Then things became ugly. They refused to leave. I had to contact security. Seeing my 60-year-old mother being dragged out while yelling about ungrateful children was bizarre. Jenny asked whether I wanted to press charges. I said no. However, I did have their names placed on the building's do not admit list. The harassment lasted for weeks. New telephone numbers. Fake email addresses. Even tried to contact me through my company's customer service. I finally had to issue a formal legal notice, threatening harassment charges. Mom then played her final card. She called Grandma Marie, but here's the thing about Grandma Marie, she is wiser than all of them together. How did she respond? Good for Sarah. About time someone in this family succeeded on their own terms. Mom did not speak with her for 2 months after that. It has been 6 months since Thanksgiving. I relocated to a new home, with better security. I changed all of my numbers. What about the company? We are doing better than ever. It turns out that my family problems attracted several high-profile clients who respected my caution in the circumstance. Rachel continues to write passive-aggressive updates about toxic wealth and family betrayal. According to what I've heard, she is beginning her own jewelry authentication firm. Good luck on that. Mom and Dad finally stopped trying to contact me when my lawyer wrote them an official letter outlining how the harassment charges would affect their lives. They're now informing everyone that they never wanted my money anyway, and that they're praying for my salvation. What's the best part? For the first time in my life, I feel liberated. No more Sunday dinners full of sly insults. No more downplaying my accomplishments to spare their feelings. No longer financing for the Rachel show. My therapist believes I am finally establishing healthy limits. I say, I am finally living authentically. So, that is my story. Reddit? Thanks for allowing me to share it. Special thanks to the catering firm, who sent me a Christmas letter stating that the Thanksgiving meal was the highlight of their year. Edit, responses to common questions. Yes, I am still in treatment. No, I do not regret cutting them off. Yes, Grandma Marie is doing well. She's coming to visit next month to help me catalog a new collection. One last thing. To Rachel. I know you're probably reading this. What about the Cartier bracelet you're wearing in your most recent Instagram post? Definitely a fake. Just saying. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. Brother got my fiancée pregnant before our wedding. Now my family wants me to forgive them, but I told them to fuck off and moved away. This is going to be a long story, and it's just as crazy as it sounds. I'll try to be as succinct as possible, but there's a lot to cover here. I don't care if anyone believes this or not. It's so absurd that I need to vent. Also, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. But I will omit any specifics that could identify me to anyone who is unfamiliar with the scenario. I'm 32 years old, and until a few months ago, I was engaged to my 5-year girlfriend. We'll call her Sarah. My younger brother Mike is 29 and has always been the golden kid in our family. To truly grasp the gravity of this betrayal and why it has hit me so hard, I need to give you some background on my family and how we arrived at this point. Growing up, Mike could do no wrong in our parents' eyes, whereas I was continually chastised and punished for minor infractions. This wasn't your average sibling rivalry or subtle favoritism, it was obvious and intense. Mike would break something and I would be accused. He'd start a fight, and I'd get grounded. If we both got straight A's, he'd get a new video game console, and I'd get a pat on the back and a reminder to keep it up. Our parents, Tom and Linda, were constantly making excuses for their actions. Mike's younger, he needs more attention. Nor, you're the older one, you should know better. Nor, Mike's just more sensitive, we have to be careful with him. The relentless assault of false standards and gaslighting made me feel useless and despised in my own house. As we grew older, the preference became more evident. When I was accepted into a good college on a partial scholarship, my parents scarcely recognized it. However, when Mike opted to attend community college, they gave him a lavish celebration and purchased him a car to travel in. Never mind that I had been biking 5 miles each way to my part-time job for several years. I moved out as quickly as possible to avoid the toxic environment at home. I supported myself through college by working 2 jobs and taking out loans. Meanwhile, Mike dropped school after 1 semester, citing that college was not for him. Our parents wholeheartedly backed his decision, commending him for knowing himself and not conforming to societal expectations. They even financed his string of failed business enterprises over the following few years. Regardless of how much distance I tried to put between myself and my family, they always found a way to bring me back. Holiday dinners were a nightmare of subtle insults and not so subtle parallels. "Oh, you're still in that entry-level position? Well, Mike is considering establishing another business. He's very entrepreneurial." Never mind that I was establishing a secure profession while Mike depleted our parents' retirement money. Despite everything, I tried to keep my friendship with Mike. He was still my brother after all. However, it was always one-sided. I'd reach out and attempt to connect, but he'd either ignore me or find a way to make the conversation into a game he could win. If I was promoted, he would suddenly have a big opportunity coming up. If I started dating someone, he would inevitably be in a serious relationship. I met Sarah while trying to reunite with Mike. She was a friend of one of his short-lived girlfriends and we clicked immediately. Sarah was everything I wanted in a partner: brilliant, humorous, kind, and stunningly beautiful. We began dating, and for the first time in my life, I felt truly satisfied and valued. My folks, obviously, were not pleased. They made sarcastic remarks about Sarah being out of my league and asked what she saw in me. Mike, on the other hand, became quite interested in my life. He was always asking about Sarah, wanting to know everything about her. At the moment, I was just relieved that he seemed to care about things in my life. Looking back, I should have noticed the red flags. Sarah and I moved in together after a year of dating, and it was fantastic. We both had solid professions, traveled, and discussed the future. I began to believe that, just maybe, I could have the life I had always desired. A good profession, a loving partner, and perhaps children eventually. I proposed to Sarah on our 4th anniversary. It was nothing fancy, simply a simple supper at home and a moving speech. I was ecstatic when she said yes. We planned to have a long engagement and spend our time arranging the wedding. We weren't rushing, we had our entire lives ahead of us, or so I believed. When we told my family about our engagement, their emotions were diverse, to say the least. My mother put on a fake smile and remarked, "Oh, how nice," in a tone that implied it was anything but. My father grunted and murmured, "Good luck with that," before returning to the television. Mike, however, had the weirdest reaction. He congratulated us, but there was something strange about his smile, almost predatory. I dismissed it at the time, attributing it to my own fears. The following year was filled with wedding plans and job stress. Sarah and I were both working long hours at our jobs to save up for the wedding and a down payment on a home. We hadn't seen each other as much as we used to, but I assumed it was simply a phase. Every partnership goes through difficult times, right? Looking back, I should have seen the indications. Sarah grew distant, always on her phone, smiling at texts from people she swiftly dismissed as business friends. She began going out more with her companions, arriving home late and smelling of wine and cologne. But I fully trusted her. I never considered that she may be cheating, let alone with my own brother. Sarah began acting strangely around 4 months ago. She was moody, irritated, and always nauseous. I was excited by the possibility that she might be pregnant. We hadn't tried, but we had discussed the possibility of having children in the future. I began to plan how I would help her, thinking nursery colors and baby names. Then one night, she sat me down with tears in her eyes and delivered the bomb. She was pregnant, but it was not mine. I was stunned. We hadn't been intimate in a while due to our hectic schedules, but I never expected her to cheat on me. When I asked who the father was, she broke down and mumbled, "It's Mike." My entire universe came crashing down at that moment. Everything I thought I knew, everything I had based my existence on, came crumbling down. I could not breathe. I could not think. All I could feel was an overwhelming sense of betrayal and loss. Sarah attempted to explain, her words coming out quickly between sobbing. Apparently, it began during our engagement party. Mike had approached her and informed her that she was making a mistake by marrying me. He played on her insecurities, telling her she could do better and that he could provide her with everything I couldn't. It wasn't a one-time occurrence. They'd been having an affair for months. I kicked Sarah out that night. I couldn't bear to look at her or be in the same room with the lady who had deceived me so totally. She begged me to forgive her, explaining that it was a mistake and that she loved me. But all I could think of was how many times she had lied to my face and been with my brother while wearing the ring I had given her. After Sarah left, I contacted Mike. I can't recall what I said, it was all a swirl of wrath and pain. He initially tried to play it casual, claiming that it was merely a drunken mistake and had no meaning. But when I questioned him, he became defensive, saying, "Well, maybe if you'd been a better fiancé, she wouldn't have come to me." I saw red. I got into my car and headed to his apartment, determined to do something that would make him regret what he said. I'm not sure what I was planning to do, but when I arrived, our parents were already there. Mike apparently called them first, telling them a narrative about Sarah seducing him and how sorry he was. And you know what? They believed him. They always do. My mother immediately began lecturing me about forgiveness and family, while my father simply stood there with his arms crossed, looking disappointed in me, but not in his beloved Mike. I tried to explain what had actually happened, but they wouldn't listen. They kept telling me that I needed to forgive Mike and support Sarah throughout her pregnancy because family comes first. I lost it. Years of pent-up resentment and anger spilled forth. I told them exactly how I felt about their twisted sense of devotion, how they'd always favored Mike over me, and how they'd never taken my side or backed me. I told Mike that he was no longer my brother and that he had died. I told my parents they could have the son they'd always wanted because they didn't have me. I stormed off, ignoring their cries and pleads. I drove for hours with no destination in mind, only a want to be away from everything and everyone. When I eventually got home, I discovered dozens of missed calls and messages. Sarah begged for another opportunity, as Mike alternated between apologies and accusations. The majority, however, came from my parents, who demanded that I grow up and make amends. I ignored them all, rarely eating and sleeping. I called out of work, depleting all of my vacation days. I couldn't face anyone and couldn't handle the prospect of explaining what had happened. I just sat in my apartment, revisiting every detail of my relationship with Sarah and every interaction with Mike, trying to figure out where I went wrong. It has been 3 months now. I've relocated to a new apartment, changed my phone number and begun treatment to deal with all of this. But my family will not give up. Despite my efforts to cut off communication, they continue to intrude in my life. They've begun showing up at my office, attempting to ambush me and push a reconciliation. My mother confronts me in the parking lot, wailing about how I'm ripping the family apart. My father left harsh voicemails telling me to man up and forgive Mike. Mike himself has attempted to approach me several times, but I've managed to dodge him thus far. They've even dispatched flying monkeys disguised as extended family members to guilt-trip me into forgiving Mike. Aunts, uncles, and cousins I haven't spoken to in years are suddenly calling, telling me how important family is and how I should let bygones be bygones. It's as if they're in another reality where Mike and Sarah made a little mistake rather than a life-altering one. I received a message from Sarah yesterday. She is keeping the baby and intends to co-parent with Mike. And guess what? My parents are overjoyed to become grandparents, forgetting the circumstances and the harsh remarks they used to make when Sarah was with me. The letter was full of apologies and explanations, including how she and Mike discovered real love via this terrible scenario. She even had the nerve to suggest that she hoped we could all become friends eventually for the sake of the child. I am at my wit's end. Part of me wishes to sever ties altogether and start over somewhere else, perhaps moving to another state, changing my identity and creating a new life where no one knows about this mess. But another part of me is so outraged that I want to stay and fight, to show them how twisted up the situation is. I don't know what to do now. The treachery has had an impact on all aspects of my life. I cannot take being alone with my thoughts. I haven't even considered dating again. The idea of trusting someone like that scares me. I've also lost friends over this. Those who believe I should take the high road and reunite with my family. As if I'm terrible for refusing to play happy families with the people who have wounded me the most. The idea of Sarah and Mike raising a kid together, a child who should have been mine, is like a continual stab in my gut. I understand cognitively that the child is innocent in all of this. It is not the baby's fault that its parents are lying, cheating scumbags, but I can't bring myself to feel good about its existence. My parents have begun to discuss how I should be involved in the child's life and how I will become an uncle. The concept makes me feel physically ill. How can I look at this youngster and not recognize the ultimate emblem of my brother's betrayal? So, Reddit, I guess my question is, am I the idiot for refusing to forgive my brother and ex-fiancé? Am I wrong to want to lose relations with my family over this? Any help on how to proceed would be greatly appreciated, as I now feel like I'm drowning in a sea of treachery and gaslighting. I apologize for the lengthy post. If you made it this far, I appreciate it. Writing all of this down has been cathartic in a way. I'm not sure what I hope to gain from sharing this: validation, guidance, or simply the opportunity to scream into the void and have someone, anybody, hear me. Edit. Holy God, this exploded up overnight. Thank you all for your help and advice. I'm astonished by the response, and it will take me some time to look through all of the comments. However, I wanted to answer a few typical questions. 1. Yes, I have consulted with a lawyer about getting a restraining order against my family. It is currently in progress. 2. I don't intend to have any contact with the baby. It's not the child's fault, but I can't become involved without losing my sanity. 3. For those who have inquired about my job, I have already spoken with HR about the situation. They are aware and supportive. They have strengthened security at the front desk and offered me the option to work from home more frequently. I am grateful for their understanding. 4. Many of you have inquired whether I had contemplated relocating to another city or state. It is definitely something I am thinking about. My company has offices in several other cities, so a transfer may be possible. I'm considering the advantages and cons. 5. To those suggesting a DNA test. Sarah acknowledged the affair, and the timeline is consistent. I see no reason to suspect the child is not Mike's. Even if it was mine, I doubt I could ever look at that child without thinking about this. 6. I've been overwhelmed by the number of people who have had similar experiences. It's upsetting to realize how widespread this type of betrayal is, but it's also strangely comforting to know that I'm not alone. Thank you all for being vulnerable and sharing. 7. To the individual who inquired if I had considered taking legal action against Mike for alienation of affection, I looked into it, but it is not recognized in my state. Even if it were, I don't think I have the energy for a legal battle right now. 8. Several people have noted that Mike's behavior appears narcissistic. I've started reading about narcissistic personality disorder, and much of it rings true. It helps me comprehend, but does not excuse, some of his acts. 9. Those who have inquired about Sarah's family are as startled and appalled as one could anticipate. They have cut off communication with her and have reached out to offer me their support. It's a minor comfort, but I value it. 10. To the individual who asked if I'd considered having my own children someday. Honestly, this entire experience has made me wonder whether I want to have a family at all. But I'm trying not to make any major decisions while I analyze everything. I'll keep you updated if anything big happens, but for the time being my focus is on recovering and moving ahead. Thank you again, Reddit. You have helped more than you realize. Your encouragement and suggestions have given me a lot to think about, and they have truly been a lifeline during this tough time. I may not be able to answer every remark, but please know that I read them all and they are making me feel less alone in this. Update. Hello Reddit. It's been approximately 2 weeks since my previous post, and it has been a full roller coaster. First, thank you all for your enormous support and suggestions. I never anticipated my post to go so viral, and going through all of your responses has been both upsetting and oddly reassuring. It's disturbing how regular this type of deception is. The last several weeks have been tough, to say the least. Remember how I said I was working on obtaining a restraining order? That evolved into a huge ordeal. My lawyer filed the paperwork and we had a hearing arranged. I assumed it would be simple, given the proof and the ongoing harassment, but I was mistaken. My parents arrived at the court with their own lawyer, some fancy guy in an expensive suit who likely charges more per hour than I do in a week. They attempted to portray me as the crazy one, claiming I was ripping the family apart over a simple misunderstanding, as if Mike had stumbled and fallen into my fiancé. Fortunately, the judge didn't buy it. She issued the restraining order against Mike and my parents, but only after my mother fell into tears in court and my father glared at me as if I had committed murder. The look on Mike's face, however, I swear if looks could kill, I would be dead. As we were leaving the courthouse, Mike attempted to approach me. My lawyer stepped in between us, reminding him of the newly issued restraining order. Mike merely scoffed and said this wasn't over, and I couldn't hide behind a piece of paper forever. I'd be lying if I claimed his words didn't shake me. But at the very least, I have some legal protection. The job situation has been another nightmare. Remember when I mentioned that my family had been showing up at my workplace? This came to a head last week. I was in a meeting with a customer when my assistant alerted me that my mother was in the lobby and raising a disturbance. Apparently, she had brought a photo album and was attempting to show my coworkers baby images of Mike and me while lamenting about how close her boys used to be. I excused myself from the meeting and went down to the lobby, where I discovered my mother surrounded by a number of uncomfortable-looking coworkers. She was in the middle of relating a story about how Mike and I used to bathe together as toddlers. When she noticed me, she attempted to rush towards me, talking about a baby shower, but I interrupted her. I told her she had to go right away or I would call the police and have her removed for trespassing and breaking the restraining order. Her expression was as if I had slapped her, but after everything they had put me through, I couldn't bring myself to care. Security let her out, and I had to spend the next hour performing damage control with my employer and coworkers. Fortunately, most of them understood, but I could tell some were wondering what kind of drama I was bringing into the office. But it was the fight with Mike that really threw everything off track. Last Saturday, I was in the gym, trying to let out some of my frustration on the punching bag. I was so into my training that I didn't notice someone approaching me until I heard his voice. I swung around and there was Mike, smirking at me as if he hadn't just broken the restraining order. He began speaking loudly enough for anyone surrounding to hear. I ordered him to go before I contacted the cops, but he laughed and said he'd tell them how I had threatened him and Sarah. That was when I lost it. I swiped at him, my first landing on his jaw. He stumbled backward before lunging at me. We ended up on the floor, trading blows like kids again. Except this time there were no parents to separate us, no one instructing me to be the larger person and let Mike win. I got in a few nice hits before the gym staff separated us. Mike's nose was bleeding, and I could feel my own swelling shut. We were both shrieking, trying to get free and get back at each other. The gym manager threatened to call the cops, which ultimately shook me out of it. I grabbed my belongings and fled. I was driving home, still shaking from adrenaline, when I received a call from an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I responded. Sarah was shouting at me about how I had broken Mike's nose and that he could require surgery. I couldn't help laughing. The ridiculousness of her being upset with me after what they'd done was simply too much. I apologize if I had upset her little boyfriend, whom she had been sleeping with behind my back for several months. She began sobbing, complaining about how anxious she was, how the baby could detect her pain, and how I could be so selfish. I hung up and blocked her phone. The aftermath from the brawl was severe. The news had spread like wildfire throughout our social circle. My phone was flooded with texts from friends and family members, some supporting me, others calling me out for assaulting my poor defenseless brother. Sarah's parents contacted me again, expressing their support for me and their displeasure in their daughter. It was a minor consolation, but at this point, I'll take what I can. The restraining order does not seem adequate anymore. Mike has demonstrated his willingness to violate it, and I'm concerned about what he'll do next. The legal fallout has been a nightmare. My lawyer called me the day after the gym incident. Mike apparently filed assault accusations against me. I recounted what had happened, how Mike had violated the restraining order and provoked me. My lawyer groaned and said we'd fight it, but it might be a tough struggle considering that I threw the first punch. We are in the process of bringing our own charges against Mike for breaking the restraining order. My lawyer is convinced that this will benefit our case, but nothing is guaranteed. I've had to provide police statements, show them injuries on my face and knuckles, and justify defending myself against my own brother, which is humiliating. Mike and I have been banned from the gym for life. I can't blame them, but it's unfortunate that the gym was one of the few places where I felt like I could let out some of my frustration in a healthy manner. My cousin Amy, whom I've always been close to, called me the other day. She's taken a lot of pressure from her family for supporting me, but she's staying firm. She told me about what had been going on behind the scenes. Apparently my parents have been telling everyone that I'm experiencing a mental breakdown. They claim that Sarah and Mike's relationship began after Sarah and I split up, and that I am simply envious and unable to let go. According to Amy, most of the family is skeptical, but some are. It's irritating to know that they're spreading false information about me while I'm attempting to recuperate. Things at work have been, to say the least, difficult. After the incident with my mother in the lobby and the argument with Mike, which went viral on local social media, I can sense my coworkers are on edge around me. My manager called me into his office earlier this week. He began by stating he valued me as an employee and realizes I'm going through a difficult period, but then he dropped the bombshell. He believes it would be best if I took a leave of absence until things calm down. He suggested we call it a personal sabbatical. Paid, of course. I wanted to fight, to tell him that work is the only thing keeping me sane right now, but I knew the choice had already been made. So I agreed, thanked him for his understanding and began to pack up my office. As I was leaving, I overheard two of my co-workers discussing how my brother got my fiancée pregnant. I slammed my office door louder than required as I exited, taking some little satisfaction in watching them jump. I'd be lying if I said none of this was impacting me. I've started taking long drives at night to get out of my flat. Sometimes I find myself parked outside my former place, the one I lived with Sarah, wondering how my life got so messed up. In the midst of this commotion, I received support from an unexpected source. Sarah's younger sister, Emma. Emma contacted me on social media, apologizing for her sister's conduct and giving her support. At first, I was skeptical. What if this was a trick? But after speaking with her, I realized she is equally disgusted by Sarah's behavior as I am. She's been telling me about what's going on in Sarah and Mike's lives. They appear to have moved in together, living as if they hadn't just destroyed numerous lives to be together. Emma claims Sarah has been attempting to portray herself as the victim, crying to anybody who would listen about how she never intended to hurt anyone and how she and Mike are soulmates who found each other against all odds. It makes me sick to my stomach, but I appreciate Emma keeping me in the loop. After all, information is power, even if it is knowledge that I would prefer not to have. The social media environment has been a nightmare. I've always been a rather private person, but this event has thrown me into the unwanted spotlight. Someone, probably one of Mike's friends, posted about our gym feud on a local Facebook page. The post did not mention our names, but it described the incident in enough detail for anyone who knows us to figure it out. The comment area became a battleground. Some individuals defended me, claiming Mike received what he deserved. Others described me as unstable and said I needed to be locked up. I made the mistake of looking over some of the comments one night after having too many beers. A huge mistake. I ended up hurling my phone across the room so hard that the screen cracked. Since then, I've canceled most of my social media profiles. I can't deal with the continuous notifications and messages from folks I haven't spoken to in years who suddenly want to know all the juicy details about my personal life. With everything that has happened, I have realized that I cannot stay in this city any longer. There are too many memories and chances to run into Sarah, Mike, or my parents. I've started looking for internal moves, and there's a promising opportunity in our Seattle office. It's not ideal. I've never been a fan of continual rain, but at this point, I'd move to the moon to avoid all of this turmoil. I haven't made any final decisions yet, but the concept of a fresh start is becoming increasingly intriguing. New city, new apartment, new life, where no one recognizes me as the guy whose brother cheated on his fiancée. My folks have been unusually silent since the restraining order was granted. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, for them to figure out a new method to force their way back into my life. Sarah has been spreading the word about her pregnancy far and wide. Emma tells me she's been posting continuous updates on social media, ultrasound photographs, belly shots and so on, with a message about how blessed she and Mike are and how thrilled they are to start their family. Each new piece of information feels like a fresh wound, triggering the pain just as I thought I was beginning to recover. So that is where things stand right now. 2 weeks ago, I believed my life couldn't possibly get any worse, yet it has. I'm still angry and wounded, but also weary. I am tired of justifying myself. So Reddit, I suppose this is less of an update and more of, I'm not sure, a cry into the void. I'm not sure what I'm asking for right now. Advice, pity, or a time machine that allows me to never introduce Sarah to my brother? Whatever happens next, I will attempt to keep you all informed. Your encouragement has meant more to me than you can realize. It's nice to be reminded that there are still good individuals in the world, even when it feels like everything is full of betrayal and deceit. Final update. Hello Reddit. It's been a week since my previous update, and I'm here with what I expect to be my final post on this whole disaster. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for their help and guidance throughout this journey. Your writings have been a lifeline in the worst times of my life. So where to start? A lot has happened in just 7 days, and I'm still trying to digest everything. I guess I'll start with the major news. I'm relocating. Yes, I took the risk and accepted a transfer to our Seattle office. It was not an easy decision, but after everything that had happened, I felt I needed a new start. The choice came following an especially difficult day last week. I'd just returned from another meeting with my lawyer regarding Mike's assault allegations when I saw a note in my mailbox. It came from Sarah. I almost tossed it out before opening it, but curiosity got the best of me. Inside, there was an ultrasound image and a handwritten letter stating how pleased she and Mike were about their baby. She went on to say that she hoped I could find it in my heart to be pleased for them, and that the baby would be delighted to have its uncle in its life. I saw red. Before I realized it, I'd grabbed my phone, unblocked Sarah, and dialed her number. She picked up on the second ring and I simply let go. I informed her exactly how I felt about her, Mike, and their beautiful little family. I told her she was insane if she believed I'd ever want to do anything with that kid, and that she, Mike, and the baby could all go to hell. It wasn't my best moment, but I felt like I finally shouted everything I'd been keeping back. That's when I realized I couldn't stay in this city anymore. That same night, I called my supervisor and informed him that I wanted to transfer to Seattle. He was relieved, to be honest. I believe he was concerned about how all of this drama would affect the company. He promised to expedite the papers, and by the next morning it was official. I had 2 weeks to collect my belongings and relocate across the nation. My family and social circle were quick to learn about my move. My folks, unsurprisingly, were outraged. They turned up at my place unexpectedly, again breaking the restraining order, to try to talk me out of it. My mother was crying, accusing me of abandoning the family, and my father was furious, yelling at me for being selfish and immature. I didn't participate. I simply phoned the police and had them removed for breaking the restraining order. As they were let out, my mother yelled at me that I would regret it, that family was everything and that I was wasting it. I immediately closed the door and returned to packing. Mike reacted differently. He didn't try to contact me directly, most likely due to the current legal difficulties, but he did write a lengthy message on social media about how some people can't handle seeing others happy, and how he and Sarah were rising above the hate to focus on their new family. It was definitely intended for me, as he attempted to portray himself as the victim. I'll confess it stung to see how many people liked and commented in his favor, but I reminded myself that their opinion is meaningless because they don't know the truth. Sarah's response was the most startling. After our phone talk, she contacted her sister, Emma, who had been keeping me updated on Sarah and Mike's situation, as you may recall. Apparently, my statements had a greater impact than I had imagined. Emma informed me that Sarah had broken down, stating that she realized what she and Mike had done was terrible and was scared of the future. My cousin Amy, bless her, offered to help me pack. She even informed me more about what's going on with the family. Amy told me that my aunt, my mother's sister, had a heated argument with my mother, accusing her of always favoring Mike and pushing me away. My aunt complained that my parents were reaping the consequences of their years of favoritism. I can't say I'm not relieved to hear that someone is finally calling them out for their behavior. My lawyer assures me that my move will have no effect on the legal case, which is currently pending. We're still pursuing charges against Mike for breaching the restraining order and defending the assault accusations he brought against me. My lawyer seems certain that the judge will see through Mike's arguments, particularly considering his history of breaching the restraining order. The fact that I'm going across the nation should also show that I'm not a threat to Mike, which may help get his charges dropped. I don't know if I'll post any further updates after this. Part of starting over is putting the past behind, and as helpful as this group has been, I believe it is time for me to move on from revisiting this narrative. I need to focus on creating my new life rather than obsessing on the past. So I believe this is my final update. Wish me luck, Reddit. I've got a whole new life ahead of me in Seattle, and I intend to make the most of it. Thank you so much for staying till the end. If you enjoy our videos, don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Have a good day.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. Brother made my life hell, then got my wife pregnant. Now he wants my help after our parents disowned him and left me their $2 million inheritance. My younger brother, David, has always harbored a deep-seated resentment towards me. If you think it stemmed from jealousy, you'd be wrong. He was the favored child, not me. There was no reason for him to be envious. To give you some context, our mother always indulged David. He was the golden child of our family. She cooked his meals, did his laundry, and even asked me to help him with his schoolwork. I was expected to assist him simply because we were family, but I never received the same consideration. I accepted this, as I was quite independent. Perhaps it was partly my fault for always meeting his needs without expecting anything in return. He never helped me when I needed it, and only approached me when he wanted something. While I was a quiet, introverted kid who enjoyed studying and keeping to myself, he was loud and rough, just like our dad. I also tend to be straightforward and honest, never sugarcoating things. I believe my mother may have developed a negative perception of me because of my straightforwardness. This favoritism made David the family's darling, and I didn't mind it while we were growing up. However, problems began when he started bullying and mocking me for being different from him. He would tease me about my height and the fact that I wore glasses. He would sneak into my room, read my diary, and then complain to my mom about what I had written. When I yelled at him and complained to our parents about him invading my privacy, they would laugh it off, saying it wasn't a big deal. He did more awful things, like nearly breaking my glasses and putting nasty things in my food. He even once put little stones in my cereal, but luckily, I found them before they could damage my teeth. When I told my mom, she dismissed it, saying this is how brothers bond. Whenever we fought, David would zero in on my insecurities to insult me. We went to the same school, so he knew I was being bullied by a few kids. Instead of supporting me, he sided with the bullies, calling me names like ugly loser or hairy monkey, and encouraging them to physically harm me, saying I was just a big failure. Another time, during a fight over something trivial that I can't even remember, he told me to kill myself. While I could easily brush off most insults, that one really hurt because I was struggling with my mental health at the time. I'm doing better now, but it was devastating to hear that my own brother wanted me dead. Since Dad was often at work and Mom didn't seem to care much, she even scolded me once, claiming it was my fault for irritating him. Things progressively worsened. During high school, there was a shocking incident when David attempted to set my hair on fire, and unbelievably, our mother defended him, claiming he was merely playing. Seriously, who behaves like that? Thankfully, my dad eventually sided with me and pointed out the gravity of the situation. He even threatened to call the police on David. This moment was a real eye-opener for my brother, as he had never faced any consequences for his actions before. He was genuinely stunned, and my dad made it clear that enough was enough and that David needed to start respecting his older brother. Later, Dad came into my room to talk. I never expected his support because he always told David how similar they were, which was true. Dad admitted that he had waited for years, hoping David would mature, but he was slowly realizing that David was becoming a big bully. Hearing this from my dad was incredibly validating, and I almost broke down in tears. I confessed everything David had done to me over the years and even mentioned the bullying at school. My dad was shocked at how much I had endured. The next day, he spoke to the principal to ensure the bullies were warned about severe consequences if they continued. Later that evening, Dad enrolled me in MMA at our local gym, telling me I needed to man up and stand up to bullies in my life. I admit that a nerdy kid like me trying to learn to fight might have seemed laughable, but I was very focused. I managed my time well to balance my studies and daily workouts, and the MMA classes completely changed my life and physique. One day, David was up to his antics again. He stole my pocket money, which we received for helping with chores. I had been saving it for a while. David sneaked into my room and took it. I caught him just as he was about to cycle off with his friends. I demanded he return my money, but David mocked me, saying all I could do was run to Daddy for help. I don't know what came over me, but I punched him in the face. He was stunned, fell backward, and I retrieved my money from his pocket before throwing him back down. David started crying loudly, which was quite comical. However, my mother rushed out to help him and find out what happened. When she learned I had fought him, she was surprised and reprimanded me, saying I should be a better role model for David, who seemed to enjoy seeing me scolded. My mother also complained to my dad about my behavior, saying I needed to be controlled. My dad grimly asked both of us to explain ourselves. I told him how David had stolen the money I had worked hard for and saved, while David tried to justify it by saying he needed the money for a date, and that as his brother, I should help him. However, Dad told David he was lucky I only punched him for stealing because anyone else would have called the police. He continued to tell David that he had no right to take others' things without their consent. David didn't like that and threw a tantrum, likely hoping our mother would side with him, but Dad remained firm. When David realized he wasn't going to be punished for being hit, he screamed how much he hated me and ran back to his room, locking himself in. Following that incident, David began to distance himself from me. He had finally understood that he couldn't bully me anymore, and that even Dad had stopped supporting his antics. For the first time in a long while, I felt like we were equals. Though he could no longer physically harm me, he resorted to verbal insults when our parents weren't around. His behavior worsened with age, becoming angrier and more short-tempered each year. When I approached him with a question, he would ignore me and walk away, muttering insults like nerd or loser under his breath. If he needed to communicate something, he would relay it through our mother instead of speaking to me directly. When I questioned her about why David couldn't just talk to me, she would urge me to be more understanding. I couldn't tell if it was just puberty or genuine hatred. Over time, dealing with his comments became unbearable, and I longed to move out and get away from him. I repeatedly asked my mother to mediate a sit-down conversation for us to resolve our issues, but she always refused, saying she didn't want to get involved. When I asked her opinion on why David treated me this way, she would brush off the question. Eventually, I left for my dream university, having earned a scholarship as a top student. My dad threw a party for me, and even my mom seemed proud. However, David remained aloof and distant, barely acknowledging my achievements. The day I left for university was a mix of excitement for the future and relief to escape the toxic home environment. The first few months at university were liberating. I made new friends, enjoyed my classes, and started to build a life separate from the oppressive atmosphere of my childhood. The constant fear of David's verbal attacks lifted, giving me a newfound sense of peace. During my second year, I met my wife Karen at a frat party through a friend, and we immediately clicked. Coming from a religious background, having kids outside of marriage was frowned upon. However, when we discovered she was pregnant in our final year, we decided to marry right after graduation. Our wedding was a small but joyful ceremony. Our parents were happy for us, and we enjoyed the celebration. At that moment, I believed Karen was the love of my life. I had always envisioned a monogamous relationship, one woman to come home to and share my life with. Despite other women showing interest over the years, I never pursued anything because I was genuinely content in my marriage. Karen was my dream girl, and I never wanted to hurt her. However, I later uncovered 2 incidents of infidelity in our marriage. One was an intermittent affair with her married co-worker that spanned several years, and the other was a brief fling with an ex-boyfriend during a visit to her family. Some might think I was naive, and looking back, I can't completely disagree. Each time we separated for a while, I chose to forgive my wife. I didn't want to raise our child in a broken home and believed we could overcome these obstacles. The affair with her co-worker happened when we were young, and I attributed it to youthful mistakes and poor judgment. For a period, things seemed to get better. Although I could never fully trust her again, I did my best to set aside my doubts, knowing that if I chose to forgive, I had to genuinely work toward a fresh start. It's been 4 years since her second betrayal, and I felt confident in my decision to give her another chance. Karen seemed to have changed, and we were genuinely happy, planning our family's future. However, 3 months ago, my world was shattered once more when she revealed that she had been having a long-term affair and suggested that our son might not be mine. Her words struck me like a ton of bricks. A mix of shock, betrayal, and disbelief overwhelmed me. I struggled to comprehend the enormity of her confession. In a daze, I managed to ask why she had kept such a significant secret and how she could have done something so devastating. Her reaction was cold and indifferent, as if she were detached from the pain she caused. Her vague responses left me with more questions than answers. It was a surreal and painful moment, confronting the shattered trust and uncertainty about my own family. I continued to press Karen for the truth because I felt I deserved to know the father of the child I had been raising since birth. Ultimately, she admitted it was David. My eyes widened in shock as I asked Karen what she meant. She explained that she and David had become friends when I introduced her to my family, and she stayed with us from Thanksgiving until New Year's. David, usually cold to me, was warm and polite towards her, which made me glad because I didn't want Karen to feel unwelcome. Karen wanted to be accepted into my family, so she spent significant time with my mom whenever possible. She noticed the rift between David and me and questioned me about it. I opened up about our strained relationship and explained that we might never repair it due to his unresolved feelings. Karen understood but started including David in our outings, hoping it would help us bond. Whenever we planned to watch a movie, she invited David, and we watched whatever he chose. During this time, David and I exchanged a few words, which was an improvement compared to his usual silent treatment. I remember Karen and David hanging out and playing video games together, but I never thought much of it. Karen told me that one day, David opened up to her about his struggles and a recent breakup. Feeling vulnerable, he struck up a friendship with her. She mentioned that he would harmlessly flirt with her when I wasn't around, and eventually, things escalated beyond her control. The vision of my wife and brother sleeping together made me feel sick. Karen confessed that she felt guilty afterward and left him, which matched her abrupt decision to go home instead of spending New Year's with me. Although I tried to convince her to stay, she was adamant about leaving. When we met back at college after the holidays, she was her usual cheerful self, so I didn't question anything. 2 weeks later, we found out she was pregnant. Karen admitted she didn't know if the child was mine or David's, and with no way to prove it, she chose to stay with me, knowing I was the more dependable brother. This was why we got married. My world felt like it was crashing down. The son I loved might not even be mine. I asked Karen if she had been sleeping with David recently, and she slowly nodded. She revealed that they had always stayed in touch because their chemistry was undeniable. They would sneak off to hotels, lying to me about working overtime. She admitted that half of her business trips were actually romantic getaways with him. I asked why she married me if she wanted my brother, and Karen said she didn't want to be the one to break off the marriage. She saw me as a wonderful father to our son and decided to stay. In her words, she made a mistake and didn't know when to stop. I told Karen I was glad she told me the truth but that I was going to pack up and leave. She started crying, asking for forgiveness, and expected me to yell at her. Instead, I calmly packed my clothes. Karen insisted that if I loved her, I should fight for her and that mistakes happen in every marriage. When she realized I wasn't going to do anything, she changed tactics, saying our son would be affected by a divorce and that children shouldn't be raised in broken homes. I reminded her that I might not even be the father, which made her cry more and accuse me of being cruel. It seemed like she believed nothing could make me want to leave the marriage. Perhaps it was partly my fault for letting things slide in the past. While I did love her, it felt more like it stemmed from thinking we had a son together and had been together since college. Karen kept insisting it wasn't too late to fix things, but I struggled to believe her and had no patience left. Trust was a major issue, and her words felt hollow. Even if I forgave her, I could never forget she slept with my brother. I've always believed in forgiving mistakes because we're all flawed, but this was beyond acceptable limits. I left her crying on the doorstep and checked into a hotel. The next day, I went straight to my parents and revealed everything about my wife's affair with David, explaining how they had been secretly sleeping together for years. The shock on their faces was undeniable. True to her nature, my mother initially tried to defend David, insisting that her boy could never do such a thing to his own brother. Determined to expose the truth, I asked my parents to remain silent and let me call David in front of them. I instructed them to stay quiet so I could catch David off guard, making him believe it was a private conversation. When David answered the phone, I confronted him about the affair. At first he vehemently denied it, refusing to accept any responsibility. However, when I told him that Karen had admitted to everything, he started blaming her, calling her characterless. He claimed it wasn't his fault if women were attracted to him and that he was the better-looking brother. I told him firmly that I would expose him to everyone. When David mocked me, saying no one would believe me because he was the golden child, I scoffed at his arrogance and thanked him for confirming the truth, knowing our parents had heard everything. David went quiet and then spluttered, trying to explain himself and salvage his image. My mother, still in shock, demanded an explanation from David. He stuttered through a feeble attempt to justify his actions, blaming everyone else but himself and desperately trying to shift the blame onto Karen. I could see my mother, who had once been protective of her favored son, now felt a mix of disappointment and anger. In that charged moment, I felt a strange sense of vindication. For years, I had endured David's torment. Now, the truth was out, and the roles were reversed. It was David who stood exposed, his actions laid bare for everyone to see. As David's words faltered, my father, usually reserved in his expressions, couldn't contain his disappointment. He asked me to pass him the phone and began to speak to David. "David," my father began, his voice laden with disappointment. "What you've done isn't just a betrayal of your brother, but a betrayal of this family. You slept with your brother's wife and continued the affair even after they were married. Your actions have severe consequences and have irreversibly shattered the trust we had in you. I raised both of you to value family, loyalty, and decency. What you've shown today defies everything I've tried to teach you." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink into David's conscience. "Your disregard for your brother's feelings and the lack of respect for his marriage are unacceptable. You've not only hurt him but also torn apart the bonds that hold our family together. Your mother and I are partly to blame for what you've become, but we will no longer tolerate this behavior. From today, you're cut off from the college funds I set up for you. You'll have to figure out how to pay your university fees on your own. I will also stop funding your lifestyle. Do you think it makes you more of a man to sleep with married women? Let's see how you manage without my money." Throughout this, I maintained a composed demeanor. Although I initially wanted to scream at David, watching my dad punish him was the ultimate vindication. I had exposed his true nature, and it was clear he had underestimated the consequences. My mother, despite David's persistent protests, continued to justify him, but my father swiftly ended the call, shutting down David's attempts to explain away his actions. Afterward, my mom approached me and hugged me. It had been a long time since we shared such a moment, but in that embrace, there was an unspoken understanding and support amid the family turmoil. She apologized for not believing me all this time. My 14-year-old self could never have imagined this moment, being vindicated and embraced by my mother. Following this, my dad helped me find a good lawyer to divorce Karen. She and her lawyer tried to fight dirty, asking for alimony since I earned more than her. But her affair played heavily in my favor. We also conducted a paternity test, and it was confirmed that David was indeed the father of the child. The news was incredibly painful, Even worse than discovering Karen's infidelity. I was furious that the son I had loved and raised wasn't mine. However, I decided to stay strong. Karen begged me to continue visiting my son, arguing he shouldn't be punished for the situation, but I couldn't bear to see him. He reminded me too much of David, and I hated it. After my divorce was finalized, I felt a sense of freedom wash over me as I moved into my own bachelor pad. It felt surreal to live alone since I had married so young and never really had the chance to experience independence. However, my naturally independent nature allowed me to quickly adapt to my new lifestyle, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. 2 weeks ago, my dad called to tell me he was considering changing his will because he didn't want to leave anything to David. My dad is incredibly stubborn, and once he decided to cut David out of his life, he stuck to it. David tried reaching out to our parents and even showed up at their doorstep, begging for forgiveness, but they refused to let him in. Even my mother, who usually gave in to David's tantrums, seemed done with him, though it must have been hardest for her. David never texted me to apologize for what he had done, showing he didn't regret his actions. He was just upset about being cut off from our parents. Dad told me he planned to leave everything to me, ensuring David wouldn't contest it later. He would leave David only $1. My eyes widened in shock as my dad had worked hard his entire life. Including his assets, retirement fund, and life insurance, the total came to nearly $2 million. The only condition in his will was that if my dad passed away before my mom, she would continue living in their house, even though ownership would transfer to me. I didn't mind this, as I wanted to care for my mom in her final days. Somehow, David found out about this, and, unable to reach our parents, called me yesterday, trying to make amends. He explained how he was struggling with college and that after Karen discovered the paternity of the child, she had been pestering him for child support. He said he had no money and was looking for part-time jobs but couldn't find anything. He begged me to talk to our family to start fresh since he really needed my help. I laughed in his face and told him I was done with him. I reminded him that he should have thought about the consequences before sleeping with my wife and getting her pregnant. David argued that I was being unfair and that Karen was also to blame, to which I agreed. I reminded him that I had divorced her, making her his responsibility now. He shouldn't be calling me to complain about her or the child since these were the consequences of his own actions. David started to raise his voice, but I interrupted, reminding him that he was no longer the favored child in the family but the black sheep who had slept with his own brother's wife. At that moment, David began to cry, telling me how everyone, including our grandparents and relatives, had turned against him. While this was true, it was no longer my concern. I told him we were done and that he should never call me again since I no longer considered him my brother. Since then, I've replayed the conversation in my mind. Despite my hatred for my brother, I had never heard him cry, at least not since we were kids. I won't lie. It did hurt me a bit to see him so helpless. So, I guess I'm here to ask if I should talk to our parents about him or if I would be an asshole if I don't. Update 1. Hi everyone, many of you have been asking why I am no longer in contact with my son Henry, and some have even called me cruel. I need to explain that I am not comfortable raising another man's child. This isn't a stepson situation. I was led to believe Henry was my son, only to later discover he is actually my brother David's son. Naturally, this revelation hurt deeply, and I cried over it for days. The main reason I don't want any contact with Henry is that I no longer want Karen in my life. If I remain connected to her child, she will find a way to re-enter my life, and I need my space. You may think I'm cruel or selfish, but I can't see him ever again, at least not for a very long time. Update 2. Most of you correctly guessed that it was my mother who informed David about my dad changing his will, leading David to call me as a last resort to fix things. I confronted her in front of my dad, and she broke down, saying I had punished David enough and that he had learned his lesson. My dad firmly told my mother that if she believed what David did was forgivable, then he could no longer stay married to her because he could never forgive such a betrayal. This threat silenced my mother. My dad made it clear that if she ever talked with David again and we found out, she could pack her bags and leave. As I mentioned, my dad is very stubborn. Hopefully my mother will learn from her mistakes. Update 3. Reddit. It's been 5 months since my last update. My relationship with my parents has improved over the past few months. My dad and I go golfing every weekend, and he treats me more like a buddy than a son. Although my mother misses David, she has stayed away from him. The last I heard about David was from my cousin, who said David had been asking everyone for money, and eventually had to drop out of college because he couldn't afford the fees. He and Karen are living together, and he has a part-time job as a mechanic. Apparently they are raising Henry together, which is a good thing I guess. I never discuss David with my parents, and they don't bring him up either. For everyone asking, I am doing quite well. I was promoted at my job 2 months ago, so my salary has significantly improved. I haven't been dating anyone as I feel I still need time and space to heal. I've been going to therapy, so we'll see how that works out. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
Caught my spoiled sister kissing my boyfriend a week before her wedding. Told her fiancé, thought he ignored it, but he shocked everyone at the wedding. As a 28-year-old woman, I found myself in a challenging situation involving my 26-year-old sister and my 29-year-old boyfriend. My sister's wedding was fast approaching, and I began to notice that her behavior around my boyfriend was becoming increasingly peculiar. Initially, it wasn't anything overt, just small, subtle actions that left me feeling uneasy. It began with seemingly innocent comments where my sister would often say things like, "Wow, you're so funny," in response to my boyfriend's jokes, even when they were not particularly amusing. She laughed a bit too enthusiastically at everything he said. At first I tried to dismiss it, thinking that perhaps she was just being overly friendly due to the excitement surrounding the upcoming wedding. However, as time passed, I began to notice more troubling signs. She started to find excuses to touch him casually, like placing a hand on his arm during a conversation or lightly bumping into him as she walked past. These gestures were subtle yet unmistakable. I also observed her eyes lingering on him a bit too long when he wasn't looking, which made my stomach churn with discomfort. One evening, after we returned home from a family dinner where my sister had been particularly flirtatious, I decided to talk to my boyfriend about it. I turned to him and asked, "Did you notice how Sarah was behaving tonight?" He looked at me with confusion and replied, "What do you mean?" I then explained the behaviors I had observed, the excessive laughing, the unnecessary touching and the lingering glances. He listened, but after a moment he simply shrugged and said, "I think you're overthinking it. She's probably just excited about the wedding. It's harmless." Despite his reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The situation didn't feel harmless to me at all. Despite my boyfriend's reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. So I decided to keep a closer eye on things, hoping that I was just overreacting and that my suspicions were unfounded. But the next few weeks were tense. Every time we were around my sister, I found myself constantly watching her, noticing every little thing she did. It became clear that she was always trying to position herself near my boyfriend. She would often sit next to him whenever she could, and she seemed to find endless excuses to ask for his help with wedding-related tasks, even when I was standing right there. One day, we were all at my parents' house for a family barbecue. At one point, I went inside to use the bathroom, and when I returned, I saw something that made my heart sink. My sister and my boyfriend were talking quietly in a corner of the yard, standing unusually close to one another. My sister was giggling at something he said, a sound that made my stomach churn with unease. The moment they noticed me, they quickly stepped apart, and my sister walked away as if nothing had happened. I felt a wave of nausea and anger but decided not to confront them on the spot, not wanting to create a scene at a family gathering. Instead, I waited until we got home that night. When we were alone, I tried to approach the topic as calmly as I could. I asked my boyfriend what he and my sister had been discussing earlier. He seemed surprised by my question and explained that they were just talking about some wedding details, like the music selection. His response didn't satisfy me. I couldn't help but question why such a simple conversation required them to stand so close together. He sighed, clearly frustrated, and tried to dismiss my concerns. He assured me once again that there was nothing going on, insisting that my sister was just being friendly. But by this point, I couldn't hold back my feelings any longer. I expressed my frustration, pointing out that my sister was practically throwing herself at him, and he wasn't doing anything to stop it. My words seemed to hurt him, and he looked at me with a pained expression, asking what exactly I expected him to do. He reminded me that she was my sister, and he was simply trying to be polite. Telling her to back off seemed out of the question to him. I told him that he could at least set some boundaries, making it clear that he wasn't interested in anything more than a friendly relationship. But he insisted that he wasn't interested in her at all, claiming there was nothing to clarify because I was seeing problems that didn't exist. Our conversation went in circles, with neither of us willing to see the other's point of view, leaving us both frustrated and unsure of what to do next. After arguing for a while without any resolution, it became clear that our conversation was going nowhere. My boyfriend kept insisting that I was just imagining things, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get him to see what was so painfully obvious to me. In the end, we both went to bed feeling angry and frustrated with the issue still unresolved. The following day, I realized that I needed to confront my sister directly. It was clear that avoiding the issue was only making things worse. So I decided to call her and ask if we could meet up for coffee. She readily agreed, her voice cheerful and seemingly unaware of my growing concerns. We arranged to meet at a small cafe near her apartment. When we met, I was nervous, my hands trembling slightly as I stirred my coffee. My sister, on the other hand, was in high spirits, chatting enthusiastically about her wedding plans. She seemed completely oblivious to my discomfort, which only made the situation more difficult for me. After a few minutes of listening to her talk, I realized I couldn't hold it in any longer. I interrupted her mid-sentence, my voice betraying the seriousness of what I was about to say. I told her that we needed to discuss something important. My sister, caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone, looked at me with surprise and asked what was wrong. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I began to explain. I told her that I had noticed how she had been behaving around Tom, my boyfriend, and that it was making me uncomfortable. I mentioned the flirting, the casual touches, and the lingering looks, things that had been bothering me for some time. I emphasized that her behavior needed to stop. As I spoke, I watched her face transform through a range of emotions. At first, there was surprise, then confusion, and finally, anger. She demanded to know what I was talking about, vehemently denying that she had been flirting with Tom at all. I refused to back down, insisting that she had been doing exactly that, whether she realized it or not. I explained that her actions were not only inappropriate but were also causing me a great deal of distress. She responded with a laugh, though it was far from a genuine one. She told me I was being ridiculous, dismissing my concerns by saying that Tom was practically family and that she was just being friendly. However, her words did little to ease the tension between us, and I could tell that this conversation had struck a nerve. As I sat there, it became clear that this was not going to be an easy issue to resolve, and the rift between us was likely only going to deepen. I couldn't hold back any longer and expressed my frustrations, pointing out that it was more than just friendliness. I explained that she was constantly finding excuses to be near my boyfriend, to touch him, and to laugh at all his jokes, even the ones that weren't particularly funny. To me, it was clear what she was doing, and it was making me increasingly uncomfortable. As I spoke, I could see her face turn red with anger and disbelief. She was clearly shocked by my accusations, especially since they came so close to her wedding. She responded with a sharp retort, questioning my confidence and suggesting that I must be deeply insecure to accuse her of such behavior. Her words stung, but I knew I had to stand my ground. I tried to explain that my concerns weren't about insecurity, but rather about respect. I told her she was crossing a line that shouldn't be crossed, and that her behavior needed to stop immediately. Suddenly, she stood up, her chair scraping loudly against the floor, signaling the end of our conversation. She declared that she wasn't going to sit there and listen to what she considered paranoid and ridiculous accusations. She made it clear that if I couldn't trust my own sister, then that was my problem, not hers. With that, she stormed out of the cafe, leaving me alone with a swirl of emotions. I felt awful and began to question myself. Had I overreacted? Was I really just being paranoid? When I returned home, my boyfriend immediately noticed that something was wrong. He asked me what had happened and I recounted the conversation I had just had with my sister. As I shared the details, I could see the concern growing on his face. When I finished, he let out a heavy sigh and told me that he thought I had made a big mistake. He was worried that Sarah would be deeply hurt, especially with her wedding just around the corner. Feeling defensive, I asked him if he was taking her side. He quickly reassured me that he wasn't taking sides, but he expressed his doubts that Sarah had been flirting with him. Even if she had been, which he found unlikely, he believed that confronting her in such a direct way was not the best approach to handling the situation. His words left me feeling even more conflicted, unsure of whether I had done the right thing or not. As I felt tears welling up in my eyes, I couldn't help but ask, so what was I supposed to do? Just ignore it? The frustration and hurt were clear in my voice. Sensing my distress, my boyfriend walked over and gently wrapped his arms around me. He suggested that perhaps I could have handled things differently, that maybe I could have talked to him more about it first or approached Sarah in a way that was less confrontational. He expressed concern that now, with the way things had unfolded, Sarah was likely upset with both of us, and that this could cast a shadow over her upcoming wedding, making everything feel incredibly awkward. Feeling overwhelmed, I pulled away from his embrace and questioned him. So this is all my fault? I needed to understand if he truly believed that I was to blame for the situation. He sighed deeply, clearly struggling to find the right words, and explained that he didn't mean to place the blame solely on me. However, he did think that I might have overreacted, letting my emotions get the better of me. We continued to argue for a while, but it became evident that we were not going to reach a resolution. There was a clear disconnect in our perspectives, and neither of us seemed willing to fully understand the other's point of view. Eventually, he decided to go to bed, leaving me alone with my swirling thoughts and doubts. The days that followed were filled with tension. My sister had stopped speaking to me entirely, creating a painful distance between us. My parents, having noticed Sarah's distress, called me, wanting to know why she was so upset. I tried to explain the situation to them, but I could tell from their responses that they too believed I had overreacted. As the wedding day drew closer, I found myself increasingly uncertain about what to do. I was supposed to be a bridesmaid, an important role that now felt more like a burden. I wasn't even sure if Sarah still wanted me to be part of her big day. My boyfriend, on the other hand, was still invited, and he suggested that we both attend to show that there were no hard feelings. But the thought of standing there, watching my sister walk down the aisle while knowing how angry and hurt she was, made me feel physically ill. The entire situation had become a tangled mess, and I didn't know how to untangle it without causing even more pain. Several times I tried to phone Sarah, but she didn't answer. She never answered when I left voicemails apologizing and stating we should have spoken. I even visited her flat, but she closed the door. My anxiety grew as the wedding day drew near. Though I wasn't convinced, my partner kept urging me to let go, that everything would blow over. In a dream, I showed up for the wedding and everyone turned to stare at me, pointing and murmuring. I woke up shaking coldly. Update. Following my confrontation with Sarah, things deteriorated. When she told our mother about my allegations, she became quite irate. She called me, screaming about how right before Sarah's wedding I could be so selfish and worried. She shouted, "How could you accuse your own sister of such a thing?" She wouldn't listen as I tried to explain my perspective. She advised me to straighten this problem right away and apologies to Sarah. The stress on our family was intolerable. Sarah still avoids talking to me, and right now my parents are offended as well. Tom, my partner, persisted in telling me I was exaggerating, which just made me more depressed and irritated. I visited my parents' place to try to straighten things out 1 week before the wedding. I heard subdued voices coming from the side of the house as I got to the front door. Intrigued, I strolled to the garden and stopped in astonishment at what I saw there. Sarah and Tom were partly concealed behind a big plant. Locked in a passionate hug, they kissed firmly. Sarah's legs were wrapped around Tom's waist, his hand was beneath her top. They were completely absorbed in one another that they failed to even see me standing there. I thought I had been given a stomach punch. All the air left my lungs and for a minute I was unable to move or talk. As the reality of what I was witnessing began to sink in, a powerful wave of anger and betrayal surged through me. My emotions overtook me and I found myself screaming, "What the hell is this?" My voice trembled, thick with the intensity of what I was feeling. The reaction from both of them was immediate. My sister and my boyfriend jumped in shock, their guilty expressions betraying them completely. Sarah's face drained of color, turning pale as she realized she had been caught, while Tom fumbled to find the right words, stammering, "It's not what it looks like." But it was exactly what it looked like, confirming every fear and suspicion that had been gnawing at me. Tears began streaming down my face as I choked out, "How could you? My own sister and my boyfriend." The pain in my voice was unmistakable. Sarah too began to cry, her voice quivering with regret as she tried to apologize. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed, struggling to explain. "We didn't mean for this to happen." But I couldn't stand to hear any of their excuses. The betrayal was too deep, too raw. Without another word, I turned and fled, running back to my car. Their desperate calls for me to return fell on deaf ears as I drove away, my mind spinning with disbelief and hurt. As I sped away, my phone began to ring repeatedly, first Tom, then Sarah, and finally my mom. I couldn't bring myself to answer any of them. The pain was too fresh, too overwhelming. When I finally arrived home, I felt numb. I immediately packed a bag with some clothes and the essentials I would need for a few days. I couldn't stay here, not after what had just happened. I sent Tom a final text message, simply stating, "We're done, don't try to contact me again." Then I turned off my phone, cutting off any further communication, and left. Now I'm writing this from a hotel room in a nearby city, unsure of what my next steps should be. With the wedding just a few days away, I know there is no way I can attend. My relationship is shattered and the bond I once shared with my sister may be irreparably damaged by this betrayal. It feels as though my entire world has been turned upside down. Everyone made me feel like I was crazy for suspecting something was wrong, but in the end I was right all along. The pain of that realization is almost too much to bear, and I find myself questioning how I will ever be able to trust anyone again after this. So Reddit, any advice on how to move forward from here would be appreciated. Update. After the devastating shock of discovering my sister Sarah with my now ex-boyfriend Tom, I spent several days in a fog, struggling to process what had happened. My phone was constantly buzzing with messages and missed calls from both of them, as well as from my parents, but I just couldn't bring myself to respond. I was too overwhelmed, too hurt. Eventually though, I came to see that Mark, Sarah's fiancé, was one person who definitely needed to know the truth. With a heavy heart I made the difficult decision to call him. When Mark answered, I could hear the confusion in his voice. He asked what was going on, mentioning that Sarah had been in a terrible state, saying that I had disappeared and wasn't responding to anyone. Taking a deep breath, I began to explain everything to him. I told him about the suspicions I had initially had, how everyone, including Tom and Sarah, had brushed off my concerns, and then I described in detail the scene I had witnessed in my parents' garden. Mark listened quietly, not interrupting, only occasionally making a small noise to let me know he was still there, absorbing everything I was saying. When I finally finished, there was a long heavy silence on the other end of the line. Then in a controlled measured voice, Mark simply thanked me for telling him, adding that he needed some time to process this information. With that, he ended the call. Afterwards I sat there, staring blankly at my phone, wondering what Mark would do now that he knew the truth. As the wedding day approached, I heard nothing further from him or from the rest of my family. Sarah had ceased trying to contact me and I began to suspect that she had somehow managed to convince Mark to forgive her. The thought that she might actually escape the consequences of her actions, that she could go on to have her fairy tale wedding while my life was in shambles, made me feel physically ill. I realized that there was no way I could attend the wedding. The idea of watching Sarah walk down the aisle, knowing what she had done, was too much to bear. Instead, I decided to spend that day alone, focusing on how to rebuild my life in the wake of such profound betrayal. On the evening of the wedding, I received an unexpected call from my cousin, Emma. There was an unmistakable tone of excitement and urgency in her hushed voice as she said, "Oh my God, you won't believe what just happened." Confused and intrigued, I asked her what she meant. Without hesitation, Emma dove into her story, recounting the events that had unfolded. She explained that everything had seemed normal at first. Sarah had looked stunning in her wedding dress, and Mark had been standing at the altar, ready for the ceremony to begin. But when it came time for the vows, Mark had unexpectedly stepped forward and announced that he had something to say. My heart began to race as I listened to Emma describe the scene. Mark, in front of everyone, declared that he couldn't go through with the wedding. He told the guests that he could not marry someone who had betrayed her own sister and devastated her life by getting involved with her boyfriend. Emma continued, recounting how Sarah had turned completely pale at Mark's words. Then to everyone's shock, Mark turned to my parents and apologized, telling them that they needed to know the real reason why I had distanced myself from the family. Emma went on to say that Sarah had started crying. My parents had been left startled and perplexed, and the guests had started whispering among themselves in an attempt to make sense of things. Mark had then walked out of the church, leaving Sarah sobbing alone at the altar. "It was like something out of a movie," Emma told me, her voice still tinged with disbelief. "Everyone's in shock. Your parents are trying to get the full story from Sarah, but she's an emotional wreck." As I sat there, absorbing everything Emma had just told me, I felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, there was a sense of vindication, knowing that the truth had finally been revealed. But on the other hand, I couldn't help but feel a deep sadness for the pain and turmoil this had brought upon my family. Emma, sensing my silence, gently asked, "Are you okay?" I'm not sure," I said truthfully. I never wanted it to wrap like this. After a little more conversation with Emma, I hung up and sat silently attempting to sort things. Though at what cost, the truth was out. My friendship with Sarah broke, my relationship with Tom ended, and now my whole family was in crisis. I came to see that although the truth was now clear-cut, it did not instantly correct everything. Healing and regaining trust still lay a long road ahead. But I felt a little relief for the first time since this entire ordeal started. At least now, I could begin to advance free from the weight of silent facts dragging me back. Regarding what next, I'm not sure. Though I know I will eventually have to face my family, right now I am living one day at a time. If nothing else, this encounter has shown me the value of following my gut feeling and defending myself even in front of people who question me. To all who helped me through my journey, thank you. Your words of encouragement have more value than you could possibly know. And to others in the same circumstances, keep in mind. Rely on your gut feeling and resist being gaslighted into disbelieving your own impressions by anyone.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
I was discriminated against all my life because of my golden child sister. Finally, I got my sweet revenge on my wedding day. I faced discrimination my entire life because of my golden child sister, and she even tried to walk down the aisle at my wedding. Finally, I got my revenge. My parents always favored my sister, and it was far from subtle. If she accused me of something, they'd believe her and punish me. But if I accused her, even with undeniable proof, they'd give her a lighter punishment and find a way to scold me too. My birthday cake always had to be her favorite flavor, and my parents pretend they didn't know I hated it. They always bought her more than me and took us where she wanted, even if it was supposed to be about me. My sister grew up spoiled and used me as a punching bag. At first, she mostly ignored me, but things got worse when we were teens. She ended up with no friends, and her behavior deteriorated. Did her friends move away or ditch her because she was mean? I don't know, because we were never close. My parents boasted about her achievements but never mentioned any issues, whereas they constantly highlighted my flaws as teasing material. I only knew she had no friends because we went to the same school, and I noticed she was no longer with people. Meanwhile, I was fairly popular. My sister realized this and suddenly turned me from an occasional punching bag to someone she needed to take down constantly. She started accusing me and my friends of more things. My parents stopped letting me hang out with anyone, with excuses like, "They're not good people according to your sister," or, "Why are you trying to leave us? Why can't you be like your sister and enjoy family time?" What saved me from complete isolation was my extended family. Most of them lived in the same hometown, and I got along well with my cousins despite some age differences. At one gathering, they invited me to something. I don't remember what, and I sadly replied that I wasn't allowed to go anywhere. When asked why, my kid self bluntly said it was because I wasn't allowed to have friends since my sister didn't have any. This got back to the adults, who apparently tore my parents apart later. I was scolded for lying and grounded for a month, but after that, they gave me some leeway, so it was worth it. My sister changed schools. I guess the humiliation of our extended family knowing her social status was too much, so she demanded to switch, and my parents immediately obliged. Even though it cost them more since the school was further away, she made friends at the new school. However, she never went back to mostly ignoring me. Having felt the power to mess with me and being angry that I told the family she had no friends, she never let me go. My life remained difficult. Her friends would come over and bully me, which my parents called light teasing. I never invited friends over because my parents were awful hosts, or my sister would accuse them of stealing, and my parents would believe her. I did become close to my cousins though, as my parents never dared to treat family that way. Then I got my first boyfriend. I didn't want to bring him home, but my parents insisted. At one point we were separated and he came to find me to tell me my sister was flirting with him. She came over in skimpy clothing, batting her eyelashes, and started telling him how bad I was and how good she was. He was irked and ran off to find me. Of course, my sister told my parents a different story, that my boyfriend had tried to flirt with her, but she naturally refused since she couldn't do that to me. Guess who my parents believed? My boyfriend wasn't perfect, but I immediately believed him for a mean reason. Remember, I was a teen suffering from unfair treatment. I was very resentful and moody and hated my sister as much as she hated me. With that disclaimer out of the way, let's talk about looks. I hadn't mentioned them yet because they weren't relevant. My parents were overweight and liked showing love via food, giving more food, buying treats, etc. My sister was also overweight, whereas I was not. I've always been kind of skinny because punishment often included no treats or snacks. Obviously, weight isn't what matters, personality is. But my sister, even then, was already rude and spoiled. Even her flirting attempts were bad because she never learned to work for anything since she could demand, and my parents would deliver. Added to that, the fact that she didn't look like some sexy model, even my self-conscious teen self didn't believe my boyfriend would try and cheat on me with her. Anyway, my parents prohibited me from dating such a horrible boy. I did try to keep going in secret, but it was hard, and the relationship ended. I did get another boyfriend, but again, my sister accused him of flirting with her when he refused her advances. Again, my parents believed her. I tried pointing out how this happened again, but they decided that I was incapable of making good choices and kept picking bad boyfriends. The relationship couldn't handle the Romeo-Juliet situation and fizzled out again. I would eventually get called a slut in high school as I was fine with making out with boys and such but refused to have relationships. Thankfully, it never got back to my sister or parents. My sister did bring one boyfriend home during all this time. He was paraded with pride, and my parents spent every second telling me how good he was and why I couldn't be like my sister and find myself someone like that. Until he stopped showing up and suddenly he was a conniving bastard that tricked my sister. Oh well, and the unequal treatment continued. At this time, she had more spending money, and her curfews were much better than mine. She was free to go anywhere at any time, while I couldn't. If I pointed it out, my parents would say it's because she's older, but when I reached that age, I still didn't have the same treatment she had. And when I pointed it out, they denied they ever said that or claimed it was because I couldn't be trusted like she was, using my sister's accusations against my boyfriends and friends as proof of my bad judgment. Time goes by, and it's time for my sister to graduate. She was accepted into a college, not a very well-regarded one, and she had no scholarship or anything. Again, because only her achievements were told to me, I don't know which colleges she even tried for, so I can't say how badly she was rejected. I do know her grades were bad in school though, because whenever she got a B, we would celebrate. I would usually get good grades, but my parents refused to celebrate, claiming since I always got those, what was there to celebrate? My parents naturally made a lot of fanfare and told her they'd pay for everything. I was relieved she'd be going away. Not that it made my life any easier. She'd always come home every other weekend and somehow stuff kept missing from my room, or some other issue she'd think of to make my life miserable. My curfews were still strict. Eventually, my mom came to talk to me about my impending graduation. I'm only a year younger than my sister. She told me that since they were paying for my sister's college, they had no money to pay for mine, so it would be better for me to start working immediately after graduation and wait until my sister finished university to see if they could afford something for me. Oh, and if I decided to stay at home, I'd have to pay for all my stuff, part of the bills and rent. I pointed out that I could get student loans. Mom said yes, except no, because they were so caring towards me and I had such bad judgment that they would decide if a college was worth my getting into debt or not. I'm not sure how they'd stop me from getting loans, but I didn't ask. Scholarships weren't mentioned. They had no idea what my grades were anymore and never believed in my capabilities anyway. I didn't bat an eyelid. I simply said okay. My mom clearly didn't expect that and kept prying. Maybe she hoped I'd throw a tantrum so they'd have an excuse to never pay for my college. But I said nothing except that I understood their position, thanked them for caring, and that was that. My dad later tried the same, but I also refused to be emotional. You see, after a whole lifetime of their terrible parenting, I never had any expectations towards my education. I knew they would find an excuse to not pay for mine and make my life miserable. I never believed they would eventually pay if I worked and waited for my sister to graduate. I had been preparing for college for a long time. I could barely go out, my friendships were slim, so I had a lot of time to study. And study I did because I saw college as my only chance to be free. Well, the time came, and I worked my ass off and got a scholarship, not to anywhere like Ivy League or anything like law or medical school, but it was a good enough course in a decent college with a full scholarship. Knowing my sister would hate it and try to stop me via my parents, I put my achievement on social media at the same time I told them, even forcing myself to thank them in the post. Now they couldn't forbid me from going as they'd have to explain to the family why not. Initially, they were even a little proud and boasted about it, and then I guess my sister got to them and they changed gears and even asked me if I was sure I wanted to go. They let slip that my sister wasn't doing well in college, and since she was smarter and had better judgment than me, I'd suffer worse. I obviously stuck to my guns. They weren't happy but couldn't do anything. College was my savior. I started being happy. I still contacted my parents and visited on holidays and such, but since they refused to pay for anything, I could excuse not going a lot due to money. During this time, I avoided introducing any man to them, and my sister stopped going to college. I know she didn't graduate because, again, they'd have made a fanfare about it. She moved back home, paying no bills or rent, but it's different, my parents said, and started working at the same company as my mom, obviously thanks to my mom pulling strings. This was all presented to me as a point of pride. Almost there, I promise. I met my husband around this time. You know those people who say, if I were in that situation, I'd have done something. My husband is the type who actually does. I'm the type who is meek and a doormat in any situation and then can't sleep at night wishing I had done something, had thought of something witty to say, etc. I'm the person who can't help but cry when I'm angry. My husband is the guy who claps back immediately. He loves drama and loves to resolve it. He's the guy that if he doesn't immediately reply to a slight, you better start worrying because he won't forgive and forget, he's just doing something worse for revenge. He's the one who wanted me to post here and wanted to post on a nuclear revenge board too, but decided what we did wasn't nuclear. People were baffled that I got together with him, but just because I was incapable of acting like him due to my upbringing, it didn't mean I didn't like it. I love that my husband does what I can't, and he treats people well as long as they do the same to him. When we discussed marriage, We decided we didn't care much about the ceremony due to our budget, as we'd rather spend on a dream trip to Europe for our honeymoon. As for where to do it, since his family was spread out and mine was still mostly concentrated in my hometown, we decided to do it there. We weren't living too far off either, so we could take some long trips during the weekends to manage stuff. Plus, there was some work flexibility, so we could stay in my hometown for a bit too if needed. We sent out the engagement announcement and the save the date for a few months later. At this point, my parents naturally demanded to meet my man. I wanted to grow a spine and refuse, but was having a hard time. The distance had made me think maybe my parents weren't so bad. Well, my husband looked like I had canceled Christmas when I told him I would at least ensure they were never alone with him. See, he had been getting ready for this. He even bought a high-quality recorder he could hide in a pocket to record it all. He was stoked thinking of all the ways he could refuse my sister's advances, insult her, and then spread the recording of her attempts to my family. So off he went alone and excited to meet them, and came back later euphoric. Babe, you won't believe the awful things they wanted. Babe, we can screw them over so bad. There's so many possibilities. I was confused and wanted to hear the recording, but he smartly told me it was better to listen to him first or else I'd misunderstand him. Well, he went there, and instead of flirting, my parents and my sister sat him down. After some grumbling about not being okay with him, my judgment, etc., they proclaimed they were willing to pay for my wedding on one condition. My sister would walk down the aisle. My parents insisted that my sister would walk down the aisle at my wedding first, in a wedding dress. Their excuse was that it wasn't okay for a younger sister to marry first, so it was only fair if my sister at least had the experience of it, at my venue, with pictures being taken, in the dress, and she'd even have a cake later. My husband will now type his part. Hey, vengeful husband here. Hell hath no fury like a pro-revenge instant karma nuclear revenge lurker when his beloved is scorned. That said, as much as my wife, she's my wife now, paints me as this quick-witted dude, I admit my neurons all but short-circuited when those folks legit suggested that crap like some sort of great gift. Even Troy would rather take in the horse a second time, methinks. Alas, after my brain rebooted, I did have a whole list of insults ready to spew out, but something in my soul whispered in my ear like the devil, string these idiots along. So I said I needed to think, see how my wife, back then fiancée, would react, and then ran out of there before I could give away my nefarious plans. Back to me, the wife. So my husband sincerely recounted how my parents wanted even my wedding to be about my sister, with a grin on his face and the recording to prove it. I was shocked. The distance had softened how badly they treated me, and I thought even they wouldn't go so far. Thankfully, my husband insisting on the angle of revenge helped me not go to a bad headspace. We had a blast thinking up ways to screw them over, from ridiculously outlandish to what we thought was feasible. We then called his much more level-headed brother when we decided on a plan. It involved having 2 venue addresses, giving them the wrong one, etc. Well, the level-headed brother scolded us for it. While he acknowledged he would never be able to convince us to avoid retaliation, he at least showed us that something like that would be hard to pull off. Some of our other ideas were also at risk of getting us sued, so we eventually settled for the most benign plan: act like we agreed, but then hire security and don't let her in. Obviously, if that was all, it wouldn't be pro-revenge. The rest is mostly my husband's doing, but he wants me to do the honors. So here goes. Just important to mention, everything he did was previously discussed with me, and they were our mutual ideas. He went back to my parents, said he probed and thought I wouldn't be down with it. However, he didn't see the issue and, not wanting the family to fall apart, would be down to help them do it. He pointed out that I don't like conflict, so if I was surprised with it, I might not throw a tantrum in front of all the people. On the other hand, marriage is a big thing, so who knew if I'd lash out? Thus, he suggested a compromise. They'd help pay for stuff. This way, I would feel even more pressure to not say anything, as not only would we be public with our families there, but I'd be grateful for the help they gave. He said my parents looked shocked, and my grown sister literally started skipping with joy like a kid, so it was accepted. Importantly, my husband also claimed that due to some bad judgment and past boyfriends, these words were all my idea, and I'm so proud of using their words against them. I was distrustful and controlling and liked to check his phone and stuff to ensure he wasn't cheating on me. As such, it was imperative that nothing of this plan was ever put in writing. For any discussion pertaining to my sister walking down the aisle before me, he'd go over to their house to talk. And so began the months of deception where my parents and sister thought they were tricking me, while my husband and I were milking them. Rather than paying for the wedding, they lay low. Of course, my parents wanted input in everything, including some things that meant a lot to me, like the songs and color palette. My husband would convince them to let it go to keep me in line, but since we never really cared for the ceremony to begin with, everything else was fair game. Or so they thought. Here's what we did. We'd go to check the drink and menu options and then accept the lowest or second lowest priced option. My husband would then secretly take my sister there to try it out and then sigh and say, "It's a pity we don't want to abuse my parents' goodwill, so we won't get the best options." Cue my sister demanding my parents pay for the best. My parents would then tell me not to worry and they'd pay for the most expensive option. The same was done with the photographer and flowers. My husband handed my sister a bouquet of the flowers we wanted and then sadly expressed how I wanted some other tasteless flowers. Cue my parents telling me they wanted us to go with said flowers and they'd pay for it. When it came to the wedding dress, we hit a minor snag. My parents wanted me to use a hideous dress. Okay, it wasn't outright hideous, but it wasn't my style and wouldn't look good on me. We had planned on saying yes and then simply not using it, but my mom sent me a message about it, so there'd be proof I said okay. We had to go with me refusing to text and standing my ground. My husband went over there and said he'd see what he could do. My sister suggested ruining my desired dress so I'd be forced to wear the other one. He pretended to agree. During all this time, they kept communications outside any text. We made sure that happened by having me reply to my sister when she tried messaging my husband. This solidified the uncontrolling and neurotic claims my husband was making, so they believed it and never risked anything in writing. Some people might not like the thought of their partner going around and talking badly about them to family, but I'm such a doormat that the thought of being painted as this controlling and dangerous person is extremely funny to me, and I egged him on to do it. I guess I have a warped sense of humor. Oh, and my sister did try to flirt with him, but he acted conflicted to really sell that he was with them. My husband would pretend to tell them things without my knowledge, but he never told them we hired security. It was really funny. My husband and I, who had sincerely considered a courthouse wedding to focus costs on our honeymoon, ended up having this extravagant, expensive wedding and barely spent a dime. We called it back to pay for emotional damages from my parents. I think my husband, okay, he just confirmed I'm right, was enjoying the whole trick more than planning our wedding. I didn't think it was possible to witness a guy beaming at the thought of wasting his whole Saturday doing a car trip to discuss wedding details with his in-laws, but here we are. Soon the day came. The plan my parents, sister and husband had come up with was to wait until everyone was seated since the bride always comes out late. They'd have my sister arrive at that precise time to avoid me seeing her and trying to stop it, and she'd walk down the aisle. By the time I heard what happened, it would be too late to do anything. As for my dress, we saved some of the leftover fabric from my dress alterations. My husband took that to my parents' place, my sister still lives with them, and showed them as proof he'd ruined the dress, then said he had to go back to me as I was raging and he needed to calm me down. He told them he'd see them at the wedding. We made sure to keep our real security hidden initially. As the guests and my parents arrived, they only saw a woman with a list of names to check. Only after my parents had settled in did we bring out the actual security, a guy who looked like a bodyguard. We instructed him not to let my sister in and promised a generous tip if he kept our instructions confidential. Soon, the moment arrived. My parents got a text that my sister was less than 5 minutes away, so my dad signaled for the ceremony to start. My bridesmaids had been prepped to follow his lead, so they did without checking with me. After they all took their places, my dad stood at the entrance, waiting for me. During this, a friend not in the wedding party texted me to get ready, to avoid suspicion if my husband or bridesmaids started texting. This friend, my husband's ally, was as eager to stir drama as he was and didn't mind not being a bridesmaid. As soon as my dad took his position, the bridal song began. The doors opened and I entered. My dad was shocked to see me. He tried to look behind me but couldn't see the venue entrance from where we were, so he had no idea what had happened to my sister. Then his phone rang. I saw the caller ID, and it was her. He left me with a mumbled, "Something came up." Gasps and confusion filled the room. The friend on the plan loudly asked what happened. I lied and said tearfully, "He told me it wasn't supposed to be me there." My husband and I had agreed that if my dad abandoned me, I should say that to make him look as bad as possible. The tears weren't just acting. I was genuinely hurt and trying not to cry. The friend then loudly asked, "What did he mean by it shouldn't be you?" So that everyone could hear and spread it. Then she said, "I will go and check," and ran off. We planned this so she could create chaos with the security and prevent my dad from returning to stop the ceremony. Eventually, my mom also left. At this point, my husband's dad quickly ran over and took my arm. He'd been forewarned he might need to. His desperate run to me made me smile. I walked down the aisle to whispers as people discussed what had happened. Some left to check as well. When I reached my husband, all was well. He comforted me, joking that my sad face was so real I deserved an Oscar, and reassured me he'd deal with my parents for what they did. We got married without any further issues. My parents didn't come back. I noticed a lot of people leaving and returning during the party, but no one dared tell me what was happening. Someone whispered in my husband's ear and he went out. He returned later with a thunderous expression but whispered to me that he needed to go hide before he broke character and started smiling. It worked. Here's the summary from friends, family, the security guy and my husband that I got afterwards. My sister arrived in a wedding dress. The security refused to let her in as we had agreed. He told her she must be at the wrong venue because there was already a bride. Yes, we tipped him very well as promised. My dad tried threatening him with the police, claiming he'd never heard of him, so he couldn't be working there. The security agreed to call the police since he was hired by us and was just doing his job. My dad realized it would be too late and tried to demand that he let my sister in. At this point, the friend came over, started shouting and insulting my sister, and asking what was going on, basically stalling. My mom soon arrived, followed by others. By then, the wedding plan was ruined. All my parents could do now was damage control, as everyone who learned about it was horrified they'd try to pull it off. People started screaming and berating them. The three naturally said it wasn't a secret and blamed my husband. When he was called over, my husband put on his best confused look and denied everything. To quote him, "Gaslight, gatekeeper, girl boss, LOL." He denied ever agreeing to such a ridiculous plan. When they insisted he demanded proof, and of course, they couldn't provide any. All the text exchanges they could show were about normal wedding decisions. My sister was scream-crying and apparently sat on the floor kicking her legs like a child. My dad looked like he wanted to hit my husband, but security and other people held him back. Naturally, they claimed they had no proof because my husband told them not to text. My husband laughed and said, "Wow, how convenient, huh?" Then he repeated, "Why would I ever agree to something so messed up?" He ripped into them about being terrible parents and said he wasn't going to let their stupid plans and lies ruin his wedding, then went back to me. No one believed them. The venue had cameras, but they wouldn't show me the recording as it was only for security purposes. However, some people filmed parts of it. Watching my parents and sister get torn apart by everyone who came out to see the drama was delightful. After years of being accused of things and not being believed, seeing them get a taste of their own medicine was one of the best wedding gifts. My mother was crying, my dad kept changing from purple to white, and my sister was still on the floor crying and screaming. They kept insisting that my husband was in on it, but people kept asking why he would agree, why there was no proof, and why they wanted my sister to do this at my wedding. They had no good answers. Eventually, they were told to leave and had no choice but to do so. My dad apparently had to drag my sister up as she refused to leave the ground. Again, people said nothing to me all night. I guess they wanted to spare me, and maybe it's because I was the bride and not just a guest for once, but it did feel like everyone was making an extra effort to be nice, positive, and excited about everything. My husband says all the expensive food and drinks they were eating certainly helped, LOL. We had a blast. My husband kept up the forced angry face for only a short while before breaking out in smiles again. After that, we went to the hotel to catch some sleep before heading off on our honeymoon. Speaking of which, my parents did try to pay for our plane tickets, but we thought that was risky as they could try to cancel them or something, so we refused. Since then the three of them have tried to contact me. I've refused calls because my husband insisted on keeping a paper trail, a smart move because my sister eventually messaged me. I won't repeat what she said as it was very unhinged and didn't make much sense, but the important part was that she blamed me for her humiliation. Called my husband a two-faced snake who fooled them for months, he wants to print and hang that on our wall, LOL, and hoped, but was also certain, that I'd get cheated on by him. She even suggested he was cheating on me with her. My husband took my phone, screenshot the call logs, my sister's messages and some messages from my parents demanding I pick up the phone, and sent it all to our family group chat. He also sent screenshots of messages to him where they called him names and threatened him, but he kept up the "you're delusional, I never agreed to anything" shtick and even threatened to sue them for defamation and harassment. He wrote a message in the group chat begging my family for help as I was now being harassed by them constantly. He pleaded with them to stop my parents and sister from ruining our honeymoon after they failed to ruin our wedding. He ended with a request that they not share our locations to prevent my parents from sending my sister over and claiming he had somehow agreed to pretend to sleep with her in our honeymoon suite, LOL. My family assured him they'd handle it, and since then, we've had peace. My husband is a bit disappointed that my sister didn't disobey so he could call her out again while tearing her a new one. We'll see if the peace lasts. All in all, while I would have preferred a normal, loving family at my wedding, at least for once in my life they not only failed to ruin something meaningful to me, but I got back at them. Extra info: do I know why they treat me like this? I've been asked this question a lot, so I assume you all will wonder the same. I've pondered this all my life and still don't know. I tried asking when I was young, but they denied any difference and scolded me for being spoiled, so I stopped trying. I've considered many possibilities, but based on my observations I think it's this. I was unplanned. They took a while to have my sister, so she was not only wanted but also like a miracle child after so long. However, given our small age difference, I think they didn't expect to have another child so soon or easily and didn't use adequate protection after my sister's birth. Maybe they didn't realize my mom was pregnant until it was too late, so they were saddled with an unplanned baby while still dealing with a newborn. They're not well off, so having the extra expense likely didn't help, and they resented me. But that's just my conjecture. Regardless, I've accepted that the reason won't truly matter. What they did to me was unwarranted, no matter what. Did they really think this would work? My husband and I have a theory that they never intended to do this at all. We think my sister threw a tantrum over me getting married first when she barely gets dates, and they made my husband that outlandish proposition. They didn't want to pay for my wedding and didn't think we'd accept or that it would even look good for them to do it. By suggesting it and being refused, they could look like the good guys to my sister while having an excuse not to give me a dime. But then my husband accepted it and they couldn't backtrack without risking my sister turning on them.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
Excluded from my sister's wedding, I went on vacation. When the wedding fell apart, my whole family frantically tried to reach me. "You're overreacting. It's just a wedding," my mother said. I was not invited to my own sister's wedding. Instead, I scheduled a trip. Days later, my relatives blew up my phone. I sat there, staring at my screen, reading the message for the 5th time. "Hey, just wanted to let you know the guest list is finalized and we had to make some tough cuts. Hope you understand. Love you." Tough cuts. Tough cuts. I wasn't some distant cousin. I wasn't an old family acquaintance whom they hadn't seen in years. I was her brother. And my sister, the same sister I had assisted through every crisis, heartbreak, and moment of self-doubt, had just cut me out as an afterthought. I glanced at the screen, a slow pang of unbelief spreading into my chest. I nearly laughed, because this had to be a mistake. I took up the phone and called my mother. She responded on the second ring, her voice upbeat. "Hey sweetheart, what's up?" I didn't bother making small talk. "I just got a message from Emily. She says the guest list is finalized and I'm not on it." There was a pause. Just long enough to prove what I had previously suspected. "Oh honey," my mother sighed. She always used that voice to make me feel like I was being unreasonable. "It's just a wedding. Don't make a big deal out of this. Just a wedding." I felt a hot stinging coil in my stomach. "Are you serious?" I asked, my voice unusually calm. "Mom, I'm her brother. How am I not invited to my own sister's wedding?" She produced a tisk sound, as if I were a toddler having a tantrum. "It's not personal. They had to keep the guest list small and—" "Mom." I cut her off. "I just saw Emily's Instagram post. She invited 150 people." Silence. Then, a forced chuckle. "Well, you know how things are. Weddings are expensive. And maybe they assumed you wouldn't mind skipping this one." I felt like I had been hit in the stomach. "Wouldn't mind?" I asked. "Mom, I've been there for Emily through it all. I helped her relocate twice. When she lost her job, we covered half of her rent. And I was the one who helped her get over her last breakup. But now I'm not good enough to be there on her special day." "Oh, stop being dramatic," my mother remarked with a sigh. "It's just one day. You're overreacting." I laughed briefly and without humor. Overreacting, right? I could already predict how things would go. I would argue. My mother would shrug me off. Emily would certainly provide a half-hearted apologies later. I'd be expected to forgive and forget. Because that is what I have always done. Not this time. Something within me cracked. If I wasn't worthy of inclusion, then fine, I would not be. I hung up without saying anything and began browsing through my phone. If I wasn't planning to attend Emily's wedding, then I was going to be somewhere much nicer. I was going on a vacation. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I wasn't the type of guy who got upset over trivial matters. I had previously let a lot slide. Emily had repeatedly forgotten my birthday. She would only call me when she needed something. Our mother always wanted me to be the understanding one. Emily managed to get away with murder. But this was an entirely new level of disdain. I wasn't going to sit around moping while my sister and the rest of the family played happy little wedding without me. If I wasn't significant enough to be featured, then I wasn't significant enough to be present when they needed me. I grabbed my laptop and began looking up flights. If Emily could have the happiest day of her life, then I planned to enjoy the best week of my life. It took less than an hour to plan. I reserved all-inclusive accommodations at a 5-star resort in the Caribbean. Suite with an ocean view, spa services, and access to a private beach. I had always convinced myself that such a trip would be too pricey. Not this time. I wasn't just traveling for a holiday. I was making a statement. When the wedding weekend came around, I was already on a plane, enjoying champagne in first class. I made sure to upload a picture, legs extended out, drink in hand, with this caption. Guess I got cut from the guest list, but I think I'll survive. The reactions were nearly immediate. Some of my cousins sent laughing emojis. My aunt, the only rational member in the family, commented, "Good for you. Should have taken me with you." But what's the best reaction? That came from my mother. She sent me 3 texts in a row. Mom asks, "Where are you?" My mom. "Are you seriously missing your sister's wedding over this?" Mother. "You're being petty." Petty? I wasn't even close to finishing. I responded with a photo of the beach, complete with white sand, crystal blue ocean, and a postcard perfect view. Then I shut off the phone. I wasn't about to let them guilt me. Not this time. For the first time in many years, I was not putting my family first. I was putting myself first. And it felt incredible. By the time I arrived in paradise, I had entirely eliminated any lingering remorse. The moment I walked out of the airport, the warm ocean breeze touched me, bearing the aroma of salt and tropical flowers. A private car was waiting to drive me to the resort. A stylish black SUV with chilled towels and bottled water in the backseat. Yeah. This was far better than a wedding. As we drove down the coast, I reflected on how right I had been to accomplish this. Back home, my family was presumably busy preparing for the big day. My mother was probably making excuses for why I wasn't present. My sister was laughing with her bridesmaids, not giving me a second thought. But I wasn't treated as an afterthought here. Here, I was the priority. My priority. The resort was something out of a fantasy. The lobby has enormous palm trees blooming within. A massive open-air architecture that allowed in the ocean wind. And the kind of service where you were greeted with a cocktail before you checked in. My room? Unreal. Floor-to-ceiling windows and a private balcony and the most gorgeous king-size bed I'd ever seen. I threw down my things, strolled out onto the balcony, and simply took it all in. Then, just to make matters worse, I took a picture of the scenery and shared it with this caption. When one door closes, another one opens, preferably to a beachside suite with unlimited margaritas. I knew it would find its way back to my family, and honestly, I hoped it did. Because for once, they could understand what it was like to be left out. And I was only getting started. The first full day of my trip was simply fantastic. I began the morning with room service, which included fluffy pancakes, fresh fruit, and coffee that was so wonderful it ruined every cup I'd ever tasted. Then I spent the entire day doing precisely what I wanted. No responsibilities. There's no family turmoil. Just me, the ocean, and a timetable focused only on my own enjoyment. By the afternoon, I was lounging on a sunbed by the infinity pool, martini in hand, watching the waves roll in. Every so often, I'd check at my phone, not to check in with my family, but look at the growing amount of responses to my vacation blogs. The comments were gold. Cousin Jake. Bro, where are you even? Aunt Lisa. Okay, now you're just showing off. An old college acquaintance says, dude, invite me next time. Finally, I received a notification that made me smirk. Emily saw your article. Oh, now she was paying attention. I could just imagine her reaction, sitting in the bridal room, sipping inexpensive champagne, scrolling through Instagram only to see me having my best life while she is anxious about her wedding. Good. I leaned back, took another sip of my beverage, and thought, enjoy your special day, sis. I hope it's all you wanted. However, when the sun began to set, something unusual occurred. My phone started to explode. Initially, I ignored it. I figured it was just more people reacting to my photos. But then I noticed these names. Mom. Emily. Cousin Jake. Even Uncle Rob. Call after call. Texts are coming in non-stop. I raised an eyebrow and eventually opened my phone. The first text I saw was from my mother. Mother. Call me, it's an emergency. Is there an emergency? Attending the wedding? I sighed, debating whether I really cared. Jake then sent another message. Jake's reaction. Dude, you are not going to believe what just happened. Oh, now I was curious. I sat up and scrolled through the texts. And I quickly understood that the universe had given me the nicest wedding gift I could have ever hoped for. Because as it turned out, Emily's beautiful wedding had gone up in flames. I scanned through a torrent of messages, my sneer grew with each one. Jake replied, Bro. You dodged a bullet. Mother. Call me right now. This is a family crisis. Emily, please. Where are you? I need you. I stretched out in my lounge chair. I took another drink of my cocktail, and continued scrolling. Then I discovered a message that made me laugh out loud. According to cousin Melissa, the groom simply walked out. I almost choked on my drink. Did the groom leave? Oh, this was better than I could have expected. Curiosity got the best of me, so I eventually texted Jake back. My response? What do you mean he left? Jake. Dude, during the reception, full meltdown. He and Emily had some huge fight and then he just walked out. Straight up left the venue. Jake, again. Oh, and then Uncle Rob and Dad got into a screaming match over who was ruining the family's reputation. Grandma cried. The venue cut the bar early. It's a mess. I leaned back, smirking. My sister had refused to let me attend the wedding, believing that she didn't need me. And now? Suddenly, I was the first person they all ran towards. I could already hear my mother's voice in my brain. You need to fix this, Emily is devastated. Yes, no thanks. I opened the following message. It came from Emily. Emily says, answer your phone. Please, I need you. Oh, suddenly I was significant. I took a deep breath and typed back a single response. Me. Sorry, I'm a little busy enjoying my overreaction. Hope the wedding was fun. And then, I blocked her phone number. I blocked my mother. I also blocked Jake, just in case he got drawn into their guilt trip operation. Then I turned my phone to do not disturb mode, waved over the bartender, and ordered another drink. Because, while my family spiraled, I was in paradise. And for once, I wasn't bothered. The following morning, I awoke to the sound of waves breaking on the shore. The aroma of sea and tropical flowers wafted through my open balcony doors. I stretched and yawned. And for one lovely minute, I almost forgot about the pandemonium at home. Almost. Then I looked at my phone. Even though I blocked the majority of my family, I still had more than 20 missed calls from random numbers. They tried everything to contact me. Several voicemails had slipped through. Despite my better judgment, I pressed play on the first one. Mom's voice, frantic. I don't know what you think you're doing, but this is not the time for one of your tantrums. Your sister is devastated and we need you here. This family needs to stick together right now. I rolled my eyes before deleting it. Next voicemail. Emily is crying. I don't understand why you're doing this. You're my brother. I need you. Please, just call me back. Click. Deleted. The following one had me laughing. Jake whispered as if he were hiding in a closet. Dude, Mom and Aunt Lisa are planning to show up at your apartment when you get back. Just a heads up. Also, Grandma keeps saying the wedding was cursed because you weren't there. It's hilarious. Was that a voicemail? I've saved. I tossed my phone on the bed and stepped out onto the balcony. The sun had just begun to rise. Creating a golden glow over the ocean, I took a deep breath, allowing the warmth of it to sink in. Back at home, my family was scrambling to perform damage control. Meanwhile, I was here, sipping espresso while wearing a bathrobe, enjoying the best decision I'd ever made. And the best part? They were now feeling what I had felt when they cut me out. Unwanted. Forgotten. Left out. It was rather poetic, actually. But I wasn't finished yet. I grabbed my phone. I took a photo of my breakfast, which included fluffy pancakes, fresh fruit, and a mimosa that was so brilliant it might blind someone. And posted it with this caption. Starting my day stress-free. Hope everyone back home is doing okay. Then, just for fun, I went through my blocked messages, grinned at all of the missed calls, and ordered another mimosa. I didn't intend to call them back. Allow them to clean up their own mess. I was on vacation. By midday, I was relaxing under a secluded cabana, sipping a tropical drink with an umbrella when my phone vibrated again. This time, the message came from cousin Melissa. Melissa. Okay, I know you're mad. And honestly, you deserve to be. But you have to hear what happened after the wedding. Call me. You're going to love this. I raised an eyebrow. Melissa has always been the only cousin with a brain. If she mentioned that I needed to hear anything, it was probably worth the time. So, despite my better judgment, I called her. She answered the first ring. Oh my God, you're finally answering, she said, unable to contain her joy. Okay, are you sitting down? I gazed about in my shaded cabana, the vast ocean in front of me and the chilled beverage in my palm. Yeah, I think I'm in a good place for whatever this is. Melissa let out a breathless laugh. Okay, after the groom left, Emily had a complete meltdown. And I don't mean a few tears. I mean yelling, wailing, and throwing objects at the wedding party. I smirked. Sounds about right. Melissa continued, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Everyone was attempting to calm her down. Mom overheard Aunt Lisa suggest that the disaster could have been avoided. If you'd been there? I blinked. Wait, what? Melissa giggled. Yes, she was saying that you've always been the one to mend problems when Emily spirals. That if you were present, you would have talked sense into the groom or handled everything like you normally do. I burst into laughter. So let me get this straight. The same family that barred me from the wedding is now blaming me for not being present to preserve it. Oh, it gets better, Melissa remarked. Mom told Lisa she was acting ridiculous. And then they started fighting, loudly. Then Grandma became involved, saying Emily brought this on herself. Because she offended the cosmos by not inviting her brother. I almost choked on my drink. Melissa was cackling now. Grandma lectured Emily in front of everyone, stating, if you had treated your family better, you wouldn't be alone in your wedding dress right now. I leaned back smirking. Wow, that's beautiful. Oh, and then, Melissa said. Your mother attempted to contact the groom's family to resolve the situation? His mother just smiled and said, this is your issue now. I had to set down my drink before I spilled it from laughing so hard. So, I said, collecting my breath. Where does that leave Emily? Melissa sighed. Still weeping. Still blaming everyone except herself. Last I heard, she was trying to save the wedding with some sort of backup plan. But let's be honest, she's not going to recover from this. I shook my head grinning. You know what the best part is? What? I took a slow sip from my drink. I don't care. Melissa roared with laughter. Honestly, I don't blame you. I just thought you'd appreciate knowing that karma did its job. Oh, I love knowing that, I remarked, smirking. Thanks for the update, Melissa. No problem, she replied. Enjoy your trip, and for the record, you did the right thing. I hung up, more satisfied than I had been in years. They wanted a wedding without me. And now, thanks to their own selfishness, they had a disaster instead. I grabbed up my drink and raised it to the heavens. And I toasted to the best decision I've ever made. Then I turned off my phone and relaxed back in my cabana. Let the beach air sweep away the rest of my shame. For the remainder of the day, I didn't look at my phone. Instead, I scheduled a sunset cruise. Allow the warm breeze to wash over me, and had a 5-star meal by the seaside. My family was still picking up the pieces from Emily's wedding tragedy. I was enjoying the greatest steak I'd ever had. At some point, a notion occurred to me. Perhaps I should feel sorry for her. Then I remembered how she left me out without hesitation. Yes, no. I took a sip from my wine. I took one last shot of the view. And shared it with one caption. 0 regrets. Finally, with a contented smile, I turned off my phone again. Let them stew, I was done being their backup plan. The following morning, I awoke feeling lighter than I have in years. There is no guilt. There will be no tension. There were no last-minute family emergencies that became my job to solve. Just myself and the sound of waves. And an entire day of nothing but rest. I stretched, ordered room service, and, out of curiosity, I turned my phone back on. A big mistake. Within seconds, my notification surged. Mom said, "You need to stop acting like a child and call me." Emily's response. "I can't believe you're doing this to me. You are so selfish. Your mother. This isn't funny." Emily is heartbroken. "Do you even care?" Unknown number, possibly my aunt. "We need to fix this family before it's too late." I groaned and shook my head. It was almost surprising how swiftly they moved from ignoring me to expect me to cure everything. Then, one message struck my attention. "Melissa. Okay, I understand you are ignoring everyone, but please read this. Your mother is trying to gather the family for a discussion when you return. Just a heads up. I almost laughed aloud. Oh, they assumed I would return as if nothing had happened. As if I'd just come up and let their guilt trip me. And pretend the entire thing never occurred. Yeah, not happening. I quickly replied to Melissa. Thanks for the warning, but I won't be there. Melissa says. Wait, what do you mean? Me. I'm extending my trip. They wanted to cut me out? Okay. I'm cutting myself off altogether. I could almost see her reaction. A combination of astonishment and amusement. A few seconds later, she responded. Melissa. Okay, that's iconic. Tell me everything when you get back, whenever that is LOL. I grinned, set down my phone, and grabbed up my laptop. With a few clicks, my trip was officially extended. Another entire week. There's no family. There's no drama. No family discussions. Just me and the water. They never allowed me to have peace. And the best part? They couldn't do anything about it. Before going to the beach, I sent one final text. Me, Mom, and Emily. Oh, so you want me around? Sorry, I'm too busy enjoying my reactions. Have fun cleaning up your own messes. Then, for the last time, I blocked their numbers. I put my phone down. Ordered another drink. Let the sun warm my skin. There is no guilt. There will be no tension. No regrets. Just peace. And it was the best decision I've ever made.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
I ended my engagement to my fiancée. After she wanted a break to explore her ex, I sold our house and disappeared. Hello everyone. After what feels like an eternity, I, 27 million, decided it was time to discuss what has been going on with me recently. Here's the thing. Until lately, I thought I was marrying the love of my life, Tessa, 26F. We'd been together for 4 years, and for the most part, I thought we were solid. But now I'm sitting here, wondering why I didn't see this coming sooner. Tessa and I met at a birthday celebration, introduced by a mutual friend. She was humorous, confident, and had a no-nonsense approach that I enjoyed. I'd dated previously, but no one connected with me as she did. We hit it off quickly and moved in together after a year. Things felt natural, as if we were all on the same page about professions, marriage, and eventually creating a family. She was a freelance graphic designer, and I worked as a project manager for a technology business, so our schedules were very similar. Life wasn't glamorous, but it was enjoyable. We had been discussing getting married for a time, but it wasn't until last year that I proposed. Nothing fancy, just a simple supper at home for the two of us. Tessa seems thrilled. She cried, hugged me, and agreed. That night, we began to envision our future. A fall wedding, a limited guest list, and this charming little site by the lake. It seemed like everything was falling into place, or so I thought. The initial red flags were little and evident. They were little sneaky flaws that I ignored because I didn't want to overthink. For example, Tessa's enthusiasm for wedding preparation faded after a few months. She was all in at first, sending me Pinterest boards, searching through wedding outfits, and asking about small details like whether I preferred tulips or roses for the centerpieces. But suddenly it simply stopped. I'd ask her questions like, "Hey, have you chosen your bridesmaids yet?" And she'd shrug it aside. "Not yet, I'm still thinking about it," she said again. The same thing happened with her clothing, cake, and music. Every decision we'd been so enthused about had become something she wanted to postpone. "There's still time," she'd say. The wedding seemed like an afterthought. At the time, I told myself it was just stress. Wedding planning can be overwhelming, right? Plus, Tessa had a lot going on at work. I assumed she'd snap out of it eventually. What I didn't realize was that her lack of enthusiasm wasn't about the wedding, but about us. The true slap in the face happened one night while we were out with some friends. Someone brought up the dumb TikTok game, which you've probably seen. It's the one where you have to answer personal questions while keeping a straight face and not passing judgment. Everything was going well until someone said, "If you could relive one relationship, which would it be?" Without thinking, Tessa responded, "Oh, probably Dylan." Just like that. Dylan. Her college ex. The person who cheated on her. The moment she uttered that, the room became awkwardly quiet. She giggled awkwardly and attempted to backtrack, saying, "I mean, not that I'd want to. It's just a significant element of my past." I wanted to confront her right there, but we were among friends, so I let it go. Later, when we were alone, I asked her about it. "What was it about Dylan?" Why would you choose to revisit that relationship? She simply shrugged it off as if it were no big thing. It was a stupid game, Liam. Don't take it so seriously. She grinned and shifted the subject. I didn't press it because, honestly, I didn't want to start a battle over something that could have been minor. But, deep down, it stayed with me. Following that, her behavior became more difficult to ignore. She was using her phone more frequently, going through her texts with a cheeky little smile. She began creating vague explanations for why she couldn't hang out or why she would cancel plans at the last minute. "Oh, sorry, I just have a lot of work to catch up on tonight," she'd typically remark. Or it may be, "I promised my mom I'd visit this weekend." The justifications were not particularly suspicious, but they were stacking up. It seemed like I had become less of a priority. Then came Friday night, which changed everything. I arrived home from work early, excited to spend the evening with Tessa. I was hoping we might order in and binge watch something, a quiet night. When I came in, however, the atmosphere seemed odd. She was seated on the couch, holding her laptop, but she wasn't working. She was staring at the screen, absolutely unfocused. "Hey, I'm home," I murmured, hoping to relieve the tension. "You're early," she said, as if it were a negative thing. I shrugged it off and went into the kitchen to begin preparing dinner, but the silence in the house was oppressive. Usually, she'd ask how my day was or tell me about her own. What about tonight? Nothing. Finally, I looked around and asked, "Is everything okay?" She shut her laptop and glanced at me. "Actually, there's something I need to talk to you about." And my stomach sank. You know how you feel when you know something horrible is going to happen but you can't stop it? That was me, standing there like an idiot with a spatula in one hand. I approached and sat across from her. "All right," I said. "What is going on?" She paused, as if she were trying to find the proper words. She just came out with it. "I've been thinking about us." "And about Dylan?" I swear that I almost laughed. "Dylan, are you serious? What about him?" She bit her lip and avoided my gaze. "I suppose I need some time to consider things through. I'd like to take a break and see whether there's still something there with him." I couldn't believe what I heard. "Do you want to take a break and date your ex? Are you out of your mind, Tessa? We've got engaged." "It's not like that," she responded hurriedly, as if she could smooth things up. "I just want to know if I'm making the right choice with you. And if it doesn't work out, I pledge to come back." That's when I discovered how deep her chutzpah was. She assumed I would sit around and wait for her to decide whether I was good enough. Something inside me moved at that very instant. I did not yell or blow up. I just sat there staring at her, wondering how the hell I hadn't seen this coming. I wasn't sure how to answer at first. My fiancée recently informed me that she wants to take a break to explore things with her ex, Dylan. What can you say to that? Finally, I asked. "So, what does this break mean to you?" My voice came out more calmer than I felt. She straightened up slightly, as if she had been ready for this conversation. "I believe we need some space to figure things out. I'll take some time to see if my feelings for Dylan are genuine, and you are welcome to ponder on us as well." I couldn't believe the audacity. "Wait," I replied, leaning forward. "You're saying you need to date your ex, but I need to reflect on us? What kind of backwards logic is that?" Tessa sighed, as if I were the one acting unreasonable. "It's not about you doing something wrong, Liam. This is about me figuring out what I need." She seemed to have practiced this. The way she spoke, the way she avoided eye contact, it was as if she had already decided this was going to happen and simply wanted me to accept it. "You know this sounds insane, right?" I muttered. "You don't just put your fiancé on hold while you go play what if with some guy who treats you like garbage." Her face tightened, and for the first time, I realized how stubborn she could be. "I'm not asking for permission, Liam, I'm telling you what I need." That one landed differently. I wasn't just sad anymore, I was angry. I stood up and began pacing, hoping to calm myself down. "So what, Tessa? You're just going to pack a bag and head over to Dylan's place? Is that your big plan?" "No," she insisted. "It's not like that, I don't know what it looks like yet, but I need clarity before we move forward. I owe it to myself to know I'm making the right decision." "You owe it to yourself?" I asked, laughing cruelly. "And what about what you owe me?" "We're engaged, Tessa. We're supposed to be building a life together, and now you're telling me you need to test drive your ex to make sure I'm good enough?" "I never said you weren't good enough," she replied, her voice rising. "But if we're going to spend the rest of our lives together, I have to be certain. And right now I'm not." That was it. She wasn't simply interested in exploring things with Dylan, she was also unsure about me. Even after 4 years together and all of our plans, she was still unsure. It struck me all at once. She hadn't realized how painful and stupid her plea was. She believed this was reasonable, that I'd just sit there while she figured out whatever foolishness was going through her head. I stopped pacing and glanced at her, really stared at her. You know what? Sure, I responded, my tone bland. Take your break. She blinked, surprised by how quickly I agreed. Liam, I'm not trying to hurt you. I need space to figure things out. I nodded and kept my expression bland. All right. If that's what you need. She paused, as if she expected me to argue or fight for her. When I didn't, she stood up, took out her laptop, and murmured, I'll stay at my mom's for a bit. This isn't forever. We'll talk when I've had some time. Okay, I replied simply. She looked at me, wondering how to answer, and then disappeared into the bedroom. I could hear her moving around and throwing items into a bag. I remained calm on the couch, but my mind was already turning. If she really wants a break, that's okay. Let her have it. Several minutes later, I heard the front door close. She was gone, perhaps believing she had abandoned me here to wait and worry. She had no idea I was not going to sit around and do nothing. She could have her fantasy, but I had other ideas now. I'll provide an update once I've set some things in motion. This is not going to end the way she expects it to. Update 1. Thank you for your feedback and suggestions on my last post. A lot has happened this week, and I'd like to report how things are going. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone in this community for their wonderful support. Many of you mentioned that I don't just sit around waiting, and you were correct. I've been busy putting everything into motion. First, I called my pal Noah. He's been my best friend since college, and he's not the type of man to sugarcoat things. After hearing the full story, he brought over pizza, and we spent the entire night scheming. Dude, you realize she's going to try to crawl back once things don't work out with Dylan, right? Noah reminded him. He was correct, of course. The more we talked, the more obvious it became that I needed to be proactive. This was not about vengeance, it was about regaining control of my life. I began with the house. Tessa doesn't seem to recall that it's entirely in my name. She loves to act as if it's our home, always talking about the curtains and paint colors she chose, yet I'm the one who pays the mortgage. I phoned a realtor first thing Monday morning. The realtor came by to see the property, and we decided to list it right away. The market in our neighborhood is now hot, and we already have several potential purchasers. Tessa has no idea. She probably believes I'm sitting here in our shared home, waiting for her to sort out her feelings. The next step was to gradually remove her from my life. You remember the Live Laugh Love placards she insisted on putting up? Gone. Did she have to have those beautiful throw pillows? Donated. Her clothing and personal belongings that she left behind? I carefully packaged them all up. But this is where I became strategic. Instead of just dropping her belongings off at her mother's house or having her come fetch them, I hired a moving company. They took everything to her mother's house and left a short note. Here's your stuff. Good luck with Dylan. I know some of you may think this is petty, but I disagree. I'm not being vengeful, I'm being efficient. She wanted some room to think things through? Well, she's got it, literally. The most fascinating moment came when mutual friends began asking questions. Instead of playing the victim or slandering her, I simply stated the truth. Tessa decided she needed to explore things with her ex before committing to marriage. I decided I deserve better than being someone's backup plan. You should watch how people respond to that. No drama, no accusations, just facts. It's amazing how rapidly the story changes when you don't try to control it. I've also been making moves at work. I applied for a position at our West Coast office that I'd been considering for a long time. If the house sells, which seems quite likely, and I get this job, I'll be starting over on the other side of the country. Tessa has attempted to contact me several times this week, first with light-hearted texts like, "Hope you're doing okay," and progressing to progressively concerned messages when she learned I was actually making changes rather than simply waiting around. Yesterday, she was in a panic when her mother informed her that the boxes had been delivered. "What are you doing? Why are you acting like this is over?" I kept my response simple. "Because it is over, Tessa. You made your choice, and now I'm making mine." She began crying, claiming that she simply wanted time to figure things out, that I was being quick, and that this was not what she meant when she asked for a break. "What did you expect?" I questioned her. "That I'd sit here like a faithful puppy while you test drove your ex? That's not how this works." "But what if I realize you're the one I want?" She was weeping. "Then you'll have learned a valuable lesson about not taking people for granted," I said before hanging up the phone. The weird thing is that I'm no longer upset. Instead, I feel liberated. Every box I pack, every move I make feels like I'm reclaiming parts of myself that I didn't realize I'd given up. Noah came by again yesterday to assist me with packing the house. He also saw the change in me. "You seem different," he observed. "More focused?" He's correct. I'm different. When Tessa first revealed her desire to pursue things with Dylan, I felt like my world was falling. Now I see it wasn't my world collapsing, but rather the false reality I'd been living in finally disintegrating. I have more things in the works, but I will hold them for the next update. For the time being, I'll simply say this. Sometimes the greatest way to respond to someone treating you as an option is to completely remove yourself from their list of options. Stay tuned. This narrative hasn't ended yet, and I have a feeling Tessa is finding that her break to straighten things out isn't going to go nearly as planned. Update 2. I appreciate all of the feedback on my recent update. Things have escalated significantly, and I'd like to tell you how the situation has evolved. Remember how I mentioned applying for the West Coast position? Okay, I got it. The timing could not be better. The house is under contract, and the closing is slated for next month. But that's only the beginning. What's particularly interesting is how Tessa's Dylan exploration is unfolding. Through mutual connections, I discovered that their restored passion isn't quite the fairy tale she envisioned. Apparently, 4 years haven't changed him much. He's still the untrustworthy guy who cheated on her in college. But here's when it gets good. Tessa has attempted to control the narrative on social media. She has been sharing vague, inspiring phrases about finding yourself and following your heart. So I decided to play the same game, but with a twist. I created a single factual post. Update on my life. Excited to announce I've accepted a position in San Francisco. Sometimes when one door closes, better ones open. Looking forward to this new chapter. The comments and texts began pouring in. People congratulated me, inquired about the relocation, and, of course, wondered about Tessa. I kept my answers basic and honest. We're no longer together. She wanted to explore other options, so I'm exploring mine too. This set off a fantastic chain reaction in our social circle. Remember those friends who weren't sure about the situation? Watching me handle this with grace as Tessa shares cryptic relationship quotations completely changed the atmosphere. Then came the professional consequences. Tessa's freelance design employment is primarily based on recommendations and networking. Sarah, 29F, a mutual contact in the computer field who used to refer many clients to Tessa, contacted me. "I need to know what happened," Sarah explained over coffee. "Tessa's telling people you're having a temporary separation to grow individually, but something feels off." I shared Tessa's note about wanting to date Dylan. Sarah's look said it all. She did not believe it. By the end of the week, numerous potential clients had pushed back their projects with Tessa, not because I said anything nasty, but because, honestly, who wants to work with someone who takes commitment so lightly? Tessa sensed the shift. Her texts become more frequent and frantic. "Why are you telling people about Dylan? You're ruining my reputation. This isn't fair, I just needed time to think." I answered to the last one. "You got what you wanted, time and space, how I spend mine is no longer your concern." Then came the turning point. Dylan, in his wonderful wisdom, shared a photo of them together at the restaurant where Tessa and I had our first date. It was evident she was attempting to recreate our history with him. It was both sad and funny. The post didn't last long, but the damage was done. Our friends witnessed it, and the remaining few individuals who supported Tessa's finding myself story lost respect for her. Even her own sister contacted me. "I'm so sorry about how she's handling this. You deserve better." What is the most satisfying part? I didn't have to be vengeful. I simply lived my life freely and honestly, whereas Tessa attempted to play both sides. The truth has a way of emerging. She visited my office yesterday. Dylan seemed to have already revealed his true colors, flirting with other women, being untrustworthy, a familiar story. She was crying. "I made a huge mistake," she cried. "I was scared of commitment. I thought I needed to know if there was something better out there, but I was wrong. You're the best thing that ever happened to me." I simply gazed at her calmly. "No, Tessa. The best thing that ever happened to me was you showing your true colors before we got married." She attempted to argue, claiming that we could fix this, that she would go to counseling, and that she would prove she could be trusted again. I simply shook my head. "You don't get it, do you? This isn't about Dylan anymore. This is about you thinking you could keep me as a backup while you explore your options. That's not love, that's convenience." She left my office distraught, but I felt better than ever. The house closes next week, the majority of my belongings are packed, and my new life in San Francisco begins in a month. The funny thing is that some folks think I'm being overly tough. Everyone makes mistakes, they explain. However, this was not a mistake, it was a choice. There are actually several options available. Each time she texted Dylan. Every time, she lied about where she was. She spent every second planning to put our romance on hold. These were all options. I'll provide another update once the move is complete. For the time being, I'll leave you with this. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even, but rather getting better. And this is exactly what I'm doing. Next update. Update 3. Thank you for following my journey. This will be my final update, and I have some interesting developments to report. San Francisco is everything I imagined it would be. My new apartment has a stunning view of the bay, and the tech scene here is fantastic. My new office team is fantastic. It's refreshing to be around people who prioritize growth and innovation over drama. But first, let me catch you up on how things ended back home. The closing went smoothly, and the house actually sold for more than the asking price. It was interesting to see Tessa's reaction after finding out through mutual friends. She didn't believe I'd sold the house until she drove by and saw the new owners move in. Here's where it got really interesting. Remember Dylan? He reached out to me, of all people. He sent me a long message about how he never meant to cause problems and that Tessa had contacted him first, months before she requested the break. Tessa had been planning her little exploration for quite some time. She had been messaging Dylan for months, carefully laying the groundwork for her backup strategy. What's with the irony? Dylan ended their relationship because, as he put it, if she could do this to you, she could do it to anyone. Tessa's professional fallout has been significant. Remember all the clients she'd lined up? Most of them discovered other designers, not because I said anything, but because word spreads in the industry. One of her largest clients really contacted me. We heard what happened with the engagement, they told us. We're looking for someone who can commit to long-term projects. Do you know any reliable designers? I recommended a talented acquaintance of mine, and she received the contract. Karma, I suppose. Tessa's social media meltdown has been something to see. Then came the sorrowful quotations about losing your sweetheart, followed by angry posts about toxic people who can't handle growth. Finally, she made urgent attempts to show everyone how delighted she was. The final one was quite interesting. She wrote about beginning her own design firm. 3 days later, she began sending out job applications. Last week, her sister contacted me again. Tessa has apparently been staying with their parents, stating she needs time to heal from our separation. Her sister's exact words were, "She really thought you'd wait for her. When you sold the house and moved, it broke her fantasy completely." The most reassuring moment occurred during a video call with our old friend group. They were telling me about local gossip, and someone described seeing Tessa at a coffee shop, explaining to a potential customer why her portfolio website was down. Apparently, she forgot that I was the one who set it up and maintained it. She couldn't figure out how to restore her hosting membership when it expired. Not my concern anymore. My new life here is coming together well. I've joined a local rock climbing club, begun taking Spanish lessons, and even adopted a dog from a local shelter. His name is Zeus, and he's a greater companion than my ex-fiancée. The tech community here is really inviting. Last week, I was invited to speak at a developer conference, which would not have happened if I had stayed at home. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you're not dragging dead weight. I had one last interaction with Tessa. She sent me an email requesting some old images from our shared cloud storage. I had previously downloaded what I wanted and terminated the account several weeks ago. Her email stated, "I know you're trying to erase me from your life, but you can't just delete our memories. Those 4 years meant something." My reply was simple. "You're right. Those years taught me what I don't want in a partner. Thanks for the lesson." Some mutual acquaintances believe I am being very harsh and should be more understanding of her moment of confusion. However, that wasn't a moment. It was a calculated decision to keep me as a safety net while she pursued what she believed to be a better option. What is the most important thing I've learned from all of this? Sometimes the worst things that happen to you result in the best outcomes. If Tessa hadn't shown her true colors, I could have married her, only to learn her genuine personality years later, possibly with children in the mix. Instead, I'm in a lovely city with a wonderful job, making new friends, and feeling optimistic about the future. The anguish of betrayal has been replaced by thankfulness for the gunshot avoided. Thank you to everyone who has followed the story and offered advice. Your encouragement helped me remain strong when I might have faltered. And for anyone going through a similar situation, know this. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Don't wait around for them to alter their mind about you. Life is too short to be someone's backup plan. Sometimes the best thing you can do is walk away and make things better for yourself. That's it for now, guys. This chapter of my life has officially ended, and I couldn't be more excited for the next one to begin. Take care, and thank you for everything.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
I got uninvited from my mom's birthday because I didn't look good next to my sister's boyfriend. Turns out, I was actually his boss. He looked me in the eye and said, "If you still insist on coming home, then don't call me your father." 3 weeks later, the power, water, and internet in their house all shut off, on my mom's birthday. Follow my narrative, perhaps you will recognize yourself in it. Hello, this is Ryan. I'm 30 years old and reside in a little town around 40 minutes from Seattle. Every morning, I make myself a cup of coffee, put on the weather, and drive less than 10 minutes to work. I co-founded a small technology company focused on sustainable energy. Not everyone understands what I do, including my family. They still think I spend my days tightening screws and repairing machinery, which I don't mind. I have never felt the need to explain. When someone asks about my family, my parents or my sister Jessica, I smile slightly. "It's been a while since we talked," I remarked, and that's it. I'm not hiding anything, but I don't see the sense in retelling it anymore. I haven't contacted them in over 2 years. No calls, texts, holidays, or birthdays, nothing. Just a long calm stretch, as if the connection between us had been severed and no one tried to repair it. I used to feel that family was everything. But 2 years ago, on my mother's birthday, everything changed. 2 years ago, 3 weeks before my mother's birthday, I had just booked a trip and taken time off work. The plan was simple: go home early, stay for a few days, and help with preparations, just like every other year. Nothing extraordinary. I just wanted to let them know. I contacted my mother right away, but my father answered after only 2 rings. "I'll be home 2 days early," I announced nonchalantly. "If there's anything you need me to pick up or help with, just let me know." He initially responded vaguely, but then hesitated. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded strange, heavier than normal, as if he was attempting to avoid something. "Ryan, if possible, maybe don't come home this year." At the time, I assumed he was just concerned about my schedule. "It's fine, Dad," I said, still clutching a steaming mug of coffee. "I've got everything sorted, it's no trouble." The pause was longer this time. Then he spoke again, firmer, but colder. "Jessica's bringing her boyfriend home this year. He's a manager, someone important. Speaks well and carries himself properly. And your job, well, it isn't very comfortable to talk about, so it's best if you don't come." At that point, I felt heat rising from the back of my neck to my face. My heartbeat quickened, and I automatically grasped my coffee mug closer. "What the hell did you just say?" I exclaimed, unable to keep my voice calm. "Are you seriously saying that to me right now?" He didn't dispute it, take it back, or soften. Instead, he responded plainly and sharply. "You coming home would just embarrass the whole family. If you insist on coming, don't call me your father." And then he disconnected up without a moment's pause. I put the phone down. My palm was still shaking and somewhat sticky from sweat. The apartment was completely silent, no TV, no footsteps, just me standing there, staring into space like I'd been plucked out of my life. His words kept echoing in my head, slow and clear, like a recording stuck on repeat. "You coming home would just embarrass the whole family. If you still insist on coming back, don't call me your father." For a moment, I wondered if I had misheard him, but no. Every word and tone was cold as ice and solid as stone. There was no slip of the tongue and no room for hope. I clenched my jaw, my throat tightening as if something had lodged there and refused to move. Right immediately, memories began to flood back. I silently paid all of their bills, including electricity, water, and internet, for more than 2 years. Nobody ever mentioned anything, and now they're calling me the family's shame. I quickly took up my phone, my hands still slightly trembling, despite the fact that my mind had begun to cool. I opened the banking app and went down to see my transaction history. My only purpose was to see how much I had spent on my family over the previous 2 years. I needed a number for my power bill, water bill, and internet service, every month, without fail. Each payment was handled on schedule and automatically deducted from my account. For 2 years in a row, nearly $400 per month has been paid without fail. I gently scrolled to the very bottom. Total amount spent, $9,842.17. I stared at that number for a few more seconds, not because I was astonished, but because something inside my chest had suddenly settled. Not grief, not even fury, but just empty space. Nearly $10,000, and now they label me the family's shame. As I glanced at the enormous list of bank transactions, a silent question arose, one that no one in my family had posed in 30 years. Has Jessica ever done as much for our parents as I have? It was not jealousy, and I was not looking for credit. It was merely that if I am deemed the family's shame, who is that standard being evaluated against? I had paid approximately $10,000 in living expenses for them secretly, without asking for anything in return, and without ever mentioning it. What about her? Has she ever had to make a sacrifice or beg for help? Or did she arrive, smile pretty, and make an impact in a lovely dress while holding a successful boyfriend? I was not asking to keep score. I was asking because, for the first time, I noticed that fairness was never considered in this household. I'd grown accustomed to standing on the sidelines since I was a child. In family photos, I was frequently partially hidden behind someone else or captured at the edge of the frame. I wasn't exactly gazing at the camera. Nobody ever told me to step aside, but I always did. Jessica was at the center of every important event in our family, from birthdays and graduations to her breakups. There was always a reason for everyone to band together, console, and celebrate her. I can't recall the last time somebody inquired if I was okay. Jessica is 2 years older than me, but the difference between us was never about age. She was the hope, the future-oriented child that our parents proudly mentioned when relatives visited. And me? In the same talks, if I was mentioned at all, it was as a short footnote. Ryan. Oh, he's fine. I believe he works in technology. I used to believe that if I worked hard enough, remained out of trouble, and quietly handled everything, they'd eventually see me. However, they didn't. It turns out that when you're used to being invisible, nobody notices when you leave. I began covering my parents' utility costs, electricity, water, and internet, nearly 2 years ago. My mother called first, and everything started there. That day, she moaned about how the cost of living had risen, how this month's bills had unexpectedly increased, and how their retirement income was no longer sufficient. Then, gently and hesitantly, she said, "If you could help us even a little, it would mean a lot." I agreed. At the time, I assumed it would be only a few months until things settled down. However, the months that followed looked precisely like the previous one. Nobody mentioned terminating it, and there was no backup plan. Every now and then, I'd ask, "Is Jessica helping out at all, Mom?" She'd always evade the topic. Sometimes she'd say, "Just help us this month, your sister will pitch in next time." Other times, "Your sister's covering Dad's medical stuff, that's not easy either." I heard those lines so many times I could recite them by heart, and I just smiled and let it go every time, because I knew none of it was true. So I kept sending the money, nearly $400 per month, reliably and quietly, without complaint. Nobody mentioned it. It wasn't that I didn't care, it was simply that I felt it was the correct thing to do. I used to think that if I was quiet and responsible enough, they would notice. But today, after everything, they look at me and say, I'm the family's shame. After a time, everything around me was silent, and I just sat there, paralyzed on the couch. I still had my phone in my hand. I wasn't angry or heartbroken anymore. There was only one clear emotion sitting in my chest, something like, that's enough. Following that, I opened my banking app. I scrolled down to the automatic payments section, where I had set up monthly transfers to cover my parents' expenses for power, water, and internet. I tapped into each thing one by one and canceled them without hesitation. I did it softly, not to avenge myself, but to preserve the one thing I still had. A semblance of self-esteem, the only thing they hadn't taken away from me. About a week later, I received the first message from my mother, in the same soothing tone she always used. There was no mention of what had happened, nor was there an apology. "I just got a notice that the internet bill is due. Can you take care of it?" I read the message, glanced at the screen for a time, and then placed the phone down without responding. Not because I was attempting to make a statement, but because, after all, the first thing they thought to say was a request. Pay the internet bill. There was no, "Are you okay?" or even a basic, "Can we talk?" So I remained silent, and that silence, to me, said everything. 2 weeks later, my father called. The phone rang a few times before stopping. I didn't respond. A few minutes later, he left a voicemail. His tone was sharp and impatient, as it usually had been. "The power company called. This month's bill hasn't been paid. What's going on?" There was no worry, no mention of what he said the day I called to say I'd be home for Mom's birthday. I listened to the message, then turned off the screen and placed the phone face down on the table. And just like that, I remained silent until my mother's birthday. My mother's birthday was around 3 weeks after my father advised me not to come home. The party went on as normal, with her favorite roasted chicken, cake from her favorite bakery, and a few close relatives gathering around the dinner table. Except for me, everything had been meticulously planned and executed. That afternoon, at precisely 4 p.m., I was sitting in my living room with a cup of coffee that had long since gone cold when my phone chimed. It was my mother calling. I gazed at her name on the screen for a few seconds before putting the phone down. I didn't respond, didn't even think twice. My dad called a few minutes later, followed by Jessica. 3 calls in less than 10 minutes, I let them all go. There is no curiosity, no one to reply. I stayed where I was, leaning lightly against the back of the chair, my gaze fixed on the fogged-up glass. The sky outside was a drab gray, no rain, but cold in that silent, creeping manner that suggests winter has just brushed up against your threshold. The communications began to arrive approximately 10 minutes later. Mom was first. "Ryan, the power has been turned off. The entire house is dark. Please pay the bill." I picked up the phone and read her message in silence. There was no anger or surprise, just a calm hollowness creeping through my chest. The type you get when you've spent years caring for a family and you're the only one left to bear the burden. Then my father said, "No water, we can't cook. Handle it now." Following that, Jessica replied, "Internet's down. Guests are arriving. Please fix this, urgently." I looked at the clock, 5:12 p.m. I remembered clearly, I canceled all automatic payments exactly 3 weeks ago, immediately after my father informed me that if I insisted on coming home, I should never call him Dad again. And now, in the midst of the birthday party they had instructed me not to attend, everything began to shut down: power, water, and the internet. Each one vanished just when they needed it most. I didn't text back or call. I didn't feel the need to explain. I merely sat there, carefully rotating the cold coffee cup in my hands, my eyes still fixed on the window, as if seeing past all I could see. And in that moment, I realized they weren't phoning because they missed me. They were calling because there was no one left to shoulder their weight. Around 6 p.m., my phone began buzzing again, this time nonstop. Yet it wasn't my parents or Jessica anymore. It was the relatives, who only visit on holidays yet feel entitled to pass judgment. The communications arrived in waves. Some people labeled me disrespectful. One remarked openly, "You embarrassed your mother in front of the whole family." Another, more subtle but just as devastating, said, "Your sister was right, people like you shouldn't show up on a happy day." I read through each message without responding, not because quiet implied agreement, but because I'd grown tired of explaining myself to people who always chose the louder throng above what was right. I was about to put down the phone when the screen lit up again. Aunt Lauren was the only family member who still trusted me. She was calling on video via an ancient app that only she and I still used because we were the only ones who cared enough to look each other in the eyes when it counted. I paused for a bit before answering on the second ring. The first thing I saw was her face, somewhat obscured by the yellow illumination from the kitchen behind her, a location I knew like the back of my hand. Every crack in the wall and every noisy cabinet. But tonight the room felt different. There were clinks of silverware, uneasy laughs, and random small conversation in the background. She glanced at me through the screen, her eyes warm and troubled. "You're not going to pay for it, Ryan." Her tone was light, as if she were trying to figure out what was going on. I peered into her eyes, and when I finally spoke, my tone was sluggish, as if I was dragging up something I had buried for too long. "You know, Auntie, it was Dad. Told me not to come." I gulped hard. He said if I still insisted on showing up, I shouldn't call him my father anymore. She became quiet. Her eyes changed, as if she was studying the room behind her. Right then, the call devolved into mayhem. I could hear my mother's voice through the noise. "Tell him I'm ashamed of him. On this day, of all days, how could he do this?" My father said sharply and loudly, "It's not that serious, it's just paying a few bills. What kind of man gets petty over money?" Another voice, I believe it was my uncle. "Poor Jessica, having to deal with a brother like that." Footsteps approached the camera. Jessica appeared behind Aunt Lauren, arms folded and lips twisted with annoyance. "He even picked up the call? Mom's been crying all day, does he even care? Seriously, no shame at all." I didn't say anything. I just observed and remained silent, as if it were the only way to defend myself. I departed. Just as I was ready to end the call, another face came on the left side of the screen. A young man with perfectly combed hair and a dark suit. He stared at me with confusion in his eyes, then smiled hesitantly. "Hey boss," he replied, his voice somewhat scratchy, as if he wasn't sure if the words belonged in this situation. I froze. My gaze remained fixed on the screen, and I unconsciously grabbed the phone closer. I had not expected this. Not here, not on the night when everyone felt I was too much of a shame to be invited. I stared at him for a few seconds longer, and then it all clicked. His expression, the way he spoke. Of course, he was one of the new personnel who had lately transferred from our southern branch. We'd exchanged a few emails and he'd sent me 2 reports, but I had no idea he was Jessica's boyfriend, the one everyone was trying to impress. The room behind Aunt Lauren appeared to hold its breath. I noticed her look over her shoulder, and the kitchen erupted in a frantic commotion. Then someone said quietly, "Wait, what did he just call Ryan?" Another voice followed, confused. "Boss? Does that mean Ryan is Jessica's boyfriend's boss?" The whispers grew like a rising wave, overlapping and uneasy. And me? I just kept looking at the screen. No nod, no denial. I am simply waiting to see where it goes. And right then, the young man stood up straighter, looked past the camera to the others in the room, and spoke plainly. "In case you didn't know, I work at Pacific TerraTech. Mr. Ryan is one of the company's co-founders." His remarks were crisp and obvious, loud enough to cut through the clatter of dishes and murmuring, and the room fell into an unusual quiet. It's not awkward, simply stunned. I still did not say anything. I pushed my lips together and gave a soft nod of confirmation. He returned his gaze to the computer, eyes wide, and I said calmly, evenly, as if the words had been waiting for him, "Hope your big introduction goes perfectly." Then I disconnected up. That night, I slept soundly, no tossing and turning, no jolting up in the dark with old questions replaying through my mind. For the first time in years, I felt light. Not from satisfaction, but because they finally recognized who I was. The next day, before the sunlight had fully filtered through the thin curtains, I went for my phone and checked my emails as usual. A few meeting reminders, a couple of accounting comments, and then I noticed a name I didn't recognize in the from field. Hudson Kane. I opened the email. The first line struck me immediately. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Jessica's brother. I've always respected you at the company." I arched an eyebrow, leaned into the pillow, and continued reading. Hudson wrote that he had been truly astonished to discover of the family link between me and Jessica, and then without sidestepping or softening it, he stated, "I didn't expect her to be like that. I'll be ending this relationship. Thank you for not putting me on the spot before everyone." I laid the phone on my chest and closed my eyes briefly. It took me a few minutes to reopen the inbox and begin typing my response, slowly, clearly, and without embellishment. "Hudson, that's your matter. I don't expect anyone to make decisions to stay in my good graces. Think carefully before you do anything. And for the record, I don't bring family into the workplace." I pressed send. No more thought, no lingering emotion. For me, that was sufficient. Some things, once clarified, I don't require anything else. Around 10 a.m., while I was winding up a meeting with the department heads and taking notes, my phone rang in my pocket. I pulled it out and saw the name Jessica, my sister. I stared at it for a few seconds before hitting decline, not out of rage, not to make a point, but simply because I'd had enough of apologies that only appeared after everything had already come apart. Within 5 minutes, a message arrived. "I'm sorry. I didn't think Hudson would change like that. You're his boss. If you said something, I'm sure he'd listen. Please talk to him. Ask him to come back to me." After reading it, I approached the hallway window and leaned against it. I reviewed the message several times before typing my response, which was neither too long nor too short for her to understand. "Hudson didn't leave because I told him to. He left because of how you live, how you treat people, how you look down on what you don't understand, and how you always assume that with a soft enough voice you can steer anyone." I pressed send, put the phone back in my pocket, and returned to my desk. However, less than a minute later, another message arrived. "I know I messed up. This time, I mean it. I'll change. Please believe me, just this once." I did not respond. I read it, sat with it for a bit, and nothing moved inside me, not because I didn't care, but because I finally understood. Sometimes the distance between two people isn't in the apology. It's in when the apology arrives. I gently deleted the message, leaving nothing behind, and returned to my current life. A week later, on a Friday afternoon, as I walked back into the home from the garage, I froze on the porch. My parents stood at the front door, each holding a little suitcase, their faces drawn with exhaustion from the long travel. I didn't ask why they were here. If they'd traveled all the way out to see me, it wasn't a casual visit. I opened the door and welcomed them in. No tension, no forced politeness, just a simple choice. I didn't want to have that conversation outside, where the wind was picking up on the porch. We sat in the living room, and the tea on the table was still steaming. My father talked first. He apologized in a quieter tone than normal. My mother added to it, saying they'd thought things through, perhaps they'd gone too far, and things should never have come to this point. I remained silent and did not interfere, just listening to see if this apology marked the end of something or the beginning of something else. And, as I expected, my father's tone changed. We're family, Ryan, and family helps each other. We raised you, sent you to school, everything you have now, a part of it comes from us, right? I looked at him. My countenance remained unchanged, but my stance straightened somewhat. Then my mother spoke, her voice quiet, as if she were saying something quite sensible. If you could maybe send us about $2,000 a month, just a little support, it's not much for someone like you. I stared at the two people sitting in my living room, the same people who had once kicked me out of a family event because they thought I was an embarrassment. And now they were sitting in my house, placing a monetary value on their apology. $2,000 each month, because I was their son. And to them, my success was a debt that I owed them. Following their request, I let out a quiet chuckle, not loud or snarky, but the type you get when someone tells you a story that doesn't make sense. I looked at my parents. Their eyes were fixated on mine, as if they expected me to nod in accord. But I wasn't angry. I'd come too far to be bothered by stuff like this. I leaned back in the chair, my voice calm and clear. What about Jessica? How much will she be contributing each month? The room appeared to pause at that point. The air tightened. My father cast a peek at my mother. She responded slowly, her voice falling slightly. Your sister's job, it's still unstable. And the breakup with Hudson has taken a toll on her. I nodded softly, not surprised. The same old excuses dressed in empathic language, but they were merely deflections. I raised my gaze, looked squarely at them, and said, if she agrees to support you with $2,000 per month, I'll do the same, no more, no less. They didn't say anything, just gazed at me, trying to figure out if I was serious. I went on quietly. Or, if you want me to carry the full amount, I'll need something in writing, a legal agreement confirming that after you both pass, the house will belong to me in full. I sat still after that, no pressure, no further explanation, just waited to see how they'd react now that, for the first time, I was establishing the terms for something they'd always felt was my responsibility. As soon as I finished speaking, the audience fell into a deep, dense quiet. My father suddenly rose to his feet. He smashed his palm down on the hardwood table, tipping the teacup over and pouring its contents down the side. His shout echoed around the room, his chest rising and falling in fury. You're setting conditions for your parents? We raised you for over 20 years, and now you want to nickel and dime us like this? What kind of life are you living, huh? He was shouting so loudly that I wasn't surprised if the folks next door heard everything. I didn't move or flinch. I just sat there, hands resting on the chair's armrests, gaze fixed on him, not cold, but no longer gentle. I waited for him to finish before standing up carefully. My voice came out low and calm, yet clear enough to pierce through the chaos he'd just created. I think you both should leave my house. It was not a threat. It was not spoken in anger. It was merely a plea from someone who had reached the limits of what respect could provide. No one said anything else, only the sound of baggage dragging across the hardwood floor and the door clicking shut behind them, quieter than all they had just left inside me. It's been 2 years since I last saw them, right here in my own home. I did not ban their phone numbers, change my email address, or cut them off totally. I stopped reaching out and waited. I waited to see if they would still consider me a member of the family after I was no longer under the shadow of duty and obligation. In the past 2 years, there has been no call or message inquiring how I've been, no mention of birthdays, health, or even a basic "how are you doing?" I used to believe that one day, they will change. However, I've realized that not everyone changes, especially those who have never recognized they were wrong in the first place. I still live here, work, and go about my daily existence. The only difference is that I no longer allow myself to be an emotional ATM, eager to give and be damaged in the name of obligation. And if there's one thing I've learned from all of this, it's that family is not a place where people can demand kindness and call it love. A real family is one in which you are valued as a person regardless of what you have to offer. Not as a wallet, not as a backup plan. Not as a last resort when everything else fails. And before I end this chapter, I'd like to ask you a question. Was I wrong to decide not to return? For refusing to assist my parents with $2,000 per month, despite the fact that they are now elderly and reared me. I used to believe that my family could fix anything. But after being treated like a stranger in my own home more times than I can count, I chose to stand up and break the cycle. Was I overly cold? Perhaps I was finally learning to appreciate myself at the perfect time. Please leave your opinions below. I sincerely want to hear from you, whether you agree or disagree. If the tale resonated with you, please subscribe to help support the channel. There are still many stories waiting to be told and heard. Take care, and see you in the next one. Thank you for staying till the end.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
I suspected my wife was planning a divorce, so I moved my assets. 2 weeks later, she filed, then backtracked when her plan backfired. Hello everyone, before we start today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's quick, free, and allows us to continue bringing you great content. Your support means everything. Let's keep this channel growing together. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. Hello people. I've been skimming through the posts here for a while, believing I'd never have my own tale to tell. However, life has a way of shocking you, and I've been lugging this about for months. I need to let it out. Let me be clear, I've never been the sort to jump to conclusions or assume the worst. My wife, let's call her M, and I have been together for 6 years and married for 4. Things were solid, or so I thought. We experienced the typical ups and downs, but nothing that made me think, oh, there's a problem here. In reality, throughout the majority of our relationship, we were that couple, completely committed colleagues. We laughed at stupid inside jokes, argued for hours about which movie to watch, and had a cadence that just worked. She'd organize elaborate date nights, and I'd treat her to her favorite takeout after a long day. It felt effortless. As if we had figured out the whole love thing. That is why what occurred next struck me like a ton of bricks. The shift around 6 months ago, things began to alter. At first, it was minor details. Things you'd likely miss if you weren't paying attention. She began carrying her phone everywhere, even when she was only going to the kitchen or folding clothes. Before this, her phone would sit on the coffee table for hours, and she didn't mind who picked it up. One day I made this joke. "What, are you running some secret spy ring now?" She chuckled and added, "No, work's been emailing me a lot." Okay, fine. But, a few days later, she created a password. That one caught me off surprise because she had never used it before. When I casually inquired why, she responded something vague about security and hackers. I didn't press it since I didn't want to appear paranoid, but it simply felt off. And it did not end there. She began taking calls outside the room, which she had never done before. It wasn't subtle either. Her phone would ring, and she'd say, "Oh, let me just grab this real quick," before disappearing into the bedroom or outside on the porch. If I inquired who it was, she would just say, "Just a friend from work." Then I noticed a new habit. Keeping her phone face down on the table. I had no idea that was a thing until I reached over to give her something and she hastily moved her phone out of the way. It was one of those blink and you miss it moments, yet it stayed with me. Growing distance. However, it wasn't all about the phone. She started to feel distant. Conversations that used to flow easily now felt like pulling teeth. If I brought up future plans, such as where should we go for our anniversary? Or, do you think we should start saving for a new car? She'd simply nod and say, "Yeah, we'll see," before shifting the subject. It all came together for me on a random Wednesday. She informed me that she was seeing a buddy for coffee after work. It didn't sound strange, she does that occasionally. I happened to be running errands in the same area, so I figured, why not surprise her? It will be cute. When I arrived, however, she was not with her friend. She stood outside the cafe, walking back and forth, her phone placed against her ear. I remained in my car because something about the way she spoke seemed serious. I didn't intend to eavesdrop, but I overheard phrases like, "It's almost ready," and "starting fresh soon." My stomach sank. I couldn't figure out what she was saying, but it didn't sound like job or friend conflict. It sounded grander, like something she had planned. When she returned home, I asked her how her coffee date went, attempting to maintain a casual tone. She told me a complete narrative about her pal complaining about her boyfriend. It was such an unexpected comment that I just gazed at her for a second. "What do you mean?" I inquired. She shrugged. "I just think we should have everything in one place. You know, like all our account info, passwords, documents, that kind of thing, just in case of emergency." I wasn't sure what to say. This was something we'd never discussed before, and the timing seemed strange given everything else I'd noticed. "What kind of emergencies?" I inquired, attempting to keep my tone casual. She shrugged again. It's just smart, isn't it? What if something happens to one of us? Or what if we need to make a big financial decision quickly? Her argument made sense on the surface, but something about the way she expressed it made me nervous. It was too rehearsed and polished, as if she had been waiting for the appropriate time to bring it up. I nodded and murmured something like, "Yeah, I guess that's a good idea," but within, alarms were ringing. Why now? Why are we suddenly concerned about arranging our finances when we've always kept them separate and loose? That night, my mind kept reliving her words, attempting to figure out what it meant. Was this just typical adult behavior, and was I reading too much into it? But then I remembered the phone calls, the talk I overheard in the cafe, and how distant she'd been recently. It all began to mount up, and I did not like the image it was painting. Until then, I had done nothing about it. A few days later, she mentioned it again. We were in the kitchen. I was making a sandwich, and she was looking through her phone, when she remarked, "Have you thought more about organizing the bank stuff? Like, do you know where all the account details are?" I lowered the knife and turned to face her. "Okay, what's going on?" I inquired, attempting to keep my tone light but firm. "You've been bringing up the finances a lot lately. Is there something we need to talk about?" She finally looked up from her phone, astonished that I had pressed her on it. "No, nothing's wrong," she responded hastily, making me giggle. "I just think it's important, that's all, for emergencies." "Emergencies? Like what?" She shrugged, her expression unreadable. "I don't know. Just life stuff. It's not a big deal. I promise, I just think it's something we should get on top of." Her response seemed ambiguous. Too vague. I nodded and let it go, but the way she avoided providing a direct answer made me even more suspicious. It didn't seem like a casual suggestion anymore. It felt like she was concealing something, but I had no idea what it was. So, the next day, while she was at work, I decided to look into our finances. I opened our joint account online and discovered something unexpected. Over the last month, a few tiny moves had taken place. Nothing large, but small quantities that did not appear to have a clear purpose. They were not designated for bills, groceries, or anything similar. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but it appeared that she had been withdrawing money from the account for some reason, which I couldn't figure out. I considered addressing her, but something told me to wait. If I was wrong, I'd look ridiculous. And if I was correct, I had to be careful. It was eating at me, so I contacted someone I trusted, an old college friend who also happens to be a lawyer. I told him what I'd discovered while trying not to sound like a conspiracy theorist. "Look," he remarked after I'd explained everything. "I'm not saying something is absolutely going on, but you're not insane for wanting to be ready. If you're concerned about protecting your assets, now is the moment to do so. Better safe than sorry." He walked me through what I could do, simple procedures to ensure my finances were protected if something happened. I'll admit that taking such drastic action felt out of the ordinary. It felt like I was preparing for something dreadful even though I wasn't sure what was wrong. But the more I considered it, the more it made sense. If she was really up to something, and I was beginning to suspect she was, I needed to defend myself. It was not an easy decision to make, however. This wasn't just about money or assets. It was about the life we had created together. I kept repeating images in my head, our wedding day, the late-night conversations about our dreams, and the weird little jokes we shared. How did we arrive here? Is this what our marriage had come to? The prospect of taking these measures felt like conceding defeat, as if I was officially abandoning the trust we previously shared. That evening, while she was out, I sat at my desk and took out my laptop. My hand shook as I opened the computer and began browsing through everything: bank accounts, investment accounts, and the property deed. Each paper I studied felt like a betrayal, but a persistent voice in my head reminded me that this was about survival, not sabotage. I didn't mean to hurt her. I couldn't get rid of the idea that if I didn't act now, I'd regret it later. I compiled a list of everything I could transfer and how to do it without raising suspicion. As I typed, I felt a crushing weight settle against my chest. I had entirely trusted her for years, and now here I was, playing defense against the person I thought would always have my back. Then I called my mother and explained why I needed her help, but not in detail. "I need you to hold on to some things for me for a while. It's nothing bad, just something I need to do to protect myself, just in case." She was silent for a minute, likely trying to figure out what I wasn't saying. "Are you okay?" Her voice was filled with anxiety. "Yeah," I lied. "It's just a precaution. Nothing to worry about." She didn't press me, but I could hear the pause in her voice when she responded. "Of course, sweetheart. Whatever you need." I hung up the phone with an odd mix of relief and shame. I despised engaging her in this mess, but knowing she had my back provided some steadiness in an otherwise chaotic environment. By the time Em arrived home, I had already begun the process. I moved the majority of my assets, our cash, investments, and even the house, to my mother's name. I kept enough in our joint account to keep up appearances, but the rest was locked down. She didn't notice anything. She walked in, kissed my cheek, and asked if I wanted to watch a movie. I appeared okay, but inside I was a wreck. Part of me felt awful, as if I had betrayed her trust. But another part of me felt relieved, as if I was finally gaining control of a situation that had spiraled out of my control. Over the next 3 days, I tried to maintain a normal routine. I didn't want to let her know that anything had changed. She appeared satisfied, even unusually cheery at times. However, rather than putting me at ease, it increased my suspicion. If she was plotting something, she did an excellent job of concealing it. What stood out, however, was that she never brought up the finances again, not even after I questioned her the last time. It was as if the subject had evaporated from her memory. At first, I believed I had overreacted, and she dismissed the subject since it wasn't relevant. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized she was avoiding it. Almost as if she was afraid to bring it up again after I pressed her. I noticed her staring at me a few times, as if she was assessing my mood or contemplating whether to say something. Every time I noticed, she'd quickly return her attention to whatever she was doing, her phone, the TV, a book. It was slight, but it was present. It felt like she was waiting for me to bring it up, as if she didn't want to push the issue again. The silence only made me feel more anxious. It wasn't like her to drop anything she considered essential, and the way she avoided it suddenly appeared deliberate. If she was testing the waters, she was not going in. If she was waiting for something, I was not about to give her the go-ahead. Whatever her next move was, I knew I had to be one step ahead. Something was coming, but I didn't know when or how. All I could do was prepare. That night, I made certain that everything was solid. I glanced over the paperwork again, double-checking every aspect of my mother's asset transfers. The house, the savings, the investments, everything was now legally in her name, sealed in an uncontested trust. I even called her to confirm that she had all of the necessary papers. 2 weeks had passed, and everything appeared normal. Too normal, frankly. She was acting more loving, even starting to talk about unrelated topics like jobs or what we should eat for the evening. It threw me off because she'd been aloof for months, avoiding anything more than superficial conversations. Part of me began to question whether I had been overreacting all along. Maybe the strange conduct was merely stress or something I didn't comprehend. But then, one random Friday night, she sat me down on the couch, turned off the television, and said, "We need to talk." My stomach fell quickly. I knew what she was going to say before she did. "I think we should get a divorce," she replied, her voice so calm it seemed prepared. It wasn't furious or emotional, it was simply frigid, as if she had told me we had run out of milk. I stared at her, unsure how to respond as she explained her argument. She mentioned needing space, wanting to figure herself out, and feeling like she'd lost her identity in the marriage, standard breakup phrases that didn't really explain anything. But then she said something that struck a different tone. "You know, I've made a lot of sacrifices for you over the years, and I don't think you really appreciate them. I deserve more." That last part stung. It wasn't just that she wanted out, it was that she framed it as if I owed her something, that everything was my fault, and she was simply claiming what was properly hers. As I sat there, trying to understand what she was saying, a new question arose. Why now? Then she said something that made everything start to make sense. "A friend of mine has been helping me see things more clearly," she continued, not looking at me. "A friend." I remained still, letting her speak, but my mind was racing. Who was this friend? Why were they so involved in my marriage? The way she stated it was not casual. It seemed like someone had been hyping her up, convincing her that leaving me wasn't simply a choice, but a strategy she needed to implement. And the more she talked about how she deserved more because of her sacrifices, the more I became skeptical. Sacrifices? What kind of sacrifice? She was happy with me, or so she said. I worked hard to offer her the life she desired, and it wasn't just about money. When she asked to move closer to her job, I agreed, even though it meant a lengthier commute for me. When she wanted to attend that pricey yoga retreat last year, I made sure we budgeted for it, even foregoing a vacation I was looking forward to so she could go. I backed her when she changed careers twice, telling her it was fine to take the risk because I wanted her happy. I believed being a decent husband meant putting her first whenever possible. And it wasn't as if I was an unresponsive, distant partner. I showed up. I remembered birthdays and random things she had mentioned loving. When she mentioned feeling caught in a rut, I suggested date nights. I listened to her complain about her job, friends, and family. I didn't always get it right, but I did try. That's why her "I deserve more" line hurt so much. I didn't even consider buying it. She was not upset due to anything I did or did not do. She was upset because something had changed in her. Perhaps it was the acquaintance she kept bringing up, or something else. But the lady sitting in front of me was not the woman I married, and I was not going to let her rewrite our marriage tale to fit her new narrative. I didn't press her at the moment. Instead, I nodded and said something innocuous, such as, "If that's how you feel, I guess we should figure out the next steps." She seemed startled that I wasn't arguing or begging her to stay, but I didn't mind. My attention had already changed. I needed to know who or what was causing her sudden, planned shift in conduct. She didn't just wake up one day and decide she wanted out. This was something greater, and I wasn't going to let it surprise me any more than it had already. After that chat, she went into her own apartment, and I received the divorce papers on Monday. Let me tell you, they didn't only want to stop the relationship. They were planning to take everything, half the house, my savings, my assets, and the car. She wanted it all. Plus, some ambiguous spousal support clauses that made little sense given her high salary. It seemed as if she was expecting me to give her all I had worked for. At first, I assumed she was just being vengeful, but the way she articulated her demands, so specific and aggressive, reassured me that she had someone guiding her through this. So I started digging. I couldn't just ask her who she'd been talking to, so I had to be clever. I began with her social media. She hadn't blocked me, and even though she didn't post frequently, I searched through her tagged photographs and comments looking for someone new. That's when I discovered the pattern. Jake repeatedly liked and commented on her posts. Nothing obscene, but enough to make me pause. I clicked on his profile, which was public. At first glance, he didn't appear to be much more than a 30-year-old marketing professional. But as I scrolled down, I spotted something unusual. He posted a photo at the same cafe I'd seen her at weeks before, on the same day I overheard her discussing starting afresh. My gut churned as I continued scrolling. More subtle signals were a comment on one of her pictures that read, "You've got this," as well as a selfie he'd taken from what appeared to be her new residence. None of it was substantial evidence, but it was enough to raise my suspicion. I wasn't sure what to do with this information, but I knew I couldn't just sit there and wait for solutions to come my way. Her statement of a friend who helped her get through things remained with me, and I wanted to know who it was. I decided to contact one of our mutual acquaintances, Lisa. She and my wife had been friends for years, so she knew what was going on. I kept the conversation light at first, asking if she'd lately spoken with my wife or if anything seemed strange. Lisa reacted swiftly, saying she had no idea about the friend or any suggestions. I asked a few more probing questions, but she cut the conversation off defensively, claiming she couldn't help me. The entire situation felt rushed, as if she was trying to avoid becoming engaged. Not willing to give up, I called another buddy, Emily. I followed the same pattern, stating that I was simply trying to make sense of things. She was apprehensive at first, responding vaguely to my questions. When I pressed her more, she quickly ended the call, leaving me even more skeptical than before. I sat there, frustrated, trying to figure out my next move. Then, to my astonishment, Emily called back. She told me she needed to make sure what she said didn't come back to her. I assured it wouldn't, and after a long pause, she revealed what she knew. Apparently, my wife had been spending a lot of time with someone named Jake, whom she had met at work. Emily claimed she didn't know much else, but from what she'd heard, Jake was very active in the divorce advice my wife was receiving. Hearing that name felt like a puzzle piece fitting into place. It was evident that this was more than just her need for space or to find herself. Someone else was in the picture, directing her decisions, and I was eager to discover why. I chose to confront it in my own manner. That Saturday, I headed to her apartment building and parked a block away, trying to confirm what I already suspected. A few hours later, she and Jake stepped out of the building. They did not hold hands or anything, but the way they walked together, close, leaning in to talk, was plenty. They got into his car and drove away, leaving me sitting there, staring at the spot where they had been. I did not follow them. I did not need to. At that point, it was evident she hadn't simply stopped loving me. She'd been preparing to go with someone else, and now everything made sense. The unexpected distancing, the money questions, the forceful demands, and the divorce papers. She wasn't simply abandoning me, she was leaving me with nothing, and she was accompanied by someone at all times. I went home that night, my head racing with everything I'd learned. The betrayal burned, but what hurt the most was how premeditated everything was. She was using the divorce as a stepping stone to whatever life she was creating with Jake. but she had no idea what I had planned for her. The first mediation session felt strained from the time we stepped in. Her lawyer arrived with a binder so thick that it appeared they were bringing a case against a Fortune 500 firm. He began listing her demands as if they were entirely reasonable: half the house, the money, my assets, the car, and even some gibberish about spousal support. I remained silent, seeming to listen, but I was waiting for my attorney to make his move. When it was finally our turn, he handed a stack of paperwork across the table and said, "Before we proceed, I think it's important for everyone to review these." Her lawyer took the papers and skimmed through them. His confident posture changed fast as he flipped through the pages, his brow furrowing harder with each one. "What is this?" he inquired, gazing at my lawyer. "These documents show the transfer of all major assets into a trust under my client's mother's name," my lawyer said calmly. "The transfers were completed several weeks before the divorce filing, and the trust is fully legal and irrevocable." The room became utterly silent. Her lawyer looked at her, confused and frustrated. "You didn't mention this," he stated flatly. She snatched the papers from his hands and flipped through them, her face flushing. "This can't be real," she said, staring at the notarized signatures and dates. Then she turned to me, her countenance changing from incredulity to rage. "You planned this?" she muttered, gazing at me as if I'd committed a heinous crime. "You knew I was going to file, and you set this up to screw me over." I did not respond. I just sat there and let her connect the dots on her own. Her lawyer, apparently agitated, requested my counsel to elaborate. So he did, slowly, deliberately, and with every piece of evidence necessary to make the transfers irrefutable. The dates aligned exactly, indicating that I had transferred everything well before she filed. The signatures were duly notarized, and the confidence was solid. There was nothing they could do to challenge it. She was furious. "You're unbelievable," she said, leaning forward in her chair. "I can't believe you'd do something like this to me." I still did not say anything. What was there to say? This was not about me doing anything to her. This was to defend myself because she had made it apparent she was not going quietly. The conference finished with her lawyer saying something about needing to rethink their strategy, but everyone in the room knew they had no further moves to make. When we walked out of the building, she took me aside in the hallway, her expression a mix of rage and desperation. "This isn't over," she added, her tone low. "You're going to regret this." I just looked at her and said, "I already regret trusting you. That's the only regret I have." Things escalated faster than I had anticipated following the mediation session. She went into complete meltdown mode almost instantly. It began with the calls, endless calls. At first, she appeared calm, even remorseful, leaving voicemails that began, "I think we just need to talk," or "I know this got messy, but we can fix it." When I did not answer, the tone changed. By the second day, her messages alternated between sobbing and screaming. One voicemail would be her lamenting about making a mistake and not wanting to lose what we had created together. Then she'd launch into a furious tirade accusing me of being stingy and cruel, blaming me for everything that was wrong in her life. I ignored it all. My lawyer told me not to engage, and I honestly did not want to. I was finished playing her games, but she was not. When the calls and texts did not work, she began telling stories. Mutual friends informed me that she had been telling people that the divorce was a hoax, and that it was all part of a larger farce. A prank? I mean, who would believe that? The flaws in her story quickly became apparent. Friends began to ask questions like, "If it was a prank, why did you file actual legal paperwork?" Or, "Why hire a lawyer and make such specific demands if it wasn't serious?" When others didn't instantly accept the hoax justification, she doubled down. She said it was not a joke, but rather a test of our relationship's strength. She began casting herself as the victim, claiming that my reaction had hurt and betrayed her, that I had gone too far and broken our marriage's trust. At first, some individuals seemed to believe her stories. I'd get strange emails or comments from acquaintances like, "Wow, I didn't realize things were so rough for her." Even her brother lashed out, saying, "You should have just talked it out instead of being so drastic." It was annoying, but I knew the truth would eventually come out. And it did, due to a common buddy. Let us call him Matt. Matt and I were not particularly close, but we had always been nice. A few weeks after the mediation, he messaged me unexpectedly, stating he had something I needed to see. When we met, he brought out his phone and showed me a series of text messages between her and Jake. I was confused at first. "How did you even get these?" I inquired, scanning through the messages. Matt revealed that he and Jake shared a mutual buddy, who had heard their talks. Apparently, this common acquaintance had grown concerned about the way things were going, especially when Jake began gloating about how he was assisting her in securing her future. It didn't take long for that common buddy to figure out what securing her future really meant, trying to bleed me dry. Feeling awful about remaining silent, the buddy grabbed screenshots of the texts and sent them to Matt, believing he had a better relationship with me and could warn me. "This guy's been playing both sides," Matt replied, shaking his head. "He's been hyping her up to take you for everything while making her believe he'd be there for her afterward." Matt gave me the texts and said, "I thought you should know. You don't deserve this, man." The texts were terrible. She wasn't just ranting to Jake about the divorce. She was actively planning her future steps with him, and he was guiding her through them. A message she left read, "Once the settlement's done, we'll have everything we need. I just need him to agree to the terms." Jake responded, "Don't back down. Make him feel guilty if you have to. He owes you. We'll start fresh once you've got the money." I sat there, staring at Matt's phone and trying to understand what I was reading. This was neither a misunderstanding or an emotional response to a failed marriage. This was a cold, deliberate manipulation. I thanked Matt and he left, but my thoughts were racing. Everything made sense now: her abrupt isolation, her fixation with our finances, and her harsh demands throughout the divorce. It was all part of a plan, one she had been developing with Jake behind the scenes. The text soon circulated among our mutual friends. Matt shared them with a few friends, and they quickly spread. Her story suddenly ceased to be credible. People who had previously been indifferent or even supportive of her began to distance themselves, and the change was nearly immediate. People who had previously defended her or remained neutral suddenly recognized her for who she truly was. Even her closest allies started to distance themselves. By the time the divorce was finalized, she had only her personal things. Her lawyer quietly dismissed her complaint after recognizing there was no legal basis to stand on. All of those bold requests had crumbled under the weight of the documents I had produced, and the trust I had established with my mother was unbreakable. Jake seemed to vanish as soon as things began to unravel. I wouldn't be surprised if he used her as much as she did me. From what I could tell, he'd been feeding her fantasies of independence and a new beginning, but the moment it became evident she wasn't going away with anything, he was gone. Without Jake in her corner, her confidence plummeted. The calls and texts continued, but they became increasingly desperate. She was not accusing me anymore. She begged. "Can we just talk, please? I'll do anything to fix this." One voicemail stated. A different opinion. "You don't have to forgive me, but can't we just settle this and move on? I'll drop everything if you just talk to me." I did not respond. I could not. It was too late to reverse the harm. Even her family began to drift away. Her brother contacted me at one time, apologizing for some of the things he had said before when he believed her side of the story. "I didn't know what she was doing to you," he said. "I'm sorry I ever took her word for it. As for me, I received the house, my savings, and something I hadn't experienced in a long time: peace of mind." My mother, as usual, was my rock. She arrived with buckets of paint and a list of suggestions to help me reclaim the area as mine. Now, life feels like it's mine again. No more second-guessing every small interaction. No longer feeling betrayed. Just peace. She is a chapter from my history that I no longer read. And the remainder of the story is entirely up to me to write.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
Karen demands VIP table claiming to know the owner, but I'm the owner, and she was left crying with a $4,000 bill after my revenge. Karen storms into the restaurant, screaming that she knows the owner and that we must give her and her group of pals the VIP table reserved for celebrities. The trouble is, I own the restaurant and have no idea who this lady is. But I decided to play along and see what happened. During the dinner, one of the girls asked me whether I thought my life was meaningless because I worked as a waiter. That's when I realized all bets were out, and I was going to exact my retribution. This is what I did. This occurred around Christmas and New Year's. My grandparents emigrated to Canada from Italy in the 1970s and established a restaurant. When they died, my parents took over the restaurant, which they grew and enlarged throughout the decades. I've been working at the restaurant since I was 15. As my parents became older, they retired and became snowbirds, spending the winters in Florida. They sold the restaurant to me a few years ago, but they kept a tiny percentage of the stock as a supplementary source of income in addition to their savings. As soon as I took possession, I modernized the old place. I rebuilt the restaurant, altered the logo, and contacted local and national newspapers to place advertisements. I invited food critics, bloggers, and vloggers. It was slow at first, and I began to fear that the loan I took out to undertake all of this was the worst mistake I'd ever made, that I had ruined 3 generations of a family company. But soon, it began to work. A local semi-famous YouTuber included us in one of his videos, which prompted more people to visit and review us. Even on a Monday, we were quickly seeing 5 to 10 times the regular volume of activity. We became a destination for large events, and it was not uncommon for a celebrity to stop up on certain evenings. I even invited certain high-profile clients to visit and cook for our guests. This cost a fortune, so we were completely filled for the holidays. People had to make reservations in July to get a table in December. It took years to get to this point. When things become busy, I don't simply sit in the back office. I'm on the floor doing whatever needs to be done, whether it's greeting customers, bussing tables, or mopping the floors. On nights with high-profile guests or events, I wear a jacket and take charge. One night, 6 women walked in. 5 of them appeared to be in their early 20s, with the leader looking to be in her mid-20s. My best assumption was that she was an elder sister of one of the females or an older sorority sister to incoming college students. I was greeting them at the entrance, and as they approached, Queen Bee Karen was telling the baby Karens how fantastic this restaurant is, how delicious the cuisine is, and how there might even be celebrities there. When she approached me, she explained that she required a table for 6. I responded, "Of course, can I get the name on the reservation?" She stared at me. She responded, "Oh, I didn't make one, but it's okay. The owner is a personal friend of mine. He said he always keeps 1 or 2 tables open for special guests and we can have one of those tonight." This is true for many high-profile restaurants, and I've been doing it recently as well. But I had no idea who this woman was, and she had never discussed any of this with me. I understood she was attempting to get in without a reservation, but she had chosen the worst person to try this with. I told her, "I am sorry, but we cannot seat anyone without a reservation. As you can see, we do not have any seats available." I didn't want to go all out and say, "I'm the owner, and we have never spoken before, so I never promised you anything." But I didn't want to embarrass her in front of the other girls she was with at the time. She then instructed one of the other girls to take a picture of me. She announced that she would speak with the owner and ensure that I was either scrubbing toilets or fired by the end of the week. The other girls behind her joined in, saying things like, "Yeah, kiss your minimum wage job goodbye." I wasn't sure if they were in on it with her or if they truly believed she knew the owner. Queen Bee Karen then said, "Look, you can either give us a table or I can make your life very difficult. This is not worth losing your job." She kept pointing, trying to belittle me, and then saying things like, "Obviously you aren't anyone here, because if you were, you would know who I am and never try to tell me anything other than yes or, of course." She was constantly attempting to put me down and take that table. At this time, it had been a hard day for me, and from my perspective, I had 3 options. Number 1, I could inform her that I am the owner and call her out on all of this. Number 2, I could simply hand her the table and let things go. Or, third, I could teach Queen Bee Karen and her minions a lesson. I selected option 3. I smiled at her and said, "Of course ma'am, please follow me." I handed her one of the 3 tables we leave free in case a celebrity walks in, which occurs occasionally. I told her, "I apologize for everything and you're right, it would be simpler just to give you the table." I also assured her that the first 3 rounds of drinks would be free. I seated them down and personally served them. As they sat, I told them, "We need one of your credit cards and IDs just to keep on file, and we'll return them to you before you leave." Queen Karen handed me her card and informed the baby Karen minions, "Tonight is on me." I took their orders, gave them their free beverages, and informed them that due to how busy we were tonight, the meal may be delayed. The females only worried about the free drinks. They ordered 3 rounds and still hadn't received any food. They eventually called and asked me to check on it, all while giving me the worst attitude since they arrived. I told them I will look into it, but also asked if they wanted additional drinks. They ordered 2 more rounds. They were sloshed by the time the appetizers arrived, having done nothing but drink on an empty stomach for the majority of the night and just eating salads. As more food arrived, more beverages were ordered. What these girls didn't realize was that they were at our VIP table, which normally costs a few $1,000s to sit at, but I didn't charge them for it. Except for the first 3 rounds, I charged them for all of the extremely costly cocktails they had throughout the evening. Furthermore, the table they were sitting at, as previously stated, was VIP, thus the menus were different. Prices are not displayed on these menus. This is a restaurant industry trade secret. They also offered higher-end menu items such as white truffle, black caviar meals, and specially imported West Coast oysters, among others. At one point during the night, I honestly began to question what I was doing. I worried I was going too far with these poor girls, they might not know any better. But certain things encouraged me throughout the night, such as when one of the baby Karens questioned whether I thought my life was pointless because all I ever became was a server. Also, one of the other staff told me that they were planning how to mess with me, believing that they could do so whenever they wanted and that I would always give them a table. I overheard them say, "He's cute, but I wouldn't date a waiter like that. He is such a pushover." There were other comments like that throughout the night, so I continued with their life lesson. By the end of the night, each female had built up a bill ranging from $500 to $600. I handed Queen Karen the bill for $4,232.23, which included tax and tip. I've never seen somebody sober up this soon. She went from smiling and giggling with her buddies to almost in tears. She immediately summoned me over and asked whether this was a joke. I took the bill, looked it over, and apologized. "I'll get you the correct bill amount." Again, she seemed completely relieved, assuming she had received someone else's bill, and called me a effing idiot, before continuing to talk to her pals. When I returned to give her the right bill, she flipped out again. It was only a question. "Is there something wrong on this bill that you didn't order?" She and the girls were stunned and went over every single line of the bill, including the initial several lines that listed their original 3 rounds as complimentary. They then got out their phones and went over everything 100 times, adding it all up. Queen Bee, visibly startled, just remarked, "1 second, I need to use the restroom." Part of me feared she'd dine and dash and leave the baby Karens with the tab, but I discreetly reminded her that we had her ID and credit card, without making it too obvious. I was concerned that she would run out of money. 10 minutes later, she returns with new makeup, clearly crying, and tells me all about how poor the food was, how dreadful the drinks were, and so on, demanding that I at the very least cut the cost in half. She went on to say that the baby Karens would help, despite the fact that she had previously informed them that the night would be hers. Then, as if a light bulb went off in her head, she brought up her alleged relationship with the owner again, as if it would give me extra motivation to lower the amount in half. I smiled as I told her, "No, simply no. I can't change the bill." She takes out her phone and shows me a series of text messages from someone named after my restaurant, followed by the word owner. I instantly grasped what she had been doing in the bathroom, most likely changing one of the other Karen minions' contact names and erasing prior texts to establish this new script. I reviewed the messages and clicked on the contact information before telling her, "That's not the owner's cell phone number." Her response was, "He has multiple phones for business, of course. You do not know all of his numbers." I replied, "How about this? If we call him and he says it's okay to take 50% off the bill, then I'll do it." Her response was to begin ranting and screaming, which drew the attention of the few remaining patrons, and I knew it was time to finish this. I told her in a less conciliatory tone, "Cut the crap, little girl. You do not know the owner. You've never been here before, and if you continue ranting, I'll call the cops." Her tone changed as she attempted to defend herself as best she could. My response to her lame retort was, "My grandfather established this restaurant. My family has been running this establishment for centuries. I've worked here for nearly my entire life. I am the sole owner of this restaurant, and I have never seen you, heard of you, or made any promises to a stranger I have never seen before tonight." The little Karens were frozen and had no idea how to react. Queen Bee was in tears. I added, "Now, I provided you the table you wanted, one of these particularly reserved tables for high-end clientele, which I did not charge you for, as well as 3 rounds of free drinks. If you do not pay your account, I will call the cops and give them your identification." Karen signed the bill in tears, and the tiny Karens reached into their wallets to hand her whatever cash they had, which was probably a couple $100, with the promise to repay her more. 2 days later, an angry man arrives at my restaurant and requests that one of my bartenders talk with me. I was in the back office working, so he had to wait for about a half hour. She was with him too, but she kept her head down. I took them both to my office and showed him highlights from the security cameras, which had particularly high-quality audio because they were in the VIP area. We needed to keep good records in that region due to previous unconnected accidents. I showed him the majority of it, their remarks, orders, everything. When all was said and done, he rushed out with her, yelling at her the entire way. I have not seen or heard from any of them since, but the initial bill I gave them, which did not include the $120 oysters, is framed on my desk. As a side note, I did not lose as much money on the table in 3 rounds of drinks as you might expect. The table was intended to be empty anyway, so I didn't lose anything because I hadn't expected to gain anything in the first place. The cost of the meal and other drinks more than compensated for the loss in the first 3 rounds. So now that you know everything, am I the jerk? Probably the most astonishing thing about the Karens in this situation, aside from the money, trying to muscle their way into securing a seat and avoiding paying the bill, was their perspective on the world. That solitary statement concerning the OP's original poster's inadequacy as a waiter definitely stood out. It seems that OP was going to loosen up on his entire vengeance plan, but then one of the baby Karens asked him if he felt his life was meaningless because all he had become was a waitress. That has to be one of the most insanely entitled viewpoints we've ever seen on this channel. It may not be as exciting or insane as some of the other stories, but the fact that she actually sees the world in this way is simply sick. There is absolutely nothing wrong with having a job, regardless of the income. This occurs frequently with jobs such as janitors, and I despise it when individuals believe they are superior just because they do not work in those positions. There is nothing wrong with becoming a janitor. I don't understand that mindset, but in this situation, she not only feels that way, but she also wants to mock him for doing a difficult job, such as being a waiter. Or at least that's what she believes he's doing. One more thing. I'm happy this story ended on a somewhat gratifying note, with the father attempting to reverse the situation but becoming more enraged with his daughter than the restaurant owner. The only thing that scared me out was that the restaurant was recording audio of the folks sitting at that table. I would probably avoid going to a restaurant if I knew my talks were being recorded. Anyway, I'm glad it worked out for the OP, but please tell me how you would have handled the matter if it were your restaurant and these were your customers. Was the OP a jerk or not, and why?
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
My family hijacked my vacation plans for my golden sister and her kids. But this time, I had my own secret escape plan. Reddit, I need some perspective on this. I need advice with my family predicament, which has been accumulating for decades, but it's a long one. Despite growing up in a seemingly typical suburban Massachusetts family, I, 35 degrees Fahrenheit, have always struggled with this particular dynamic. The golden child has always been my older sister, Kate, 42F. Our home has been a monument to Kate's life since I can remember, with every wall adorned with her accomplishments and every discussion focused on her life. My parents were too busy getting ready for Kate's college interviews to buy a cake for my 10th birthday, which I can still clearly recall. They even attempted to pass off Kate's leftover graduation cake, which still had her name on it, as my birthday cake. As I grew up, Kate's accomplishments eclipsed every significant event in my life. Kate had recently been selected to the debate team, so my parents were hardly aware that I had made the honor roll in middle school. Kate had to tour a college campus, so they were unable to attend the ceremony when I won a local painting competition in high school. Knowing that expressing my accomplishments would only elicit a brief, "That's nice, dear," before the topic of Kate was brought up again, I learned to celebrate them in private, in my room. Even our possessions revealed the priorities of our family. The newest technology, stylish clothing, and everything Kate needed for her many extracurricular activities were always in her room. In contrast, my room was filled with hand-me-downs. When I expressed interest in taking music lessons, I had to make do with Kate's abandoned violin, her old clothes, and her old school supplies. I had trouble playing the violin since it was too large for me. We already spent so much on Kate's piano lessons this year, my mother responded in response to my request for a suitably sized one. All the way through high school, the trend persisted. I was forced to use borrowed library books to study while Kate received private instruction for her SATs. My parents took out a loan for her to buy a car for college. They advised me to take the bus when I needed assistance getting about. Kate's needs and desires were at the center of every financial choice, family discussion, and holiday preparation. It was really difficult in college. With the full backing of our parents, Kate had earned her degree from a renowned university. They could only agree to pay half of the tuition at a public school when it was my turn. They clarified, "We're still paying off Kate's student loans. You'll need to figure out the rest on your own." In order to make ends meet, I worked 2 part-time jobs while I was a student, frequently dozing off over my textbooks. Kate, in the meantime, was beginning her career at a position our parents had helped her land through their contacts. 7 years ago, Kate got married, and everything changed, or rather, grew worse. For a whole year, our family's whole attention was on the wedding. For her ideal wedding, which included a designer gown, an opulent location, and a guest list of more than 300, my parents took out another loan. Despite their concerns about the payments, I recall hearing them in the kitchen one evening and their insistence that nothing was too good for Kate's special day. Was there ever any question that she was her maid of honor? I was supposed to coordinate bridal showers, plan a lavish bachelorette party, and manage any minor emergencies that arose. My mother told me, "Don't be selfish, Elizabeth. This is your sister's special time. When I expressed how stressed I was with juggling these obligations while working a full-time job. The twins followed. Our parents were ecstatic when Kate revealed she was expecting twins. Even though they were still repaying the wedding loan, they contributed to the down payment on a home close to them. I witnessed them spend their retirement money, which they claimed they couldn't access when I needed assistance with college, on the day they signed those documents. However, they claimed that this was different. This is for our grandchildren. Who was the default babysitter, you ask? Yes, I do. It started out as sporadic babysitting. The request, Elizabeth, could you watch the boys for a few hours? Became a weekly ritual, which was later extended to evenings whenever they had appointments. My parents were in favor of this arrangement, stating, "This is what family does." Kate and her husband Jack, 43 million, assumed that I would always be there to assist them whenever I attempted to object. Even while I adore them, the twins, who are now active 7-year-olds, are draining. The routine is the same every weekend. Kate unexpectedly drops them off at my place, usually with a pretext that she needs me time, or has essential errands to run. The lads run amok, transforming my tiny apartment into a catastrophe. Kate starts crying about how overwhelmed she is when I try to set limits or ask for advance warning, and my parents criticize me for not being supportive. I put in a lot of overtime to establish myself in the marketing industry. I recently received a promotion offer that would involve greater hours and more travel. My mother remarked, "But what about the twins? Your sister needs you here." Kate added, "You can't take that job, Elizabeth. Who will help me with the boys?" When I brought up this topic during a family dinner in the hopes of receiving some congratulations. It seems as though my time, profession, and life are completely irrelevant. My father adds, "Family should come first, Elizabeth." My mother always responds, "Your sister has 2 children to look after. You don't know what tired really means." When I tried to explain how overwhelming it all is, Kate accused me of being envious of her life and her kids. She replied, "You're just bitter because you're still single," as though my marital status were the only factor that determines my value as a person. After a particularly demanding weekend with the twins, I made the decision to finally treat myself to a beach vacation last month. They had successfully damaged my laptop and left permanent markings on my couch. I knew I needed a vacation. I discovered a small, unpretentious resort in Florida that was ideal for a tranquil retreat. My mother's eyes glowed when I brought it up during our weekly family supper. "Oh, that's perfect. We should all go together. The twins would love the beach." Before I could protest, Kate had already begun organizing events. She stated, "You can take the boys swimming while Jack and I have some alone time," as though my trip would naturally turn into a time for them to be looked after. In exchange for my assistance with the twins, of course, my parents even offered to upgrade my reservation to a superior resort where they would all stay. Totally disregarding the fact that this was meant to be my vacation, they began organizing activities and outings centered around what the twins would like. I made a choice that would alter everything while I was lying in bed that night. I reserved a separate resort on a quiet little island. I kept the change in plans a secret from everyone. Silently, I began preparing by scheduling time off work, packing my things covertly, and ensuring that my emergency fund was available. Even though I know it's dishonest, I simply couldn't stand it any longer. At the airport, they will be separated from us. While I board my flight to another location, they will be traveling to Florida. I've disabled location sharing and am ready for the inevitable criticism. Yes, I am aware that there will be drama. Yes, I am aware that they will be upset. But I want to prioritize myself for the first time in my life. I've been the dependable sister, the ideal daughter, and the always available aunt for 35 years. To meet my family's expectations, I've given up my social life, my weekends, and my own needs. I was constantly babysitting, so I missed out on dating prospects. I have declined advancements that might conflict with the needs of my family. To be there for them whenever they need me, I've put my personal life on hold. Right now, I'm fleeing a lifetime of being taken advantage of, not just a holiday. I intend to utilize this as a turning point to set clear limits with my family and perhaps even take a complete vacation from them. I'm sick of always making sacrifices, being the family's pillar of support, and being the dependable fallback option. Reddit, what should I do? Am I exaggerating? Is it appropriate for me to want something else for myself, or should I merely follow their plans and accept my place in the family? First update, I appreciate all of your help and guidance. Since my last post, a lot has transpired, and I want to explain how it all turned out. Although everything went according to plan, the day at the airport was more emotionally fraught than I had anticipated. I purposefully chose a different check-in station that was far from where my family would be when I arrived early. I watched everyone come through the glass walls of the terminal, Jack checking their booking details, my parents looking excited, Kate handling the twins, and Kate hauling baggage. I silently went through security for my own flight as soon as they started to head to their check-in counter. As soon as they realized I wasn't at their gate, my phone began to buzz. The bewildered text first appeared. Where are you? Gate B12 is where we are. Then the anxious ones. How are you, Elizabeth? Has something taken place? And lastly, the irate ones. How could you treat us like this? The guys are in tears. Before I boarded my aircraft, I switched off my phone. I experienced a peculiar fusion of liberation and remorse for the first time in years. I had lived with that guilt for the majority of my life. However, freedom? It was exhilarating, and it was new. The crowded tourist destination they were going to was nothing like the little island where my resort was located. Years of strain vanished the instant I set foot on the beach. No twins to babysit, no family problems to handle, no schedule to adhere to. The ocean, me, and complete freedom. In fact, the first 2 days were challenging. The twins would be eating lunch now, or Kate would typically require assistance going to bed at this hour, so I kept checking the time. It's difficult to break decades of indoctrination. However, something changed on the third day. I experimented with things I had always wanted to do but had never had time for. I loved every minute of my silly yet fun surfing lesson. I became friends with a bunch of lone travelers when I enrolled in a yoga class by the beach. I even had a spontaneous dinner date with a fascinating man I met at the resort's coffee shop one evening. Even though it was only a casual supper, it served as a reminder that I could live a life apart from my family. When I eventually turned my phone back on after 5 days, that was the true test. There were dozens of voicemails, more than 300 text messages, and 147 missed calls. Even my mother had called my place of employment to report a family emergency. Fortunately, I had previously told my supervisor that I would be taking a holiday. Some of the voicemails were played for me. My mother's tone changed from one of concern to one of rage to one of manipulation. Elizabeth, how could you leave your family in such a way? The twins are inconsolable. Did we raise you this way? Even worse were Kate's messages. You've ruined everything. The lads are persistent in their request for Aunt Lizzie. I can't handle meetings by myself, so Jack had to shorten them. However, one message struck a different chord. My father sent it, and he seemed unsure for once. Elizabeth, please let us know you're safe even though I don't understand what's happening. I had never heard him talk to me without instantly defending Kate or pressuring me to do more before. I texted our family group chat just once. I'm having a great vacation and am safe. When I get back, I'll get in touch with you. Please give me space. I then turned off the conversation and resumed talking to myself. The following 5 days were life-changing. In addition to reading bedtime stories to the twins, I also read 3 novels. I spoke with other guests without interruption. Every evening, instead of rushing home to assist with baths and sleep, I watched the sunset. In order to digest years' worth of suppressed emotions, I even began journaling. I ate dinner at a little beachside eatery last night. When the elder waitress saw that I was alone, she inquired as to whether I was content with my seclusion. She said something that stuck with me after I gave her a brief explanation of my circumstances. Family is vital, honey, but not at the expense of your own well-being. Putting yourself first is sometimes the boldest thing you can do. I didn't head straight to my flat when I got home. In order to give myself time to get ready for the inevitable confrontation, I had reserved a hotel room for 2 nights. During this period, I updated my work emergency contacts, changed the locks on my doors, and, above all, put my boundaries in writing. I accidentally liked a coworker's post on social media, which is how my family found out I was back. My mother and Kate arrived at my apartment building in a matter of hours, constantly buzzing my intercom. Across the street, I watched them from the window of my hotel room, feeling oddly cut off from their spectacular performance. I'm going to confront them tomorrow, at a neutral coffee shop, not my residence. I know it won't be simple, but I've prepared what I want to say. When I consider it, my hands tremble. But I'm choosing myself for the first time in my life. And I know I'm doing the right thing in spite of the worry, the guilt, and the drama that will undoubtedly ensue. I'll provide another update following my talk with my family. I'm grateful because Reddit gave me the confidence to take this first step toward independence. Second update. As scheduled, my family and I gathered at the coffee shop, and it was even more heated than I had anticipated. This is what took place. The encounter at the coffee shop began politely enough. I got there early and sat at a corner table, where I could see the front door and the emergency exit, a habit I'd formed from years of expecting family drama. I could hardly grasp my coffee cup because my hands were shaking so much. My parents, Kate, and, surprisingly, Jack all showed up together. I am glad there are no twins. I raised my hand and said what I had practiced before they began their planned speeches. I'm establishing boundaries, and they can't be negotiated. The 2 hours that followed were a masterclass in manipulating emotions. Kate started crying as she described how my absence had traumatized the twins. My mom attempted to instill guilt, following all that we have done for you. Unexpectedly, Jack tried to mediate by offering a compromise in which I would only see the kids every other weekend. For the most part, my dad sat quietly and uneasy. Kate's statement, "You're being selfish. Family means sacrifice," was the pivotal moment. Something broke inside of me. Clearly but calmly, I responded, "Yes, family means sacrifice, but it's supposed to go both ways. When was the last time any of you sacrificed anything for me?" The ensuing hush was deafening. I revealed everything for the first time: the years of being Kate's second best friend, the unfair financial treatment, and the ongoing belief that my life and time were not as valuable as theirs. I then showed them my calendar for the previous year, with every weekend designated for babysitting and every holiday tailored to their requirements. Attempting to interrupt, my mother said, "But that's what aunts do." I responded by saying something I had never before dared to say. "No, that's what paid babysitters do. And Kate, if you need this much help, maybe it's time to consider hiring one." From there, the discussion took a different turn. My mother followed Kate as she rushed out. Remarkably sorry, Jack remained and acknowledged that they had exploited my availability. After remaining silent for a while, my father said, "We never meant to make you feel this way. It was something, but it wasn't an apology." I carried out my strategy when they departed. I relocated to a different area of the city and got a new apartment. Although it's smaller than my previous residence, it's in a safe building with a doorman who has been informed of my predicament. Only my workplace and a select group of close pals now have my updated phone number. Rebuilding my life from scratch was the most difficult aspect, not the relocation or the planning. I had no true hobbies and few close acquaintances because I had spent years being there for my family. I began modestly. I enrolled in pottery lessons, joined a local reading club, and accepted dinner invitations from coworkers that I had previously consistently declined. It was a weird first weekend of real freedom. I did things that were previously unthinkable, including staying up late, going to a farmer's market, and spending hours perusing a bookshop. Kate didn't text me urgently. Mom doesn't make guilt-tripping calls. No requests for last-minute babysitting. My family's response to my relocation was harsh but expected. When my mother attempted to contact me via the company switchboard, they learned that my new job does not allow personal calls during business hours. On one occasion, Kate even visited my office, but security was alerted beforehand. She wrote a tearful letter accusing me of destroying our family. Jack was the source of the unexpected development. He apologized by email for his part in making the scenario possible. At first, Kate objected to him taking the twins to events on the weekends, but she has since come to terms with it. It's a minor yet important modification. My folks are having a hard time adjusting. Dad occasionally texts, usually in an embarrassing attempt to strike up a conversation. Mom fluctuates between angry outbursts and icy quiet. She left a voicemail last week stating, "When you're done with this rebellion, we'll welcome you back." This isn't a phase, and she doesn't get it. My new reality is this. Without regular family interruptions, work has significantly improved. I'm more productive and focused. After noticing the shift, my supervisor assigned me to oversee a significant new project. For the first time in years, I'm also dating casually, but I'm taking it slow. Internally, there has been the biggest shift. I no longer have the ongoing background anxiety that I had for years. I've started exercising frequently, improved my diet, and slept better. According to my therapist, yes, I have finally begun therapy. I am beginning to recuperate from what she refers to as chronic family stress syndrome. The twins sent me a gift last weekend that included handcrafted notes expressing how much they miss me. Even though it was bittersweet, I remained resolute. I carefully wrote them back to let them know that, although I love them, I need some time to look after myself. I had to write it even though Kate is unlikely to read it to them. "There's a lightness about you now. You look years younger," observed an old acquaintance of mine when I ran into her yesterday. She is correct. I feel lighter in spite of the angry texts, the efforts at emotional manipulation, and the guilt that still surfaced. More liberated. Family love shouldn't feel like a prison sentence, I'm discovering. Respect for personal space, acknowledgement of one's own needs, and reciprocal assistance, rather than only one-sided sacrifice, are all components of true love. My new flat will be 1 month old next week. This is the first time I've ever dared to throw a tiny housewarming celebration. Only a few buddies from pottery class, book club, and work. No expectations, no drama, no family, just individuals who embrace me for who I am. I'll provide another update soon. I'm grateful to Reddit for giving me the confidence to make a life shift. Update 3. Completed update. It has been a life-changing 3 months, and I want to describe how it has all come together. The confrontation I had been dreading and anticipating arrived last week. My father unexpectedly came up to my place of employment. His method was distinct from Kate's emotional manipulations or my mother's prior frenzied attempts. When he asked if we could have lunch together, he was composed, even resigned. We got together at a peaceful eatery close to my workplace. For the first time in my life, he truly saw me as his daughter, not as Kate's sister or the family's fallback option. He remarked, "You look healthy," in a startled tone. Happier. The fact that he hadn't seen my discontent for years weighed heavily on the observation that lingered between us. The family had presented him with a proposal. They were prepared to make concessions. If I agreed to take back my place in the family, I could have every other weekend off. He went on to say, they'd even pay for my time with the twins, as though making money off of the commitment would make it more alluring. They still didn't understand, I realized as I looked at him across the table. They did not view my independence as a basic right, but rather as a negotiating chip. "Dad," I replied, "I'm not negotiating my freedom. I'm living it." The conversation that ensued was the most candid one I have ever had with my father. I described how their incessant focus on Kate had impacted me emotionally as much as practically. I told him about memories he had forgotten or had never noticed, dreams disregarded, accomplishments overlooked, and birthdays neglected. His reaction was surprising. He sat for a long time in quiet, not making the normal defense of their decisions. At last, he stated, "We thought we were doing what was best for the family. We never saw how much we were hurting you." Although that wasn't quite an apology, it was the first time I had ever been acknowledged. When he inquired about my new life, that was the true turning point. He paid attention for the first time as I discussed my pottery lessons, my job advancement, and the new acquaintances I had made. Even though it was not flawless, I showed him pictures of a vase I had built. I was shocked by what he said next. "You seem to have built a good life for yourself without us." Both the recognition and the grief in his voice were genuine. We agreed at the end of lunch that nothing would ever be the same again. He gave me my first sincere embrace in years as he bid farewell. "I hope someday we can be part of your life again, but on different terms." That exchange appeared to set off a final round of family strife. After learning of our lunch, my mother began a fresh round of emotional attacks. She has been informing family members that I need an intervention because I'm having a breakdown. Kate has been making passive-aggressive remarks about selfish sisters and broken families on social media because she feels deceived by our father's approval of my decisions. The difference is that none of it has the same impact on me as it formerly did. I've gained a viewpoint from my new life that I didn't have previously. Their actions, in my opinion, are an attempt to keep control over someone who has finally gained their freedom. My new flat seems like home now. My attempts at pottery and pictures of my chosen family, friends who value my independence and respect boundaries, adorn the walls. I've begun teaching my less experienced coworkers at work, ending the vicious loop of toxic support that has long ensnared me. My connection with time has changed the most. I get to spend the weekends any way I want. I've started learning Spanish, joined a local hiking group, and even started dating someone who respects and values my limits. I'm creating a life for the first time that is true to who I am rather than what my family demands of me. The twins sent me a homemade card last Sunday, which was obviously written under supervision. It was filled with regrettable statements about how much they miss their aunt. This would have previously led me into a downward spiral of uncertainty and remorse. Rather, I responded with a tender yet strong letter, stating that although I may not be as involved in their everyday life, my love for them hasn't changed, and that sometimes grown-ups need to look for themselves. According to my therapist, I am exhibiting what she refers to as post-traumatic growth, not merely moving past the past but creating something more robust and wholesome in its stead. She has assisted me in realizing that I am not responsible for resolving the dysfunction in my family. Yesterday was the most recent development. Jack, Kate's husband, contacted me to let me know that my stance has caused changes in their home, not to place blame on me. They've finally recruited part-time help to help with the twins, and he's become a more involved parent. Jack believes it's better for everyone, but Kate is having trouble adjusting. I'm sitting in my home office getting ready for a business trip next week as I write this last update, something I could never have done in my previous life. A frame quotation that speaks to my path is on the wall behind my desk. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is set yourself free. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who supported me and followed my tale. You gave me the confidence to make my own decisions. If you're wondering if people in comparable circumstances are selfish for desiring their own lives, know that you're not. Being free is not selfish. Treating oneself is not unkind. Setting limits is not a sign of treachery. I have no idea how my relationship with my family may develop in the future. Perhaps one day we'll discover a different kind of connection, one based on respect for one another rather than duty. In the interim, I'm concentrating on fostering the life I've built, including my friendships, interests, profession, and, above all, my sense of self. This is not merely a conclusion, it's just the beginning. And I'm looking forward to what comes next for the first time in my life.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
My family kicked me out because my sister falsely accused me of stealing her engagement ring. 3 years later, they discovered it in the garbage disposal. I never imagined I'd be telling this story, but here goes. I'm Elliot, 26 years old, and 3 years ago my life was flipped upside down by a false charge made by my older sister, Gemma, 29. I grew up in a little Ohio town with my parents, John, 55M, and Lisa, 53F, and my sister, Gemma. We lived in a modest 2-story house that my parents purchased when they first married. It was not fancy, but it was home. My father worked as a high school math teacher, and my mother was a nurse at the local hospital. They weren't wealthy, but they made sure we got all we needed. Growing up, Gemma and I were quite close. We'd spend hours playing in our backyard, climbing the ancient oak tree and inventing complicated games. She was always the leader, making up the rules and plots, while I was content to follow along. As we grew older, however, things began to alter. Gemma was always an overachiever. She was the top of her class, captain of the debate team, and appeared to thrive in whatever she tried. In contrast, I was more laid back. I performed okay in school, but I was never as motivated as Gemma. As we approached our adolescence, this disparity began to erode our relationship. By the time Gemma left for college, we had grown apart. She attended a prominent university on a scholarship, whilst I stayed local and attended community college. I didn't know what I wanted to accomplish with my life, so I took a range of classes to figure it out. Gemma relocated to the city after graduating from college and began working at a large marketing agency. She'd return home for holidays and occasional weekends, full of stories about her fascinating life and excellent profession. I couldn't help feeling inferior in contrast. I was still living at home, working part-time at the local grocery shop, and trying to figure out my next step. Despite our differences, I always assumed Gemma and I were fine. We weren't as close as we were, but I assumed it was just part of growing up. I had no idea how quickly everything might fall apart. Gemma and her boyfriend, Tom, 31M, were engaged 3 years ago. They had been dating for 2 years, and everyone was ecstatic. Tom was a lawyer from a wealthy family, and my parents idolized him. He proposed with a stunning diamond ring that has been in his family for generations. Gemma was overjoyed and couldn't stop showing it off to everyone. The engagement celebration was a large occasion. My parents brought what seemed like the entire town to our house to celebrate. I recall feeling a little out of place among the rich people Gemma and Tom had invited from the city. I remained close to my old high school pals who were still in town, feeling more at ease with them than with Gemma's sophisticated set. A month after the engagement, all hell broke out. It was Tuesday afternoon and I had the day off work. I was in my room, playing video games and enjoying the quiet house. Gemma was visiting for a week, taking some time off work to begin arranging the wedding with our mother. I heard Gemma return home from a shopping trip with Mom. They were talking and laughing downstairs. I didn't think much about it and returned to my game. Around an hour later, I heard Gemma scream. I ran downstairs to check what was going on, and she accused me of taking her engagement ring. She explained that she took it off while doing dishes and left it on the kitchen counter. When she returned to grab it, it was gone. I was stunned and quickly denied taking it, but Gemma refused to listen. She kept shrieking that I was the only other one in the home, so it must have been me. She mentioned how I was always jealous of her success and how I probably wanted to sell the ring so I could finally move out and accomplish something with my life. Our parents arrived home in the midst of the chaos, and Gemma recounted her version of events. To my horror, they believed her wholeheartedly. My mother began to cry, questioning how I could have done such a thing to my own sister. My father merely looked at me with disappointment in his eyes. They began searching my room and turned everything upside down. They didn't find the ring, but they did discover some money I had saved from my job at the supermarket. It wasn't much, maybe a few hundred, But Gemma quickly picked up on it, claiming I must have sold the ring and that's where the money came from. I tried to explain that I had been saving for months and was considering taking some classes at the local community college, but no one listened. The following few days were a nightmare. My parents and Gemma repeatedly pressed me to confess and return the ring. They threatened to contact the police if I did not come clean. I was afraid and felt entirely alone. Nobody in my family believed me, and I was treated like a criminal in my own home. I tried contacting several of my pals, but the majority of them had moved away after high school. The few who remained in town appeared unwilling to become engaged in family strife. I felt more alone than ever. After a week of relentless accusations and threats, my parents made a decision that would alter my life forever. They told me I needed to go. They said they couldn't trust me longer and that I was putting shame on the family. They gave me 2 days to pack my belongings and leave. I was devastated. I had nowhere to go and didn't know what to do. My best buddy from high school, Ryan, 26M, who had recently returned to town after serving in the army, offered to let me rest on his couch for a time. But I knew I couldn't stay there long. His apartment was small, and he was still getting back on his feet. I packed everything I could into a backpack and an old duffel bag, including clothes, books, my laptop, and a few memories from brighter times. As I was leaving, I noticed Gemma eyeing me from her old bedroom window. I thought I caught a glint of doubt in her eyes, but she quickly turned aside. Walking out of that house, the only one I'd ever known, was the most difficult thing I had ever done. I felt deceived and abandoned by those who were supposed to love me completely. The saddest part was that I had done nothing wrong. For the next 2 months, I alternated between Ryan's couch and cheap motels as I could afford them. I took on any odd jobs I could find to make ends meet. I've worked as a dishwasher, dog walker, and even spent a few weeks on a construction job. It was a challenge, but I was determined to prove my innocence and succeed on my own. Eventually, I got a solid job at a warehouse on the outskirts of town. The job was hard, the hours were long, but the pay was consistent. The salary wasn't spectacular, but it allowed me to rent a modest room in a shared house with some other warehouse workers. I gradually began rebuilding my life, but the grief of what had happened never went away. I'd lie awake at night, repeating the events in my memory and wondering how they had gone so wrong. How could my family have turned against me so quickly? How could Gemma, who had grown up with me and knew me better than anyone else, believe I would do such a thing? I cut all communication with my family. They attempted to contact me several times in the beginning. My mother would leave heartfelt voicemails urging me to come home and make things right. My father sent a few terse text messages indicating we needed to discuss. Gemma did show up at the warehouse once, but I declined to see her. I couldn't bear to speak with them after what they had done. They were no longer my family. For 3 years this was how I lived. I made new friends at work and in my shared home. We'd hang out after shifts, drink beer, and watch games. It wasn't the life I had envisioned for myself, but it was mine, and I had created it from scratch. I worked hard and was even promoted to shift supervisor at the warehouse. I started attending online classes to learn business management. I was slowly deciding what I wanted to accomplish with my life, but there was always a part of me that was outraged and wounded by what had occurred. I missed my previous life and family, but I couldn't forgive them for not believing me. Every holiday season was challenging. When I saw families shopping together or heard Christmas music, I felt a sense of sadness for what I had lost. Then last week, I received an unexpected email from my father. The subject line simply stated, "We need to talk." The message was brief, stating that they needed to meet with me immediately and that it was regarding the ring incident. At first, I was tempted to dismiss it as I did with all of their previous attempts to reach me. But something made me hesitate. Maybe it was curiosity. Or maybe a small part of me still wanted a conclusion. After arguing with myself for hours, I decided to listen to them. I called my father, and what he said left me stunned. The ring had been found. Gemma had accidentally knocked it into the garbage disposal while doing the dishes. She only recognized this a few days ago, when the disposal began making unusual noises and they summoned a plumber to inspect it. My father claimed Gemma was upset when she understood what had transpired and that I had been telling the truth all along. He stated they all felt bad about what they had done to me and wanted to make things right. I hung up the phone, experiencing a swirl of emotions. On the one hand, I felt vindicated. I had always told the truth and now everyone knew it. However, I was angry. I was outraged that it took 3 years to find out the truth, that I had missed so much time with my family, and that I had fought alone for so long when I had done nothing wrong. Now I'm at a crossroads. My family wants me to return home. They claim they want to make things right. Gemma has been phoning and messaging nonstop, asking for forgiveness. but I'm not certain I can forgive them. They pushed me out without hesitation. Chose to think the worst of me, and left me to fend for myself for 3 years. Part of me wants to send them all to hell and let them deal with the shame of what they did to me. But another part of me misses my previous life and wonders whether there is a way to rebuild what we've lost. I do not know what to do. Should I give them an opportunity to make amends, or should I continue living the life I've created for myself without them? I'm torn and could appreciate some outside insight on this whole situation. Update 1. It's been a week since my previous post, and a lot has happened. I'd want to thank everyone for their advice and support. It truly helped me go through my emotions and figure out what to do. After much debate, I chose to meet with my family. I believed I owed it to myself to confront them and seek closure, even if I wasn't convinced about reconciliation. We decided to meet in a neutral site, a modest coffee shop in the next town over. I chose it because it was far enough from our hometown that we wouldn't run across anyone we knew, yet close enough that anyone could get there without too much effort. I was quite nervous on the day of the meeting. I hadn't seen my family in 3 years, and I wasn't sure what to expect. I arrived at the coffee shop early and chose a table in the corner where we could enjoy some solitude. When they walked in, it was like a hit in the belly. Seeing them after 3 years was intense. My mother burst into tears the moment she saw me. She was older than I remembered, with more gray hair and creases around her eyes. My father appeared weary and tired, his shoulders drooping as if he were carrying a huge weight. Gemma couldn't look me in the eye at first. She appeared smaller and less confident than the sister I recalled. We sat down, and for a time, no one knew what to say. They all started talking at once, with apologies falling out. My parents said they had failed as parents by not trusting me and kicking me out. They admitted that they had regretted their decision every day since, but pride and humiliation had prevented them from reaching out sooner. My father, who had always been a man of few words, talked for hours about how he had repeated those days in his head, trying to figure out how he could have been so blind. He claimed he had always prided himself on being fair and reasonable, but that emotion had clouded his judgment when it counted the most. My mother, through tears, told me how she had preserved my room exactly as I had left it, hoping that one day I would return. She stated she would wake up in the middle of the night, thinking she had heard me coming home, only to realize what had transpired. Gemma burst into tears, stating she would never forgive herself for accusing me and damaging our relationship. She mentioned how she had always looked up to me when we were youngsters, even though I was younger. She admitted that she had been so preoccupied with her own life and troubles that she had lost sight of what was truly important. As they talked, memories of our childhood came flooding back. I remembered how Gemma stuck up for me when I was bullied in middle school. I reflected on all the times we had laughed together, exchanged secrets, and supported each other during difficult times. It made the betrayal hurt even more, but it also reminded me of the fantastic times we'd had. I heard everything they said, but I couldn't bring myself to forgive them just yet. The anguish and resentment from the previous 3 years were still too raw. I informed them that I needed time to comprehend things. They appeared to comprehend and did not push for more. My mom wanted to hug me before we went, but I backed away. I wasn't prepared for that kind of closeness yet. The hurt look on her face almost convinced me to change my decision, but I remained firm. I needed to protect myself emotionally. After the meeting, I returned to my apartment and carefully considered what I wanted. Did I want to go back to my previous life? Can I ever trust them again? Was it worth attempting to repair our relationship? I recognized that, while I missed having a family, I had also developed significantly in the previous 3 years. I had become self-sufficient, robust, and had created a life for myself from scratch. I wasn't the same person they'd kicked out 3 years before. I reflected about my warehouse work, my online education, and the friends I'd made. I had worked hard to reach where I was, and I was pleased with what I had accomplished on my own. The thought of abandoning that and returning to my old life felt awful. At the same time, I couldn't deny that seeing my family had triggered a variety of feelings. Despite everything, I still loved and missed them. I wondered if I could have a relationship with them while still keeping my independence. After a few days of deliberation, I reached a decision. I called my parents and explained that while I appreciated their apology, I was not yet ready to fully reconcile. I informed them that I needed more time and space to heal. I also established some boundaries. I indicated I was willing to maintain minimal contact with them, but I wasn't going back home or pretending nothing had occurred. I told them that if we were to continue our connection, it had to be on my terms. They expressed disappointment but said they understood. They promised to respect my boundaries and allow me the time I needed. My mother asked if she might phone me once a week to check in, and I agreed, assuming it would be a nice approach to gradually re-establish trust. As for Gemma, I've decided to keep my distance for now. Her actions had affected me the most, and I wasn't ready to forgive her just yet. I told her I needed more time before I could consider having another relationship with her. She was upset, but explained that she understood and would wait until I was ready. It's been a rough week, with many emotional highs and lows. I've had moments when I questioned my decision, wondering if I'm being too harsh or if I'm passing up an opportunity to reunite with my family. But then I recall how quickly they turned on me, and I realize I'm doing the right thing by taking things slowly. I've also started researching therapeutic possibilities. Many of you suggested it in the comments, and I believe it would be beneficial to have a professional to speak with while I navigate this tricky situation. I've never been to therapy before, so I'm a little nervous, but I think it could be beneficial to me. For the time being, my primary focus is on my job and studies. I have a huge project coming up at work, and I'm determined not to let all of this family drama distract me from my goals. I am also thinking about moving to a better apartment. I've been saving, and I think I'm ready for a place of my own without roommates. Thank you again for your support. It's comforting to know that there are individuals out there who understand and care, even if we've never met. I'll provide an update if anything substantial changes. Update 2. It's been almost a month since my last update, and I'd like to share some developments. I've been sticking to the boundaries I've established with my family. We've had a few phone calls and text messages, but nothing particularly intense. It's been okay, awkward at times, but not as painful as I expected. My parents have mostly respected my wishes. They check in every now and then, but they don't ask for more than I'm prepared to provide. I can tell they are working hard to rebuild trust, but it is a slow process. My mother calls once a week, as we promised. These calls were strained at first, with extended silences, but they are becoming easier. We usually discuss neutral issues, such as her employment at the hospital, the weather, and my online education. It's not much, but it's a beginning. My father has been sending me short emails, usually simply to check in or share something he thinks I'd be interested in. Last week, he forwarded me an article about a new business launching in our hometown. It was a little gesture, but it reminded me of how he would clip newspaper stories for me. When I was younger, Gemma struggled with the barrier I'd created between us. She sent me many long, emotional texts apologizing and pleading for the opportunity to make things right. I responded simply, stating that I need more time. It's difficult, but I'm holding firm on this. I know she's hurting, but I'm not prepared to deal with her feelings on top of mine. The big news is that I have started treatment. I discovered a counselor that specializes in family trauma, and we've had a few sessions thus far. It has been difficult to bring up all of the grief from the past, but I believe it is helping. My therapist is assisting me in resolving my anger and trust issues, as well as providing me with strategies for setting good boundaries. In our last session, we discussed how the incident with the ring was more than just the accusation, but also years of feeling like I didn't measure up to Gemma's accomplishments. It's made me recognize that there were difficulties in our family dynamic long before the ring incident and that healing will require addressing those as well. One unanticipated result of all of this is that I've become closer to my pals, particularly Ryan. They've been extremely supportive throughout the entire ordeal. Ryan even offered to accompany me to any future family meetings for moral support. It's taught me that family is more than just blood. It's about who supports you when things go rough. Work has been a welcome distraction. I've poured myself into my career and even received a modest promotion. I'm now in charge of inventory management for my shift, which means additional responsibility and a minor pay increase. It is nice to have something pleasant to focus on. In terms of my living situation, I've decided to stay where I am for the time being. It's not much, but it's mine and symbolizes the independence I've worked so hard for. My parents offered to help me find a better place, but I declined. I have to do this on my own. However, I began to carefully consider choices for furthering my studies. A state institution located approximately an hour distant provides night classes. I am considering applying to their business program. It would be a significant move, but I believe I'm prepared for it. Overall, I'm taking it one day at a time. Certain days are harder than others. There are times when I mourn our easy connection as a family, but then I recall how fast they turned on me, and I realize I can't rush this process. My therapist thinks it's good to have mixed feelings about everything. She encourages me to be patient with myself and not feel obligated to forgive before I'm ready. We're working on techniques for dealing with upcoming family gatherings and holidays, which are making me more apprehensive than I'd like to admit. For the time being, my priorities are recovering and creating a life I can be proud of, with or without my family. It's not easy, but I'm positive about the future. I'm learning that it's all right to put myself first, and that creating boundaries does not make me a horrible person. Thank you for your continuing support. Your comments and messages have provided me with strength during this process. It's comforting to know I'm not alone in coping with familial issues like these. Update 3. It's been 6 months since my original post, so I thought it was time for a last update. A lot has changed during the last few months. The biggest news is that I've decided to relocate to a different place in search of a new employment opportunity. It's a significant advancement in my profession, and I'm looking forward to the new opportunities. The job is with a logistics company, and the work is comparable to what I did at the warehouse, but on a much larger size. It's a management role, which I've been working toward for a while. The income is much higher than what I was making previously, and it includes benefits such as health insurance and a 401k plan. Before making this decision, I had a lengthy conversation with my therapist. We talked about how this move will influence my healing process and my relationship with my family. Finally, we agreed that this could be a good thing for me, an opportunity to fully stand on my own 2 feet and identify myself outside of the family drama. I informed my parents about the transfer last week. They were astonished and disappointed, yet they expressed their understanding. My mother cried a little, stating she had hoped we'd have more time to restore our relationship before my departure. My father was more stoic, but I could see he was disappointed too. They were both concerned about me being alone in a strange place, but I told them that I'd be okay. Gemma took it the hardest. After I told her, she showed up unannounced to my flat, pleading with me not to go. She admitted that she felt like she was losing me all over again. It was a challenging conversation, but I held my ground. I informed her that this was something I needed to do for myself, and that our relationship was not in a position where her opinion could influence my decision. Our relationship is improving, but it is not perfect. We've enjoyed several family dinners in recent months. They've been uncomfortable and awkward at times, but we're gradually learning to be around each other again. Trust is still a major issue. I sometimes question their motives, wondering if they truly believe what they say or if they are simply attempting to relieve their guilt. My therapist has been crucial throughout this. She has helped me analyze my emotions and create boundaries. She has emphasized that forgiveness does not imply forgetting or pretending that the trauma never happened. It's about letting go of my anger in order to find peace of mind. I've taken that to heart. While I don't believe I'll ever forget what happened, I'm attempting to forgive my family. Not for their sake, but for mine. It was hard to carry around all of my anger and bitterness, and I'm ready to let it go. As I prepare for this relocation, I've been thinking about everything that has transpired. 3 years ago, I thought my life was finished. I'd lost everything, including everyone I cared about. But now I see how much I've learned from that experience. I'm stronger, more independent, and have a better understanding of my own worth than I ever had. I don't know what the future holds for me and my family. We intend to stay in touch once I relocate, with weekly phone calls and visits during the holidays. It's a start. Perhaps, with time and distance, we will be able to create something new. For the time being, my attention is focused on the future. I'm excited about my new work, the new city, and the opportunities that await me. I've started looking for apartments online and researched the region where I'll be residing. It's a mix of excitement and trepidation, but I'm largely looking forward to this next chapter in my life. Whatever happens to my family, I'm confident I'll be okay. I've shown to myself that I can deal with whatever life throws at me, and I've learned the value of surrounding myself with people that believe in and support me, whether they're related or not.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
My mom kicked me out for her new family, then demanded college money for my siblings when she found out I'm successful. To put things in perspective, my mother gave birth to me at the age of 20, and my biological father was never involved. He never wanted children, she told me, and because they had only been dating for a few months when she became pregnant, she offered him the option to leave, which he did. She stated that because of the bitterness of their breakup, she had chosen not to demand child support from him and he had also refused to pay. Never talking again was convenient for both of them. She was fortunate to have my grandparents' unwavering support and encouragement, which enabled her to finish her schooling and secure employment. She dated a couple men while I was younger, and she began dating Harry, a co-worker, when I was about 8 years old. Before getting married, they dated for over 3 years. Although we weren't very close, Harry and I got along well enough to put up with each other being in the house. When my mom became pregnant 4 years after they were married, everyone was overjoyed, including me. In retrospect, I probably should have known what was going to happen, but I was too preoccupied with the idea that my mother would always support me. I hoped Mom wouldn't leave me now because she had endured a lot of challenges raising me by herself. She obviously distanced herself from me after she married Harry, and we began to drift apart, but I thought it was only a phase and that things would improve. During her pregnancy, I did my best to be encouraging, but she appeared to get angrier every time I was there. To avoid disturbing her, I made the decision to become scarce, but it seems that I wasn't inconspicuous enough. She and Harry sat me down for a serious conversation 6 months after she gave birth to twins. They informed me that they couldn't keep me in the house since they had 2 children to look after. They couldn't legally throw me out without getting in trouble because I was still a juvenile, having just turned 16. By highlighting the financial burden of providing for a big family, on their meager income, they attempted to persuade me otherwise. Since we had been living comfortably up until that point, I honestly didn't think it was hard to maintain 2 adults, 1 teenager and 2 kids on the salary of 2 web engineers. They clearly only wanted me gone. I genuinely didn't want to leave, so even at that point I attempted to offer ways to stop it. If money was a problem, I offered to acquire a job, but my mother said she wanted to save money and resources for the children who deserved it more. She stated that they deserved to stay with them more than I did, not that they needed this more. That was all it took for me to decide that I had to leave because it was obvious that no one wanted me. They knew I had enough dignity to know I was unwanted, so they had only nudged me in the right way after I left, without even telling me where I should go. Their strategy was successful. Since they hadn't really evicted me, it wasn't technically an eviction, but I would still consider it to be the same. I felt like I had no other choice after they had forced me into a difficult situation. I went straight to my grandparents' house when I left that day. They wanted to be there for the twins, so even though they were upset about what my mother had done, they didn't cut her off. At 16, I obtained part-time work because I could no longer financially rely on my grandparents due to their advanced age. When my mom and Harry went to visit my grandparents with the kids, I would see them every now and then, but they seldom ever inquired about me. They tended to be very formal, as if they didn't miss me at all, even when they did see me. They actually appeared to be happy without my presence. I was saddened by my mother's apparent decrease in irritability, but I knew there was nothing I could do about it. Until it was time to go to college, I lived with my grandparents. My mom wasn't involved with me even then, so I had to rely on friends to assist me get settled in my dorm because my grandparents weren't old enough or healthy enough. My mom and Harry declined, preferring to preserve money for the twins' future, so I had to take out a student loan, and one of my relatives co-signed for it. Fortunately, one of my uncles agreed to assist if I assured him that he would never be responsible for any of the costs. I worked while I was in college to make sure I wouldn't fall behind on my payments and to give myself a financial advantage. My mother and I hardly spoke once I started college, and only my grandparents were present when I graduated. Not even my mother bothered to congratulate me. In order to avoid being a burden to my elderly grandparents, I began working and lived independently after college. Although I didn't make much money during the first few years, I was still able to pay for groceries, utilities, rent, and even started to pay off my debt while setting money up for the future. In fact, I would describe that as living on a limited income. Fortunately, things finally got better. It took a while, but I eventually rose through the ranks of my organization. Considering that I received very little assistance, I'm proud of how far I've gone and am now in a rather comfortable posture. Unexpectedly, my mother discovered that I earn a good living, even though we haven't spoken for many years. At nearly 33, I currently hold a senior management role at the same organization where I began my career. About 4 months ago, I got a big promotion, but I wanted to keep it a secret, so only a select few individuals knew about it. To thank my uncle for co-signing my loan back when I was having trouble paying for college, I did inform him. According to what I understand, he just met my mom and Harry at a family get-together and urged her to get in touch with me to congratulate me on my success. Even though I'm sure he meant well, it didn't work out because she didn't even get in touch with me to offer me congratulations. In the end, my mother learned about it and recently visited my home with Harry, insisting on talking to me. I should note that I haven't spoken to her since I started college. I blocked her everywhere and left her out of my life after graduating since I didn't think there was any use in hoping she would change her mind. She didn't appear to be negatively impacted, and to be honest, I doubt she even noticed. Only my grandparents, who were aware that I disliked discussing my mother, were in contact with me and they steered clear of the subject. I didn't really stay in touch with my uncle either, so I was unaware that my mom and Harry had been having financial difficulties for a few years. Only when they arrived at my door and told me how bad things had gotten did I find out. It was wishful thinking, but the only reason I even allowed them inside was because I hoped they would be coming to make amends. They began by stating that they had heard from my uncle about my promotion and how I was one of the youngest individuals in such a prominent position in my firm, rather than congratulating me on my accomplishment. It seems that they were surprised that I had kept it from them. Ironically, I was taken aback that they expected me to communicate with them at all, much less deliver any positive news. Additionally, they were disappointed that I had shut them out of my life, claiming that it was only because they had prioritized their children above me. They maintained that I should have been old enough to comprehend their rearranged priorities and not harbor resentment as a teenager. They said that I should have supported their decisions rather than going in with my grandparents. I'm not even sure why they thought I would agree with their choice to expel me from the house. They tried to gaslight me into thinking that I was the bad guy for being angry that they had ejected me so they could spend time with their children alone, but that's how they began our reunion after all these years. They talked about how tough the past several years had been for them without even giving me a chance to explain my side of the story. They described how they had launched their own company but, regrettably, it did not succeed, resulting in losses. They were now attempting to make up for previous losses, and they desperately needed money as the twins were getting close to college age. I saw then why they had come. They needed financial assistance. They didn't waste any time going right to the point, even trying to soften it by claiming that I could make it up to them by paying for my siblings' schooling, but that at first they were upset that I hadn't contacted them despite performing well. Their attempt to make it seem as though they were doing me a favor by allowing me to pay for the college education of 2 children I no longer knew astounded me. I told them right away that I wouldn't be doing that and that it was disrespectful of them to believe they could coerce me into doing so. I became irate and reminded them that they were the reason I had to work during my college years and pay for my own education. Because they wanted to save for their real children, who they believed deserved it more than I did, they had refused to provide me with financial support back then. I assured them that they had no right to expect anything from me now, particularly financial support, since I had never questioned their choice to put the twins first and had just left them alone. They actually no longer had the right to demand that I communicate with them. Instead of attempting to emotionally control me, I pointed out that they could now use the same money to pay for the twins' college bills because they had wished to conserve money and resources for the children who deserved it. I had nothing else to say, so I asked them to go. I was stupid to invite them inside my house in the first place, assuming they might have come to express regret for their treatment of me. They became irritated and attempted to place the blame elsewhere when I began to insist that they leave. They informed me that I wasn't innocent in this case. Their protection. They said I was overenthusiastic, over-involved, and frequently irritable while we all lived together. I was only a teenager, trying to keep in touch with my family as they drifted away from me, so I couldn't believe that was a true issue they had with me. They then had the audacity to claim that I was no better than them since I had denied their request. They said I was forgetting all the years my mother had taken care of me and brought me up alone. They said that this was my opportunity to make it up to her, and assist her, but I was being rude and unappreciative instead. Since I was a child at the time, I thought it was absurd that they would bring that up. Even if I had wanted to, I couldn't have decided not to rely on them. Furthermore, it wasn't like they were helping me. They pushed me out of the house and effectively forced me out as soon as they believed I was mature enough to manage things on my own. For the following 18 years, they refused to acknowledge my existence. I was still shocked that they had the gall to expect me to aid them now, as if I owed them something, even after everything that had happened. During the dispute, things became quite personal and ugly, and I finally threatened to call the police if they didn't leave my property. My mother reminded me of all the sacrifices she had made when I was younger, ostensibly because she wanted to be a good mother, before they finally departed after more arguments. She said that I had been ungrateful the one time she had expected me to sympathize with her predicament and allow her to put other people before myself. She now claimed that rather than the other way around, I was portraying her as the villain. Since then, this has been bothering me and I'm having trouble figuring out whether I'm to blame, whether I've been expecting too much from my mother, or whether she's simply deceiving me. I decided to post on Reddit to get some unbiased perspectives even though I'm quite sure I'm correct. AITA for not paying for my half-sibling's college tuition just because my stepdad and estranged mother are having financial difficulties. Edit. Even though my uncle had excellent intentions, I reminded him that what he did was wrong and unacceptable. His actions undoubtedly had a negative effect. I wouldn't be in this predicament if he hadn't shared my life with my mother and disclosed my contact details without my consent. He apologized excessively, stating that he was unaware of their financial difficulties and that he had no idea my mother would respond in this manner. He admitted that he had no business telling my mother about my life and that if we had wanted to get back together, we would have done so without his help. Since his heart was in the right place, I don't intend to cut him out of my life. I would have been much more angry if he had meant something different. He simply made an error. In addition, it was because of him that I was initially able to attend college. He was the only person who was prepared to assume the responsibility of co-signing my loan application. If you consider it, I might not be in this situation at all if it weren't for him. I made sure to let him know that what he did wasn't appropriate since I don't want to come across as unappreciative, but I'm also not a doormat. Whatever I did was fair enough, and I believe I found the ideal balance. We're doing great together. And I won't hold anything against him because I needed this resolution somehow. I also discussed my mom's recent struggles with my grandparents. They believe I'm correct and have promised to make an effort to persuade her to change her mind. I realized that they didn't want to lose touch with their other grandchildren, which is why they have remained in touch with my mom. They understand the struggles my mom's family is going through, but they don't think it's right or fair to put me through this. That's their position on the issue and I believe it's reasonable enough. ****. First update. My mother has taken it upon herself to remind me of all she did for me growing up ever since we last spoke, which was nearly 9 days ago. She probably sends me an email every other day to make me feel like I owe her something. It's not like she gave me a favor by raising me alone, and she was legally required to take care of me, so I don't really understand the point. She only reared me when it was convenient for her. She and her spouse decided to expel me as soon as I started to cause them trouble, citing the need to save money for the twins and their future. Now that we're in the future and the twins are adults, I believe they should rely on themselves rather than wasting time trying to manipulate and guilt-trip me. Although I had been ignoring her emails, I made the decision to reply a few days ago. I explained to her all I had written in my essay. She didn't take it well, as expected, and labeled me ungrateful once more. I just informed her that calling me names would not alter the truth and that I no longer wanted to have any contact with her because she had been a bad mother. I blocked her email account after that, but she made a new one to continue to annoy me. Since she never done the same for me, I blocked that one as well, and I'll keep doing so until she understands that I'm not here to mope about her. To be honest, I'm glad we're finally having this discussion because I think it will end quickly and I'll have the necessary closure. Only because I was still clinging to the hope that perhaps they had changed, that perhaps they were here to congratulate me and make amends, did I welcome them into my house and talk to them that day. However, speaking with them made me realize that they are just not the type of individuals who are able to experience regret, guilt or shame. I've fully given up on ever making amends with them after it once again made me realize how self-centered and cunning they are. Second update. I believe that my mother's appearance at my place of employment earlier today was the most bizarre thing she has ever done. Fortunately, I wasn't working today, so she departed really fast and didn't succeed in her endeavor. I was feeling a little under the weather, so I decided to take the day off, and I'm so happy I did. She would have definitely thrown a fit or done anything to make me look foolish if I'd been present. When the receptionist called to inform me that my mom had arrived, wanting to see me and refusing to go despite being informed that I wasn't there, I learned the truth. When they put her on the phone with me, I firmly told her that I was at home, even though I was already rather anxious about what she might do. She was informed that if she attempted anything at my place of employment, I would sue her until she would be too ashamed to send her children to college. I did my best to sound threatening, so I believe it truly frightened her. She agreed to depart right away, provided I met her in person, so it must have worked. I reminded her that she couldn't afford a lawsuit at the moment and informed her that she wasn't in a position to be making demands. I also mentioned that my employer would not think twice about suing her if the situation worsened, which would be a very different scenario because they wouldn't be as forgiving as I'd been. She'd be better off just going out in silence. I didn't get any more calls or notifications regarding the event, so I guess she left after giving the phone back to the receptionist. I can't afford for this to happen again because that was undoubtedly a near call. I've made the decision to speak with a lawyer to find out what precautions I may take. She hasn't threatened me directly, so I'm not sure if this is enough to get a restraining order, but I still want to speak with the attorney to discuss my alternatives. I just have to hope that this experience was unpleasant enough for her to think about leaving me alone till then. Update 3. Since I'm very certain we now have grounds for a restraining order, I suppose I don't need to consider filing one. When my mother arrived at my place of employment last week, I was able to persuade her to leave. However, in light of this week's events, I believe that a restraining order against her needs to be issued for everyone. She was waiting outside my door when I got home from work a few days ago. I informed her right away that I didn't want to argue and that I would call the police if she didn't leave. She practically raced at me and threw me to the ground, sending my phone flying out of my hands as I was ready to dial. She cursed at me and blamed me for everything that had gone wrong in her life, while she attempted to beat me up. It took me a while to react since I was so taken aback by her insane conduct. However, because I consistently work out and am much younger than her, it was simple for me to overwhelm her when I did. Fortunately, all the shouting had alerted my neighbors to the problem and caused them to call the police. They even came to my aid and restrained my mother as we awaited the arrival of the cops. I made the decision to file charges when the police eventually arrived. She is currently in a lot of trouble. In addition, I've discussed this with my attorney and requested a restraining order against her. I've been informed that Harry has taken the children and moved in with his parents. I'm not sure if he intends to come back anytime soon. He apparently challenged her about her behavior after saving her and informed her that she couldn't continue acting in this manner. She also got into a fight with him, which seems to mean she's really lost it. I believe she finds it difficult to believe that I'm doing well in life, but in all honesty, she is to blame for her own issues. I will not be sorry for her. I'll have the restraining order in place soon, and since I'm making more money, I've already started thinking about moving into a larger home. Since now seems like the ideal moment, I'm going to start exploring my alternatives. Being linked to someone like that is embarrassing, so I sincerely hope my mother receives the support she needs and learns to behave normally. She has also been nasty to my grandparents, who have told me they no longer want to be around her. The only person she can blame for everyone avoiding her is herself. Anyway, I'm not worried about it anymore.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
My parents skipped my wedding because I married before my perfect sister. Now their perfect family image is finally crumbling. After being together for 4 years, I, 32F, got married 8 months ago. Except for my sister Malene, 30F, and my parents, everyone went to the wedding. My parents' decision to skip the event was startling, but I wasn't overly shocked by my sister's absence because we've never really gotten along. However, considering our past, I should have anticipated it. I'll give you some background on our family's dynamics. I can't completely blame my parents for constantly favoring my sister over me. Throughout her life, she has been exceptionally good at almost everything. She was the center of attention in every room she visited as soon as she could walk. She won every spelling bee, science fair, and talent show in elementary school. Class president, valedictorian, and prom queen were all very much the same in high school. Tall, slender, and attractive enough, she pursued modeling while in college before concentrating on her business degree. She got her first modeling job during her sophomore year, and I can still remember it. To celebrate, my parents invited all of our family members and her friends to a lavish party. Her first professional headshot was framed and hung in our living room, where it remains to this day, directly above the fireplace. The same year I received my degree in computer science, they merely murmured, "Well done," and resumed organizing Malene's next photo session. She immediately climbed the corporate ladder after graduating and landing a job at a prominent company. She already has a corner office and a corporate car at the age of 30, making her a senior executive. In the meantime, I work for a respectable computer company as a mid-level software developer. Although I'm pleased with my work and it's a decent profession, it's not the type of employment that makes parents boast in front of the family. In addition, I'm bigger and shorter than my sister. My mother made crude remarks about my appearance, signed me up for workout classes I didn't want to attend, and put me on diets all the time when I was growing up. She would say, "Malene never struggles with her weight." Or, "You could look as nice as your sister if you just put in a little more effort." Even though I had learned to ignore these remarks by high school, they had an impact. Over the years, I've accepted these distinctions. I ultimately came to terms with the fact that my parents never took as much delight in my accomplishments as they did in Malene's. What was my option? I tried to get their approval for years by attending classes they recommended, joining clubs they encouraged, and even attempted modeling for a short time, a failure my sister never lets me forget. However, nothing was ever sufficient. I was merely the second daughter, and they were completely enamored with my sister's achievements. I gave up attempting to impress them sometime in my mid-20s. I concentrated on creating my own life, growing professionally on my own terms, and forming bonds with individuals that respected me for who I am. To be honest, following that, things have improved. Knowing that my parents were constantly concerned about maintaining appearances, I kept my interactions with them superficial in order to prevent conflict. During our mandatory Christmas meals and sporadic family get-togethers, I would nod and grin while they raved about Malene's most recent job, lover, or vacation spot. Since they had Malene to swoon over, they didn't seem to notice my emotional distance. Then, at a computer conference, I ran upon my spouse through a mutual friend. He noticed me, actually saw me, unlike my family. He liked my dry sense of humor, my ability to code, and yes, even my body type, right from the beginning. He never once said I should change or make comparisons to other people. He proposed to me after 4 years of dating when we were alone at home, enjoying takeaway and our favorite TV in the background. It was flawless. Naturally, I told my folks that I was engaged last year. My first clue should have been their response. There was no congratulation, only stillness. My mother then questioned whether I was certain I wanted to jump right in and recommended that I might want to improve my physical condition before the wedding. My father didn't say much at all. During the engagement party, my husband noted their odd reaction, which I was too anxious to fully comprehend at the time. They crouched over my mother's phone in a corner for the majority of the evening. My husband then informed me that he had heard them talking to Malene on the phone, who was clearly crying. They were talking about how this wasn't the plan, and how they never expected Rebecca to get married first, according to what he vaguely heard. There were some minor setbacks during the wedding planning process. Despite not even being engaged at the time, my mother had already made many wedding Pinterest boards for Malene and was not interested in assisting me in selecting a dress or location. My mother merely remarked that it was practical and suitable for my figure when I selected my dress, a straightforward yet exquisite A-line gown that made me feel lovely. My future mother-in-law, who treated me like the daughter she never had, and I ended up working together on the majority of the preparations. I carefully reviewed and double-checked the guest list with my spouse to be sure no one was overlooked before sending out both electronic and paper wedding invitations. I am certain that my parents received theirs because the electronic invitations included red receipts. I called, texted, and emailed them several times after realizing they hadn't RSVP'd. My mails were either ignored or met with evasive responses stating that they were very busy and needed to check their schedules. I couldn't waste too much energy worrying about it because I was too busy getting ready for the wedding. My in-laws were incredibly helpful, offering assistance with everything from seating maps to floral arrangements. Even at the lovely bridal shower hosted by my husband's sister, the painfully obvious absence of my own family was never brought up. Even though my parents weren't there, the wedding day itself was beautiful. We held a laid-back afternoon celebration after the morning wedding in a garden setting. Everyone was right when they said we looked so content and in love. But there were times when their absence felt like a physical anguish, such as when I saw the front row seats empty or at the father-daughter dance that I was not able to attend. I sought answers after the honeymoon and wedding. They said they were deeply hurt, that they had never gotten a formal invitation when I eventually reached them on the phone. My mother launched into a lengthy tirade about how careless I was, how she had always wanted to assist in organizing her daughter's weddings, and how she couldn't comprehend why I would leave them out of such a significant occasion. I was perplexed by this since I was positive we had given them both kinds of invitations. During the call, I verified that we had indeed sent them by looking through our records. Even the physical invitation's delivery was confirmed. I didn't confront them about their attempts to gaslight me. I just said I was sorry for the error and hung up. Later, my husband brought up a number of incidents that demonstrated their true intentions, such as the way they appeared surprised rather than delighted when we told them we were engaged, or the way they continued coming up with reasons not to assist with the wedding planning. Because he didn't want to add to my anxiety during the wedding planning process, he hadn't brought up these findings earlier, but in retrospect, the pattern was clear. The idea that I, the less successful daughter, was getting married before their beloved Malene was too much for them to bear. Their demeanor simply served to validate what I had always suspected but had resisted, that I would never be able to compete with my sister in their eyes. The most depressing thing was learning that even my wedding day, which ought to have been a celebration of love and fresh starts, turned into yet another front in their never-ending war to preserve their ideal family image, with Malene at its core. Malene recently got engaged to someone she's been dating for a year, according to family members I spoke with. In family group conversations that I don't participate in, my parents openly express their excitement about organizing an elaborate wedding for her. They are already boasting about securing upscale locations and luxury gowns, and my mother is taking Malene to private fittings at upscale stores. All the mother-daughter time I was not allowed. It's intriguing that a large number of our family are suddenly refusing to go to Malene's wedding and engagement party. My parents' actions at my wedding apparently became a topic of conversation in the family. I just tell my family members what I think is real when they inquire as to why my parents didn't attend my wedding. They couldn't bear it when I married before their beloved daughter. I present the facts as I perceive them, without embellishment or an attempt to win sympathy. My parents got in touch with me a few days ago and accused me of purposefully attempting to spoil Malene's wedding. According to their claims, the relatives they have spoken to are using reasons to avoid going to any of her wedding-related festivities. My cousin, to whom my sister vented, informed her that people are reluctant to come because they have heard about my parents' treatment of me. My parents claim that because I'm envious of my sister's impending lavish wedding, I'm spreading false stories. The problem is that I'm only telling folks the truth about what happened. Perhaps they should consider their conduct instead of blaming me for the results if the truth makes them appear terrible. As things continue to change, I'm finding it harder and harder to keep up the appearance of a relationship with my parents. Their behavior during my wedding finally made it clear to me that I would never be sufficient for them, regardless of what I did. Their absence at my wedding is no longer the most difficult aspect. It's coming to terms with the fact that I never had the kind, encouraging parents I always desired. I'm concentrating on creating a life with someone who genuinely appreciates me for who I am right now, but I'll keep you updated if anything important changes. First update: since my last post, which was 2 weeks ago, a lot has transpired. I ultimately made the decision to speak with my parents face to face over their actions at my wedding and their current charges that I ruined my sister's special day after reading your encouraging remarks. I felt it was time to put everything on the table when they began texting me about their tarnished family history. My parents quickly started making accusations during our phone call, saying that I was jealous of Malene and had planned the entire thing. I did something I had never done before. I agreed with them, but not in the way they had anticipated, in place of defending myself as I usually would. I said to them, "You're correct. I'm envious. Not Malene's career, not her accomplishments, not her appearance. I'm envious of the unwavering love and support you've shown her, which you never even made an effort to show me." There was a pause in the line. My mother then began claiming that I was exaggerating and that they had always treated us equally. Something broke inside of me at that moment. Feelings that had been repressed for years came flooding out. I informed them of each birthday when Malene's most recent success eclipsed my own accomplishments. When Malene had a modeling callback, my mother canceled my high school graduation dinner. About how her prom outfit cost more than the total cost of my college textbooks for a year. I continued despite my father's attempts to cut me off by accusing me of exaggerating. I talked about how it was to watch them spend years organizing my sister's fictitious wedding while showing no interest in my own. I told them how painful it was to see my parents' seats vacant and how my mother-in-law had to help me with everything, from wedding preparation to clothing buying. Their reaction was instructive. They flipped it on me rather than accepting any of my arguments. "Why did you never speak up if you felt this way?" As if I hadn't tried to speak with them for years, my mother insisted. My father went on to say that by discussing these emotions with our family members, I was being unjust and spiteful. My mother said something at that point that ultimately clarified everything. "We never imagined you'd go to such lengths as to try to ruin Malene's wedding out of spite, but we always knew you were insecure about her success," she stated. "This is not how we brought you up." I became aware that they couldn't even hear me. They believed that their behavior and my emotions had nothing to do with the entire circumstance. It has to do with Malene's reaction. They were more worried about her impending nuptials than the hurt they had caused me, even during this discussion about their absence from my wedding. I didn't attempt to make things better for the first time in my life. I didn't retract or apologize. Rather, I expressed my thoughts to them directly. "You're correct on one point. I was raised by you. You instilled in me the belief that I would never measure up. That Malene's accomplishments would always be more significant than mine. That upholding your ideal family image was more essential than my feelings. However, you also taught me that I deserve better than this, which was something you didn't mean to teach me." Before my father spoke, there was a long pause. He spoke in a cool, collected tone. "Maybe it's time for us to stop acting like we're bad parents, since you've already determined that we are and you obviously take pleasure in seeing us suffer. Since you are family, we assumed you would assist in resolving this issue, but it is clear that you have made your own decisions." The last blow was delivered by my mother. "Perhaps you simply couldn't cope with not being the center of attention, even though we always tried to treat you both fairly. Rebecca, that's not our fault. You made the decision to play the victim." I refrained from arguing. Why would it matter? Everything I had been saying had just been validated by them. They were unable to admit their involvement in any of anything, even at this last discussion. I just hung up and said goodbye. I was surprised to feel relieved after the call. Tears were shed, to be sure, but they weren't the frantic, heartbreaking ones I remember from my early years. They were liberating tears. For the first time, I had expressed everything I needed to say without holding back or feeling guilty about how I felt. Later, my husband saw me gazing at the sunset from our back porch. He sat next to me and grasped my hand without saying anything. "They're never going to change, are they?" I asked him after a time. "No, but you have," he said, squeezing my hand. "And that is what counts." He is correct. I've changed. The young child who frantically tried to win her parents' approval is no longer there. They no longer need to validate the woman who came out of that last conversation. Although acknowledging that my parents will never be the people I need them to be is painful, it is not as painful as holding out hope that they would change. For the first time, I don't really care what happens with my sister's wedding or the family drama. I've had my say, and they now have to deal with whatever comes up. The most peculiar aspect? I feel as though a burden I've carried my entire life has finally been lifted. Although it's not the happy ending I had hoped for with my parents, perhaps it was the one I needed, the ability to quit striving for love that ought to have come naturally. Second update. 3 days have passed since my run-in with our parents, and things have taken a surprising turn. Malene made the decision to become involved in the drama, but her strategy failed horribly. My sister sent me a thoughtfully composed message yesterday morning. She had developed a condescending tone over the years, and it was evident in her text. What you said to your parents was totally inappropriate. They have helped us through every stage of our lives and given us everything. You cannot simply blame them for being poor parents because you are insecure about the decisions you have made in life. She continued the message with her typical blend of moral superiority and covert jabs. I understand that your wedding wasn't exactly what you had envisioned, but that doesn't mean you should try to destroy mine. There's nothing wrong with wanting a celebration that honors those of us who have put in a lot of effort to meet specific standards. Rebecca, not everything needs to be a contest. I didn't bother to answer. I've discovered that interacting with her merely provides her with more ammunition after years of putting up with her manipulative conduct. I just blocked her number instead. Malene has never been one to put up with being ignored, so I assumed that would be the end of it. My husband, who was laughing so hard that he could not speak, called me at work a few hours later. Malene was apparently unable to get in touch with me directly, so she found his personal number, probably via a common acquaintance, and sent him a string of texts outlining the precise reasons why our sister relationship has never been good. She began her initial communication to him in a sufficiently professional manner. As Rebecca's sister and someone who cares deeply about our family's well-being, I feel compelled to reach out. However, it soon turned into her actual motivations. She informed my husband that he had an obligation to help me behave in a more suitable manner because he was the new man in Rebecca's life. The messages become increasingly patronizing. Family dynamics are complex, she told my husband, a professional software architect with an MBA, adding that someone with Rebecca's sensitivity might not understand the bigger picture. She advised him to assist me in seeing reason before I irreparably harm family relationships. Her attempt to play on what she believed to be his social climbing impulses was the true kicker, though. In fact, she wrote, "Surely you understand that maintaining good relationships with successful family members like myself could be beneficial for your future. Rebecca's behavior is only hurting her own prospects and, by extension, yours." Having always been able to see through Malene's facade, my spouse thought her attempt at manipulation was humorous. He particularly liked her presumption that her business rank or the prospect of networking opportunities would somehow impress him. In his own words, "She really doesn't know me at all, does she?" We went over the messages together when I got home that night. I was laughing with my hubby instead of feeling offended or upset. Seeing Malene's deceptive methods exposed, particularly when they were aimed at someone who was totally impervious to them, was liberating. I learned something significant about my sister as a result of this encounter. She is still that insecure adolescent who needs to tear others down in order to feel superior, despite all of her achievements and success. It's clear how little she knows about good relationships that she believed she could control me by manipulating my husband. When her direct approach failed, she swiftly turned to trying to use my husband against me, which was the most revealing aspect. She used to do precisely that in high school. She attempted to turn my friends against me when she was unable to bully me directly. Different decade, same strategies. With this fresh viewpoint, I now understand how Malene's actions went beyond simple sibling rivalry throughout our early years. She made a concerted effort to keep her status as the favorite child, always telling our parents, and me, how much better she was. She had to overshadow whatever I accomplished. She had to point out my shortcomings to everyone I made friends with. My response to her games is different now. Her messages would have caused me to fall into self-doubt 10 years ago. I would have been upset and hurt 5 years ago. Today? Simply put, I'm sick of the drama and find her blatant attempts at manipulation amusing. My husband's response was ideal. Rather than becoming embroiled in her drama, he merely responded, "Thank you for your concern about Rebecca's well-being. As her husband, I'm focused on supporting her happiness, not managing her behavior. I think it's best if you direct any future concerns to Rebecca directly. Have a nice day." Malene sent one last message after not receiving the desired response. I see she's poisoned you against the family too. Don't say I didn't try to help when this all blows up in your faces. Ironically, Maline's attempt to assist has further strengthened my resolve to keep my distance from the destructive dynamics of my family. Nothing has changed, as evidenced by her messages to my spouse. She is still the same cunning individual who feels the need to dictate every story and who perceives any departure from her ideal family script as a danger. Knowing that her attempts at persuasion were so totally unsuccessful is perhaps the most pleasant aspect of the entire incident. She succeeded in bringing my spouse and I closer together rather than causing us to drift apart. Totally unconcerned by her fears of social repercussions, we joked about her texts and planned a weekend trip during the evening. I've come to understand that true family isn't about upholding facades or dictating stories. It's about standing together, laughing together, and supporting one another when someone tries to manipulate you, even your own sister. I'm more certain than ever that I'd be better off keeping a safe distance from Maline's wedding drama. Instead of getting sucked into my family's never-ending power struggles, my husband and I have made the decision to concentrate on creating our own happiness. Success is said to be the best form of retaliation, but I'm coming to realize that real success isn't about impressing people. It's about accepting your decisions and surrounding yourself with individuals that encourage rather than impede your own development. I feel more successful than ever by that metric. Third update. After my sister's unsuccessful attempt to control my husband 2 weeks ago, things have taken unanticipated turns. The situation is becoming worse despite my parents' desperate attempts to repair their reputation. I found out through family ties that my parents have been on a mad quest to correct the narrative. They have been phoning each relative separately and accusing me of spreading vile tales because I'm envious of Maline's ideal wedding. They claim that I'm just resentful since her wedding will be far more sophisticated and gorgeous than mine was. According to their most recent tale, I purposefully left them out of my wedding so I could act like the victim. It's funny that they still reside in the same home they've owned for 30 years and have the same email addresses since the invention of email, but they're saying I sent their invitation to an old email address and an old physical address. The good news is that their attempts to limit the harm are failing miserably. Our family members don't believe it. Actually, a number of family members have shared their personal accounts of my parents' history of partiality. According to one aunt, my mother had previously engaged in similar antics at family weddings in an effort to guarantee that Maline was the life of the party. The way my extended family has reacted to my parents' manipulation is the most fulfilling development. Important family members, some of whom were expected to have significant parts in the event, have stopped supporting Maline's wedding. They may no longer have access to the exclusive location they were able to get through family ties. Even a family friend's luxury garment business has unexpectedly experienced scheduling conflicts. At a family get-together last weekend, things reached a breaking point. It seems that when someone naively inquired about my wedding pictures, my mother became upset. Out of jealousy, she started a defensive tirade about how I had changed after getting married and was attempting to destroy the family. Her tantrum backfired, stunning a number of relatives who were unaware of the circumstances and further harming their well-maintained reputation. It's especially ironic that my parents' frantic efforts to maintain their ideal family facade are the reason it's falling apart. Each time they attempt to justify their absence from my wedding, they wind up disclosing more about who they really are. People are becoming more aware of their deception the more they attempt to portray me as the bad guy. Family members are now picking sides after previously remaining impartial. Recently, even my father's brother, who had always kept silent to maintain harmony, apologized for not speaking up sooner about how they treated me. He has made the decision not to go to any of Maline's wedding-related festivities with his family. I don't have to answer any of this explicitly, so I haven't. The truth is taking care of everything for me. Maline and my parents always wind up revealing more of their destructive conduct when they attempt to twist the tale. It comes out that all those years of remaining silent and putting up with their treatment in an effort to keep the peace was really just a way of allowing their actions. My husband said it in the best possible words. They constructed a facade of the ideal family over many years, but it was based on emotional manipulation and partiality. Eventually, it was going to fall apart. I'm doing better than ever, personally. I no longer have to worry about attempting to win my parents' approval. The stress of controlling Maline's emotions has subsided. I'm not concerned about upholding their ideal family image for the first time in my life. Sometimes the best retaliation is just letting the truth speak for itself rather than taking action. I'm grateful to Reddit for giving me the courage to advocate for myself. You have no idea how much your guidance and encouragement have meant to me along this path. Sometimes you need to see what true family support looks like from strangers you met online.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
My parents tried to give my inheritance to their favorite daughter, but my grandparents had a surprising twist in store. Male 28-year-old comes from a family with a convoluted and long history of favoritism. My younger sister Amy, 25, has always been preferred by my parents, especially Dad, over me. Starting in our childhood, this partiality only got worse as we grew up. Amy was the golden child from my earliest memories. Our parents threw her an elaborate birthday party including professional face painters, a bouncy castle, and a petting zoo when I was 5 and she was 2. I had a store-bought cake and a little family supper for my birthday that same year. This helped to define the tone for years to come. The differences became clearer as we aged. Amy always received the newest toys, the greatest clothes and most attention. I recall saving months of allowance for a new bike when I was 10 years old. Amy wanted one too, hence she had a fit when she saw it. Rather of educating her about waiting or saving, my parents went right out and got her an even nicer bike than mine. Another arena where the bias was evident was school. Amy's parents attended all of her school functions, while they usually missed mine. I took front stage in the school play in 4th grade. I practiced for weeks, driven by great enthusiasm. My parents arrived an hour late on the night of the play, therefore missing my major scene. They were consoling Amy after she complained of stomachache. She was good later on, they had simply lost count of time playing with her. Regarding academics, nothing I ever appeared to do seemed sufficient. I joined the math club, often received straight A's in middle school, and even took first place in a regional science fair. Though my parents hardly noticed these successes, they gave Amy a celebratory dinner and purchased her a new phone as encouragement to keep getting better when she scored a B+ on one test in her weakest subject. In particular, high school was difficult. With an eye toward their approval, I put myself into whatever activity I could. Along with keeping a 4.0 GPA, I was editor of the school newspaper, debate team captain. Amy coasted through school, hardly keeping a C average, and spent much of her time hanging out with friends. I was chosen from our university as one of 2 junior year applicants to participate in a famous summer program at Harvard. It was such an honor, and I felt great. My dad grumbled and moved the topic to Amy's forthcoming dancing performance when I told the news over supper. At least my mother remarked, "That's nice," but she moved on fast. My parents couldn't bring me to the airport on the night Amy's concert fell on the same day I was leaving Harvard as they wanted to see Amy perform. I asked the parents of a friend for a ride. Another agonizing experience was the college application process. I worked months on improving my essays, engaged in extracurricular activities, and SAT preparation. Several elite colleges accepted me and I was given a sizable scholarship to my ideal college. When I told my parents about this at supper, their reaction was barely passable. "That's good, but don't let it run to your head. College isn't everything," my dad advised. "Just remember about us when you're off becoming a big shot," my mother said. On the other hand, my parents were quite understanding when Amy barely passed high school and chose not to attend college. They admired her for knowing herself and for defying social expectations. Something they never done for me, they even paid for her a car as a graduation gift. Emotionally, this persistent favoritism suffered me greatly. Over my teens and early 20s, I battled anxiety and despair. Beginning therapy in college, I came to realize that my parents' actions were not my fault. Years of effort were needed to develop my self-esteem and learn to validate myself rather than depending on my parents' approval. My immediate family did not help me, yet I still managed to lead a decent life. By the time I finished from college with honors, I had a decent job in finance, and even purchased my own house by 27 years old. Though my parents aren't, I'm glad of what I've accomplished. Here then, is where the current drama begins. On Dad's side, my grandfather died not too long ago. He left a sizable estate and was a successful businessman who started from nothing. In his will, he split his possessions equally among his grandchildren, including me, Amy, and our cousins, as well as his children, Dad and his siblings. My portion of the bequest was significant, roughly $500,000. It would have let me invest in my future, pay off my education loans, and perhaps even launch my own company someday. This unanticipated windfall and the chances it could present made me happy. When the will was read though, my parents clearly became agitated. Later, they drew me aside and said they felt it was unjust I received an equal portion. Amy, who lives in our parents' basement and works part-time at a coffee shop, said she needed the money more since she was suffering. Though stunned, I attempted to keep cool. I clarified that Grandpa made this decision. They had no say on how he decided. They insisted I should act morally and give Amy my fair part. They became enraged when I turned down and began guilt-tripping me, calling me unappreciative and selfish. Every incident my dad could recall where they had helped me came under discussion. Though I worked part-time to help with finances, he emphasized paying for my medically necessary braces, buying me school supplies, the bare minimum, and allowing me reside at home during college. He conveniently forgot about the car they bought Amy, the many shopping sprees, and the fact they still support her at 2025. The matter got rapidly more serious. Acting as the will's executor, my dad chose to handle things himself. Along with her own inheritance, he declared he would be interpretation Grandpa's intentions and give Amy my whole part. He said Grandpa would have wished if he had known our unique situation. I was broken. This was not only obviously illegal but also a terrible reminder of how little my parents thought of me. Pointing that Grandpa had always treated all his grandchildren equally and that he was aware of our circumstances, I tried to reason with them. Then my mother accused me of speaking ill of the deceased by implying Grandpa would have preferred anything else than what my dad was advocating. I mentioned certain memories of Grandpa pushing my academic and career goals, but my parents brushed off these as misinterpretation. They said Grandpa wanted to make sure Amy was taken care of and had privately voiced worry about her future. They had no response when I asked why he hadn't simply penned the will that way then. Amy, for her part, was awkward about the circumstances but did not voice criticism of our parents. She merely shrugged and said, "Mom and Dad know best," when I tried to chat to her alone. She obviously wasn't going to be much help. Feeling misled and wounded, I asked Grandpa's widow, my paternal grandma, for guidance. Hearing what was happening, she became enraged. She informed me that my parents had no authority to alter the will and that this was exactly not what Grandpa had planned. Grandma sent some material that clarifies the matter. Several years ago, apparently, my parents asked Grandpa to give everything to Amy in his will. Grandpa had steadfastly objected, saying he thought all of his grandchildren should be treated equally. He had even included a stipulation in his will declaring that anyone challenging the equitable distribution would lose their portion. Equipped with this knowledge, I challenged my parents. Grandma's disclosure of their earlier attempt to affect the will startled them. Saying they were only looking out Amy's future helped my dad try to defend it, but I could see the guilt on their faces. Grandmother acted right away. She got in touch with her will's other executors and attorney. She also got in touch with my dad's siblings, who shared her equally strong indignation at what he was attempting. Taken together, they stopped my dad's scheme and guaranteed that the will would be carried out as stated. Though they are unhappy with me, my parents were obliged to back off. They argued I should have handled this in-house instead of involving others and accused me of turning the family against me. My mother sobbed over how I had split the family and deceived them. I said I had never expected anything from them anyway, when my dad threatened to cut me out of their will totally. Now, should I accept the inheritance, they are threatening to break off all communication. My dad even went so far as to suggest that I would not be welcome in their house should I inherit it. In a particularly low blow, my mother remarked that my acceptance of the money reveals that I never truly loved them and was merely ready to profit from their passing. The matter splits the extended family. A few of my cousins are encouraging since they understand the long-standing favoritism and value me for advocating myself. Others believe I should have yielded in order to preserve peace since family harmony comes first over financial considerations. Although my dad's siblings are definitely on my side, this has strained their relationship as well as my parents. Amy finds herself enmeshed in all this. She confided in me privately that although she feels bad and didn't ask for this, she is not ready to challenge our parents. She's been trained her whole life to depend on them and seek their praise, hence I don't blame her totally. Still, a part of me longs she would help me just once. This circumstance has brought out a lot of past suffering and bitterness. I find myself remembering all the times I was passed over or discounted in favor of Amy, the birthday celebrations I missed, the school functions my parents missed, the successes that went unreported. This one occurrence seems to be bringing to a head a lifetime of unfairness. Though the whole affair has caused a great divide in the family, I am keeping my ground and want to take my inheritance as Grandpa meant. My parents hardly talk to me, and family get-togethers have grown awkward. I missed our monthly family meal last week for the first time ever since I could stand the cold shoulders and accusing glares. Though there is turmoil, a tiny bit of me feels empowered. I'm confronting the unfair treatment by my parents for the first time in my life. I'm declaring my value and refuse to be written off. It's both terrible and freeing at once. Though I think I'm in the right here, the family drama is draining me. Something I hadn't experienced since college, I have started having anxiety attacks once more. To assist handle all this stress, I'm thinking about returning to therapy. Am I the one who should have refused to comply with my parents' expectations and accepted my inheritance? Should I have simply handed Amy the money to maintain peace? Although I'm bored of being the family scapegoat, I also fear losing my family totally. Any guidance or viewpoint would be much valued. Update. Since my first post 6 months ago, a lot has happened. I want to thank everyone for their support and guidance. It truly kept me strong during trying circumstances. Let me start with the legal aspect of things. Many of you advised, and I did see my own attorney. He verified that I had every right to inherit and that what my dad attempted was in fact illegal. He helped me record everything and ready to act legally should needed. Fortunately, things did not transpire as such. Along with my dad's siblings, my grandma and her attorney worked out matters without involving court. I got my whole fortune and the will was carried out exactly as intended. Because of his will manipulation attempts, my dad was removed as an executor. This was a somewhat demanding process spanning several weeks. My parents threatened litigation, there were tense meetings and furious phone calls, but ultimately the law was unambiguous and they had to back off. Still ongoing though, the family fallout has been noteworthy. At first, my parents doubled down on their viewpoint. They charged me with being avaricious and neglectful of my sister. They also sought to mobilize other family members against me, disseminating allegations that I had somehow coerced Grandpa into giving me money. Luckily, most of the family saw through their trickery. About 1 month following the will's acceptance, there was one really unpleasant occurrence at a family gathering. When my parents showed there unannounced, my aunt was hosting and hadn't asked them to come, they started a scene. Starting to shout about how I had taken from Amy and corrupted Grandma against her, my dad became saying I had ruined all these wonderful memories. My mother flung an old photo album squarely at my feet. It was awkward and terrible. It took several relatives to cool things down and persuade my parents to leave. Bless her heart, my grandmother turned out to be my most powerful supporter over all of this. She related tales of how my grandfather had always been pleased of my achievements and how he especially wanted to make sure all his grandchildren had equal chances. She even said Grandpa had maintained a scrapbook of my accomplishments, newspaper clippings of academic honors, copies of my college acceptance letters, and even the program from that university play my parents had been late for. This insight was sad as well as wonderful. Grandma also volunteered to straighten the records with the wider family. She organized a family gathering excluding my parents, laying out the entire history of my parents' partiality including events I had long forgotten or never ever heard about. Having someone at last recognize the unfairness I had gone through for years was vindicating, but it also reopened old scars. About my sister Amy, she at last found her voice in all this. She came to me personally and apologized for not sticking up for me earlier after some soul-searching and several long talks with our grandmother. She said she thought our parents' preference was improper, but she had been too terrified to confront it. We discussed our childhood and how it influenced both of us in great length and emotional intensity. Amy admitted that being the favorite child wasn't as wonderful as it seemed. She never learned how to stand on her 2 feet and felt great pressure to live up to our parents' expectations. She told tales of times she yearned to accomplish things on her own, but our parents would swoop in and handle everything for her, therefore depriving her of the opportunity to develop and learn from her mistakes. For our relationship, this talk marked a sea change. We began to mend the sibling link our parents' partiality had broken. Just the two of us have been routinely meeting for coffee to discuss and encourage one another through this family crisis. Declaring that she was going to pay for college with her inheritance astonished everyone. She claimed seeing me stand up for myself motivated her to start managing her own life. Once she decided what she wanted to study, she registered in a nearby community college, first intending to transfer to a 4-year university. Our parents let out startled gasps. They knew, I believe, that their babying had not done Amy any favors. The response of my parents to all this has been diverse and changing. They first attacked both of us angrily. They tried to guilt Amy into quitting college to help the family since they said I turned her against them. They changed strategy when that proved ineffective. After several protracted talks with my grandmother and seeing Amy's great transformation, my mother began to recognize how damaging their actions had been. She has made some hesitant moves toward reconciliation, even beginning therapy to address her problems. She got in touch to apologies, owning that she had been unfair and requesting a chance to right things. It's a slow process, and while I'm gently hopeful, I'm also keeping strong limits. Sadly, my dad has been less likely to own any mistakes. Still furious, he feels as though he is the victim in all this. He has been chilly toward Amy since she chose to go college and hardly speaks to me. He has tried a few times to control us, threatening to sell our childhood house should we fail to come to our senses or forgiving us should we realize we were wrong. Although we are both standing strong, it hurts to see him distance both of his children like this. The dynamics among the extended family have changed dramatically. I now live closer to my dad's siblings, who have been quite helpful, and my grandmother. Having heard from my aunts and uncles about handling my dad's challenging conduct over the years, it has lessened my loneliness in this fight. Deeper bonds with some of my cousins who stood by me have also developed. Starting a monthly cousin meal allows us to all catch up free from the drama of the older generations. For myself, I have been making sensible use of my inheritance. Having paid off my college loans, I now feel an amazing degree of financial freedom. Working with a financial advisor, I have assembled a varied investment portfolio. I have also set aside some funds to maybe launch my own company some years forward. Opening a community center with reasonably priced mental health treatments and financial literacy seminars is something I'm investigating. But for me, buying therapy for myself and volunteering to do the same for Amy has been the most significant application of the money. Both of us are learning to set reasonable limits with our parents and are working on healing from our childhood events. Though it's a long road, I already feel as though I'm developing in knowledge and ability to overcome emotional neglect and long-term partiality. This whole process has brought some surprising good improvements into my life. I now know a great deal about establishing limits and defending myself. Though I know I did the right thing, it hasn't been easy and there are still difficult days. I feel good about myself for resisting guilt and pressure. Among the most unexpected results has been a change in my work path. Dealing with all this family conflict and undergoing therapy has helped me to see my own passion about supporting people who, dealing with all this family dysfunction and doing therapy has helped me to see how driven I am about supporting others who have gone through same family dynamics. Currently thinking about returning to school to specialize in adult children of emotionally immature parents and work as a family therapist. I have also been helping youngsters from challenging family homes at a nearby youth facility. Being able to offer the kind of encouragement and support I wish I had had as a youngster is immensely satisfying. I'm even considering creating a scholarship fund for children from same circumstances using some of my inheritance. My contact with Amy has kept getting better. Once a month, we have a siblings day when we do something entertaining, just the two of us. Our hiking and picnic last month was the most laid back and connected we had felt since we were small children. Without our parents' influence, we are gently reconstructing our connection on our own terms. Regarding my parents, things remain tricky. Our relationship has been trying to be rebuilt by my mom. She has been routinely attending therapy and has even begun to see some of the damage her favoritism brought about. We have had a few one-on-one lunches when we have had some honest, though challenging talks regarding our past and forward direction. Though it's not flawless, improvement is evident. My dad still objects to change though. He still says he'd done nothing illegal and that Amy and I should be appreciative. He refuses to be in the same room with me, hence he missed several family functions. Though it hurts, I am trying to let go of my need to compel him to see things differently or control his reactions. For both Amy and me, Grandma now serves as a rock. She has been sharing additional tales about our grandfather and his pride of us for advocating for ourselves. She always supports justice and understanding, thus she has been a fantastic mediator in family problems. The whole process has imparted a lot of lessons about the actual meaning of family. I've come to see that occasionally the family you select might be more encouraging than the one you were raised in. Along with developing a close-knit circle of friends who have been quite helpful along this journey, I have grown closer to my aunts, uncles, and cousins who stood by me. Setting limits and practicing self-care have also become more crucial to me. I'm growing better at saying no to circumstances that compromise my mental health, and I no longer feel bad about giving my personal well-being top priority. I was so preoccupied with trying to achieve my parents' favor that I had always put off investigating new interests and hobbies. To those in same circumstances, I would wish to advise: not let someone make you feel bad about getting what is rightly yours. Even if it generates controversy, it's reasonable to defend yourself. Though family dynamics might be complex, you are deserving of fair treatment. Remember, you never have too late to begin developing the life you are due. See a therapist if necessary, surround yourself with encouraging people, and don't hesitate to establish limits. Who you are personally defines your value, not how your family treats you. I want to thank each of you once more for your suggestions and encouragement. It meant more than what you would have known during a really trying period. Although the road has not been simple, I am excited about the future and confident in self-assurance I have not experienced in years. Where this new chapter of my life will lead excites me, and I am resolved to stop the pattern of favoritism and build better relationships in my own future family. Regarding my parents, things remain tricky. Our relationship has been trying to be rebuilt by my mom. She has been routinely attending therapy and has even begun to see some of the damage her favoritism brought about. We have had a few one-on-one lunches when we have had some honest, though challenging talks regarding our past and forward direction. Though it's not flawless, improvement is evident. My dad still objects to change though. He still says he done nothing illegal and that Amy and I should be appreciative. He refuses to be in the same room with me, hence he missed several family functions. Though it hurts, I am trying to let go of my need to compel him to see things differently or control his reactions. For both Amy and me, Grandma now serves as a rock. She has been sharing additional tales about our grandfather and his pride of us for advocating for ourselves. She always supports justice and understanding, thus she has been a fantastic mediator in family problems. The whole process has imparted a lot of lessons about the actual meaning of family. I've come to see that occasionally the family you select might be more encouraging than the one you were raised in. Along with developing a close-knit circle of friends who have been quite helpful along this journey, I have grown closer to my aunts, uncles, and cousins who stood by me. Setting limits and practicing self-care have also become more crucial to me. I'm growing better at saying no to circumstances that compromise my mental health, and I no longer feel bad about giving my personal well-being top priority. I was so preoccupied with trying to achieve my parents' favor that I had always put off investigating new interests and hobbies. To those in same circumstances, I would wish to advise not let someone make you feel bad about getting what is rightly yours. Even if it generates controversy, it's reasonable to defend yourself. Though family dynamics might be complex, you are deserving of fair treatment. Remember, you never have too late to begin developing the life you are due. See a therapist if necessary, surround yourself with encouraging people, and don't hesitate to establish limits. Who you are personally defines your value, not how your family treats you. I want to thank each of you once more for your suggestions and encouragement. It meant more than what you would have known during a really trying period. Although the road has not been simple, I am excited about the future and confident in self-assurance I have not experienced in years. Where this new chapter of my life will lead excites me, and I am resolved to stop the pattern of favoritism and build better relationships in my own future family.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. My sister slapped me in front of 200 people at her wedding because I wouldn't give her my penthouse. Turns out, a judge was watching. At my sister's lavish wedding, my parents insisted that I give up my penthouse for their new family. Mom exclaimed, "Selfish children don't deserve success." Dad added, "Your sister's children need real homes." Sister scoffed, "Finally getting what I've always deserved." When I declined, she struck me harshly in front of 200 people. Everyone began laughing. I did not cry. I picked the revenge that would permanently silence them. The champagne flute trembled in my palm as I saw my sister Sabrina glide across the marble floor of the Ritz-Carlton's large ballroom, her custom Vera Wang gown trailing behind her like liquid silk. 200 people had arrived to see her fairy tale wedding to Derek, a brilliant investment banker she met only 8 months before. I couldn't help but notice the irony that she was marrying for money while wanting me. I'm Vivian, 32 years old, and I've worked my ass hard to be where I am now. While Sabrina was busy playing house with several lovers in her 20s, I was pulling all-nighters in law school and working 70-hour weeks at a top Manhattan firm. 5 years ago, I took the biggest risk of my life by establishing my own firm, focusing on business litigation. It paid off spectacularly. Last year I concluded a settlement that allowed me to acquire a penthouse overlooking Central Park, which everyone now claimed belonged to them. "Vivian, darling, you look absolutely radiant." My mother Diane approached with her typical phony smile, which she saved for when she wanted something. Her silver hair was precisely coiffed, and she wore a navy dress that likely cost more than most people's rent. "We need to have a little family chat." My stomach sank. Family conversations in the Morrison household were never good news. "Mom, it's Sabrina's wedding day. Can't whatever this is wait?" "Actually, no." My father Robert appeared beside her, his expression harsh. At 58, Dad still commanded attention in his fitted tuxedo, but his eyes bore the unmistakable disappointment that had haunted me since boyhood. "We've been discussing your living situation." "My living situation?" I sat down with my champagne and realized I needed both hands free. "What about my living situation?" "Well, honey," Mom's voice took on that sickeningly lovely tone. "You know how Sabrina and Derek are starting their family. They're going to need more space than that tiny apartment Derek has been renting." I blinked. "They're not even pregnant yet, Mom." "But they will be soon." Sabrina's voice echoed over the little circle as she joined us, her new husband's arm around her waist. At 28, she was certainly attractive, with auburn hair and green eyes. But her expression was calculated, and it made my skin crawl. "We're planning to start trying right away."
Congratulations, I murmured cautiously. I'm sure you'll find a lovely place to raise your family. We already have, Sabrina replied, her smile bright. We want your penthouse. The words struck me like a physical blow. Excuse me? Now Vivian, before you get all defensive, Dad jumped in, his voice taking on that patronizing tone he used when he thought he was being reasonable. Think about this logically. You're a single woman, you don't need all that space. Sabrina and Derek, on the other hand, are starting a family. They need room for children, for their future. You want me to give up my home? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The home I worked for years to afford? Not give up, Mom hastily corrected. Trade. You could take Derek's apartment. It's perfectly adequate for one person. A 600-foot studio in Queens? I asked frankly. You want me to trade my 3-bedroom penthouse on the Upper West Side for a studio apartment in Queens? Vivian, don't be so dramatic, Sabrina urged. It's not like you even use all that space. What do you need 3 bedrooms for? You don't even have a boyfriend. The comment stung, just as she had intended. Sabrina had always been the ideal child, the one who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes. They hailed her bold for dropping out of college to find herself. They referred to her career and relationship changes as exploring her options. When I graduated summa cum laude from law school, they were concerned that I had worked too hard. I need those bedrooms because it's my home, I responded, my voice rising slightly. I earned it, I paid for it, and I'm not giving it up. Vivian Elizabeth Morrison, Mom's voice became harsh. That is incredibly selfish. Family comes first. Always. Family? I laughed cruelly. Have any of you ever treated me like family? When I needed help preparing for the bar test, you said I was being antisocial. When I established my own business and struggled, you accused me of being careless. When I finally succeeded, you pretended it was an accident. That's not true, Dad said. However, his voice lacked conviction. Isn't it? When was the last time any of you inquired about my life, career, and happiness? But as soon as I have anything you desire, I'm back with my family. Sabrina came forward, her face red with rage. You know what your problem is, Vivian? You've always been jealous of me. You can't stand that I'm getting married, that I'm going to have the family you'll never have. I'm not jealous of you, Sabrina. I'm disappointed in you. Disappointed? She laughed harshly. Are you disappointed in me? I'm the one getting married, and I'll be the one to give Mom and Dad grandkids. What have you done besides make money? I've built a life, I said gently. I've worked hard for everything I have. I've never asked any of you for anything. Well, now we're asking something of you, Dad stated firmly. Your sister needs that penthouse more than you do. It's time you did something for your family, instead of just yourself. Robert's right, Mom said, raising her voice. Selfish children don't deserve success. You've had everything handed to you, and now you won't even help your own sister. The accusation was so ludicrous that I nearly laughed. Handed to me? I worked 3 jobs to pay for law school. I lived on ramen noodles for 2 years while building my practice. I've never asked you for a dime. Your sister's kids need real homes, Dad said loudly across the ballroom, causing several nearby visitors to turn and stare. Not some cramped apartment. They deserve better. They're not even conceived yet, I protested, but I knew I was losing this battle. My family was always brilliant at making me feel bad about my accomplishments. Sabrina moved closer, her voice low and nasty. You know what, Vivian? I'm done pretending to care about your feelings. I've always known I was the better daughter. I'm prettier. I'm more likable. I'm the one who makes Mom and Dad proud. And now I'm finally getting what I've always deserved. The words hung in the air between us, posing a challenge. Around us, wedding guests began to gather, sensing drama. Some were openly staring now, their discussions dying as they concentrated on our family argument. What do you always deserve? I said softly. And what exactly is that, Sabrina? Everything, she replied simply. The penthouse, the respect, the life you've been hoarding for yourself. I deserve it all, and I'm finally going to get it. Over my dead body. The slap came so fast that I didn't see it coming. Sabrina's fingers hit my cheek with a piercing snap that rang across the ballroom. For a brief while, the sound appeared to stop. 200 guests fell silent, their discussion breaking in mid-sentence as they turned to watch the sight unfold in front of them. Then the laughter began. It started with a few scattered giggles from Sabrina's friends, who had always looked down on me for being too serious and focused on work. But it spread like wildfire among the audience. Guests who did not know me were laughing, pointing, and muttering behind their hands. "Did you see that? She actually slapped her." About time someone put Vivian in her place. I always knew she was stuck up. My cheek burned, but I did not cry. I would not offer them satisfaction. Instead, I stood there, feeling the pressure of 200 pairs of eyes on me, listening to their laughing, whispered comments, and judgment. Sabrina smiled triumphantly. "Maybe now you'll start acting like a real sister." Mom and Dad stood behind her, not apologizing for their daughter's actions nor protecting me. They merely watched, waiting to see if I'd ultimately give in to their demands. That's when I realized something significant. This wasn't only about the penthouse. This was about them keeping me in my place, reminding me that no matter how successful I was, or how hard I worked, I would always be the disappointment, the one who didn't count. But they had made one critical error. They had humiliated me in front of 200 witnesses, including some prominent figures from New York's legal and commercial circles. People who knew me, respected me, and witnessed what I was capable of. I reached into my bag and took out my phone, my hands remarkably still despite the wrath running through my veins. Without speaking, I began typing. "Vivian, what are you doing?" Mom inquired uneasily. I ignored her and continued to type. People around us began to laugh less as they noticed I wasn't behaving as expected. I wasn't crying or running away in humiliation. I was doing something else totally. "Vivian, put that away," Dad said. "You're embarrassing yourself." "No," I said quietly, kept typing. "I'm not the one who should be embarrassed." Sabrina attempted to grab my phone, but I moved aside and clicked send just as her fingertips touched the screen. "What did you do?" she hissed. I looked up at her, my parents, and the multitude of guests who were still watching us with unmistakable interest. "I chose the revenge that would silence you forever." Their confused expressions were nearly hilarious. They clearly expected me to either give in to their demands or burst out crying. They did not expect me to fight back. My phone buzzed with an answer, followed by another, and then several more in fast succession. "Vivian, what did you send?" Mom's voice became shrill, panic setting in. I gave the first genuine smile I'd felt all evening. I sent a message to my group chat. You know, the one with all my lawyer friends, the journalists I've worked with, the business contacts I've made over the years, the people who actually matter in this city. Sabrina's face turned white. "What kind of message?" "Just a little update about tonight's events. How my family demanded I give up my penthouse to my sister and her new husband. How my mother screamed that selfish children don't deserve success. How my father said my sister's hypothetical children needed real homes more than I do. How my sister slapped me in front of 200 people because I wouldn't hand over my life's work." The ballroom had gone utterly silent. Even the string quartet had ceased performing. I also mentioned how everyone laughed when I was assaulted, I said, my voice clearly audible over the hush. How amusing they found it that a successful woman was being put in her place by her family. "Vivian, you need to delete that right now," Dad warned, his voice dangerously low. I shrugged. "Delete what? The truth?" "Too late anyway. It's already been shared. You know how social media works, Dad. Once something's out there, it's out there forever." My phone was now continuously vibrating with messages of sympathy, fury on my behalf, and pleas for additional information. The story was spreading faster than I had expected. "You vindictive!" Sabrina screamed, her voice wavering slightly. "No, Sabrina. I'm just done being your doormat." Derek, who had been mute during the argument, eventually spoke up. "Vivian, maybe we can work something out. We didn't mean for things to go this far." I stared at him with pity. "You married into the wrong family, Derek. You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into." "What do you mean?" he inquired, his tone betraying genuine confusion. "I mean your new wife and in-laws just made some very powerful enemies. Do you know who Judge Margaret Chen is? She was here tonight. She saw everything. She's already texted me, expressing her disgust at your wife's behavior." Sabrina's face changed from white to green. Judge Chen was one of New York's most recognized judges, known for having no tolerance for entitled conduct. "And David Rodriguez from the Times? He's been following me around all evening, trying to get an interview about my latest case. He saw the whole thing. He's asking if I want to comment on how successful women are treated by their families." "Vivian, stop," Mom urged. You're going to ruin Sabrina's wedding. Sabrina ruined her own wedding when she decided to assault me in front of 200 people. It was just a slap, Sabrina insisted. You're being dramatic. It was an assault, Sabrina. And it was witnessed by 200 people, including several lawyers, a judge, and apparently a reporter. You want to know what I deserve? I deserve not to be physically attacked by my own family. My telephone rang. I looked at the screen and smiled. Oh, this is interesting. It's Amanda Walsh from Walsh & Associates. You know, the law firm that handles high-profile reputation management cases. She's offering her services pro bono. Sabrina's face became drained of blood. In New York society, reputation management was synonymous with controversy control. And if Amanda Walsh called, it meant the tale had already moved beyond my small circle. Vivian, please, Sabrina said, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. I was just emotional. You're sorry? I chuckled, but it wasn't funny. You're sorry that there are consequences to your actions. You're sorry that you can't just take whatever you want from me without pushback. But you're not sorry for what you did. I am sorry, she insisted. I'll apologize publicly. I'll tell everyone it was a mistake. Too late for that. The damage is done. And it was. I could see it on the faces of the people surrounding us. The laughter had stopped completely, replaced by uneasy whispers and pointed stars. People who had previously considered my humiliation humorous now looked at Sabrina with disgust. The social media posts had already gone viral, and in New York's affluent circles, reputation meant everything. What do you want? Dad said calmly, defeat evident in his voice. I want you to leave me alone, I stated plainly. All of you. I want you to stop treating me like an ATM. Stop expecting me to sacrifice my happiness for Sabrina's convenience. And stop pretending that family means anything to you beyond what you can get from me. Vivian, we're still family, Mom murmured softly. No, we're not. Family doesn't demand you give up your home. Family doesn't scream at you in public. Family doesn't assault you at a wedding. Family supports each other, celebrates each other's successes, and treats each other with respect. You've never done any of those things for me. My phone vibrated again. This time, it was an SMS from my assistant. Vivian, TMZ is calling. They want to know if you are the lawyer who was assaulted at the Ritz-Carlton wedding. What do I tell them? I held the phone up so that everyone could read the message. TMZ is calling. This is about to become a very public story. Sabrina started crying, her flawless makeup spilling down her cheeks. Vivian, please. This is my wedding day. Don't ruin it. I'm not ruining anything, Sabrina. I'm just refusing to be your victim anymore. What can we do? Derek asked, desperate. How do we fix this? I looked at him, then at my parents, and last at my sister, who was sobbing in her wedding dress. You can't fix this, Derek. This is who they are. This is what they do. They take and take and take until there's nothing left. And when you finally say no, they attack you for it. The ballroom was beginning to empty now. Guests were making excuses and slipping away from what was obviously a family disaster. Sabrina's beautiful wedding was unraveling, and everyone wanted to isolate themselves from the chaos. The penthouse is mine, I said gently. I earned it. I paid for it, and I'm keeping it. If you want to live somewhere nice, Sabrina, get a job. Work for it like I did. I can't believe you're doing this, she muttered. I can't believe it took me this long. When I turned to leave, Dad grabbed my arm. Vivian, wait. We can work this out. Family counseling, mediation, whatever you want. I looked down at his hand on my arm, then up to his face. Let go of me, Dad. He quickly released me, evidently aware of the consequences of physically restraining me in light of what had just occurred. There's nothing to work out, I informed them. You made your choice tonight. You chose Sabrina over me just like you always have. You chose her convenience over my hard work. You chose her demands over my boundaries. And when I said no, you chose to watch her assault me rather than defend me. We didn't know she was going to hit you, Mom insisted. But you didn't stop her. You didn't apologize. You didn't even check if I was okay. You just stood there and let it happen. I began heading toward the exit, my heels clicking across the marble floor. Behind me, I could hear Sabrina's weeping, Mom's frantic murmurs, and Dad's angry mumbling. But I did not glance back. At the door, I turned around one more time. The once grand ballroom now resembled the site of a calamity. Wedding attendees were separated into tiny groups, whispering and pointing. The bride cried in her destroyed makeup. The groom appeared stunned, and my parents were attempting to contain the damage that was already spiraling out of hand. "You know what the funny thing is," I exclaimed, my voice echoing around the virtually empty room. "I would have helped you if you'd asked nicely. If you'd come to me with respect, if you treated me like family instead of like a bank account, I would have helped you find a nice place to live. I might have even helped with the down payment." The hush that ensued was deafening. "But you didn't ask for help. You demanded my home. You screamed at me, insulted me, and then physically attacked me when I said no. So now, you get nothing." I walked out of the Ritz-Carlton with my head held high, leaving behind the devastation of my sister's wedding and my family's reputation. The elevator trip down seemed interminable. As the doors closed behind me, I could still hear the turmoil in the ballroom. Muffled voices, crying, and chairs scraping against marble as the remaining guests hurried to exit. My phone hadn't stopped vibrating since I wrote that message, and with each notification, I felt a combination of relief and dread. The lobby was thankfully quiet. The night manager, a distinguished gentleman in his 50s, approached me with concern on his face. "Ms. Morrison, is everything all right? We heard there was some commotion upstairs." I paused, thinking that even the hotel workers knew about the incident. "I'm fine, thank you. Just family drama." He nodded nicely, but I could see the interest in his eyes. By tomorrow, this story would have traveled across the hotel's staff gossip network and other luxury places across the city. In New York's aristocratic circles, scandal spread like wildfire. Outside, the crisp October air hit my face like a slap, odd given that I had already been slapped once tonight. I remained on the sidewalk for a time, watching the traffic flow along Central Park South and attempting to understand what had just occurred. Part of me couldn't believe I'd accomplished it. The other part of me questioned why it had taken this long. My telephone rang. Riley, my dearest friend, was a prosecutor I met during my first year at the company. "Vivian, what the hell is going on? I just saw your group message, and now there are photos all over Instagram. Did Sabrina really hit you?" "She did." I began walking towards the metro, needing to move and do something with the adrenaline still pouring through my veins. "Holy, are you okay? Do you want me to come over?" "I'm fine, Jess. Actually, I'm better than fine. I think I'm finally free." Free? Free from pretending they're actually my family. Free from feeling guilty about my success. Free from walking on eggshells every time I'm around them. There was a pause at the other end. "Vivian, you know this is going to get messy, right? Like really messy." "I know. But I'm tired of being the one who always has to clean up their messes. Let them figure it out for once." "What about your parents?" "They're going to be devastated." I paused walking. "Jess." They stood there and watched their daughter assault me in public. They demanded I give up my home for their golden child. They called me selfish for wanting to keep what I've worked for. When exactly am I supposed to start caring about their feelings? "You're right," she replied gently. "I'm sorry. I know how much family means to you. Family means everything to me. But they stopped being my family a long time ago. I was just too blind to see it." After hanging up with Riley, I chose to walk home rather than use the subway. I needed time to reflect, to comprehend what had just occurred and what was likely to happen next. The 40-block stroll from Midtown to my Upper West Side condo would allow me that time. As I went, my phone continued to vibrate with messages. Some were from co-workers who had attended the wedding and expressed their shock and support. Others were from pals who had seen the message circulate on social media. A handful were from journalists who had somehow obtained my phone number and wanted quotes on the incident. Patricia Winters, the senior partner at my old business, sent the most startling message. We had parted on good terms when I left to start my own practice, but we rarely spoke anymore. "Vivian, I only found out about this tonight. I want you to know you have my full support. What happened to you was terrible, and I applaud you for sticking up for yourself. Please call if you have any questions." Reading her message, I felt tears well up in my eyes for the first time all evening. Not tears of anguish or pain, but tears of thanks. Here was someone who hardly knew my family and had no duty to help me, yet she offered it because it was the proper thing to do. It made me understand how mistaken my family had been about me. They depicted me as a selfish person who only cared about money and achievement. However, the messages flooding my phone painted a different narrative. They came from people who knew the real me, the person who mentored younger associates, did pro bono work for victims of domestic violence, and volunteered at legal aid clinics despite working 80-hour weeks. By the time I arrived at my building, I had over 200 messages and missed calls. My doorman, Luis, stared at me with alarm as I walked into the lobby. "Miss Vivian, you okay? You look like you've had a tough night." Luis had been working in my building for 15 years. He had seen me through law school stress, relationship breakups, employment changes, and many late nights. He knew me better than my family did. "I've had better nights, Luis, but I think things are going to get better from here," he smiled. "That's good to hear. You deserve all the happiness in the world." In the elevator, I finally allowed myself to look closely at my reflection in the mirrored walls. My cheek was still crimson from Sabrina's hit. My hair was somewhat unkempt, and my makeup was smudged, but my eyes were bright and focused. I resembled someone who had been through battle and emerged victorious. As I entered my apartment, it seemed like a haven. The floor-to-ceiling windows provided a panoramic view of the city, with lights glittering like stars. This was my space, my accomplishment, my home, and no one was going to take it away. I poured myself a glass of wine and sat on my couch, finally allowing myself to sift through the incident-related social media posts. Someone had filmed Sabrina smacking me, perhaps thinking it was humorous at the time, and put it to Instagram. The video had already been posted hundreds of times, and comments ranged from indignation to support. "This is disgusting. Who hits someone at a wedding? That lawyer is my hero for refusing to back down. The sister is certainly entitled to AF. Whether in a family or not, assault is assault." I can't believe that everyone was laughing. What is wrong with people? However, it wasn't just random internet users commenting. I recognized names from New York's legal community, business heavyweights, and even a few celebrities who had reportedly watched the tape. The narrative was taking on a life of its own, reaching well beyond Sabrina's wedding. The phone rang again. This time, it was my assistant Jenna who called from her personal phone. "Vivian, I'm so sorry to bother you on a Saturday night, but I've been getting calls all evening. The office voicemail is full and reporters keep calling my personal line asking for statements." "What kind of reporters?" "Everyone. Local news, Page 6, TMZ, even CNN. This story is everywhere." I closed my eyes, suddenly fatigued. What are they asking? They want to know if you're pressing charges, if you're planning to sue, what your family relationship was like before this. Some are asking about your law practice and your success story. A few want to know about your dating life. Of course, they did. A successful single lady being attacked by her married sister was a common theme in stories about women, success, and family dynamics. "Jenna, I need you to draft a statement. Keep it simple and professional. Something like, Ms. Morrison is grateful for the outpouring of support she's received. She's focusing on her work and her clients at this time and won't be making any further public comments about this private family matter." Should I mention anything about pressing charges? I paused. The fact was, I hadn't even considered filing charges. Sabrina's smack had been intended to humiliate rather than cause bodily hurt. However, the inquiry made me realize that I had possibilities I had not considered. Don't mention charges either way. Let's keep our options open. After hanging up with Jenna, I realized I was hungry. I hadn't eaten anything at the wedding because I was apprehensive about the impending family clash. I ordered Thai food and settled in to properly explore the consequences of tonight's occurrences. By late that evening, the tale had gained significant popularity on social media. The Instagram video of the slap has been published by many gossip accounts, resulting in thousands of views within hours. More intriguing were the lengthy articles already being published about the tragedy. A feminist blogger wrote on how women are expected to compromise their success for families. A family therapist wrote about poisonous family dynamics. A legal expert was discussing New York's assault statutes. My story had grown beyond just family drama. It sparked broader conversations about success, gender, family expectations, and standing up for oneself. Sabrina's Instagram account, which had been filled with wedding photographs and jubilation just hours before, was now inundated with angry comments. People called her entitled, abusive, and spoiled. Her wedding hashtag, #Sabrina and Derek Forever, was ironically used to broadcast a video of her punching me. I nearly felt bad for her. Almost. Then I remembered her triumphant expression as she smacked me, the way she sneered at finally receiving what she deserved, and my sympathy fled. My dinner arrived, and as I ate the pad thai, I began receiving calls from unexpected sources. My college roommate, whom I had not spoken with in years, contacted me to express her support. A cousin on my father's side, who had always been the family's black sheep, contacted me to discuss her own experiences with mistreatment by relatives. Even my high school guidance counselor, who had obviously seen the article on Facebook, called to express her pride in how far I had gone. But the most meaningful call came from Judge Margaret Chen, who had attended the wedding. "Vivian, I hope you don't mind me calling. I got your number from the court directory. I wanted to personally apologize for what I witnessed tonight." Judge Chen: "You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I should have intervened. I should have said something when I saw what was happening. Instead, I just stood there like everyone else. You were a guest at a wedding, not a referee at a family fight." "Perhaps. But I've been thinking about it all evening, and I keep coming back to something. That wasn't just family drama, Vivian. That was a pattern of abuse. Emotional abuse, financial abuse, and then physical abuse. I've seen it too many times in my courtroom." Her comments struck me like a physical blow. I'd been so concentrated on the slap and the demands for my penthouse that I hadn't given much thought to the wider picture. But she was correct. This was more than simply one awful night. This was the culmination of years of my family treating me like a personal ATM, disregarding my accomplishments and making me feel bad about my success. "I never thought of it that way," I said. "Abuse isn't always obvious, especially when it's coming from the family. We're conditioned to accept behavior from relatives that we'd never tolerate from strangers. But what I saw tonight is the financial demands, the public humiliation, the physical violence that's a textbook case of family abuse." After I hung up with Judge Chen, I sat in my apartment for a long time, reflecting on her words. Had I actually been abused by my family? It seemed like too strong a word. They had never hit me until tonight. They had never intimidated me or attempted to control my daily life. However, they had consistently attacked my accomplishments, made me feel guilty about my success, and asked me to sacrifice my happiness for Sabrina's convenience. They treated me like a bank account, not a daughter and sister. When I eventually said no, they publicly ridiculed and physically assaulted me. Maybe Judge Chen was correct. Perhaps this was abuse, but in a form I hadn't recognized. The understanding was simultaneously empowering and painful. It felt liberating since it verified that I had made the correct decision to end my relationship. Heartbreaking because it meant admitting that my family had never truly loved me. They just adored what I could offer them. As the night progressed, I found myself feeling glad for Sabrina's slap. It had been the wake-up call I needed, the final straw that gave me the strength to stop enabling their actions. Without it, I could have continued to be their doormat for years. By 2 a.m., I was exhausted, yet surprisingly calm. I had disabled my phone alerts to stop the continual buzzing and was getting ready for bed when I heard the building's intercom. I looked at the camera monitor and saw Sabrina standing outside, still in her bridal dress, mascara smeared down her cheeks. She looked up at the camera and said, "Please." I wavered for a second. She looked shattered and desperate. Despite everything, the sister I'd grown up with was standing outside my building, screaming for help in her damaged wedding dress. Then I remembered her triumphant expression after she had hit me. I remembered her saying that she deserved everything I had worked for. I remembered 200 people laughing as I stood there, ashamed and alone. I switched off the monitor and went to bed. The story appeared on page 6 the next morning. "Lawyer assaulted by sister at Ritz wedding," read the headline, which was accompanied by a photograph of Sabrina smacking me. The story described the entire affair, from my family's demands for my penthouse to the assault in front of 200 people. By lunchtime, it was trending on social media. The hashtags, Warsh wedding assault and Darsh family grieve went viral, with thousands of people sharing their own tales of entitled family members and supporting my decision to fight back. That afternoon, Sabrina's new mother-in-law called to cancel her invitation to the family Christmas celebration. Derek's legal business conducted an internal investigation after many clients voiced worry about his involvement in the incident. Mom and Dad's country club membership has been quietly stopped awaiting review. The vengeance I chose was neither violent nor criminal. It was just the truth, enhanced by the power of social media and the relationships I had spent years cultivating. Sometimes the most devastating weapon is simply showing others who someone truly is. Sabrina called me a week later, crying and pleading with me to help them control the damage. She was sacked from her work at a boutique public relations agency when clients began canceling their contracts. Derek was about to undergo a professional ethics assessment. Their honeymoon was cut short when photographers began following them. "Vivian, please," she sobbed into her phone. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I never meant for this to happen. You meant to humiliate me, I answered gently. You meant to force me to give up my home. You meant to put me in my place in front of 200 people. The only thing you didn't mean was to face consequences for it. I'll do anything. I'll apologize publicly. I'll tell everyone I was wrong. Sabrina, stop. I was sitting in my penthouse, admiring the view of Central Park that I had fought so hard for. You can't apologize your way out of this. You can't take back what you did, and you can't force me to forgive you just because you're finally facing consequences. But we're family, she muttered. Family doesn't assault each other, Sabrina. Family doesn't demand sacrifices they're not willing to make themselves. Family doesn't laugh when one of their own is humiliated. I know I messed up, but please help me fix this. I can't fix this for you. This is something you have to live with. She hung up, crying. And I never heard from her again. 6 months later, Sabrina and Derek got divorced. The stress of the incident, along with the financial strain of both losing their jobs, had ended their marriage before it had begun. Sabrina returned to live with our parents, who were experiencing their own social exile. Dad's business struggled as customers distanced themselves from the family, which had become associated with entitlement and selfishness. Meanwhile, my practice flourished. The attention, while initially unsettling, eventually worked in my favor. I became known as the lawyer who refused to be intimidated and stuck up for herself, even if it meant standing alone. New clients contacted me particularly because they had heard about my refusal to back down. I never got my family back. But then I realized I hadn't truly had them to begin with. I had a group of people who regarded me as a resource to be used rather than a person to be appreciated. Naturally, I retained ownership of the penthouse. I eventually turned one of the extra bedrooms into a home office and the other into a guest room for my closest friends. The space Sabrina had stated I didn't need was filled by the relationships I formed with people who respected me for who I was, rather than what I could provide them. Sometimes I wonder if I could have handled things differently, if there was a way to keep my boundaries while not hurting my family. But then I remember the sound of that slap booming throughout the ballroom, the laughing of 200 people, and Sabrina's triumphant expression when she thought she had won. I chose the revenge that would permanently silence them, and it worked. They never asked me for anything else. Even though it was unexpected, the silence was just what I had hoped for. In the end, I realized that sometimes the best revenge isn't getting back at someone. Sometimes it is simply refusing to let them get away with it. Sometimes it is standing up and saying, "No. You don't get to treat me like this anymore." And sometimes that's enough to shift everything. Parents used my wedding fund for my twins' lavish celebration. So I finally cut them off, but now they're back needing my help. I, 28F, must explain everything here. I've had this rivalry with my twin sister Emily for as long as I can remember. In my case, it wasn't just between us, but I suppose that's normal for siblings. Without even recognizing it, my parents were deliberately pressuring us into it. I was just there, and they've always treated Emily like she's something unique. I'll tell you why this occurred. Emily is precisely 12 minutes my senior. You heard correctly, 12 minutes. It seems that's all it takes to be my family's golden child. Emily was their miracle baby, the one who could do no wrong, from the day we were born. I wasn't a horrible kid or anything, but she always received the credit for whatever I did. My first recollection of this partiality dates back to kindergarten. Both of us participated in the school play. I played the main part in Little Red Riding Hood and Emily got 2 lines as a flower. Emily started crying on stage during the concert after forgetting her lines. My parents missed my entire performance as they hurried to console her right away. Later that evening, they didn't even recognize my accomplishment. All they could speak about was Emily's bravery for trying. For the duration of primary school, this pattern persisted. Emily would be told, "Oh honey, you tried your best," if she received a C on an exam, but I would hardly be acknowledged if I received consecutive A's. I recall working on a science fair project about renewable energy for weeks in 4th grade. I conducted research, constructed models, and even spoke with regional environmental specialists. When I handed my parents the blue ribbon for winning first place, they hardly gave it a glance. Emily had a difficult day during volleyball practice, but that's still wonderful. Can we discuss this at a later time? After that, I stopped showing them my honors. The worst thing was that they made no effort to conceal their partiality. My dad used to make jokes at family get-togethers about how Emily was their firstborn and, despite the fact that we are twins, Those 12 minutes somehow made her the older sister. "Emily is our responsible one. She looks after her younger sister," he would remark. I was standing there, listening to them reduce me to Emily's shadow and nothing more. Things started to have a significant psychological impact on me in middle school. I became quite driven to prove myself. I joined as many clubs as I could, including the student council, the debate team, and the math club. I was motivated to excel at everything, so I studied late into the night. Emily, on the other hand, coasted through, doing very little but somehow receiving more attention and recognition. One particular incident in particular sticks out. I was selected to compete in the state-level mathematics competition on behalf of our school in the 8th grade. I prepared for months, frequently studying until 2 or 3 in the morning. Emily had a recreational soccer match on the same day as the competition. In addition to not showing up to help, my parents didn't even inquire about how I was doing. All they could speak about when I brought home the trophy for second place was how Emily needed to be cheered up because her team had lost their game. With greater stakes, high school was more of the same. I was still participating in as many extracurricular activities as I could, taking all of my AP classes, and keeping my GPA at 4.0. Emily spent much of her time at parties and barely kept up a C average. She was still the fun and social one though, and I was criticized for being too competitive and serious. The discrepancy was brought to light during our senior year. Because of my academic accomplishments, I was named valedictorian, accepted on a full scholarship to a top university, and even had an article in the local newspaper. Emily enrolled at community college after barely graduating. However, my parents bemoaned Emily's failure to get into her first choice school for the whole of our graduation celebration, which was meant to be for the two of us. In their address, they made no mention of my accomplishments. The pivotal moment occurred while attending college. I continued to keep perfect grades while working part-time to support myself while attending a prestigious institution to study computer science. I would return home from every break with the hope that something had changed and that perhaps my parents had begun to see my value. Instead, it was Emily this, and Emily that. Somehow her decision to leave community college after just one semester was interpreted as a sign that she was brave enough to follow her own path. Then, in my junior year, came Thanksgiving break. Everything changed when my uncle, who had always had a slightly excessive love for alcohol, made a mistake. He disclosed that my parents hadn't even intended to have twins while he was thinking back on my mom's pregnancy. They were devastated to learn they were expecting 2 children when they had only intended to have 1. My dad, being the docile person he is, simply shrugged and said, "We'll figure it out." My mom had been concerned about how they would manage 2 babies. However, their method of figuring it out was to basically choose a favorite and focus all of their energy on her, which was of course, Emily, their cherished firstborn. In their minds, those pivotal 12 minutes were the difference. After years of wondering why they didn't care about my accomplishments, everything suddenly fell into perspective when my uncle confessed this to me when we were seated at the dinner table. It all made perfect sense. I was the afterthought and the unexpected addition, not the child they had hoped for. Something in me altered after that realization. I gave up trying to please them. I put all of my attention into creating my own life instead. I gave my all to my coursework and internships, wanting to succeed for myself, not for them. I received several job offers from prestigious tech businesses by the time I graduated. I took a job at a promising startup as a software engineer, and after 3 years, I was promoted to senior developer. Emily, meanwhile, was organizing this lavish wedding after meeting a wealthy man at a pub and having a brief flirtation. Naturally, my folks were ecstatic. They couldn't even recall the name of the company I worked for, yet they spent hours on the phone with her talking about the specifics of the wedding. My company was getting ready for an initial public offering, IPO, and my stock options were worth more than Emily's fiancé made in a year. The irony was that I was actually doing very well. They never inquired about my professional background. It was the wedding fund situation that ultimately crushed my heart. The only one who had ever treated us fairly was our grandmother. She left each of us a sizable sum of money before she died, especially for our upcoming weddings. She had been very explicit that we were to share the money evenly. She told me in private that she was aware of my parents' treatment of me and that this was her method of making sure I would have something that was exclusively mine. Naturally, though, my parents were unable to honor her last desires. Emily wanted this ridiculously lavish wedding, complete with a celebrity photographer, a fancy outfit, and several locations. They chose to take from my share of the inheritance rather than urging her to cut back or asking her wealthy fiancé to contribute more. They didn't even tell me. They didn't ask. It wasn't until months after the wedding that my inebriated uncle, yes, the same one, spoke about it at another family get-together. They responded angrily when I confronted them about it. "Oh honey," my mother remarked, dismissively waving her hand. "We were going to tell you eventually. When we can, we'll reimburse you." Even worse was my father's reply. "Well, Emily needed it more. She's the conventional one getting married, and since you're so preoccupied with your work, it's unlikely that you'll even desire a lavish wedding." I felt nothing as I stood in their kitchen staring at these folks who were meant to be my parents. This deep emptiness, without any sadness or rage. They were unable to even comprehend the wrongness of what they had done. They believed that since it was for Emily, it was totally acceptable to take my inheritance without my consent. Emily had always been the focus. I returned to my flat that evening and gave my life a lot of thought. I came to see that Emily had eclipsed or completely disregarded every significant turning point, accomplishment, and proud moment. My graduation from high school. They were too preoccupied in comforting Emily over her grades. Due to Emily's difficulties at community college, my college scholarship was hardly recognized. Emily was preparing for her wedding, so she disregarded my first promotion. I did something I should have done years ago when I opened my laptop. I emailed them and said, "I am aware of the wedding fund. I am aware that, without consulting me, you used my inheritance to pay for Emily's wedding. The way you've treated me throughout my life is more important than the money. You never made an effort to conceal the reality that I was never the daughter you desired. I'm done attempting to win your affection and acceptance. I'm over being the kid you didn't want. Do not get in touch with me again unless it is to repay my money, please." I felt a tremendous weight lift off my shoulders as I pushed send, banned their numbers, and deleted them from all social media. I didn't have to worry about trying to meet Emily's standards or gaining acceptance that I would never receive for the first time in my life. It has been a life-changing year. I gave my job and personal development my all attention. My stock options are now worth more than Emily's whole wedding expenses because our company's initial public offering, IPO, was a success. I started therapy to address my childhood trauma, purchased my own home in a desirable area of the city, and formed sincere friendships with individuals who genuinely respect me for who I am. Occasionally, Emily makes an effort to connect with distant family members or mutual friends. She will write things like, "Family should stick together," or "You're still my sister." But as she saw our parents discount my accomplishments throughout the years, where was this sense of family? When she joyfully received my inheritance for her wedding, where was that? She shared our parents' complicity in everything. Some relatives have attempted to place the blame on me by claiming that I'm being too severe, that blood is thicker than water, and other such things. However, these are the same individuals who silently observed my parents' years-long favoritism of Emily. They remained silent after seeing my treatment. They are no longer able to express an opinion. It's interesting because cutting them off has made me realize who my true family is. My therapist, who is helping me see that none of this was my fault. My coworkers, who applaud my accomplishments, and my college best friend, who assisted me in moving into my new home. The ones that genuinely care about me are these. I have been offered a role as team lead at the firm I work for, which recently launched a new office in a different state. I'm making a decision for the first time in my life without considering how it will compare to Emily or what my parents will say, and it's a great opportunity. It feels amazing to be living my life for myself. Am I the jerk for cutting them off entirely? Reddit? I often question whether I'm being overly dramatic, but every time I consider the possibility of getting back in touch with them, I reflect back on all the years I spent feeling inadequate, and I know I made the correct decision. It's going to get even more complicated now, though, and I need your honest thoughts on what I should do next. Update 1. 2 weeks ago, everything changed drastically. My phone began ringing with several calls from my uncle when I was in the middle of a team meeting. My initial reaction was to ignore it because family calls always indicate turmoil, but I decided to answer it because there was something unique about receiving several calls in quick succession. He began, trembling a little, "Hey, it's Uncle Greg." I knew right away that something was amiss. He is typically the type of guy that remains positive even in the face of adversity. "I need to discuss your parents with you." I felt sick to my stomach. I knew this couldn't be good news because I hadn't heard from them in 2 years. "What's happening?" Trying to speak steadily, I asked. "They were involved in an accident. A rather poor one. They are in the medical facility." He paused, and I heard him inhaling deeply. "Their car was struck by a truck that ran a red light. Your dad is in critical condition, and your mom has several fractures. They have spent a few days in the hospital." Days. I said it again, raising my voice. "And until now, no one had the idea to tell me." He said, "They wanted me to let you know," in a calmer tone. "I believe, they want to see you, I believe. That's not all though. Their insurance is having issues. There was, of course. He went on to tell me that 6 months prior, my parents had allowed their health insurance to lapse. They had been having financial difficulties due to credit card debt and poor investments. They were far from being discharged from the hospital, and the medical bills were already mounting. What about Emily? I knew the answer when I asked. Uncle Greg let out a sigh. She said she couldn't assist with the bills when she visited once, immediately following the accident. She didn't want to ask her husband for money so soon after their honeymoon, for some reason. She is occupied with her stepchildren, her new family. That made me giggle. Emily is typical, always coming up with an excuse. Emily was too proud to approach her wealthy husband for assistance with our parents' medical expenditures, even though she had no trouble taking my fortune for her wedding. I sat in my office for a while after I hung up with Uncle Greg, gazing out the window at the skyline of the city. I didn't miss the irony. Now that my stock options had vested and I had more than enough money saved to pay for their medical expenses, I was truly in a position to assist them. Did I want to, though? I was unable to concentrate on anything else for the following few days. I jumped every time my phone buzzed, anticipating a call regarding their status. I couldn't stop picturing them in hospital beds, presumably wondering if I would ever arrive. Since they were my parents, I felt bad for even thinking about not helping. The years of favoritism, the stolen fortune, and the way they only contacted me now because they required something from me were all brought back to me though. Simply put, this was about money. Not about re-establishing contact or making amends. 3 days after Uncle Greg called, Emily texted me. I am aware that you are performing well at work. Parents are in dire need of assistance. This is your opportunity to act morally. My opportunity to act morally? When she was using my inheritance to pay for her wedding, where was this moral compass? Where had she been all those years when she saw our parents brush off my accomplishments? My parents finally called themselves after a week of internal conflict. Although my mother's speech was weak and obviously influenced by painkillers, her deceptive methods remained same. As if the past 2 years of silence hadn't occurred, she began, "Sweetheart, we're in a really tough situation here. According to the specialists, the expenses might reach $200,000, not including rehabilitation. We acknowledge our shortcomings as parents, but..." I interrupted her. "No, you aren't, and you never will be. You haven't gotten in touch with me in 2 years, and the only reason is that you need money." My dad's voice said, "That's not fair." He was probably on speaker. "Your parents are us. Family supports family." That statement, "family helps family," set me off. Anger that had been bottled up for years came to the surface. "Family helps family." I said it again. When you used my inheritance to pay for Emily's wedding, where was that feeling? When you missed my college graduation, where were you? Where did you neglect every significant event in my life because you were too preoccupied with showing your admiration for Emily? After a brief period of silence, my mother began to cry. Those recognizable, cunning tears I had heard so many times when she wanted to make me feel bad. She said, "How can you be so cruel? The hospital is where we are. Your dad may require surgery. Will you truly desert us at this point?" I inhaled deeply before uttering the words I had been wishing to say for years. "Yes, in fact. Yes, I am. All my life you emotionally abandoned me. You just thought of me as Emily's shadow and your fallback option. Now that Emily is refusing to assist, you turn to me. No, I will no longer be your last option. Starting with, 'But we're family,' my father said." "No," I cut in. "We're not. Since you determined that Emily was the only child deserving of your love, we have not been family. I'm finished. Never get in touch with me again." After hanging up, I blocked their numbers once more. I then texted Emily one last time, saying, "They're also your parents. Try it yourself." The days that followed were extremely difficult. I would always have these moments where I would doubt my choice. Was I being too severe? Despite all, should I still assist them? But every time those thoughts surfaced, I was reminded of how they had treated me throughout my life and how they had only ever contacted me when they wanted something. Yesterday, Uncle Greg gave another call. He attempted to guilt-trip me by claiming that my parents required physical therapy and surgery since their health was deteriorating. He said they might lose everything and that they were discussing remortgaging their home. The problem is that I have no responsibility for their financial difficulties. They made their decisions. They decided to give Emily preference. They decided to squander the money I left them. They decided to allow their insurance to expire. They are currently dealing with the fallout from their decisions. Some may accuse me of being heartless. Perhaps I am. But I've been striving to be good enough and win their love my entire life, and I'm done. I am no longer the fallback option. When Emily refuses to take charge, I'm done being the one who has to make all the repairs. For the first time in my life, I'm choosing myself, even though I realize this makes me seem callous. My mental well-being is more important to me than their guilt trips. My financial stability is more important to me than their shoddy preparation. Reddit, I know I previously questioned whether I was the jerk for cutting them off, but I need to know if I'm the jerk for not helping them pay their medical costs. This one even seems unclear to my therapist. While I feel bad about it, I also think that this is just another instance of them only wanting me around when they need me. And believe me, the narrative doesn't end here. The situation is going to become considerably more intricate. Update 2. My life took yet another drastic change 3 days ago. I was enjoying a peaceful evening at home after a very demanding workday during which we had completed preparations for the opening of our new office. My doorbell rang at precisely 8:07 p.m. when I was studying some project paperwork, enjoying a glass of pricey red wine, a minor luxury I now permit myself, and some classical music playing softly in the background. I hadn't ordered anything and most of my friends normally text before coming over, so I wasn't expecting anyone. I froze, staring through the peephole. Emily was standing there looking like the affluent trophy wife she had become, complete with a fashionable gown, flawless makeup, and a $15,000 Hermes Birkin purse in her hand. I was aware of the irony. That bag alone could have paid for a sizable amount of our parents' medical expenses. I briefly thought about acting as though I wasn't home, but throughout the previous few weeks, I had undergone a transformation. I was no longer the person who squirmed around Emily. She had intimidated me for too long, and I had allowed her to win. No more. I opened the door with my cool, controlled and slightly dismissive corporate boardroom demeanor. Leaning against the doorframe, I remarked, "Well, if it isn't my dear sister. What brings you to my humble abode?" Without waiting for an invitation, she swept by me and entered my apartment. Emily's usual behavior. Her gaze swept across my living area, taking in the original artwork on the walls, the contemporary furnishings, and the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the city. I could picture her mentally listing everything, most likely contrasting it with her suburban McMansion. She said, "Nice place," in a tone that suggested the exact opposite. Very cozy. She used the word cozy with that special emphasis that affluent people give to something they think is beneath them. "Stop wasting your time, Emily. Why have you come here?" She turned to me, adjusting her scarf, an anxious habit from childhood. "Mom and Dad are deteriorating. Mom's physical treatment isn't covered by their payment plan, and Dad needs emergency surgery for internal bleeding they missed at first. Unless they can provide proof of payment, the hospital threatens to suspend treatment. They are discussing selling the house." I saw her knuckles whiten as she gripped her fancy purse more tightly. Emily in her classic form. She was clearly preparing for something. And that's my problem because... I arched an eyebrow, purposefully imitating her patronizing tone from our early years. "Because you can help them," she said, her immaculate exterior beginning to falter. "I am aware that your business went public. I checked the pricing of the stocks. I conducted research. You've got the cash." That made me giggle. The sound, which was perhaps rougher than I intended, reverberated off the walls of my flat. "Oh, you have been monitoring me? How intriguing. Before using my inheritance to pay for your wedding, did you do this much research? Or prior to your own refusal to assist them? In all this, where is your wealthy husband?" Emily's face turned red, another vivid memory from my early years. Her dramatic outbursts, which always ended with our parents comforting her, were always preceded by that flush when we were little. "That's different," she stammered as her poise continued to falter. "I now have a new family. I have obligations. Consider stepchildren. We each have our own financial plans, James and I. When a family situation arises, I can't just throw money at it." "Can't just what?" With a strong voice, I interrupted her. "Can't you simply assist your parents, who have given you everything? Who paid for your wedding with my inheritance? Who prioritizes you the most? Who didn't attend my college graduation to assist you with your apartment move? Those parents." She waved her hand dismissively and said, "That's ancient history." But I saw that she stepped back. "This is roughly right now. You're being selfish, and they need help." Her use of the word selfish was the last straw. A lifetime of repressed rage and bitterness abruptly solidified into a chilly, unambiguous goal. I went silently to my home office, picked up my laptop and a few papers off my desk, and then went back to the living room. "Emily, would you like to discuss money? Let's have a conversation." I rotated the screen of my portfolio dashboard in her direction. Look at these figures. My stock options are these. I'll explain it to you in words you can comprehend. This is more valuable than James, your husband, will be in 3 years. That home of which you're so proud. If I wanted to, I could pay cash for it tomorrow. As she gazed at the numbers, her face turned white instead of crimson. I went on, bringing up papers such as my investment portfolio, my pay stubs, and the most recent offers I had gotten from rival businesses. But you're a tech worker. For the first time I could recall, she stumbled, "You're just a programmer." Her voice was small. "Emily, I'm now a senior development director. I was making something for myself while you and your wealthy husband were playing home. I also did it without treading on anyone else, unlike you." I clicked firmly to shut down my laptop. Without using any of my resources, I could assist mom and dad by covering their medical expenses. However, I won't. She murmured, "You're being cruel." But I could see that she realized that her younger sister had outwitted her. "No, it is terrible to stand by and do nothing while your sister is ignored her entire life. Without asking, cruel is stealing her inheritance. Cruel only shows up at her door when you're in need." I approached the door and pulled it open. "Are we finished here? Don't return?" Clutching her pricey purse like a shield, she stood there. She made one final attempt to say, "You'll regret this," but her voice lacked the assurance it usually possessed. "When they lose everything. My only regret is that I didn't cut you all off sooner. Emily, goodbye." I poured myself another glass of wine after she left, a $200 bottle I had been putting away for a special occasion, and this one felt like it, and then I went out to my balcony. In front of me, the city lights were a tapestry of freedom and opportunity. I felt totally free for the first time in my life. No more living in Emily's shadow, no more feeling guilty, no more looking for approval. My phone was inundated with notifications the following morning. Apparently, Emily had spent the night phoning every member of the family she could get through to tell them how I had changed, how prosperity had made me callous and uncaring, and how I was leaving the family when they needed me most. Uncle Greg wrote me a very long mail on karma and family responsibilities. In response, I shared a comprehensive folder with the family group chat. It included scanned copies of my inheritance documents, bank statements that revealed how my money was used for Emily's wedding, text messages from Emily stating that she would not assist with the medical bills despite her affluent lifestyle, and a breakdown of my current net worth that showed exactly how much I could contribute if I so desired. After that, the family conversation became very silent. Our cousin Angela was the only one to reply, "Holy, you actually did it, didn't you? In fact, you were successful on your own." I worked on my future plans over the course of the following few days. In another state, I accepted the promotion, which came with a bigger package of stock options and a substantial rise. The real estate agent believes my apartment will sell for a lot more than I'm asking for in this neighborhood, so I put it up for sale. I've already begun searching for real estate in my new city. This time, perhaps a penthouse. Emily sent me one last text last night, which said, "Mom's crying every night because of you." I commented, "She had years to cry about how she treated me," and included a screenshot of my inheritance paperwork in my response. Her tears are no longer effective. After that, I blocked her number and all of my other family contacts. Closing the last chapter of a book I should have finished years ago was how it felt. You have been amazing during this journey, Reddit. Your encouragement made it clear to me that I wasn't alone in my feelings and that it's acceptable to put oneself above harmful family members. Your remarks served as a constant reminder of my decision-making process whenever I had second thoughts. Recently, I received a message questioning if achieving financial success was worth sacrificing my family. The truth is, though, that I didn't lose any. Folks who never treated me like family in the first place were folks I broke free from. My achievement just gave me the courage to refuse their treatment. It didn't change who I am. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who told me similar stories, gave me advice, or just confirmed how I felt. When I most needed strength, you gave it to me. I will begin looking for a home in my new city next week. A new life, a new career, and a new home. For the first time, I'm looking forward to the future without being constrained by obligations to my family. AITA? To some, perhaps. However, I've come to the crucial realization that sometimes being branded an asshole by toxic individuals is a sign that you're finally advocating for yourself. Reddit, thank you. I was able to discover my value and voice thanks to you.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
My sister's family mocked my clothes and job when I entered engagement party. I revealed I acquired their company. I terminated their contracts. As soon as I arrived for the engagement party for my sister, the family of the groom treated me as if I were a servant. This feeling continued until I left the party. During the time that they were continually bragging about their high-status positions at global enterprises, they mocked my simple wardrobe and reprimanded me for not getting a real job. Every single moment they were discussing the positions that they held. They had no idea that I did not work there, or that I knew someone who did work there. They were absolutely uninformed of both of these facts. On the contrary, the truth was far more simple and a great deal more humiliating for them than they had anticipated. They were about to experience their worst nightmare, and I was about to let them know about it. The fact that I controlled global enterprises was about to become their worst nightmare. The Grand Regency Ballroom in Manhattan had a chilling atmosphere that made it feel less like a celebration and more like a tightly regulated environment that was designed to reinforce the feeling of superiority that those who believed they belonged there had. This was done in order to ensure that those who believed they belonged there felt an even stronger sense of belonging. There were a number of elements that contributed to the space's breathtaking and ostentatious display of old money excess. These elements included crystal chandeliers that appeared to hold the light of 100 suns, soaring ceilings that felt oppressive rather than grand, and a ridiculous life-sized sculpted ice swan that was slowly, inevitably, weeping into a pool of expensive condensation. The low, confident hum of New York social networking, which comprised of fitting suits, inherited titles, and buzz that was self-important among individuals, formed an environment that was dense and nearly stifling. This environment arose as a result of the fact that the buzz was self-important among individuals. Please allow me to introduce myself as Catherine Moore. According to the official version of events, I am the founder of Moore Technologies and the current CEO of the company. Today, I am 29 years old. A worldwide software infrastructure powerhouse that is valued at $15.7 billion this quarter is the result of what started out as a server room in a garage that was borrowed 6 years ago. This growth was fueled by caffeine and pure willpower. The unseen pipes that make it feasible for major corporations to carry out their commercial activities are the pipelines that we are. We are the foundation upon which risk-free online commerce is built. This hitherto unknown facet of the natural world was an excellent match for me. On the other hand, in contrast to the world of McAllister, which thrived on being noticeable, loud, and acquiring prestige, this world was the complete antithesis of everyone else. There was one thing that was absolutely unknown to everyone who was present at this event, particularly the McAllisters themselves. This was the single most significant fact that I had witnessed in my recent business history. The aggressive leveraged acquisition that Moore Technologies had carried out in a stealthy and surgical manner 24 months ago, resulted in the company acquiring a controlling 57% equity position in Global Enterprises, a diversified holding company that had been in operation for a century. The McAllister family viewed this exact same firm as if it were their own personal thief, the source of their entire identity, wealth, and sense of self-worth. This was the very same company. I was effectively and discreetly the chairwoman of their board, leading the transition and restructuring from behind a number of sophisticated shell companies. I managed the transition and reorganization. I was holding out for the perfect opportunity to emerge from the shadows and take charge of the situation because I was waiting for it. Tonight I was playing a role that I had become so bored of playing. The role of the plain older sister. I was trying to get used to playing this character. It was a deliberate choice on my part to put on an outfit that was not only trendy but also absolutely ordinary. I am currently donning a cashmere dress that has a boat neck that is fitting, and a slate hue that is muted. In addition to that, I am wearing a pair of basic black velvet slippers and a classic chain made of solid gold that is worn on my wrist in a discreet manner. Without a shadow of a doubt, there will be no gemstones, vivid logos, or designs that are immediately recognizable. It was unable to find any evidence that led to a billionaire. Personally, I took care of this for Jessica. Although she was already a complete mess, she was going to marry Ryan McAllister, and she was terrified of his hypocritical mother, Elizabeth. This was despite the fact that she was already a shambles. The last thing that Jessica wanted was for me to accidentally outshine her when she was having her great night, or even worse, for me to offer the McAllisters further ammunition to use against the poor Moors from the countryside. Both of these scenarios would have been extremely unfortunate for Jessica. While I was walking around, I noticed Jessica standing next to a stunning floral arrangement that was hanging on the wall. She was clothed in an ivory lace gown that was a perfect fit for her, and she stood out as a lovely and worried figure. The frantic rush with which she embraced me appeared to convey a great deal about the amount of pressure that she was experiencing at the time. She hushed Catherine as she spoke. "Oh, thank God you made it," she said to him. "You look perfect. So understated. So much better than Charlotte's ridiculous gold lame disaster. It actually looks like she's melting under the chandeliers. Muted is my motto tonight. I comforted her as I gently squeezed her palm and smoothed down a stray curl that had begun to grow on her temple. I also reassured her that, muted is my motto tonight. Just blend into the wallpaper and celebrate my gorgeous sister. Seriously, stop worrying about them. They're just people. In a split second and with a great deal of force, the moment of peace was shattered as the family who considered themselves to be the ruling class of the Grand Regency entered the room. In addition to being a member of the McAllister family, Ryan McAllister, who was engaged to my sister, was employed by Global Enterprises as a senior investment manager. On this particular day, he gave off the impression of being arrogant, carrying the weight of his felt importance like a heavy load. He was beautiful, but in a manner that was corporately sterile, and he gave off the impression that he was carrying the weight of his popularity. It was his mother, Elizabeth McAllister, who played the part of the matriarchal antagonist in the novel and emanated a cold judgment, as well as his older sister Charlotte, who was the director of public relations at Global Enterprises. He was surrounded by his mother and his sister. The three individuals advanced forward in the direction of the audience, forming a neatly structured unit of scorn. Their pricey perfume had a powerful and lingering aroma that lingered in the air and lingered there. Elizabeth, a woman whose large diamond looked to have taken the place of her capacity for empathy, was one of the first persons to approach us. She was one of the first people who approached us. By wearing a sapphire gown that was created to order and appeared to have cost Jessica a half-year's worth of her teaching wage, she was able to achieve the exact impact that she had hoped to achieve all along. Elizabeth said, "Jessica, my darling, you look simply radiant. Absolutely radiant," as a massive and garish diamond ring caught the light on her claw-like hand. "You look absolutely radiant with that ring. Jessica. You look absolutely radiant." Jessica was the recipient of her enormous smile, but her eyes went to me and paused for a while before landing on my muted slate attire with a look that was a mixture of barely veiled pity and profound confusion. "Jessica, you look absolutely radiant." As she paused for a time, her head was tilted in such a way that it appeared as though she was examining a peculiar insect. "And you must be Catherine. Ryan has mentioned you. You are the one who does the little freelance website designs for small businesses in, where was it? Brooklyn." The atmosphere suddenly became more intense, turning cold and oppressive, and I discovered that I was experiencing a level of tension that I hadn't experienced since the beginning of my fight for funding. I experienced the normal, searing sensation after being terminated from my position. "I own a technology firm, Elizabeth," I said in a level-headed manner, while giving my hand to her as a polite display of professional respect that she certainly did not deserve. I was able to maintain my composure during the entire interaction. Elizabeth offered a fingertip handshake, barely making touch with the other person, and said, "More technologies. We build global corporate infrastructure for enterprise clients." It appeared as though she had just admitted that I had been selling hand-knitted dog sweaters on Etsy thanks to her look. "Ah, yes, the freelance work. I'm sure it keeps you busy. It's lovely that you have a little hobby, dear. Well, one must start somewhere, don't you think? Now Jessica, about the seating chart." She turned her back on me in the middle of the sentence, loudly discussing the placement of the junior staff, which consisted of us, versus the important guests, who were them. Charlotte was adamant about getting to the bottom of the matter despite the fact that nothing had changed. She took a long, deliberate sip of champagne while her eyes went over my entire figure, analyzing each and every fold of the cashmere dress. My entire body was a target for her scrutiny. "That dress is incredibly interesting, Catherine. It looks so comfortable, like something you'd wear to the grocery store on a rainy Tuesday. It's almost aggressively bland. You really should try to elevate your style, especially now that you're associating with the McAllister family. My brother Ryan is practically royalty at Global Enterprises. We have a certain corporate reputation to uphold. You know, appearances matter to our clients." Ryan, seeing that his sister's attack had landed, joined in, attempting a smile that was condescending but didn't reach his icy eyes. "You know, appearances matter to our clients. You know, appearances matter to our clients. Don't worry, Jessica. When we're married, we'll help Catherine out. We can't have her looking like this at important family gatherings. I know a friend who has an opening for a junior project coordinator at a mid-sized marketing firm. Maybe she could take on some minor social media consulting for a local nonprofit. I'm sure my mother could pull some strings with her contacts to get her some visibility and a proper title." There was a constant cacophony of grating that was produced as a result of their casual harshness in their comments, as well as their complete and utter rejection of years of risk and invention that were carried out over the course of 12-hour days. Despite the situation, I was able to keep my cool. Those who are truly successful do not feel the need to boast about their achievements, and this served as a reminder to me of that fact. Insecure and fragile individuals often use their titles as a shield to insulate themselves from their vulnerabilities. When I remarked, "That is very generous of you, Ryan," the razor-sharp edge that was below my voice was covered by the mild, almost too sweet tone of my voice. I said this because I wanted to get my point across. But More Technologies just signed a $2.5 billion contract last quarter. We focus on infrastructure contracts, not social media content for nonprofits. I think I'll stick with my hobby for now. Because Elizabeth sneered loud enough for several people who were close to stop what they were doing and turn their heads, this effectively converted my humiliation into a public event. People turned their heads and stopped what they were doing. Infrastructure, my dear. You simply don't understand the difference between labor and capital, between plumbing and policy. Global Enterprises is global. We don't handle infrastructure like some utility company. We manage billions in assets. We set market trends across 3 continents. Ryan's upcoming promotion to Senior VP is a testament to the family name and connections. That is real power, Catherine. Not some little startup you run from your apartment, is it? You should consider getting a proper job with benefits. It was the 9th time in 10 minutes that they had mentioned Global Enterprises, and they had emphasized the name as if it were a shield against any criticism, a sign of ultimate inherited superiority from generation to generation. It was the moniker that they lived and breathed for the entire time. It was then that they made the mistake that would ultimately decide their predicament. A plain business transformation was not adequate, I came to the conclusion. Rather, it required a level of public and broadcast catastrophe. I arrived to this conclusion after arriving at the conclusion. Charlotte, who was evidently eager to land a final blow that would win the battle, moved closer to me and focused her gaze on my wrist. She was plainly feeling the need to win the contest. The one and only item that was present was a single piece of jewelry that had a very simple appearance about it. Presented here is a vintage chain bracelet that is composed of solid gold and is completely devoid of any embellishments. After all was said and done, it was the present that my grandmother had given to me. A thick buttery gold necklace, a keepsake that is more significant to me than all of their promotional baubles combined. I cherish this necklace more than ever. Charlotte reached out and grasped my wrist. She then put the bracelet up to the light and scrutinized the dull gold with an odor that could be described as one of complete and utter revulsion. Her question was, "Oh, what is this pitiful thing?" I questioned her. Almost immediately she discarded it with a glance that communicated her distaste for the theatricality of the situation. "Seriously, Catherine, is that plated? It looks like something you pick up at a flea market. Honestly, it really cheapens the look, even with your sensible dress. You know, Global Enterprises has a corporate jewelry line for their female executives. I can send you a voucher for something a little less tarnished. A piece of real gold, perhaps something with provenance." It was at that very moment when the word tarnished hit me like a blow to the body. Those pieces of jewelry were not the problem at hand. Specifically, it was about the continual humiliation that was aimed toward me, my sister, and the memory of my grandma, with the intention of reducing all of us. The individuals in question were not merely making fun of my outfit. They were criticizing not only my worth but also my integrity, in addition to the decision that Jessica had made with her own family. Suddenly, the reservoir of patience ran dry, and in its place came the icy, lethal and calculated clarity of a chief executive officer who was prepared to carry out a hostile personal strike against enemy combatants to eliminate them. I said, "Excuse me for a moment," with a voice that was barely above a whisper, but it held an unmistakable edge of finality that prompted Elizabeth to hesitate. "I apologize for the delay." Immediately after Elizabeth became aware of my withdrawal, she quickly and authoritatively raised the volume of her voice. "Don't you dare walk away while I'm talking to you, Catherine. You need to learn some manners before you officially join our family circle. This is an important lesson." As I rapidly made my way past the wailing ice swan and along the corridor that led to the main offices of the hotel, I gave her absolutely no attention at any point. I was able to recover my phone and make use of a secure direct corporate satellite connection that I had established specifically for the purpose of utilizing in the case of an unusual or unexpected incident. Immediately after I dialed the number, I was connected to Michael Foster, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Global Enterprises. Up until 24 months ago, he was a colossus who could not be defended against any challenge. His actions were in accordance with my strategic guidelines, and he was now an employee that I paid a very nice salary to carry out my instructions. "Michael, it's Catherine. I need you to initiate Project Nightingale. Code 1. In spite of the fact that Michael's voice sounded subdued, it included a tremor that conveyed a sense of astonishment and rapid assent. "Code 1, Miss Moore. That's immediate termination without cause, no severance, pending formal review for 3 people. Correct. Charlotte McAllister, Director of PR. Ryan McAllister, Senior Manager, Investment. And Elizabeth McAllister. She's not an employee, but I want her personal access keys, corporate parking pass, and the family's reserved annual box at the Met Opera revoked. Effective now. Send out the immediate termination email to Charlotte and a mandatory administrative leave notice to Ryan citing gross misconduct, abuse of corporate resources, and egregious violation of the shareholder code of ethics. I want these notices sent to their personal phones and their global emails right now. And Michael, make sure the reply all function is enabled on Charlotte's notice. I want the whole executive floor to see it. It will be done, Chairman. Everything is ready on this side. Legal and HR are standing by. Michael, who was fully aware that he should not quarrel with the woman who controlled 57% of his entire existence, provided the quick confirmation. Michael was the one who delivered the affirmation. My corporate counsel, Eleanor Mitchell, was already waiting in a taxi 3 blocks away when I sent her a single encrypted text message. I did this after I had finished my last operation. Neither Michael nor Eleanor Mitchell were related to each other in any manner. Eleanor was the only other person in the city who was aware of the full extent to which I owned the property. She was the only person who knew about it. Come to the Grand Regency Ballroom, Code Silver, bring the documentation. As I made my way back to the table, I tried to keep a calm expression on my face, yet my eyes were blazing with a sense of danger and a surprising intensity. Charlotte McAllister proceeded to exhibit an image of her brand new corporate watch, which had a price tag of $12,000. The McAllisters continued to be grouped together in a cozy manner. The digital avalanche that was hurtling in their direction was completely unexpected to them, and they had no idea what it was. Charlotte rolled her eyes and said, "Honestly, Jessica," as she put her phone aside, "I'm completely honest with you. You really need to tell your sister that people who work for themselves look sloppy. It reflects badly on the Moore name now that we've graciously accepted you. You should be grateful we're giving you this social standing. Look at your sister. She can't even hold a proper conversation." Elizabeth made the most of the situation, taking pleasure in the attention of the individuals whom she had mistakenly misunderstood to be admiring her. "Catherine, I expect an apology for your abrupt departure. Now, let's discuss this administrative job for you. I'll call HR at Global Enterprises on Monday. We can probably squeeze you into an administrative assistant role, maybe $55,000 a year, no benefits for the first 6 months. That way you can start building a real portfolio and stop with the silly website business." Holding up my hand was a single decisive gesture that I made, and it had the effect of putting an end to the entire conversation. As soon as I stepped onto the stage as the primary performer, the audience, which had been buzzing with hundreds of conversations, seemed to immediately calm down. In stark contrast to the internal earthquake that was about to be unleashed by me, my calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the situation. "Victoria, Serena and Ryan, I am sorry for being so impolite," I began by saying, and my voice was clear, steady and carried throughout the entire ballroom by the time I finished my sentence. "But I can't apologize for my job, and I certainly can't apologize for my choice of accessories. But more importantly, I can't listen to you boast about your prestige any longer." It was because of the weight of 1,000 eyes pressing down on the McAllisters that I hesitated, which allowed the silence to hang heavy in the air in front of me. As Ryan started to shift his weight and became aware of the possible danger in my tone, I could see that he was growing increasingly nervous. I could sense that he was becoming more and more uneasy. Ryan said, "I'm sorry, Catherine. I didn't mean to be harsh," as he became aware that everyone in the room was watching him. "I'm sorry, Catherine." The individual was making an effort to retract his statement. "Oh, you meant every word, Ryan, but that's okay because I have a question for you all. You've mentioned Global Enterprises about a dozen times tonight, citing it as the source of all your prestige and power. Tell me honestly, do you think power is derived from merely working for a company or from owning it?" Elizabeth let out a short, condescending little chuckle because she was unaware that she was standing on a trap door. This may have been the reason why she laughed so much. It was almost as if her disdain was about to explode. "Oh, Catherine, please stop talking in riddles. You clearly wouldn't know the difference. The adults here know that management controls the power structure. The Moore family will never understand capital." I smiled in a way that was a little bit predatory, and it seemed entirely out of place on my face. I gave a tiny smile. "I do know the difference, Elizabeth, because 24 months ago, Moore Technologies executed a carefully planned leveraged acquisition and bought the controlling interest in Global Enterprises. I own the majority shares. I am the chairwoman of the board. You work for me. The McAllisters were dealt a blow of a physical character by the words that were presented to them. The color drained from the faces of Elizabeth, Ryan and Charlotte in an instant, leaving them appearing like mannequins that were both expensive and terrified. I was able to make out the barely audible, high-pitched music that was emanating from the band that was taking a break downstairs. This was made possible by the extreme silence that reigned in the ballroom. A group of guests who worked in finance were present in the neighborhood, and they were looking at the scenario openly while checking their phones in a state of bewilderment. The first person to recover was Charlotte, and her face contorted in a profound display of visceral denial as she continued to heal. "That's absurd. Impossible. My father helped build that company. It's a public company. We would know. You're lying to try and save face and ruin Jessica's engagement." It was unnecessary for me to wait for confirmation before I asked in a cheerful voice, "Am I?" It was already hitting their pockets more than any physical slap they may have received from the corporation's reaction. I asked it in a pleasant voice. Suddenly Ryan's phone, which he was holding loosely, vibrated with a harsh and distinctive sound that could only be recognized by an employee of Global Enterprises. The occurrence of this incident took place without any prior warning. The manner in which the executive emergency alert could be heard. This was the notification for an urgent email that was issued to all of the employees in the company. This is only used for important notifications that cannot be disclosed to the general public. During the time that Ryan was reading the subject line, his eyes became so big that they looked like saucers. During the course of his speech, his hand started shaking violently, and the glass of champagne started shaking in a manner that was potentially hazardous. Urgent HR notification. Executive personnel changes. Immediate action required. There were 2 notifications that rang on Charlotte's phone at the same moment, and each one appeared sequentially in rapid succession. In the first instance, it is a standard email, and in the second instance, it is a flashing push notice from the internet that is connected to the Global Enterprises company. Charlotte checked hers at the beginning of the process. It was possible to hear a high-pitched, choking shriek of complete and utter terror emanating from her throat as she battled to take proper breaths. Her hand rushed to her mouth, and as it did so, the silk fabric that she was holding to her mouth was crushed. Her voice shattered into a state of dread as she spoke in a whispered whisper. "No termination for gross misconduct. Effective immediately, and the entire executive contact list is copied. It was sent to everyone." Documentation of numerous instances of unethical activity pertaining to the selection of suppliers and the misuse of public relations budgets was included in the email. While reading his message, Ryan, who was trembling, was doing so. He looked up at Charlotte with tears welling up in his eyes, and a miserable squeak could be heard emerging from his mouth. Charlotte was the object of his sight. "Mine says mandatory immediate administrative leave with full investigation into ethical conduct and resource mismanagement regarding the Singapore acquisition." "What the hell, Charlotte? What did you do?" After it was too late, he finally understood that the investigation was not about Charlotte. He had been wrong all along. The family was the primary focus of attention. The situation was entirely, utterly, and theatrically rejected by Elizabeth despite her best efforts. "This is ridiculous. A mistake. Charlotte, call Michael Foster. Ryan, you march straight to the CEO's office on Monday and demand an explanation. You can't listen to this website, girl." Eleanor Mitchell, my attorney, entered the room at that very moment. She is not to be confused with Michael Mitchell, who was also present. While she was carrying a hefty leather-bound folio that was engraved with the official Moore Technologies seal, she made her way directly toward our table. She radiated a power that was both subtle and lethal, and she was a woman. Her attire consisted of a flawless black suit that she wore. All that was asked of her was a single word utterance. Furthermore, she was not just the final horrible piece of the puzzle, but she was also a living, breathing document of the dominance of corporations. "No need, Elizabeth," I responded, making sure that my voice was heard clearly despite the background activity. I did this by looking her in the eye and ensuring that my voice was heard clearly. "Michael Foster is taking my call right now, and as for demanding an explanation, he works for me. Eleanor here can provide you with the necessary legal documentation, proving my majority ownership. As of 5 minutes ago, neither Ryan nor Charlotte work for me, and your personal corporate access keys, which you routinely use for hotel bookings, personal shopping, and giving press access to Charlotte's friends, have been permanently revoked. Have the guard clear your box at the Met. Effective immediately." As soon as Ryan made his appearance, it seemed as though he was on the edge of experiencing a complete and total collapse of his body. She was silently shaking, tears mixed with expensive cosmetics, as Charlotte's high-powered position was being destroyed in a haze of cheap language, excessive pride, and one awful public fashion judgment. She was also wearing expensive cosmetics. Additionally, she was wearing makeup that was of a high price. In spite of this, Elizabeth McAllister made one last desperate attempt to save the program by performing a theatrical act. She spun around to face Jessica and grabbed her arm with a ferocious and excruciatingly tight grip. She quickly turned around to face Jessica. "Jessica, you must stop her. Tell her she's destroying your future. You're going to be a McAllister. Fix this, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. Don't let your sister ruin everything." Jessica, who had been silent during the entirety of the talk, eventually spoke up after coming face to face with the poisonous and entitled character of her potential in-laws, which was taking place in a public setting with stunning clarity. In spite of the fact that the color of her cheeks was quite pale, the expression that was present in her eyes was one of a defiant and frigid determination that I had never seen before. The manner in which she removed Elizabeth's hand from her arm was one that was both delicate and meticulous. Due to the fact that her voice was faltering but steady, it echoed with a newly discovered great strength that hushed her. Even Elizabeth was unable to hear her voice. "My future isn't with people who humiliate my family for sport. Elizabeth, my sister, is my family. You are all guests here celebrating our choice, and you have just proven to me in the most spectacular way possible that the only thing you truly care about is a corporate title. You are not worthy of a single moment of my loyalty." That being said, Jessica reached up, removed the little 4-carat diamond engagement ring off her finger, and then placed it in a neat and careful manner on the spotless linen tablecloth next to Ryan's hand that was shaking. Ryan's hand was quivering. The stone was able to capture the light at a fleeting moment. It was with a loud and unmistakable voice that she announced, "The engagement is off," to the stunned and hushed gathering. With her eyes wet yet fierce, she turned her attention to me, and a smile that was just beginning to show itself was just beginning to be revealed. "Catherine, let's go home. I need a cheeseburger." I reached out and grasped Jessica's arm, bringing her that much closer to me. While we were making our way out of the room, Elizabeth suddenly sprang at me with tears streaming down her face. The carefully crafted mask that she had been wearing was completely destroyed, revealing the terrified, helpless, and feeble woman that had been hiding beneath it. "You evil, petty little girl. You'll regret this. This is my son's life. You can't do this to us." Having come to a complete stop, I continued to keep my hand on Jessica's elbow after I had stopped. I drew closer to Elizabeth and reduced my voice to a last frigid whisper that only she, Charlotte, and Ryan could hear. This was done in order to reduce the volume of the crowd, which was growing louder. I was the only person who happened to be able to hear it. "Petty. You called my grandmother's vintage solid gold bracelet tarnished and offered me a $55,000 receptionist job while you stole corporate parking passes. You humiliated my sister publicly, repeatedly. Your corporate ethics violations were always a ticking time bomb waiting for the next audit. Elizabeth, you just made the mistake of insulting the owner. You deserve this. And trust me, the corporate investigation into your entire family's fraudulent expense reports and misconduct, which Ryan's promotion was supposed to cover up, is just getting started. Enjoy the view from the outside, Elizabeth. You're done." As we went away, we decided to leave the hubbub, the crystal, the McAllisters, and the ice swan that was melting behind. The titles that they had been holding were taken away from them, and their futures were unpredictable. They stood among the ruins of their own conceit and proudness. When I got outside, the air in New York was fresh and brisk, and it was filled to the brim with a wonderful and exhilarating feeling of utter victory and an exquisite sense of independence. In spite of the fact that she was crying, Jessica seemed to be laughing at the same time. The release of stress that has been bottled up for years on end in a way that is both beautiful and restorative. That was the most dramatic, most expensive, and most perfectly executed corporate coup I have ever witnessed, Jessica cried as she dropped into the back of the taxi that was waiting for her. "It was the most perfect," she said. She took a big breath that was accompanied by a shivering sound. "I think I owe you a lifetime supply of your sensible cashmere and maybe a piece of your company." I was able to pull her into a hug while wearing a genuine smile on my face. "You owe me nothing, Jess. You are my sister, and nobody, especially not an arrogant entitled family who thinks a job title is worth more than decency, gets to treat you or me that way. Their power was always an illusion. Mine is just quiet. Now let's go home and celebrate your glorious, stress-free freedom." The information would be made available to the whole public the next day. It is to be predicted that the share price of global enterprises would see a minor temporary fall as a consequence of the major unexplained executive personnel transfer, as well as the highly publicized executive resignations. This is because both of these events have been widely published. The McAllister name would be forever damaged and despised in business circles throughout the city as a result of a woman who refused to be underestimated and wore a basic slate dress. This was the reason why the McAllister brand would be tarnished and laughed at. As I looked down at my wrist, where the tarnished solid gold chain caught the reflection of the lights in the downtown area, a smile came on my face. It is not necessary for certain riches to shout in order for them to be identified. To put it another way, it is holding out for the perfect opportunity to come along. Fired by my sister, I built a new company in 6 months, securing $35 million in revenue and taking every major client. She was left with nothing. The announcement that your services are no longer necessary was made by Sophie Turner, whose voice reverberated over the mahogany table that was located in the boardroom of our family. Bring your office to a close by tomorrow. My sister was smiling with that self-satisfied smile that I was all too familiar with, and I surveyed the faces that were surrounding me. Board members had their eyebrows lifted, CEOs were shifting uneasily in their leather chairs, and my sister was smiling. The moment had been awaited by her for many years. In spite of the rage that was building up beneath the surface, I inquired with a firm voice, "Is that all?" "Yes, Emma. That will be all," Sophie replied, already turning her attention to the next agenda item. I gathered my notepad and pen, nodded politely to the board members, and walked out with my dignity intact. The heavy door closed behind me with a soft click that belied the magnitude of what had just happened. I was fired from our family business, Connors and Tate Solutions, which I had assisted in growing from a struggling regional logistics provider to a national powerhouse. My name is Emma Harris, and up until 10 minutes ago, I was the executive vice president of operations at the company that my grandfather had founded. I had been fired from my position. I had been the one responsible for securing contracts, building client relationships, and structuring the deals that accounted for the majority of our revenue for more than a decade. While Sophie focused on the image of the company and played politics with board members, I had been the engine that drove our growth in Nashville, Tennessee. I walked to my office, which was a corner space that I had earned through years of dedication. My assistant, Grace Bennett, looked up, and her expression immediately changed to one of concern when she saw my face. "Val. What happened in there?" I closed the door behind me before answering. "Sophie fired me. Effective immediately. I need to clear out tomorrow." Grace's mouth fell open. "She can't do that. Without you, she wouldn't be able to use this place." And she did. I sank into my chair, allowing myself just one moment of shock before the wheels in my mind started turning. Dad made her CEO, and the board approved it. It's her show now. But why? You've brought in over 65% of our major clients. I smiled faintly. And that's precisely why. I've outshined her for years, and she couldn't stand it. But as the initial shock subsided, a curious calm settled over me. I opened the drawer of my desk and pulled out a leather portfolio that I had kept for exactly this scenario. Inside were documents that I had meticulously prepared over the course of the past 3 years, including contracts, agreements, and legal paperwork. "Grace," I said, my voice becoming more steady, "remember that restructuring I implemented 3 years ago, the one in which I created VC Strategy Group?" Her eyes widened with realization. "Your consulting LLC, the one that technically holds all the client contracts." I nodded, allowing myself the first genuine smile since I'd walked into that board meeting. I think it's time to remind my sister exactly who brings in the business around here. I'd seen this coming years ago. Our father, John Harris, had always favored Sophie despite her mediocre business acumen. She had the right look, the right connections, and most importantly, she never challenged his authority. I, on the other hand, had ideas. Too many ideas for a daughter in a traditional family business. "You're making waves, Emma," Dad would say whenever I proposed a new direction or efficiency. "Let's stick with what works." What worked apparently was letting Sophie take credit for my innovations. Sophie was the face of the industry at industry events while I was building relationships with shipping companies, warehousing facilities, and corporate clients across the Southeast. While I was negotiating terms that increased our profit margins by double digits annually, Sophie was giving presentations to the board using my numbers. Our differences went beyond the realm of business. I was the pragmatic one, more interested in logistics problems than country club politics. When I was growing up, Sophie was the beauty queen, homecoming royalty, and sorority president. I was the one who was all charm and social grace. My mother would ask me, not in an unkind manner, why I couldn't be more like your sister. She makes connections so easily. However, what they never understood was that I made connections as well. Just different ones. I made my move 3 years ago, when Whispers of Succession Planning was first established. Instead of attending cocktail parties, I focused on building relationships in conference rooms. Instead of social climbing, I focused on creating value. And over time, clients came to trust me, rather than the company brand or Sophie's polished presentations. My attorney assisted me in establishing VC Strategy Group LLC, a consulting firm that has only one client, Connors and Tate. Although it appeared to be a tax efficiency measure on paper, in reality, it was my insurance policy. This structure provides us with flexibility, as I explained to my father when I proposed it. It enables me to negotiate directly with clients without having to deal with all of the corporate red tape. He approved it without understanding its implications. Why would he question anything that improved our bottom line? To him, it was just another one of my efficient little fixes, not the foundation of my independence. Over time, I migrated all major client relationships to my LLC. The paperwork was there for anyone to see if they bothered to look. The announcement of Dad's retirement a month ago had accelerated everything, and the succession plan was revealed. Sophie would become CEO and I would remain in my operational role, essentially doing the work while she wore the title. However, Sophie was too busy planning her CEO office renovation to notice that the contracts listed VC Strategy Group as the primary service provider, with Connors and Tate as merely the fulfillment partner and Connors and Tate as the fulfillment partner. On the morning following my dismissal, I arrived early to pack my office. The building was quiet, and the majority of employees were not scheduled to report for another hour. I had purposefully chosen this time, as there was no need for an audience. As I was boxing up family photos and awards, my phone buzzed. It was Dylan Harper from Skyline Distribution, our most important client. "What exactly is going on, Emma?" "I just received an odd email from your sister stating that she is my new point of contact." I smiled to myself and said, "Good morning, Dylan. Yes, there have been some changes. Sophie is the new CEO, but our agreement is with you." Dylan said, her voice displaying signs of confusion. "The contract is with VC Strategy Group. Does she understand that?" I responded, maintaining a neutral tone. "And I don't believe she has reviewed the contracts yet. Would you like me to clarify things with her?" "Please do. We signed with you, not with Connors and Tate. Your expertise is what we're paying for." After hanging up, I continued packing, now with a lighter heart. By the time I finished, similar calls had come in from 3 other major clients. None of them had any intention of working with Sophie. At 8:30 a.m., right as the office began filling with employees, my phone lit up with Sophie's name. Before answering, I waited for it to ring twice and said, "Hello, Sophie? Which client files are you looking for? And why is Dylan Harper saying that she won't work with us anymore?" Her voice was tight with controlled panic. "How come she is saying that?" In a cool and collected manner, I responded that the client files are precisely where they have always been, in the shared drive that is categorized by account. As for Dylan, she is exercising her contractual rights. "Why are you bringing up such a point? Who has rights under the contract?" I could picture her perfectly standing in her new CEO office, probably wearing one of her immaculate pantsuits, her face flushed with frustration. "Check the contract headings, Sophie. VC Strategy Group, which is my consulting company, is responsible for the contracting of all of our significant assignments. Connors and Tate is merely the partner in charge of fulfillment." Instead of working with the family brand, the clients decided to work with me. At that moment, the quiet on the other end was so loud that it was deafening. "You can't do this." I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I already did. A little over 3 years ago, in fact, with the agreement of Dad and the signature of the board on each and every paper. 1 octave was added to her voice as she said, "This is sabotage." "No, Sophie. This is a legal matter. You would like to be the CEO. You are very welcome. On the other hand, the connections, the trust, and the actual contracts that generate revenue are all mine." "I quit this morning," she declared with a smile. "And I told HR that I'll be joining VC Strategy Group effective immediately." By the time I hung up, Grace Bennett had already arrived at my door with a cardboard box containing her own personal possessions. I picked up my box and took one final look at the workplace where I had spent the previous 15 years. "Let's go," I said. "We have a company to build." The reality hit me full force. Then, this wasn't just about getting sweet revenge against Sophie. This was my opportunity to build something that was genuinely mine. In the evening, I had confirmed what I had previously assumed, which was that all 12 of our top-tier accounts would be following me. Together, these accounts accounted for more than 75% of Connors and Tate's yearly revenue. I spent the remainder of the day in my home office making calls to each and every important client of the company. What about achieving one's goals? Daniel Lewis, who works at Evergreen Supply Chain, posed the following question to Emma. You have the relationships, but are you able to handle the actual logistics work? It was a reasonable question. Up until yesterday, I had access to the infrastructure of Connors and Tate, including their warehouse network, their transportation partners, and their software systems. I gave him the assurance that I had previously arranged relationships with 3 regional fulfillment facilities. I've been anticipating this transition for some time, I said. There won't be any hiccups in your operations. The fact that those relationships had only been concluded that afternoon in a flurry of phone calls and hastily signed interim agreements was something that I did not tell him. I was in the process of developing the airplane while I was flying it. My dining room table was cluttered with legal pads, my laptop, and an empty pizza box by the time it was 9 o'clock at night. I had the clients, I had Grace, and I had a framework for operations. However, what I lacked was a team. What seemed to be reading my mind was a text message from Luke Matthews, our former operations manager. Heard what happened? Sophie is completely losing her mind. Half of the operations crew is prepared to walk. Have you hired? Another text message arrived before I could respond to it. This one was from Sophie and it said, "There will be an emergency board meeting tomorrow at 8 a.m. It is necessary for you to be present." I laughed out loud. Required? Just a few hours before, she had terminated my employment, and now I was suddenly indispensable. When Luke texted me back, I said, "Send me names. To anyone who might be interested." To Sophie, I simply said, "I'll have my attorney attend." I was referring to the competitive packages that were available for everyone. "This isn't a request, Emma," Sophie screamed over my phone. "The board wants to understand what's happening with our client base." My phone rang instantly, and I let it go to voicemail. When it rang again, I finally answered it. "You are obligated to provide them with an explanation." "I don't owe anyone anything," I declared in a level-headed manner. "You fired me. Always keep in mind that your services are no longer necessary." Those were the precise phrases that you used. It was before I had a complete understanding of the issue with the contracts. The agreements that have been finalized for a period of 3 years. Those that were accepted by both Dad and the board of directors. It is those contracts. You purposefully mislead each and every person. I took a deep breath and tried to calm my wrath before responding. "No, Sophie. I developed a business framework that safeguarded not just the company but also the organization's customers. The fact that you have never bothered to learn how our company truly functions is not anything that I am responsible for. You are responsible for that. Because of this, your father will never forgive you." Despite the fact that it was a low blow, it was one that was expected. Perhaps our father had always been her trump card, but unlike you, I've learned to survive without his approval. Good luck with your meeting tomorrow. I sat in silence for a few minutes after the call was ended, allowing the weight of the day to sink over me. I had spent 15 years preparing for this moment, not consciously, but I had always known on some level that Sophie would eventually force me out of the relationship. My LLC hadn't been created as a weapon. It was a shield, a way to protect the value I'd built from family politics. My phone buzzed again. A text from our father. "We need to talk." I set the phone aside without replying. Whatever he had to say could wait until tomorrow. Tonight, I needed to focus on building a company from scratch with clients already expecting service. The irony wasn't lost on me. In trying to sideline me, Sophie had inadvertently given me the push I needed to break free. For years I'd been pouring my talents into a company that would never truly be mine. Now I had the chance to build something that was. I opened my laptop and typed out the first line of a new business plan. VC Strategy Group. Fullervice Logistics Solutions. It had a nice ring to it. A flurry of events occurred the following morning. By 7 o'clock, Luke had emailed me a list of 8 employees who were prepared to join me immediately. By 7:30, my attorney, Sarah O'Connor, was on her way to the Connors and Tate board meeting to represent my interests. And by 8 o'clock, I was sitting in a temporary office space that I had managed to secure overnight, and I was conducting my first staff meeting as the official CEO of VC Strategy Group. It will not be easy, but we have something that Connors and Tate does not have anymore, and that is the relationships that matter. I explained to the small team that was gathered around a conference table that the situation is one of a kind. We have the clients and the expertise, but we are building our infrastructure on the fly. Grace and Luke nodded with confidence. The other individuals, the most of whom were analysts and account managers who had followed Luke, appeared anxious, but they were resolute. "What about the warehouse contracts?" inquired Ethan Carter, one of our logistics professionals. "Connors and Tate has exclusive relationships with the majority of the institutions in the region." As I recognized, they do, I explained. Which is why we are not fighting on that front. I was successful in establishing agreements with establishments located in Chattanooga and Louisville. We are going to go through them till we are able to build our own footprint in the local area. The board meeting just ended, she said, and it was contentious. I put Sarah O'Connor on speakerphone, and she called in to disrupt the discussion. It was contentious. I spoke forward and said, "Tell me," while indicating for the team to remain. My stomach tightened despite my confidence in our legal position, and the board shut her down completely. It appears that 2 of the members had actually read the contracts when they were signed and understood exactly what they were approving. Sophie attempted to argue that the structure of your limited liability company, LLC, was a breach of fiduciary duty. She wanted the board to pursue legal action. The fact that the structure had produced outstanding results for 3 years was brought to her attention, and I felt a wave of relief sweep over me. So, there is no lawsuit? There will be no lawsuit. On the other hand, they did give her permission to make you a counteroffer. They are interested in involving VC Strategy Group as a formal permanent contractor with a commitment for a period of 3 years. To put it simply, they are offering to legitimate the exact arrangement that you already had, but with improved conditions. I couldn't decide whether to laugh or scream when they fired me and then offered to hire my company. In essence, yes, the offer is actually quite good, I said. Every year, 7 figures, minimums that are guaranteed and bonuses based on performance. Their situation is hopeless, Emma. Absolutely, that is the case. I looked around at my new crew, all of whom were watching carefully. They had just lost 75% of their cash stream overnight at that very moment. Tell them that I'll review their proposal, but in the meantime, we're moving forward with direct client relationships. After the call was over, I turned back to the team and said, "It seems that we have options." "Are you thinking about doing it?" Luke inquired with a worried expression on his face. "Shall I go back to them as a contractor?" I could understand his fear because he had just quit his job to join me. All of them had done the same thing. "I'm not considering anything that doesn't include all of you," I told them straight away. "But having Connors and Tate as a client rather than an employer could be advantageous while we build our own operations." The door to the temporary office opened, and a courier brought a hefty envelope to the reception area. Inside the mail was a formal offer from the board, as well as a note from my father that was handwritten. "You have outplayed each and every one of us. If I had made you CEO years ago, I would have done so." The buzzing of my phone dragged me away from my thoughts. It was a text from Sophie and it said, "This isn't over." I glanced at the note, my emotions churning. My father had finally acknowledged my significance after decades of being disregarded, but only after I shown my power to ruin the firm that he established. The answer is that it was not. At no point in her life had Sophie ever been one to gracefully accept defeat. On the other hand, for the very first time in our lengthy and laborious relationship, I did not feel concerned about her threats. I was with the customers. The most essential thing was that I had leverage, and I had a staff that was expanding. We worked 14-hour days, turning our temporary office into a command center of ordered chaos. The ensuing weeks formed a new reality that was far more tough than I had imagined. Building a firm from the ground up while simultaneously providing service to existing customers proved to be even more difficult than I had anticipated. An all-hands meeting was held every morning to discuss the most pressing concerns of the day, and every evening was concluded with a review of what we had accomplished and what still required attention. After 4 weeks, I finally had the opportunity to adequately react to the board's offer. I invited Sarah to evaluate my counterproposal before delivering it. The pace was unsustainable, but it was required for survival. While she was looking through the terms, she made the observation. "This is aggressive," she stated. "You are asking for double their offer in addition to equity in Connors and Tate, 4%. My clarification was sufficient to allow me to have a voice, but it was not sufficient to provoke hatred. Sarah sat back in her chair and asked, "Emma, can I be blunt? The feeling is quite personal." "It's a personal matter, of course. It is their family. I am not referring to that at all. In this situation it seems as though you are trying to prove something rather than making the most effective decision for your company." Due to the fact that it contained truth, her observation was painful. Was I exerting too much effort in order to make a point? The initial offer made by the board had been generous. Doubling down could create an unnecessary adversarial situation. I nodded my head and acknowledged that you were correct. Revise it to a 20% increase over their offer while maintaining the equity request. According to what we offer to the table, that is a reasonable price. Then with a nod of approval, Sarah said, "Much better. What about your sister? What about her? Ever since she sent that text message, she has been noticeably quiet." I had been wondering the same thing. Sophie's quiet was unexpected and alarming. "I have a meeting with her tomorrow," I said. "Just the two of us away from the company," she requested it. "Would you like me to be there?" My head shook as I said, "There are certain conversations that need to take place without lawyers." The following day I went to a little coffee shop that was located in the same general vicinity as both of our workplaces. Sophie was already seated when I arrived, and her expression was very difficult to read. As I sat down, she remarked, "You appear to be exhausted." "Building a company is exhausting," I responded by saying. "You know that if you'd ever done it, it was a cheap shot, but weeks of stress had worn my diplomacy thin." In response to the bait, Sophie stated, "I've been doing some thinking," while stirring her coffee. She was referring to the question of why you had established the LLC structure in the first place. "Enlighten me." "You never put your faith in us. Not me, not my father, and not the board of directors. You were constantly in need of your own personal secure net." I gave her remarks some thought. "Sophie, trust is something that must be earned. Dad spent years ignoring my achievements while praising yours over the course of his career. Throughout the years, you have been taking credit for my work. In what specific way was I expected to put my faith?" It was as if she was attempting to explain everything by saying, "We are family." "Family businesses fail precisely because people confuse family loyalty with business sense," I responded by saying. "Dad made you CEO because you're his daughter, not because you were the best person for the job. And you established a covert business in order to steal our customers because, what is it that you are? Some business genius who seems to be misunderstood." In order to safeguard the value that I had constructed, I devised a framework. The value that you and your father were pleased to receive up until the point where you determined that I was expendable. After what seemed like an eternity, Sophie's veneer suddenly broke down. "You want to know why Dad made me CEO than you? Simply because you are a cruel person, Emma. It is demonstrated by this prank involving the contracts. In order to demonstrate your argument, you would destroy the entire organization." The impact of her remarks was more than I had anticipated. Did they perceive me as someone who was eager to destroy the legacy of our family out of self-glorification? "I didn't burn anything down," I responded with serene confidence. "You lit the match when you fired me. I'm just making sure I don't get consumed in the flames." This moment of stark honesty was the culmination of decades of sisterly competition, and we glared at each other across the table. "Now what are the next steps?" At long last, Sophie inquired. That was the question that everyone was talking about. 4 months after Sophie had fired me, I was standing in the foyer of Covenir Defense, which was our most recent and largest client. As a result of their deal, the annual income of VC Strategy Group would surpass $35 million, which is roughly twice as much as what my team had accomplished while working at Connors and Tate. Edward Hughes, the procurement director for Covenir, offered me a tour of their plant and observed, "It is truly remarkable that you have constructed such an impressive operation in such a short period of time." "We had a unique launching point," I further said. "An established team, proven expertise, just under a new banner, and without the family drama I hear." He looked at me with a knowing expression and said, "Emma, Nashville's business community isn't about that big." The word spreads widely. I smiled in a manner that was appropriate for the situation. Every company has its own evolution story. It is true. Now we are thrilled to collaborate with you in a direct capacity. Your well-known reputation for engaging in hands-on management is precisely what we require for the revamp of our supply chain. I went back to our newly renovated permanent offices later that afternoon. They were located in a warehouse space that had been renovated, and it featured open workstations, exposed brick walls, and private meeting rooms that were named after our first customers. Just 4 months later we had grown from 8 employees to 18. The Connors and Tate board accepted our counterproposal, and we are officially their primary logistics partner for the next 3 years, Luke said to me as he greeted me at the door. His joy was almost too much for me to contain. A complicated surge of feelings, including satisfaction, vindication, and a touch of grief, washed over me. "Have they announced it internally yet?" "It is planned to take place tomorrow morning. It will be necessary for Sophie to convey to the entire organization the news that they have decided to outsource their primary business function to the company that her sister owns. That can't have been an easy pill for her to swallow. According to what I've been told, she battled it till the very last." Luke smiled. An ultimatum was finally presented to her by the board. Either agree to go into partnership or resign. "I'm sorry, but she won't forgive me for this," I groaned. "By no means. Are you concerned? It was a reasonable thing to ask, considering that Sophie and I had severed our connection a long time before this had arisen in the work world. When all was said and done, this arrangement had a sense of finality that was more weighty than a straightforward business competition. I care, I said to myself, but not enough to sacrifice what we're building here. A new era of expansion for VC Strategy Group was sparked by the official announcement of our relationship with Connors and Tate. We were able to pursue aggressive expansion since our previous employer was now effectively our largest client, which provided us with the stability we needed. It had been 6 months since Sophie had fired me when I found myself getting ready for a meeting that I had not anticipated having. When I arrived, my father was already sat at his preferred steakhouse, and he appeared to be older than I had remembered. He had requested that we have lunch together, just the two of us this time. "You look good, Emma," he observed as I sat down. "Excess suits you." The stress that had been caused by the company's near collapse had taken a visible toll on me. As I responded, "Thank you," I was unsure of the direction that this conversation was going to take. "I owe you an apology," he said, seemingly taking me by surprise. "In fact, I owe you several." I waited, allowing him the opportunity to continue, and then I said, "I ought to have recognized your potential years ago. Should have appointed you to the position of CEO when I resigned." As he shook his head, he said, "I was oblivious to the reality of the situation. No matter how capable they are, the crown is always passed down to the oldest child." "Sophie had her strengths," I said, feeling an unusual impulse to defend my sister who was in need of protection. "She did, but they weren't the right ones for leading the company." His gaze was fixed on mine and he said, "Emma, you have outmaneuvered all of us, establishing your very own safety net right in front of our own eyes. It's hard for me to decide whether I should be impressed or outraged." I smiled slightly and said, "Both would be appropriate," while I was speaking. "The board is contemplating a reorganization," he added after a brief pause. "They want to see you return to the organization. Not only your independent contractor business, but also you personally in your capacity as CEO." I nearly choked on my water. As for Sophie, she was able to make the shift to Chief Marketing Officer because to her inherent strength. She would never concede to that. "She already has," he responded, "subject to the condition." "Which ailment is it?" "That you two are able to find a way to mend the bond that you have." "Why am I here, Emma?" "Because of that. Not only in the role of your father, but also as the business's founder. We require both of you to collaborate with one another rather than competing with one another." From a distance, I sat back and processed this unexpected turn of events. "I don't know if that's possible." "Not likely at all. To be honest, isn't it worth a shot?" The gap that had built between Sophie and me had become so great that I couldn't even fathom the possibility of mending it at this point. It had been 6 months since I had started my own business, and as I was leaving our new headquarters on a cool autumn evening, I couldn't help but smile at the illuminated sign that was hanging above our back door. Beginning with being fired and ending with the establishment of a successful firm had been a difficult but extremely fulfilling journey. I was able to turn betrayal into a phenomenal success by the time we had 35 workers, contracts worth many millions of dollars, and even Connors and Tate as a client. I was aware that there were a great number of more chapters to be written in my business tale as I looked toward the future. My sister's attempt to push me aside had, accidentally, given me the empire that I actually deserved. This is my favorite story, and it will always be the one that I remember the most. My girlfriend dumped me publicly, saying I was emotionally unavailable. I later found she'd shared my private messages. I left. Now, she regrets it. My girlfriend looked me dead in the eye and said, "My friends think you limit me, so we're done." And I just stared at her for maybe 3 seconds before I replied, "Cool, then go join them." And the silence that followed was so thick you could cut it with a knife because her entire friend group was sitting right there at the table watching this unfold like it was some kind of reality TV finale they'd been waiting for. The way in which their expressions went from one of smug assurance to one of full shock conveyed to me all the information that I required to know about the person who had been in charge of our relationship for the past 8 months. I'm a cybersecurity analyst, which means that I spend my days analyzing patterns, recognizing threats, and finding solutions to problems using logic rather than emotion. People who had never taken the time to get to know me were the ones who incorrectly characterized me as emotionally unavailable. This is exactly what happened. I'm the kind of person who always arrives on time, not forgets important dates, inquires about how your day went, and truly pays attention to what you have to say. However, it would appear that this is not sufficient when you are being evaluated based on a checklist that a podcast host has created to determine what a boyfriend ought to be. 3 years ago, Sophia and I first collided at a coffee shop. At the time, she was in the middle of reading a book about minimalism, and I was in the middle of conducting a security audit for a client. The majority of people tend to make their lives more complicated than they need to be, while straightforward answers are more effective. The two of us would spend hours just walking around the city talking about everything from architecture to whether dogs dream. She was studying graphic design and she exuded a calm and collected attitude. In addition, it had a genuine feel to it, one that did not require Instagram stories or continuous affirmation from unknown individuals. Due to the fact that we interacted like actual grown-ups, our first year together was a truly positive experience. Although we each had our own lives, we nevertheless made time for one another. What's more, when issues arose, we resolved them via conversation rather than allowing them to fester. After around 10 months, she moved into my flat, and the transition went off without a hitch. We divided up the work according to who was more skilled at what. When we were together, we would cook on the weekends and we would joke about how boring we must appear to other people because we would rather stay home and watch documentaries than go out clubbing. She was then offered a position as a production assistant at the Empowerment Hour podcast, which she accepted. At that moment, everything began to change in ways that I was initially unable to recognize. It began with seemingly insignificant things, such as the introduction of new phrases into her repertoire. Words such as poisonous habits, emotional labor, and that doesn't benefit me were used in circumstances that didn't fully fit our actual scenario. I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. I will never forget the first time she came home and told me that we needed to have a chat about boundaries. I asked, "Okay, what's wrong?" And she got out her phone and began reading from notes that she had taken while she was recording a podcast about warning signs in relationships. I took the time to listen to everything that was going on, and then I asked her which of those warning signs she had actually observed in our relationship. She became quiet and explained that she was simply attempting to be proactive. As I look back, that ought to have been the first genuine warning sign that I should have taken into consideration. But I assumed that she was simply enthused about the job and attempting to apply what she was learning. Miranda, a woman who had developed an entire business on assisting women in recognizing manipulation and standing up for themselves, was the one who managed the podcast itself. This may sound like a nice idea on paper, but when you understand that the show's formula consisted of basically taking regular relationship friction and repackaging it as abuse, you realize that it was actually quite a bit more than that. In each episode, they followed the same pattern, which consisted of reading anonymous submissions, analyzing them through the most uncharitable lens possible, and then celebrating women who had left their partners for reasons such as, "He wanted to discuss the budget before buying a new car," or "He asked me to text when I got home safe." Their audience devoured the show because it gave them the confidence to recognize warning signs in every situation. And the comment section was always full with individuals expressing their own stories about how they had eventually left their boyfriend, even if they had committed sins, such as being tired after work or having thoughts about dinner arrangements. Sophia began encouraging me to attend the live recordings that took place at this location in the downtown area twice a month. I attended because I wanted to show my support for her work, despite the fact that the atmosphere was unsettling to me. When I arrived for the first time, the entire production team gave me a look that suggested they were examining a specimen. In addition, Miranda came over during the break to introduce herself and quickly inquired about the nature of my employment. I told her cybersecurity and she got this smile and said, "Oh, so you're analytical. That must be challenging for Sophia. Like being good at my job was somehow a personality defect." I simply shrugged and said, "We make it work." And she patted my arm and walked away. After some time had passed, Sophia shared with me that Miranda had the impression that I was guarded, which was understood to mean that I was emotionally unavailable. Following the recording, we were heading to the car when Sophia stated, "They think you're emotionally unavailable." I asked her what she thought, and she hesitated for a brief moment, which led me to realize that she had been talking about me with them. Due to the fact that I did not always convey my emotions in obvious ways, she eventually responded with a negative response, stating that she did not believe that, but she could understand where they were coming from. Additionally, I brought to her attention the fact that I had spent a mere 5 hours the week before assisting her in the redesign of her portfolio website and listening to her anxiety around a challenging client. Nevertheless, it would appear that this did not qualify as emotional availability according to their concept. After that, the dynamic began to shift rapidly because all of a sudden, every routine interaction that we had was being analyzed through the lens of whether or not it was a warning sign or a healthy behavior. My suggestion would be that we remain in on Friday because I needed to apply a security patch early in the morning, and she would accuse me of isolating her from Italy if we did not stay in. She would respond by saying that I was demanding emotional labor when I asked her if she wanted to talk about why she appeared to be stressed. Because we both like going on hikes, I would make plans for a weekend trip to Blue Ridge, and she would query whether or not I was attempting to exert control over our schedule. Nothing I did was ever something that would be considered average for a person to do anymore. All of this was indicative of a more profound pattern that needed to be investigated and discussed with her friends who had never even had a genuine conversation with me. Observing her imitate their manner of speech was the most insane part of the experience. It seemed as though she would return home and use these nicely crafted words that were reminiscent of therapy speak, which sounded nothing like the way she used to speak. When I asked if we could turn down the TV since I was on a work call, she would say things like, "I'm noticing a pattern where you center your own comfort over my needs." I would just stare at her, wondering where my girlfriend had gone and who this person was reading from a script. She would say things like this. Several times I attempted to have a conversation with her about it. I asked her whether she felt like she was losing some of who she was after starting this new job. And she would immediately become defensive and declare that I was threatened by her development, as if she had been some kind of incomplete person in the past and was only now becoming her full self by studying our relationship to death with people who had decided that I was the villain before we had ever met. The members of the production team began to become increasingly present in our lives as well. Something like this would happen. We would be at a bar, when all of a sudden, Miranda and two other women from the podcast would show up. Sophia would light up, and I would disappear into thin air. In addition to discussing recent occurrences, they would also share stories about their own personal relationships. In each and every one of the stories, the protagonists eventually came to the conclusion that their lover was manipulative and left them. And then they would all praise each other as if fleeing was the only acceptable consequence for any connection that needed genuine work to be done. In that moment, I would sit there with a beer in my hand and watch Sophia laugh at their jokes and nod her head in agreement with their theories. To add insult to injury, I could sense her disappearing into this realm where I had already been found guilty of crimes that I had not committed. One evening, approximately 5 months into her employment at the podcast, we were meant to have dinner together, just the two of us. This was something that we hadn't done in weeks due to the fact that she was always either working late or meeting up with the production crew. After making reservations at this Italian restaurant that she adored, I arrived home early to change into my clothes. I just looked at her and said, "We'd had these plans for 3 weeks. And she got this expression as if I'd asked her to choose between me and her friends. And when she walked in, she immediately said, "Miranda and the team want to grab drinks tonight. Is it cool if we reschedule?" I just looked at her and said, "We'd had these plans for 3 weeks. For example, she remarked, "See, this is what they mean. You make me feel guilty for having a social life." I responded by telling her that the fact that we wanted to have one dinner together after scarcely seeing each other was not something that was making her feel guilty whatsoever. It was nothing more than the upkeep of a connection. However, she had previously texted them to let them know that she would be present. In the end, I went to the restaurant by myself, sat down at the table with 2 menus, and ate in silence as the waiter made a valiant effort to pretend that this was not a dismal experience. That was the night that I came to the realization that I was no longer dating Sophia. The podcast version of who they believed she ought to be was the person I was dating at the time. Moreover, that individual had already made the decision that I was the issue. On the other hand, I was still unaware of the most terrible aspect. I had no idea that our private talks, as well as my SMS messages and even my work schedule, had been turned into fodder for their group chat. Raw stuff that they were evaluating as if I were some type of case study in manipulative strategies. The fact that every word I said to her in private was being screenshotted and analyzed by individuals who had never spoken to me past surface-level small conversation at recordings was something I was completely unaware of. In addition, I was completely unaware that they were classifying everything into categories such as attempts to isolate themselves, guilt-tripping, and financial control. There was nothing else I was aware of but the fact that the lady I loved was vanishing and being replaced by someone who regarded me as a problem that needed to be handled rather than a partner with whom I could build a life. Even worse, I had no notion that things were about to turn even more dire. When I found out that they had been reading my private communications, it was such a bizarre experience that my brain almost refused to absorb it at first. A good example of this would be when you see something that is so wrong that it takes your mind a few seconds to catch up to what your eyes are presenting you. Sophia was taking a shower on a Tuesday evening when the event took place. The notifications on her iPad, which was sitting on the coffee table, were buzzing. And in a normal situation, I wouldn't even look at her electronic gadgets because I truly believed in the importance of privacy, in contrast to what appears to be the case with everyone else in her life. But the notification preview was right there on the lock screen, and it stated, "Miranda, clip 3 is perfect classic isolation phrase." My stomach fell because I knew precisely what clip 3 was. I was able to recognize it immediately. It was a voice message that I had given to Sophia 5 days previously, in which I expressed my desire to reserve a cabin in Blue Ridge for our second wedding anniversary. After picking up the iPad, I angled it, and it opened up without any problems. Moreover, the contents of the group chat that I was viewing, which was dubbed Sophia Support Squad and consisted of 15 people, including the entire podcast production team, caused me to have a physical sickness. Upon beginning to scroll up, I saw that my hands were shaking due to the fact that months' worth of our private discussions were just sitting there. There were screenshot after screenshot of text messages that I had given her, images of us together with annotations pointing out my body language, and voice recordings that I had recorded. When I was too weary to type, I was treated as if I were some kind of criminal suspect and everything was probed and scrutinized. In the text I mentioned that I was working late on a security breach and that I was unable to prepare dinner because of my work schedule. I had recommended that we save money for a down payment rather than having a costly vacation, which was described as financial manipulation, controlling the narrative around their future. Miranda had wrote under it, "Notice the vague terminology, classic avoidance of real intimacy." There was also the message where I had suggested that we save money without taking an expensive vacation. In fact, there was a photograph that I had taken on a Saturday morning when I was preparing breakfast. In addition, it appears that my facial expression was dismissive because I was not smiling sufficiently. The fact that I had literally just woken up and hadn't had any coffee yet was completely irrelevant. Over the course of several months, each and every normal encounter that we had had with one another had been fed into this machine that transformed everyday occurrences in our relationship into evidence of poisonous behavior. And what made it much more difficult was the fact that Sophia's comments in the chat, in which she would offer context, were always done in a manner that made me appear even more unfavorable. She would write things like, "He says he's tired, but I think he just doesn't want to engage emotionally." Or, "He planned this whole trip without asking what I wanted." While the fact was that I had literally sent her 3 different cabin options and asked her to choose the one that she liked the most. The conversation went back 8 months, almost to the exact week that she had begun working at the podcast. I was able to observe the change in her vocabulary in real time as she went from supporting me to questioning everything that I did to eventually just accepting their interpretation of my actions without any resistance. One time, while I was in the middle of a business meeting, I sent her a text message in which I expressed my desire to be at home and how much I missed her. Simply a sweet and unremarkable message. And a person by the name of Lily had reacted in the group chat saying, "Love bombing after a period of emotional distance. Textbook cycle." Sophia had responded with an emoji of thought rather than informing them that they were mad. While I was sitting on the couch, I read through the months of my life that were being transformed into fodder for individuals who appeared to sincerely believe that any man who was not performing happiness every second was secretly abusive. The most frustrating aspect was that I was unable to even feel rage because it would only serve to demonstrate their thesis. I was aware that I had approximately 3 minutes before Sophia emerged from the shower when I heard the shower turn off. Consequently, I obtained screenshots of everything, emailed them to myself, removed the fragrance messages from her iPad, and then returned it to the exact same location it had been in before. When she came into the living room wearing her bathrobe and asked me what I wanted for supper, my hands were still shaking. I just looked at her and said that we needed to have a conversation about privacy and limits. Moreover, I observed her facial expression transform into one of defensiveness before I had even finished explaining what I really meant. The moment she asked me if I had gone through her phone, I responded by saying that I had not. I became concerned when I noticed a notification on her iPad, and she quickly snatched it off the table as if I had threatened to destroy it. She became very still when I asked her directly if she had been sharing our private chats with the podcast team, and that stillness told me everything before she ever opened her mouth. I asked her if she had been sharing our conversations publicly. I was able to recognize patterns that I was unable to recognize on my own, according to her. And when I asked her what patterns exactly she was referring to, she began naming things in a manner that was completely prepared and did not sound anything like her speaking voice. She stated that I had a pattern of making plans without consulting her, that I used work as an excuse to avoid having emotional conversations, and that I made her feel bad for spending time with friends. Each and every one of these statements was something that I had heard them record in a podcast episode. She was unable to provide me with any concrete instances at all, including dates and circumstances when I asked her for them. She just kept talking in these broad generalizations about patterns, red flags and things that sounded manipulative, even if she was unable to articulate why she was doing it. I explained to her that it was a serious breach of privacy for her to transmit my voice notes and text messages to a dozen unknown individuals without first obtaining my permission. It was not merely a sensation. Rather, it was a distinct event that took place. And she responded by saying, Miranda says, "Your wording is manipulative." That was as if she was responding to something. I was just staring at her since I suddenly became aware that I was no longer communicating with my partner at that precise time. It was a committee that I was speaking to. In a case for which I was not even aware that I was being tried, every single word that I uttered was going to be recorded back, examined, and used as evidence. She continued, telling me that the group chat was a secure environment for her to express her thoughts, which I was unable to comprehend because I had never been gaslit in a relationship before, just as she had been on previous occasions. It was also important to me to emphasize that I had been present for each and every tale that she told about her tough ex-boyfriend, but I had never once divulged those private moments to anybody else. However, there was no use in bothering her because she had already made up her mind that my request of basic privacy was nothing more than an additional form of control, an additional warning sign, and yet another reason why they were correct all along about me. I inquired as to whether or not she became aware of the fact that everything I disclosed to her in confidence, every vulnerable moment, and every private thought was now being used as entertainment for individuals who were unfamiliar with me and had already made the decision that I was the antagonist. I responded by telling her that a support system does not include the use of screenshots and forensic study of text messages. She responded by saying, "They are not strangers. They are my support system. It requires trust and actual conversation to be successful." And she looked at me with this attitude that was nothing more than pure podcast hyperbole, and she said, "You're just upset because you can't control the narrative anymore." 20 minutes passed, during which the conversation continued to go in circles. Although I was attempting to convey that privacy is not the same thing as control, she continued to speak in language that were copied from other people. Eventually I just stopped talking because I recognized that nothing I said would matter. She had been immersed in this milieu for such a long time, where every guy was a suspect and every barrier was an imposition, that she was unable to see how totally irrational it was to treat your spouse as if they were a research subject. On that particular night, I was unable to bear to remain in close proximity to her, so I went to sleep in the spare room. As I lay there in the darkness, I reflected on the fact that virtually every word I had spoken that evening had probably already been put up in that group chat, along with commentary about my defensive behavior and my reluctance to accept responsibility for my actions. I reflected on all of the instances that I had helped her feel better when she was feeling anxious. I did everything I could to make her life easier, even the smallest things. All of the ways in which I had regularly and dependably appeared, and how none of that mattered because it was not sufficiently performative for an audience that required me to be a villain. She had already left by the time I got up the following morning. And at approximately midday, I received a text message that simply stated, "We need to talk." You don't organize a breakup conversation at a public place unless you want witnesses or you're terrified of the other person's reaction. Riverside Bistro at 7 o'clock in the evening. I knew full well what was going to happen because I knew exactly what was going to happen. I responded to the text with a yes, and then I spent the rest of the day working from home, finishing off a security audit, and making sure that my professional life was strong. I did this because I knew that my personal life was going to collapse, and I needed at least one element of my life to be stable. I hadn't been angry for a while. I didn't even come close to being wounded. In my own relationship, I had been treated like a suspect for several months, and I was just fatigued from the experience. Furthermore, to tell you the truth, a portion of me felt pleased that everything was going to be over at last. Due to the fact that being late would definitely be another red flag, I arrived at Riverside Bistro at 6:55. In addition, Sophia was already present at a table in the corner of the pub, where she was accompanied by 3 of her podcast friends who were acting as if they were not watching. Moreover, I came to the realization that this was not going to be a conversation at all. A performance was about to take place, and the audience was going to be ready to approve of whatever she had to say. As soon as I sat down at the table in the corner opposite Sophia, I observed that she was holding note cards in front of her. In the event that she was about to give a presentation, she was using actual physical note cards. It was at that moment that I realized that this was not going to be a genuine chat. It was before I had even placed my drink order that she began talking. She told me that she had been doing a lot of introspection and that she had realized that our connection had become harmful for her development. She did this while using the same therapy speak voice that had supplanted her own personality. I did nothing but listen and observe as she glanced down at the cards, which she did every few seconds. I urged her to provide me with a concrete example of something unhealthy that I had done when she reached a gap in her conversation. Within the span of a single actual moment with context, she appeared to be becoming increasingly irritated as she fumbled through her cards. She complained that things did not feel right, that the dynamic was not right, and that she had been walking on eggshells. However, when I inquired about the precise time when she had experienced that emotion, she was unable to provide an explanation. Instead, she persisted in referring to sensations, patterns, and things that Miranda had assisted her in recognizing. At the bar, I could see her pals leaning in an attempt to hear what she had to say. And then I realized that they had most likely assisted in the writing of those note cards, and that they had most likely spent a significant amount of time developing this script for her to follow. At the end of the day, she just stated what she had most likely intended to say from the very beginning. During the passage in which she mentioned that her friends believed that I restricted her, I experienced a strange sense of tranquility because I realized that we were finally getting to the truth. I inquired as to whether the opinions of her friends were more significant than her own personal experience with our connection. They were able to see things that she was unable to see, she said. At that moment I realized that there was no longer any relationship that could be saved. I turned to her and said, "Cool. Then go join them." The expression on her face was one of complete surprise. It appeared as though she had anticipated that I would beg, fight, or give her the big show that they had presumably thought I would make. I could feel her friends in the bar staring at me, and you could tell that they had completely stopped talking. And Sophia just sat there, opening and closing her mouth, trying to figure out what to say now that her screenplay had not taken into consideration me, and she was simply agreeing with me. After pulling out my wallet, I placed a $50 bill for the beverages that neither of us had consumed, and I expressed my wish that she would find whatever it was that she was looking for. After that I got to my feet, went by her buddies without even giving them a glance, and exited the pub feeling lighter than I had in months since the act was finally finished. As a result of the fact that I approach issues in this manner, the subsequent few days were mechanical and efficient. I devise a strategy and then execute it. All of her belongings from my apartment, including every article of clothing, every book, and every other miscellaneous item that she had left lying around for the past 3 years, were packed up to be moved. And then I put everything in a box and placed it in the lobby of the building, along with a text message informing her of the time when she could pick it up. I blocked her number, blocked her on every social media platform, blocked her friends, and blocked anyone involved with that show. I did all of this without getting angry or causing any controversy because I had just finished providing them with stuff to study. She attempted to call me from a variety of numbers, but I never picked up the phone. I did not read the emails that she sent me, so I erased them. However, she arrived at my apartment building 4 days after the bar, despite the fact that I had already instructed the front desk staff not to let her up. When I answered the phone, I could hear the security guard saying, "I just want to talk." I could hear her in the background. In addition, I instructed them to let her know that all of her stuff had already been gathered, and that there was nothing further for us to talk about. It was a week later when my co-worker asked me why I appeared to be so much more calm, and I understood that it was because I was no longer being monitored from that point on. There was no doubt in my mind about every single word I said or every single choice I made. Is not now residing in a relationship that has evolved into a state of constant observation. It was then that I resumed attending to the gym. I re-established contact with friends that I had been neglecting. During the process of picking up a project automobile that I had been wanting to work on, I also generally recalled what it was like to live my life without someone documenting my every action for an audience of criticism. Approximately 2 months after the split, a buddy of mine sent me a link to an episode of a podcast that was titled "When You're the Red Flag." I was aware of the fact that it was about me right away, despite the fact that they did not use my name. I listened to everything that was said, and it was a strange experience to hear Sophia describe our relationship as an oppressive environment in which I had controlled her schedule, separated her from her friends, and caused her to question her own reality, all of which had not actually occurred. They portrayed me as a master manipulator who had been so subtle about my strategies that even I was unaware that I was engaging in such behavior and manipulating others. In addition, the comment section was dominated by individuals who lauded Sophia for her escape and referred to me by every name that could possibly come to mind. Specifically, it wasn't the lies that were bothering me to begin with. It was the number of people who believed them without any more inquiry. How willing were people to acknowledge that any relationship that ended must have been unhealthy for both parties involved? And it was certain that any individual who appeared to be tranquil was concealing something nefarious. On the other hand, here is something that they did not anticipate. Significantly more than their typical fare, the program was a huge success. Furthermore, all of a sudden, others who were familiar with me began to recognize the story. In fact, the human resources department of my firm came out to me after receiving the episode and inquiring as to whether or not they were aware that one of their employees was being accused of manipulating a podcast. I was required to provide an explanation for the entire situation by utilizing screenshots of the group chat that I had preserved. In a private message, former co-workers, mutual friends, and even Sophia's own cousin expressed their awareness that the podcast version did not accurately reflect the reality of the situation. And slowly, this counter-narrative began to form in the comments, where people pointed out that every example she presented was either absolutely normal conduct or didn't truly represent what she said it showed, since it was either completely normal or completely normal behavior. At the same time as people were going back through old episodes of the podcast and realizing that practically every tale followed the same pattern of converting regular relationship dynamics into manipulation storylines, advertisers began quietly withdrawing their support for the show. This caused the reputation of the podcast to begin to suffer. Not a single one of it involved me in any way. On the other hand, I did not publicly defend myself or add fuel to the flames. While I concentrated on actually living my life, I decided to just let the truth speak for itself. A message from Sophia arrived in my inbox 8 months after everything had collapsed. Just a message that said, "You weren't toxic. I'm sorry I let them convince me that you were." There was no subject line. In addition, I stared at it for a considerable amount of time before shutting it without providing a response, since I was at a loss for words. You can't reverse months of deception and violation by simply saying sorry. Neither does it change the fact that she prioritized the views of strangers over her own personal experience. She was willing to ruin me in order to fit into a group that required everyone to have a villain origin tale. This does not change the fact that she was willing to do it. I'm currently dating a new individual, a software engineer whom I met through friends. He is someone who thinks the whole podcast cult thing is absurd, and who actually talks like a real person rather than reading from a script. When we have arguments, we talk through the issues rather than recording them as proof. This is a regular part of our relationship. And when she tells her friends about me, it is not because she needs them to verify her reality, but rather because she wants to share her life with them. The only thing that can be done in response to someone who treats you like a character in their story rather than a real person is to step off their stage and let them perform for an empty room. This is something that I have learned. Miranda wrote some non-apology about learning and developing, which ultimately led to the cancellation of the program, which had been dumped by several sponsors on multiple occasions. And I learned about Sophia's departure from the production firm from our shared friends, that she relocated to a different city in order to begin a new chapter in her life. I do not despise her, and I do not waste time thinking about getting vengeance on her because, to tell you the truth, she gave me the best gift of all time, which was demonstrating to me exactly who I should not waste my time on. And at this point, all I want to do is concentrate on constructing a life with someone who views partnership as a form of cooperation rather than the production of material. It is family. My mom demanded me to cancel my vacation to watch 6 grandkids. I left for the beach anyway. The Christmas party turned into chaos. My name is Samantha. I am 29. And this was going to be the first Christmas I spent on myself rather than saving for everyone else. Instead, I ended up witnessing my mother grasp her phone. Her face drained of color as she gasped. "What? This cannot be happening." 6 children cried in the background of the video chat. Toys crash. Someone is weeping because liquid spilled on their wonderful new outfit. On the other end of the line, my mother looked at the photo I had just given her of my beach chair, sunglasses and the aircraft ticket with today's date on it. She had based her ideal vacation on one assumption, the same one my family had relied on for years, that I would discreetly abandon my plans to be the babysitter for all 6 grandchildren while everyone else dressed up and had fun. No payment, no thanks. Only guilt. And you know we couldn't do it without you. But this year, I didn't sacrifice my life to make theirs simpler. I adjusted my plans in a way she never expected. The fact is, this story did not begin with a horrified gasp. It began weeks ago with a phone call that drove me above my limit and made me realize I was done being the family's backup plan. If you've ever been regarded as the automatic babysitter just because you're single or don't have children yet, stick with me until the end, and let me know if you think I went too far, or not far enough. 2 weeks before to that tumultuous video conference, my phone flashed up with my mother's name while I was writing a late report. I had been working extra hours for months to afford a solo Christmas trip that I had planned since the summer. A modest little revolt I had been clutching like a lifeline. I answered the 3rd ring. "Hey Mom." Her joyful voice struck me like a warning siren. "Samantha, perfect timing. I have the most wonderful plan for Christmas, and you are going to love it." My tummy ached. When my mother claimed she had a plan, it usually meant she had one for me. "Okay. What kind of plan?" "You know how your sister and brother are bringing the kids this year," she said, her tone too casual. "And they really deserve a night off. They work so hard. We were thinking you could watch the kids for a couple of days while we get everything ready and have some adult time. It will only be 6 kids. You are so good with them. There it was. 6 kids. 3 under 3. 2 in the midst of a dinosaur phase, as well as a pair of boisterous twins who treated every room like a jungle gym. Mom, I already told you I booked a trip for Christmas. Remember the beach I've been saving for all year? She paused for a half-beat before laughing it off. Well, of course, but you can move that, right? It is not like you have a husband or kids to worry about. You are flexible. Your family needs you. Acceptable. That word burned. What she actually meant was that my time, employment, and existence were all optional in comparison to everyone else's. I looked at my half-packed bag in the corner. Plane tickets are non-refundable, and vacation days have already been authorized. I do not know, Mom. I really need this break. You get breaks all the time? She responded immediately. They do not. Besides, you love the kids. Think about their little faces when they see you. You would not want to disappoint them, would you? There it was. The same concoction of shame and obligation Mom had poured for me my entire life. Growing up, I was the go-to person for last-minute babysitting. When my classmates went to parties, I was trapped at home with a sobbing toddler cousin. My co-workers organized surprise weekend vacations, and I was the one to go since a sibling had an emergency, and my mother volunteered me without asking. I paused, my throat tight. Mom, it is not about the kids. It is about the fact that no one ever asks if I am okay with it. It is just assumed. Oh, do not be dramatic, she said, her voice losing its charm. Everyone else has real responsibilities. You are the only one without a family of your own. You should be grateful they trust you with their children. Real obligations, as if my life didn't matter because it wasn't like theirs. Something within me cracked. But rather than fracturing, it sharpened. A cold, unambiguous concept slipped into place. If they considered me as the built-in babysitter, perhaps it was time they discovered what it was like without me. I cannot promise anything, I responded softly. I need to think. You do not have to think, she said quickly. You know what the right thing is. We are all counting on you. She hung up, knowing that the guilt would work as it always has. I sat there, phone still in hand, heart thumping against my ribs. For the first time, instead of making reasons to get out of my trip, I found myself thinking about something else totally, a question that refused to go away. What if this year I let them experience the chaos they always inflicted on me? I did something I rarely did with my family. I did not respond right away. I let her. Comments resonate in my ears and then called someone else instead. Rachel didn't bother saying hello. You have the voice you use when your family is being ridiculous, she explained. What happened this time? I told her, pacing my little living room and walking around my bag as if it were evidence of a crime. The months of arranging my vacation, the phone call, my mother's comment about real responsibilities, and how 6 children had become my Christmas. Rachel remained silent for a few minutes after I finished, which was unusual for her. Sam, she finally began. Do you realize they do this every year? I knew. I simply hated having to admit it. She began counting it off year after year. Last Christmas, you skipped your office party to drive 3 hours and watch the twins while everyone else went to a concert. The year before that, you spent New Year's with a fever and 3 toddlers so your sister could get one night out. And remember the wedding you missed because your brother double-booked you as a babysitter? Each recollection flashed through my mind like a little story. Tiny hands tugged on my shirt as my phone flashed with photos of my friends enjoying fun without me. Texts from my mother thanking me, followed by weeks of acting as if nothing had happened. Yeah, I replied quietly. I remember. So why are you still letting them? Rachel inquired. They treat you like a service, not a person. If they truly respected you, they would at least ask, not just assign you. Her words struck harder than any guilt text ever could. Because she was correct. Somewhere along the way, I had become the responsible one, the single one, the one whose plans were always flexible. Maybe I should just say no, I mumbled to myself rather than to her. Or, Rachel added, her voice intensifying, maybe you should stop warning them and let them deal with the consequences. They never give you a heads up before they dump their plans on you. Why are you the one who has to be considerate? I slid onto the couch, chewing my lip. The concept made my stomach turn. Let them experience the turmoil. Allow them to see what I have absorbed for them every holiday. That would be petty, I responded hesitantly. That would be fair, she responded. You're not trying to harm the kids. You're trying to force the adults to act like adults. There's a difference. Later that night, my phone rang again. This time it was the family group chat, complete with confetti emojis and lengthy discussions about our big Christmas preparations. My mother had commented right in the middle of the thread. Samantha has already promised to take all the kids so we can focus on hosting. She is such an angel. We would be lost without her. Promised. I gazed at that single word for so long that it blurred. I hadn't promised anything. I stated I needed to think. In her version of the story, that had become a done deal. My heartbeat calmed, becoming chilly and steady. I watched as my siblings reacted with relief. This is amazing. I really needed this break. Sam, you are a lifesaver. Neither of them asked if I was fine with it. They didn't even consult with me before celebrating. Something inside me eventually snapped, but not in the loud, chaotic way I had feared. It was quieter, as if a knot was unwinding. Fine, I said. You want to pretend I promised? You want to assume I will sacrifice myself again? Then this year, you can celebrate without me for real. My fingers hovered above the keyboard. I typed, deleted, then typed again before sending a message so neutral it almost made me giggle. I got your messages, I'll figure out my schedule and let you know. Out loud I sounded like the reasonable daughter, but internally the plan was already slipping. For the first time in my life, I wasn't trying to fit into their expectations. I was searching for a way out. The following day, during my lunch break, I opened my laptop and glanced at the open tab for my beach rental. For weeks I had been lingering over the payment button, scared my family would talk me out of it. My fear had subsided in comparison to my wrath. I verified the dates again. Check-in on December 23rd. Check-out date, December 27th. My mother wanted me tethered to a couch with 6 sugar-crazed youngsters. I hovered for one final second before clicking confirm. Suddenly the trip became a reality. Not a pipe dream, not a possibility, but a truth. My phone vibrated a few minutes later. It was my mother again. Have you thought about what we talked about? She inquired, bypassing any salutation. I have, I answered, my voice even. I am still working some things out. Well, I already told your sister and brother you would do it, she responded quickly. They are counting on you. We all are. You are the only one who can handle all 6 of them at once. You know how they get. I nearly laughed at the backhanded compliment. We have relied on you for so long. We don't know how to function without you. Mom, I never said yes, I told her. You should not plan around me without asking. You did not say no either, she said sternly. And I knew you would do the right thing once you had time to think. Do not make this difficult. There it was again. That statement, the right thing, implied that there was only one acceptable response, and it included me ending my existence. If I told her about my confirmed reservation now, I knew what would happen. She'd cry. She would talk about sacrifice and family, and how disappointed she was in her daughter for not dropping everything. Then she'd contact every relative and depict me as ungrateful until I gave in just to stop the noise. They never gave me any notice when they needed me. They never questioned how it would affect my career or plans. They simply decided I'd figure it out. So this time, I determined to show them the same civility they had always shown me. None. I am still thinking, I said gently. I will let you know before the holiday. Samantha, she whispered, her voice falling into the low, dangerous range I'd known since childhood. Do not pull anything dramatic. We have a lot riding on this. Your sister already ordered special outfits for the kids so they can take pictures by the tree. We need someone responsible there while we get everything ready. Responsible, sacrificial, and convenient. They actually meant everything they said. I hear you, I replied. I will let you know. When we hung up, I didn't weep. I didn't spiral. Instead, I opened a new document and began typing everything I wanted to say but had never said. All the times I'd missed out. They treated my time as if it were free. All the comments about how I'd understand one day when I had my own family, as if my life didn't matter before then. The list was longer than I'd like to admit. By the time I was done, my hands were trembling, but not from terror. It stemmed from clarity. That night I called Rachel again and read her the list. "So," she asked slowly after I finished, "what exactly are you going to do?" I looked at my bag in the corner, which was now completely packed. "I am going on my trip." "And your mom?" she inquired. "I am going to stop protecting her from the consequences." I said every year she builds this perfect picture of Christmas on my back and pretends the sacrifices are hers. This year, I am going to let everyone see who has actually been carrying the load. Rachel let out a faint whistle. "Are you sure you are ready for that fallout?" "No. Yes. Maybe." My emotions moved like sand, but beneath it all, something solid formed. "I am tired of being the only one who is scared of upsetting people." I responded. "If they can casually uproot my plans, they can handle a little surprise." As I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, another question arose, one that I knew many of those watching would understand. How many times are you expected to light yourself on fire to keep everyone else warm before leaving the matchbox? I didn't have a complete answer yet, but I knew I was done burning. Christmas Eve came faster than I imagined. For once, instead of waking up to a long list of snack and sleep instructions, I awoke to my alarm and the soothing hum of my suitcase wheels waiting at the door. My flight was at 10 o'clock. My mother still expected me to be at her place by noon. I made coffee, showered, and dressed in the least festive outfit I owned, simply to remind myself that this was my holiday, not theirs. Before I grabbed my keys, I entered the family group chat once more. New messages had accumulated overnight. Pictures of half-wrapped gifts, my sister moaning about glitter everywhere, and my brother complaining about last-minute purchasing. In the midst of it all, my mother had written, "Samantha will be here tomorrow to take the kids so we can finish everything. Thank goodness for her. I do not know what we would do without that girl." The words made my jaw clench, but they also strengthened my resolve. I established a fresh private conversation with my mother. My fingers shook, but I continued typing. "I wanted to remind you that I never agreed to watch the kids this year. I will be out of town over Christmas. I hope everyone has a wonderful holiday, but I will not be babysitting." I stared at the message for a long moment before clicking submit before I could talk myself out of it. Almost immediately, type dots appeared. "Out of town," she wrote. "What are you talking about? You knew we were counting on you. You can't just change your mind now." A peculiar serenity came over me. I grabbed a snapshot of my travel confirmation, including the date and destination, and then took a quick photo of my packed suitcase by the door, with my beach hat hanging on top. "I am not changing my mind," I replied. "I told you weeks ago that I had plans. I'm just not canceling them this time." No emojis or apologies. There was a prolonged pause. Then another influx of mails. "You are being selfish. You are ruining Christmas. And you know your sister and brother cannot handle 6 kids alone." Each charge came in, but instead of sinking, it bounced off like rain on a glass. Perhaps some of those hearing might argue I should have told them sooner. I should have warned them more plainly. But how do you warn those who won't listen until it benefits them? I set my phone to silent, grabbed my suitcase, and walked out the door. The airport was bustling with Christmas pandemonium, but for once, it did not feel like my responsibility to manage. I checked my bag, went through security, and sat near the gate wearing my headphones. The low murmur of announcements combined with the thump of my heart. I gave in and checked my phone about half an hour before departing. The group conversation had exploded. "Wait. What do you mean Samantha is not coming? Mom? I thought you said she promised. You said she was fine with it." Then my name appeared. "Sam, are you serious? Tell me this is a joke." I took a deep breath and put a single message into the group chat rather than responding to each individual. "I am not a built-in babysitter. I love you all, but I am not spending every holiday taking care of 6 kids while everyone else gets a break. I told Mom I had other plans. I am on my way out of town. You will need to figure something else out." I hit send and watched as the little message read notifications stacked up one after another. For a whole minute, no one responded. Then my mom responded, but not in the group chat. She called. I let it ring a few times before answering. I could hear sounds in the background, including wrapping paper, television, and at least one child screaming. "How could you do this to me?" she asked, skipping the greeting. "Everyone is coming over tonight. The kids are already here. Your sister and your brother have dinner reservations. Do you know how much work I have? I cannot watch all these kids and host at the same time. You should have thought about that before you planned everything around me without my consent," I was saying gently. That trip is more important than your family, she retorted. That trip is more important than being taken for granted, I told him. There was a moment of astonished quiet. In the background, a toddler shouted for juice. Another person started crying. Someone knocked something over. This cannot be happening, she said to herself rather than to me. I told everyone you would be here. That is the problem, I answered. You told everyone what I would do without ever asking me. They called my group chat message drama. They said I blindsided them. But for the first time, it was not my job to smooth things over, to rush in and rescue everyone from the consequences of their own planning. When my boarding group was summoned, I stood up, rolled my bag toward the gate, and spoke the words I had been afraid to say for years. I hope everyone has a wonderful Christmas, I told her. But this year, you will have to figure it out without me. I hung up before she could respond. As I boarded the plane, the last thing I saw on my screen was a fresh photo from my sister in the family chat, which appeared a few minutes later. 6 children wearing mismatched jammies, one weeping and one covered in cookie dough. My mother is in the background, her hand over her mouth and eyes wide open. Even with the shaky photo, I could almost hear her gasping. What? This cannot be happening. For once I didn't rush to make things simpler. I set my phone to airplane mode and chose myself instead. When the plane landed and my phone joined to the network, it lighted up like a slot machine, showing missed calls, voicemails, and 37 unread messages in the family chat. My thumb briefly hovered over airplane mode again. I could have turned everything off and disappeared into the sound of waves, but another part of me, the one who had always cleaned up the mess, needed to see what happened when I didn't. I opened the family chat. The thread resembled a slow-motion car collision. First, my siblings sent me confusing messages when my mother eventually told them I wasn't coming. What do you mean Sam backed out? I thought you said she promised. Wait, so who is watching the kids tonight? The debate changed. You told us it was all handled. You said she agreed weeks ago. Mom, we booked everything based on what you said. For once, the fury was not directed at me, it was directed at her. In the midst of the text storm, my mother kept repeating the same line. She changed her mind at the last minute. I do not know what got into her. My jaw was clenching. I'd not changed my mind. I had finally acted on it. Surprising someone is not the same as betraying them. My family had never considered my differences. A video call appeared on my screen. Mom. I almost ignored it, but groaned and responded, more out of curiosity than obligation. Her heated, panicked face took up the entire screen. The living area behind her resembled the aftermath of a toy store explosion. Wrapping paper, plastic packaging, half-eaten cookies, 2 children wrestling on the floor, and one wailing on the sofa. A cartoon blared from the TV at maximum volume, but no one was watching it. What do you think you are doing, Samantha? She demanded before I could say hello. Your sister is in the shower, the twins are fighting over a tablet. Your brother is trying to get the baby down for a nap. And your father is at the store. We are drowning here. You cannot be serious about this little stunt. Stunt? I almost laughed. I'm lying in a lounge chair, I said calmly, angling the camera just enough for her to see the pool's edge, palm trees and blue sky. I told you I was going on vacation. I am finally doing it. She peered at the TV as if she were looking at a crime scene. You sent a picture of your luggage, but I thought you were being dramatic. You are really there. Yes, I answered. I am really here. A scream echoed behind her. One of the twins shoved the other, and someone collided with the coffee table. A plastic cup landed on the floor and rolled away from view. My mother flinched but did not turn away from the camera. You should be here, she retorted. This is your responsibility. Why? I inquired calmly. Because I am the only one without a spouse. Because I do not have kids of my own yet? Because you decided that made my time less valuable? She opened her mouth before closing it again. I saw the calculating in her eyes, the way she constantly rewrote history to make herself the victim. You know, I cannot do all of this by myself, she replied, reverting to the phrase she had used my entire life. I am not as young as I used to be. I thought you understood. I thought you cared. That is the thing, I said. I do care. I have cared so much that I have lost count of the holidays, weekends and nights I gave up to make sure everyone else was okay, but I am done caring alone. She blinked. For the first time she appeared less angry and more terrified. Not of the kids or the mess, but of something else. She realized her favorite safety net was not where she had left it. "Sam, you are punishing me," she said quietly. "Punishing your own mother." I let the silence linger, listening to the chaos behind her. I was expected to listen to the holiday soundtrack every year. "Maybe I am," I admitted finally. "Or maybe I am just refusing to keep punishing myself. Do you have any idea how it feels to always be the one expected to cancel? To be told everyone else has real responsibilities while you are treated like a spare part?" "You are twisting this," she protested softly. "We just needed your help. Families help each other." "Families respect each other too," I claimed. "When was the last time you asked what I wanted for Christmas? Not what you needed me to do, but what I wanted." She wasn't responding. Someone called for her in the kitchen. The infant began sobbing again. My brother's voice cut through the backdrop, agitated. "Mom, the twins just dumped juice everywhere." My mother's eyes shifted away from the camera. For a brief instant, I could see raw panic there. Not only was she upset over the mess, but she would also have to admit to everyone that she had bet with my life and lost. "This conversation is not over," she stated as she diverted her gaze to the chaos. "You have no idea what you are doing." "Oh, I do," I replied. "For once I am letting you deal with the situation you created. You told everyone I promised something I never agreed to. You built your plans on that lie. I am just not covering for it." Her mouth constricted. "You are going to regret this when you realize you have pushed your family away." The funny thing was, I had already spent years feeling pushed to the margins of my own family. Useful, just when they needed it. "Maybe," I replied gently. "Or maybe you are going to regret realizing how much you have taken me for granted." I ended the phone before she could respond. For a time, guilt rose up, familiar and crushing. I almost called her back. I almost promised to cut my trip short, dash home, and patch things back up. Then I looked up. A child splashed in the shallow part of the pool, squealing with delight, while his parents watched from adjacent chairs, laughing and relaxing as they took turns wading in the water. No one seemed fatigued. Nobody appeared to have been duped into coming. I leaned back and closed my eyes, allowing the light to warm my face. How many of us grow up thinking that being a good daughter entails being constantly available? How many of us mistake exploitation for love because it is cloaked in terms like family first and sacrifice? The messages continued flowing, both angry and guilty. A photograph of my sister in a wrinkled clothing, holding a child on each hip. Her hair was half done, and her look was furious. My brother's half-typed apology transformed into another accusation midway through. For once, I didn't answer. I let the thread go wild without me. And, as terrible as that may seem, it felt more like equilibrium finally snapping into place. If you always save everyone from the fire, how will they ever learn to stop playing with matches? That night, while my family hurried to reschedule dinners, cancel plans, and swap shifts watching the kids, I watched the sunset bleed orange and pink across the ocean. I requested room service. Rather than complaining, I listened to the ocean. For the first time in years, I had my own Christmas Eve. The consequences occurred somewhere in a house full of crying children and broken expectations. I didn't hear my mother's voice again until 2 weeks after Christmas. The family group chat was a battlefield for the first several days after my trip. My siblings battled over who was to blame when their plans failed. My mother attempted to redirect the story back to me being unpredictable and over-emotional, but some of the messages slipped through her grasp. "Why did you tell us she promised when she did not?" my brother said at one point. "You always do this," my sister continued. "You volunteer her, then act surprised when she gets upset." Watching that unfold from a distance seemed like watching the curtain finally fall on a play in which I had been cast despite not understanding the script. For years I was so busy playing the role of trustworthy daughter that I didn't realize I was also the scapegoat, the pre-programmed answer whenever my mother overpromised. After New Year's the conversation became quiet. No Merry New Year from my mother. There are no photographs of the kids clinking plastic glasses of apple juice. Just silence. Rachel raised her eyebrows as I informed her. "So," she replied, stirring her coffee. "Are they icing you out because you set a boundary?" "Maybe," I said. "Or maybe they finally do not know what to do with me now that guilt stopped working." The call arrived on a random Tuesday evening while I was sorting laundry. My phone vibrated, and there it was again. "Mom." I nearly let it go to voicemail. Then I imagined all the folks who would be listening to this story and silently screaming at their screens. "Pick up. Make them say it out loud," I replied. This time her voice was softer and quieter, as if she had run out of steam. "Hi, Sam." "Hi." There was a long gap. I could image her in the kitchen, her fingers twisting the phone cord out of habit, despite the fact that it had been cordless for years. "I wanted to talk," she added without yelling or the children crying. "Just talk." I sat at my table. "Okay, I am listening." She took a breath. I could hear the effort in it. "Christmas was a disaster," she said. "Your brother and sister fought all night. The kids were out of control. I had to cancel dinner. Your father ended up cooking frozen pizzas while I tried to get frosting out of the living room rug." Previously that description would have made me feel guilty. It now seemed like a description of reality, which I had been insulating them from for years. "I am sorry it was so hard," I said, and I meant it. "But I am not sorry I was not there." "I know," she replied gently. "That is what scares me." Her voice trembled. "Do you know what your Aunt Margaret said when I told her what happened?" I didn't answer. My mother went on. "She asked me why I thought it was your job to fix everything. She said, 'I have been doing that to you since you were a teenager, making you responsible for everyone else's mess.'" I blinked. Aunt Margaret, of all persons, had spoken that. The woman who sent me Christmas cards including Bible texts about respecting your parents. "What did you say?" I inquired. "I told her that you are reliable, that you have always been the strong one, and that you do not have as much going on." My mother continued slowly, as if she were hearing her own reasons for the first time. "And she looked at me and said, 'Or maybe you just assumed she did not matter as much because she did not complain.'" The stillness that followed was deafening. I could feel my heartbeat in my fingertips. I didn't notice how it sounded until I heard myself say it aloud. My mother was whispering. "Like your life was less important than your brothers and your sisters because it was simpler to use you." Apply. The word landed between us like a stone. "You could have just asked," I replied gently. "You could have treated my time like it mattered. You could have given me the choice." "I know," she replied. "And I'm sorry." It wasn't the dramatic, tear-filled apology that movies teach us to expect. It was smaller, rougher around the edges, almost awkward. But there was something genuine about it. "I am sorry I made you feel like you were only valuable when you were doing something for us," she said afterwards. "I am sorry I told everyone you promised when you did not. I wanted so badly for Christmas to be perfect that I used you as a guarantee." I choked on my food. "You did not just do that this year," I corrected you. "You have been doing that my whole life." "I know," she replied again. And this time, the words sounded heavier. "Your brother and sister told me I put too much on you, that I always assumed you would step in. Your sister said she never even thought to question it because that is just how things were. That is how I raised all of you to see it." A part of me wanted to retort, asking why it took a wrecked Christmas and a public humiliation for her to realize it. Another part of me recognized that saying this to her felt like taking a leap of faith. "So, what now?" I inquired. "You apologize, I forgive you. And then next Christmas I am back on kid duty while you book dinner reservations." "No," she replied hastily. That is not what I want anymore. I do not want you here out of obligation. I do not want you resenting us while you put on a smile. I want you here because you choose to be. And if that means you say no sometimes," her voice trailed off before she pushed the words out, "then I need to learn to live with that." There it was. The actual shift. Not an apology, just an acknowledgement that I would not always bend. "I am not saying I will never help," I said. "I love the kids. I love spending time with them. But if you want me to babysit, you ask. You do not assume. You do not build your plans around me without my consent. And if I say no, that is the end of it. No guilt trips, no real responsibilities speeches, no smear campaign in the family chat." She let out a nervous breath. "That is fair. Also," I explained, "if it is babysitting and not just family time, you pay me like you would pay anyone else you hired to watch 6 kids." On the other end of the phone, I could practically feel her flinch. She did have the money, but this was the first time I had put a clear price on the labor she had been receiving for free. I can do that, she finally replied. If we ask you to babysit, we will pay you. My 5-year-old self would have backed away at that time, frightened of pushing too hard. The version of myself who had observed 6 kids on a TV while lying by a pool felt something different. One more thing, I said. If you ever tell anyone I promised something I did not, we are done. I mean it. I will not spend another decade cleaning up lies you told to make yourself look like the perfect hostess. She was silent for a long time. That is not who I want to be. She murmured finally, her voice quiet. I do not like the way I sounded this year. I do not like the way you had to hurt us to get me to listen. But I guess, she concluded slowly, I guess I left you with no other choice. I didn't respond right away because the reality is that's exactly what happened. I'd spent years being moderate, diplomatic and agreeable. It wasn't until I disappeared that they realized how much I had been holding up. Sam, she asked softly. Do you think you can forgive me? Forgiveness is a complicated thing, I responded softly. It is not a switch you flip. It is a boundary you maintain even when people are sorry. I can forgive you, I replied. But I am not going to forget. And I am not going back to being who I was before Christmas. I would not ask you to, she said. We talked for a little longer about work, the kids, and how my brother had to cancel his expensive dinner and ended up eating takeout in the kitchen as the twins fought over a broken toy. I won't lie. A small selfish part of me liked the image. Not because I wanted them to suffer, but because their comfort did not come at the expense of my tiredness. We concluded the call with a truce, not a fairy tale. There were no grand statements or pledges of a beautiful future. Just a calm agreement that things would change, and that if they did not, I would walk away again. This time, no warning. Weeks later, when my sister wrote, "We are thinking of doing a family barbecue in the spring. No babysitting, just hanging out. You in?" I trusted her. For the first time she sounded like she was welcoming me as a person, rather than as coverage. Maybe that is the true vengeance. Nor screaming, nor dramatic disownment, but forcing individuals to reconstruct their lives without expecting you are the foundation on which they may stand for free. I'm not sure how next Christmas will look. Perhaps I'll be there drinking hot cocoa and joking with my nieces and nephews as my siblings take turns putting the kids to bed. Maybe I'll be on another trip, watching the waves sweep in while sending a nice Merry Christmas text and nothing else. I do know this. They now realize that if they want me in their lives, they must treat me as an equal, not a resource. In one terrible holiday, they experienced how heavy the load is when I am not around to carry it. And my mother, who previously exclaimed, "This cannot be happening," now understands that her flawless plans fail without my agreement, not my obedience. So tell me, was I cruel for taking a step back and allowing my family to experience the havoc they had always thrown at me? Or was this the only way to get them to regard me as more than just a built-in babysitter? Would you have gone farther? Or do you believe I drew the line precisely where it was supposed to? My sister humiliated my son bastard on Christmas. When she crossed the line again, I evicted her. Karma struck when she got pregnant with no partner. If your sister labeled your child a bastard in front of the whole family, how would you respond? It wasn't until my sister made fun of my 10-year-old son on Christmas night that I realized how important blood relatives were. My faith was destroyed after that day. She paid a very high price 8 months later. Karma, so the saying goes, spares no one. Until I saw it with my own eyes, I didn't believe it. I want to thank you for listening to my tale today. Before I go into the specifics, I pray you find calm and peace with every day that goes by. Hi there everybody. I'm Cooper, a 42-year-old Denver-based construction project manager. Christmas night, when people typically get together to exchange words of love and appreciation, is when the tale I'm presenting today took place 2 years ago. However, it turned into an unforgettable turning point for every member of the Carter family, where tolerance and silence had persisted for too long and served as the catalyst for a conflict that no one anticipated. I must first discuss Jude, my son, who is 10 years old. Since my ex-wife Rachel departed with her lover 7 years ago, the child has been everything to me. Before Jude could even comprehend why his mother was no longer returning home, she left him when he was just 3 years old. Because Rachel was known to be unfaithful, some family members used to question Jude's biological status. I used to become really annoyed by the sly glances and inconspicuous inquiries like, "Who does the kid look like?" However, I can tell that Jude is my son without a paternity test. The real meaning of parenthood, in my opinion, is the unwavering love I have for my child. Jude has been loved by my parents, Sebastian and Sienna Carter, since the beginning. Mom has a special bond with the child. She always adds, "Every child is a blessing." My parents never treated their grandson any differently, despite some relatives' doubts and whispers. However, my sister Reagan is the only one who has never come to terms with that. My 35-year-old sister is unmarried and constantly changing jobs at different manicure salons. She has also been residing in my Capitol Hill, Denver apartment for nearly 3 years without paying any rent. I assumed it was just siblings supporting one another through difficult times. In retrospect, I realize what a fool I was. Christmas evening at my parents' place 2 years ago. Jude offered to assist Granny with the dishwashing in the kitchen after supper. While they worked together, the child was humming Jingle Bells in a low voice, and they were both giggling and making jokes. My phone kept buzzing while I was chatting with Aunt Phoebe in the living room. My heart felt like it was being squeezed when I opened it. Reagan shared a video of Jude doing the dishes next to Grandma in the 12-person family group chat. The old woman now has someone to wait on her, according to the caption, "Bastard should serve. At least it knows its place." I felt blood rush to my face as soon as I blinked many times to check if I was dreaming. I surveyed the living area. Everyone's faces had gone white, and they were all clutching their phones. However, this brutality wasn't unexpected. It had become ingrained in my sister's subconscious like a habit, elevating her to the position of protector of the Carter family's purity. Jude, in her opinion, was the stain that had to be revealed in public. Reminiscences of all the times Reagan prodded Jude continued playing in my mind like a reminder the instant I watched her giggling with joy while staring at her phone screen, anticipating some fun in the family group chat. 5 years prior, Jude smashed a glass on Thanksgiving when he was just 6 years old. The child was afraid. He glanced at me with red eyes, as though he was worried about receiving a reprimand. However, I wasn't the first to speak. Reagan was the one. This sentence was lightly dropped by her. How would he know how to hold things correctly if he didn't have a mother to educate him? "Come on, Reagan," Dad murmured with a groan. "Get it cleaned up." No criticism. He said nothing to defend his grandson. I suppressed my rage since I didn't want to generate a commotion on a holiday. 3 years ago, Christmas was even better. Jude's face lit up with excitement as he showed the entire family his A on the arithmetic test. Reagan said this while casting a sidelong glance. He must be just good at acting, like his mother. I began to see a hard reality at that point. Peace was more important to my family than a child's safety. Additionally, by being silent all the time, I contributed to the issue. However, the March incident was the final straw. The entire family got together for dinner at my parents' place on the day of Mom's birthday. Jude had spent a whole week getting ready to sketch a painting of the two of them holding hands while strolling through a park as a present for Grandma. "Do you think Grandma will like it?" the anxious child kept asking me. Jude's mother was moved and gave him a tight embrace when he showed her the image. Drawing this badly and still daring to give it as a gift must be his mom's genes, everything half done. Reagan chuckled mockingly from the other side of the table as Jude's cheeks flushed and his eyes filled with tears. With his hands clenched around his shirt, the child hung his head. I had never seen my son's pain so obviously before. The anguish of a child old enough to realize he was being humiliated replaced the bewilderment of a child who doesn't comprehend. I got up immediately and dragged Reagan out to the front porch. "I'm warning you for the last time," I replied, looking directly into her eyes. "Don't blame me for going too far if you say another thing about my son like that." Reagan was terrified at the time. "You're living in my apartment and eating with my money. What right do you think you have?" A fish out of water with blinking eyes and a stammering mouth. She was well aware that she would have nowhere to go if she were expelled from the apartment. She apologized half-heartedly and pledged to keep quiet. I wanted to believe that there was still some conscience in that blood, so I trusted her. Reagan remained silent for the next 9 months. I even began to believe that I had been too hard on my sister and that perhaps she was simply careless rather than evil. But in reality, Reagan was just waiting for her opportunity. She felt that night was the ideal moment, and everything burst in a way no one had anticipated. She still assumed the entire family shared her opinions, but no one dared to express them. I was genuinely unable to remain composed after that line of thought. I once pulled my sister's hair when I was 12 because she had stolen my savings to purchase chocolates. However, I've grown out of my impetuous childhood. I've developed self-control and learned to act like an adult in every situation. As I waited for responses from the group chat, Reagan propped her feet up on the couch and covered her mouth with her hand, trying to contain her laughter. I thought, this crazy woman must want to meet God early today. She most likely wouldn't have survived that room if it weren't for the family members gathered around the living room with the warm Christmas tree. Someone outpaced me just as I was ready to get up and head straight to Reagan. Mom's face was white with rage as she emerged from the kitchen, phone in hand. She was standing next to Jude in the kitchen when she read the message. She moved swiftly and decisively. Even the Christmas music on the speaker seemed to become softer as the whole living room went silent. Mom slapped the phone down on the table with a loud thud as soon as she got to Reagan. Then she met my sister's eyes directly. Her voice was so icy that it sent shivers down my spine. You explained to me? The old lady has someone to wait on her now. You wrote that, didn't you? She said. Reagan, who sat up straight and lost her smile in response to her mother's rage. She stumbled back. When Mom heard that response, she nodded slowly. Mom, I was joking. Everyone understands that when she nods, she's attempting to control her rage. Then she laughed, a sour, dry laugh, and went on making jokes. You're 35 years old, living off your brother's apartment, leeching off this family for how many years, and you think you have the right to joke like that? Her tone began to increase. Mom moved in closer, gesturing to Reagan's face with her finger. In an attempt to defend herself to her mother, Reagan sputtered. You called your mother an old lady. You called your mother's grandson a bastard in front of 12 family members. She was about to say, Mom, I was just joking. Everyone misunderstood what I meant. But she stopped short. Mom shouted at my sister and slapped her fist on the table, causing the glasses to shake. Shut up, stupid joke. The entire living room went cold. Aunt Phoebe set down the wine glass she was holding. Uncle Clara got up and took a step back. In my 42 years of life, I had never witnessed Mom lose her temper like that. Mom inhaled deeply after the outburst. Then she started whispering instead of yelling. And the whisper was far more terrifying than the shouting. From the time Jude was born, I held him. Jude had a fever, so I remained up late. Whenever Cooper was working on a project, I would come get my grandson from school. Ever since he uttered his first words, Jude has referred to me as Grandma. She hesitated, tears beginning to pour, but these were tears of intense rage rather than weakness. And you? What have you done? What have you contributed to this family besides sitting there judging others? Mom clenched her teeth and asked Reagan. Dad got up from the armchair by the fireplace immediately after Mom finished speaking. He approached Mom, stood by her, and placed his hand on her shoulder. He continued to my sister. All these years I stayed quiet because I thought you were just thoughtless, that you'd understand eventually. I was wrong. You're not thoughtless, you're evil. He gazed at Reagan, his eyes as cold as ice in a Colorado winter. Reagan began to cry as he heard his father's accusation. I had witnessed the same tears every time she got caught causing problems. She turned to face me, her voice shaking, and she begged, Cooper, say something. I simply moved closer, stood directly in front of her, and interrupted her right away, my voice icy. What do you want me to say? I warned you in the kitchen of this house 9 months ago. Dad went on, his voice still steady but thick as stone. I made it clear that if you touched my son one more time, don't blame me. Did you think I was kidding? Rachel is Rachel's business. If she was messing around, that's her problem. But Jude is our grandson. The kid does not fault adult business. Reagan searched the living room for a supporter as the entire family closed in on her. Aunt Aurora, Mom's sister, averted her gaze and pretended to gaze out the window at the light snow falling outside. Uncle Clara went out to smoke on the porch after shaking his head in displeasure. When she realized she was all alone and that nobody was there by her side, Reagan's tears abruptly gave way to screams. She leaped to her feet and yelled at the entire family, her face flushed with anger. How many men did Rachel have sex with? Why? Why is everyone defending that kid? And whose child is he? Why won't anyone confront reality? I felt blood rush to my face as soon as she finished speaking, and I moved so close that I nearly touched my sister's face. Say it again, I said in a hushed voice, word by word, to Reagan. I have one more thing to say about my son. I swear to God, today will be your last day, Reagan. In response to that warning, Reagan became silent and recoiled. She noticed something in my eyes that she had never seen before. Just when the tension was at its worst, Dad spoke up in a terrible yet calm voice. You sleep at a hotel tonight, he told Reagan. Dad said, we'll talk to you tomorrow morning, but right now, I don't want to see your face in this house. Mom nodded and wiped away her tears, adding to Reagan, go before I say things I'll regret. Reagan got up, her legs trembling, and she reached for her purse. Mom, it's snowing outside, she said in a weak, beseeching voice, trying to save the day before she could leave. Mom interrupted her in a chilly tone, telling Reagan, you'd best leave before I forget you're my daughter. Reagan stood there looking pale, then stealthily picked up her purse and made her way to the door without anybody seeing. Jude heard the noise and ran out of the kitchen just as the door was closing behind Reagan. He stood at the kitchen door, looking around the living room, his eyes bewildered, seeing Grandma crying, Grandpa's face red with rage, and Dad breathing heavily. He approached me, gave my sleeve a light tug, and said in a low voice, Dad, what happened? Aunt Reagan left, but why? Grandma is crying, but why? The 10-year-old child had just finished doing the dishes with his grandmother and hadn't even had time to comprehend why the happy Christmas evening had abruptly devolved into this. Upon seeing my son, all of my wrath vanished, to be replaced with a searing pain in my chest. It's nothing, son, I whispered to Jude as I crouched at his level and tried to remain composed. Aunt Reagan had to go since she had something to do. Let's spend a little more time here with Grandpa and Grandma, and then head home. All right. Mom came up and gave Jude a tight hug, her voice choking as she said, I'm sorry, sweetie, I adore you, I will always love you. Keep it in mind. The child's eyes were those of a child used to not getting explanations, used to accepting things he didn't understand, and that made my heart ache more than any of Reagan's taunts. Jude nodded dutifully and didn't ask for more. An hour later, I drove Jude back to our apartment in Denver's Highlands neighborhood. Jude sat silently in the back seat staring out the window for a while, when he abruptly asked me, Dad, what does bastard mean? The I-25 road was empty, with light snow falling on both sides. Earlier, I heard people saying that. When I heard my son's query, my hands were so tightly gripping the steering wheel that they hurt. That's a horrid word that decent people never use. And you're not like that, I said, trying to swallow the lump in my throat as I glanced at the child in the rearview mirror. You will always be my son. The boy didn't ask any more questions, but I knew the question would be with my son for a long time, like an unseen scar that his aunt had just carved into my child's psyche. No one has the right to say otherwise, Jude said, nodding before turning to watch the snow fall outside the window. After 2 days, I decided to do what I had warned about 9 months earlier. That night, Mom, who had always thought that there should be a shared space to connect family members, deleted the family group chat with 12 people. Perhaps she realized that some things can't be fixed with a few goodnight messages once they've been broken. I don't know if my sister went back to the Downing Street apartment that I had purchased as an investment after that night, but she lived there for nearly 3 years. Without paying any rent, and to be honest, I didn't care anymore. All I needed to do was keep her away from my son. My parents video called Jude non-stop during the 3 days off after Christmas, perhaps out of concern that the child would believe that his grandparents were also upset with him. Fortunately, Jude was able to sense the love of his grandparents, and each time they spoke, the child smiled and showed off his new Christmas toys as if the night had never happened. Perhaps this is how my son was able to heal himself through the love of his grandparents. As for me, on the morning of December 27th, I called a locksmith to the apartment and had all the locks changed. I had warned her, but she ignored me, so now it was time to follow through on what I had said. At precisely 10 in the morning my phone rang, and when I answered, Reagan's terrified voice asked, Cooper, why won't the door lock open? To her, I simply said, I changed the locks. You have 2 weeks to relocate your belongings. Reagan asked me again after a little period of silence, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. You're kicking me out over one joke message? When you need to get in to take things, call me. I warned you, I replied, sighing. As you said you would not utter another word. You lied to me for 9 months, Reagan said, raising her voice and saying, you're just too sensitive. As I had feared, she went from pleading to blaming more quickly than switching TV channels. Everyone is aware of Rachel's personality. I hung up without saying anything further, and my mother called to let me know what had happened. For the first time in her life, Reagan was completely alone. No brother, no parents, no one at all. Like a pet bird kept in a cage her entire life. Reagan had called both her parents, pleading and crying to return home to Colorado Springs, but my parents were like me in that they wouldn't back down once they got upset. Reagan left the apartment in early January and she vanished from my life without saying goodbye. I assumed that was the end and that we would all go our separate ways, but I was mistaken. 7 months later, life would teach her a lesson that none of us could impart. She was now free to roam the wild forest without any idea where to find food. A new chapter in my life and my son's began the moment the apartment door closed with the new tenant. After Reagan moved out, the apartment on Downing Street was quickly rented again for $1,800 a month, and I used that money to build a college fund. For Jude. I should have done this 3 years ago, but I was too busy caring for my sister who didn't know how to say thank you. My sister's life fell apart. I didn't get in touch with Reagan during the 7 months that followed, but information about her continued to come to me through family members and my mother. She rented a room in Denver's most affordable neighborhood, the Aurora suburbs, which was so small you could hardly turn around and had thin walls that allowed you to hear neighbors fighting every night. After living rent-free for nearly 3 years, she had to count every dollar to make ends meet while working full-time at the nail salon, standing 10 hours a day, and earning a salary that was barely enough to pay rent and buy inexpensive food. Naturally, she continued to post Facebook status updates, which is similar to when your own family turns against you over a joke. She still hadn't learned anything, I thought to myself. While I was busy watching my sister fall apart from a distance, right in my and my son's apartment, another wound was quietly bleeding that I was unaware of. I assumed Jude was okay. The child continued to attend school on a regular basis. No one in the family made any comments. I was completely mistaken. One night in March, Jude fell asleep at his desk, and I went into his room to carry him to bed. The kid's diary was open under the desk lamp. Normally, I never read my son's diary. Jude continued to laugh and joke with friends, and he still brags to me whenever he receives good grades. The child wrote about the word bastard, about questions he didn't know who to ask, about Christmas night, and when Jude stood behind the kitchen door and heard everything the adults said to each other, he understood it all. That night, however, I unintentionally glanced over those scrawled lines, and what I saw left me dumbfounded. However, Jude kept it to himself and didn't tell anyone. I still inquired about my son every day and continued to believe that everything was normal, but how could I know that his aunt had carved a wound into his soul that was invisible to the unaided eye? The other end was silent for a full minute, and no one knew what to say. Despite our best efforts to shield Jude, we adults were unable to undo what the child had heard that evening. I took Jude to orphanages on the weekends to volunteer, and on the way home, I told him about adopted children and families who loved each other more than blood relatives. I didn't know how to explain to my son the harsh words that adults frequently use to hurt each other, so I just learned to spend more time with him. When we were having dinner together one evening in May, Jude abruptly put down his spoon and looked at me with clear but extremely serious eyes. I wasn't sure whether Jude understood what I was trying to say, so I simply learned to try and hope. "Dad, I'm your son," he said. "Dad, isn't that always the case?" My throat constricted upon hearing that query. "Yes, absolutely. Forever," I said to Jude as I pulled back my chair, got up and moved over to give the child a hug while massaging his head. "No one can change that," Jude said, nodding before carrying on with his meal as though he had just concluded a perfectly ordinary chat. However, the moment I will never forget was doing the dishes after dinner. Jude helped dry plates while standing next to me in silence for a time before looking up and telling me, "You don't need to try so hard. I know you love me, Dad. I love you too." I understood then that my 10-year-old kid had matured well beyond my expectations. He was already capable of healing his own wounds and even consoling his father. In the months that followed, life for my son and me gradually returned to normal, and I pretended to dry my hands on a towel so Jude wouldn't see my stinging eyes. I believed that all the storms had passed once Jude's heart was healed, that Reagan's story was over and that she would get back up and live her life somewhere. However, everything changed 7 months after that terrible Christmas night when I received a call from my mother in July at 9 p.m. Her voice was broken, and she said only one thing to me. "Come home right now." She hung up after saying, "Something happened." I was in a panic, with hundreds of worst-case scenarios going through my mind. Dad had suffered a heart attack. When I called back, no one picked up, so I woke Jude up, carried the child to the car, and drove crazily to Colorado Springs, where I arrived in front of my parents' Nevada Avenue home and noticed that the lights in the living room were still on. Mom had been in an accident, and the house was on fire. I carried the sleepy Jude inside, placed the child on the couch, and then went to look for my parents. While Reagan was sitting at the dining table, she looked thinner than the last time I saw her, pale, and her hair was disheveled. But it was the baby bump that was beginning to protrude beneath the baggy t-shirt that left me stunned. After a moment of silence, I turned to face Mom and asked, "What's going on?" Mom was sitting next to Reagan, her eyes red and swollen, and Dad was standing by the window, staring out into the darkness outside with his back more hunched than the previous time I saw him. "Your sister is 5 months pregnant," Mom murmured, sighing as she turned to face me. I went to Reagan, attempted to remain composed, and asked her, "Who's the baby's father?" This afternoon, Reagan knocked on to come home. Reagan hung her head, didn't dare look at me. She was silent for a very long time. So long, I thought she didn't hear the question. Then she opened her mouth, her voice as quiet as a mosquito, replying to me, "I don't know." The door. Asking. The person who once made fun of a 10-year-old child for thinking the child wasn't her brother's biological son, was now carrying a baby in her belly and didn't know who the father was. If this were a movie, the audience would think the screenwriter was over the top. I stood there, unsure whether to laugh or cry. However, this was real life, and sometimes real life is more ironic than any movie. Dad was still standing with his back to the window, sighing the sigh of a father too weary of his daughter, who was in her 30s and still refused to grow up. He then turned around, went to the dining table, asked Reagan, "What are you planning to do with the baby?" Reagan lifted her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she looked at Dad and answered, "I want to keep it. I can't let the baby go, Dad." Slowly he nodded, then turned to face Mom. The two looked at each other as they had for 40 years of cohabitation, and they understood each other without using words. Mom got up, walked over to Reagan, and looked directly into my sister's eyes before saying, "You can stay here, but there are 3 conditions. First, you retain the infant and raise it appropriately. Secondly, you must apologize to Jude and your brother. Don't just go through the motions. Sincerely apologize." Reagan nodded twice, tears streaming down his face. 3. You never call any child a bastard again, including the baby in your belly. Dad went on, staring at Reagan, and spoke slowly and deeply. "The baby in your belly is innocent. The way it was conceived was not its choice. Jude didn't decide to leave his mother either. You get it?" Reagan wailed hysterically as she heard this, collapsing her head on the table and shaking her shoulders in waves. Unlike so many times before, this time she didn't use her tears to manipulate or shift responsibility. Jude and I spent the night at my parents' house, and as I lay on the old bed in my childhood room, staring up at the familiar ceiling and wondering what tomorrow would be like, my mother stopped by my room before I went to bed. This time, she sobbed because she finally realized what she had refused to acknowledge for so many years. "We're not condoning what Reagan did, but Reagan is still our daughter, and the baby in Reagan's belly is our grandchild," she continued, taking my hand as she sat on the edge of the bed. "We can't shut the door," I said, nodding. "My parents had taught us this since we were young. Parents love their children unconditionally. The home door remains open no matter how wrong a child is. It may close temporarily to teach the child a lesson, but it will never be locked forever." Jude was playing with his toy cars in the living room when I woke up the following morning. I found the child on the carpet, arranging his cars in neat rows, as he always did when he was trying to make sense of things, and he was making engine noises, completely unaware of the heavy atmosphere that had descended on the house the previous evening. Jude looked up at me and said, "Dad, why is Aunt Reagan here? And why does she have a different appearance?" I picked up one of his vehicles and sat down on the floor next to him. How do you explain to a 10-year-old that his aunt, who had caused him so much pain, was now in the same predicament she had accused him of being in? How do you explain to a youngster that sometimes life may be the cruelest teacher there is? I said. Aunt Reagan is going to have a baby, and she needs Grandpa and Grandma's help right now. Jude remarked, "Is the baby going to live here too?" He nodded, taking this knowledge in the same way children do, assuming it was just another reality about the adult world that didn't always make sense. He was silent for a bit before responding, "Yes, buddy. The baby won't have a dad living here, will it?" That observation's purity struck me like a kick to the stomach. Later that morning, Mom asked me to take Jude to the kitchen while she spoke to Reagan alone in the living room. Through the thin walls, we could hear a muffled conversation, followed by sobbing. My 10-year-old son, who had been called a bastard by the woman now carrying a child with no known father, was already understanding the parallels without passing judgment. Reagan was standing by the window when Mom finally called us back in, her face swollen and blotchy from tears. She turned as we walked in, and for the first time in years, I noticed a change in her eyes. Not the fear, not the self-righteousness, not the defiance. And it was a shame, a real, deep shame. Reagan walked over to where Jude was standing next to me. "Jude, I need to say something to you," she whispered, lowering herself to one knee so that she was at eye level. "I was incorrect in what I stated about you over Christmas. Absolutely incorrect. What I called you is not who you are. You are a good child who didn't deserve those remarks. You are Cooper's son and the grandchild of your grandparents." As she went on, her voice broke. "I took my anger out on you because I was upset about things that didn't involve you. Because I was cruel, and I apologize." Jude gave her a long look before turning to face me and back again. With wisdom beyond his years, he said, "Okay, thank you for saying sorry." Then, since he was just 10 years old, he inquired, "May I go play now?" Reagan turned to face me once Jude left the room. Her apology was longer, more thorough, and filled with explanations of her fear and envy, but to be honest, I stopped listening after the first few sentences because the harm had already been done and words couldn't repair it. Jude dozed off in the back seat as I drove back to Denver that afternoon, and I kept looking at him in the rearview mirror. 7 months later, Reagan gave birth to a daughter she named Hope. What mattered now was making sure it never happened again. The young girl with no known father became the most protected child in our family, and as I watched my sister hold that baby for the first time, and saw the intense protectiveness that immediately consumed her, I finally realized that sometimes the universe has its own way of teaching us the lessons we refuse to learn any other way. I'm sitting in my parents' living room, the same room where everything exploded last year, and it's been almost a year since then. The woman who had once spoken cruelly about parentage never said anything but love over her daughter. Sometimes karma doesn't come as punishment, but sometimes it comes as understanding. 10-year-old Jude sits next to little Maya's crib, watching his baby cousin sleep while humming songs he learnt in school. Jude reaches out to stroke Maya whenever she wakes up, whispering to her, "Shoo, I'm here." For the first time in her life, Reagan is in the kitchen assisting her mother in making dinner. "Go to sleep." Dad is fumbling with the recently purchased Christmas tree and untangling lights while complaining that the electrical wires are all twisted up. I can hear the two of them talking, soft laughter echoing, sounds that this kitchen had been missing for the past year. She is actively doing housework instead of sitting around scrolling through her phone and passing judgment on others. Looking around the living room, I am suddenly reminded of the past year's journey. Christmas hasn't arrived yet, but this year this house already has a tiny little gift that cries loudly whenever she is hungry. No one brings up last year's message or the past, and most importantly, no one calls any child a bastard anymore. Forgiveness is choosing not to let the past define the future. It's giving people, including yourself, the opportunity to start over. If you're remaining silent while someone harms your child or loved ones, stop and think about it. I still remember every word in that Christmas night message last year. I don't know if karma is real, but I know that life has a way of teaching us lessons that loved ones can't teach. It took Reagan nearly a year and a pregnancy to realize what she should have realized long ago. Silence doesn't protect anyone. If you've ever said cruel things to someone, especially children, remember that it's never too late to apologize. You never know what life will throw at you, therefore you should never call a child a bastard. Do you believe I should forgive Reagan in full? Did my parents have the right to take her back? My sister insisted. On June 20th for her baby shower. Even I said it clashed with my anniversary. So I took my trip. And watched her struggle without me. Audrey, 27, my 30 female sister, lives 3 hours from me and has for 3 years. After I married Luke 3 years ago, we became less connected. Audrey and Luke were incompatible. She thought I was rushing into marriage because Luke and I dated for 10 months before getting engaged. Several times. She said I barely knew him. And should wait. I wasn't concerned then. I thought she'd change her mind after seeing how happy we were. The wedding was small. Maybe 45 people attended. My bridesmaid Audrey spent most of the reception in the bar with her then boyfriend Dylan. My aunt said Audrey appeared bored during the ceremony. I ignored it because weddings are long and not everyone likes sitting through them. Audrey and I spoke possibly monthly after the wedding. She moved for work, so we saw each other less. A year after my wedding, she dumped Dylan for Henry. I only met Henry at a family Christmas meal 1.5 years ago. He seemed friendly but quiet. Audrey told me they were serious, but never disclosed their connection. From here, everything went wrong. Audrey contacted me unexpectedly on a Tuesday night 7 months ago. So she told me she was pregnant, honored her, and inquired about Henry. She said they were together but he worked a lot. She switched topics when I asked if they were getting married. I should have noticed that was weird. Audrey requested my baby shower planning assistance a few weeks after that call. She stated our mom worked too much, and our sister Caroline lived out of state. I replied, "Sure. A project would be wonderful." We started planning via video call. Audrey suggested June 20th for the baby shower during that call. My wedding anniversary. I informed her. Luke and I planned a weekend getaway for our 5th anniversary. A milestone. We reserved an upstate property with a non-refundable deposit. Audrey paused before saying the date was best for her schedule and Philip's out-of-town family. I proposed the weekend before or after. No, it had to be that weekend since Philip's mom could only come that weekend, and she wanted his family there. I said it was my wedding anniversary. The baby was her first and she has anniversaries every year. I'd help plan it, but I couldn't attend if it stayed on that date. She snapped and stated she thought I'd want to be present for her life's big events. She ended the call. Mom called me the next day. She claimed Audrey was upset, and I should rethink. I told him about the cabin, deposit, and months of preparation with Luke. My parents let me reschedule with Luke, but Audrey couldn't, because of Philip's family. When I inquired why Philip's family schedule was more important than my marriage, she stated I was being unreasonable. Luke and I discussed it that night. He suggested we could move our trip if it meant that much to my family, but I could tell he didn't want to. We'd both like to leave. We needed time together after his demanding job. I said our plans wouldn't change. I texted Audrey that I'd help prepare and donate to the shower, but I wouldn't attend if she kept it on June 20th. She sent a long note saying I'd always been selfish and never supported her. She repeated that I didn't involve her in my wedding planning. It wasn't. I invited her to select flowers, but she replied she was busy. Her comment also stuck with me. She said that Luke changed me and I cared more about him than my family. She said I was entertaining before marriage but now uninteresting and just cared about my spouse. I ignored that message. I sent her $250 via Venmo for the shower, and hoped everything went well. She didn't reply. My mom called again 2 weeks later. She stated Audrey was having difficulties finding a shower host since I stopped helping. I reminded her that I would help arrange it but not attend my anniversary. Audrey required a home host since the venue she picked was too pricey, my mom remarked. Audrey requested it at my house. My backyard is vast and my house is decent. I refused my mom's family gatherings despite hosting them. Hosting meant I had to be there. And I wasn't going to cancel my anniversary plans. I felt silly arranging my house for a party and leaving. Mom stated I was unreasonable. She stated Audrey arranged the date so Philip's family could come, and his mother was involved and wanted to be there. Considering his mom's rigid schedule, I asked Audrey why she couldn't celebrate with Philip's family on a different date. My mom remarked I didn't realize Audrey's pregnant struggle. That surprised me. Audrey didn't discuss the pregnancy's difficulty. I asked what was going on and my mom was unclear. Audrey was worried and struggling with a lot, she added. My mom maintained there were no medical issues, only pregnant symptoms. Caroline called next. She said Audrey felt hurt after talking to her. Caroline replied she understood my stance but could we compromise? Caroline didn't know what compromise would work. She just stated that families should help each other. I felt insane. I requested nothing unreasonable. I offered planning and funding. Everyone was behaving like I was doing a terrible crime against my sister. But I just wanted to keep my anniversary plans. Luke ordered me to cease talking to them. We should follow our plans, he replied. He noted that Audrey had never tried much with us as a couple. We invited her several times but she didn't come. She rarely spoke to Luke during family functions. He thought she wanted me to prove I'd pick her over him. Audrey texted me, my mom, Caroline, and our Aunt Jessica a week before the baby shower. She told me she was disappointed in me for leaving her at a crucial time. She stated good sisters support one another and she thought I didn't care about her or her baby. She said she'd know where I was if I skipped the shower. Without responding, I quit the group chat. Luke and I traveled. Excellent weekend. Hiking, cooking dinner at the cabin, and relaxing were our activities. My phone was off for most of it. After turning it on Sunday night, I had 37 unread messages. Most were from my departed group chat. Mom asked me where I was. Caroline attempted mediation. Audrey wrote me multiple messages calling me selfish, and said I ruined her shower by focusing on me. Aunt Jessica privately advised me to apologize. There were also texts from my dad, who avoids family strife. He advised me to call Audrey since she cried in the shower. Audrey had to explain why I chose my anniversary over her baby shower when people kept asking where I was. I didn't call Audrey. I emailed my dad back that I offered to help in every way except attending my anniversary and that Audrey chose the date knowing I couldn't. No baby shower for me. I learned from the texts that 25 people attended at my mom's place. Philip's mother reportedly spoke about her excitement expecting her first grandson. Audrey tagged everyone except me in social media photos. That was 4 weeks ago. Audrey and I haven't spoken since. Mom has called twice to ask when I'll apologize. Caroline emailed me an article about sibling dispute resolution. I haven't answered either. Audrey's designing the nursery is difficult because Philip works late most evenings. My mom told me last week, she suggested I drive up and paint or assemble furniture. No, I said. She asked why I punished Audrey for one argument. No punishment, I said. I didn't want to go 5 hours round trip to help someone who labeled me selfish for keeping my anniversary plans. Luke suggests I take a break from their calls. He thinks people won't grasp my perspective. Therefore, I'll keep being furious. He's probably right. But these are my family. My dad is the only one who hasn't pressured me, but he hasn't claimed I was right either. I keep thinking about it. Was it wrong to not shift my plans? Should I have calmed down and showered? Everyone says I should have, but I think giving in would have formed a pattern where Audrey's needs come first. No idea what's next. Audrey's due within 4 months. I expect to visit the infant, help, and appear normal. Part of me wants to help. Another part of me thinks reaching out first will prove her right and me wrong. Update 1. I wasn't planning to update, but things happened that must be reported. Audrey gave birth 4 weeks ago. A boy. My mom texted me during labor and after the kid was born. She sent pics. I regarded them. It looked like a baby. I ignored my mom's texts about how gorgeous he was and how I needed to meet my nephew soon. Caroline called me the day Audrey returned from the hospital. Audrey needs help breastfeeding and sleeping, she added. I approached Philip for assistance. Caroline paused and stated Philip was there, but had to work. I thought that was challenging, but I wasn't driving there. Caroline wondered if I would harbor a grudge against my nephew. I didn't harbor a grudge against anyone, including the baby. But I wouldn't lie and say Audrey was okay. Caroline stated Audrey was too weary to handle our difficulties, and I should be the larger person. Luke asked her what she wanted after we hung up. He shook his head and said they were unbelievable when I informed him. Audrey had Philip and his family and a baby shower with gifts and encouragement, he said. Why did I have to abandon everything to help her? Mom called that weekend. After living with Audrey for a week, she needed to return to work. She requested my assistance for a few days. No, I said. She cried on the phone. She asked why I was doing this, and claimed Audrey needed family. Audrey had family. She had Henry, and his mother was involved in the baby shower. My mom mentioned Henry's mother returned home and he worked 12-hour shifts. I wondered why Henry worked so much after his baby was born. My mother stated they needed cash. That was the first hint of money issues. Asking what was happening, my mom hesitated and stated Audrey and Henry were struggling to pay rent. She stated that Audrey wasn't working and Henry's job paid less than expected. My mom stated Henry couldn't afford paternity leave when I inquired. That talk seemed odd. Luke agreed after we discussed it. He thought the narrative had more to it. I called Dad. My dad is always more direct than my mom. He sighed when I asked about Audrey and Henry. Henry was staying less at the flat, he added. Henry was missing when my dad visited Audrey and the baby. Audrey said at work, although it was 10 Saturday night. I asked my dad about Henry's infidelity. He wasn't sure, but something seemed wrong. He also informed me Audrey requested money for her rent this month. Despite worrying about next month, he gave it to her. Audrey called me 3 days following this talk with my dad. Called, not texted. Instead of not answering, I did. She invited me to stay for a week. She said my mom worked and couldn't do this alone. Where was Henry? He was working, she claimed. What time did he get home from work? Day to day, she said. I asked her directly if Henry lived with her. She was quiet for ages. She said he was staying with his friend after a quarrel. I asked when they fought. She said 3 weeks back. After the birth, 3 weeks ago. Asking what they thought. It was complicated, she remarked. I stated I had time to listen. She defensively denied calling me about Henry. She called for baby help. I told her I couldn't leave for a week, and that Henry, the baby's father, needed to resolve things. She accused me of cruelty. She stated she took care of me and I couldn't do the same for her. I asked when she helped me. She couldn't respond. She said I was touching her face and that my marriage was fine but hers was failing. Audrey and Henry weren't simply fighting. I realized. Whether they were together anymore. She cried and hung up. With my phone in hand, I tried to figure out what occurred. Luke came in and I told him about the call. His impression was that Henry left Audrey immediately after the birth. I called it insane. He stated insane things happen often. That night, Caroline called. Audrey informed her I didn't help, and made Henry seem worse. I replied I didn't affect her. Just questions. Caroline advised me to be more sensitive. I asked Caroline about Henry leaving. Yes, she said. I inquired why nobody told me. Audrey felt ashamed when she stated it wasn't their business to tell me. I requested Caroline to help Audrey. Caroline stated she couldn't take time off work. I inquired why I could take time off but not her. Since I worked from home, she said it was easier. I told her I had duties even though I worked from home. My mom called again the next day. She stated, Audrey informed her about our talk. She stated I kicked Audrey when she was down. Audrey couldn't answer my simple Henry location questions. Audrey didn't need judgment just now, my mom explained, because Henry's position was complicated. I asked my mom if I should go up there and play house with Audrey, and pretend everything was normal. She asked me to help my sister, who had a baby alone. I argued Audrey's choices caused the problem, including having a baby with someone who wasn't dedicated. My parents felt I was nasty, and had changed since marriage. I heard that from family twice. Audrey first, then mom. I inquired about her meaning. She remarked, I used to care about family, and now I only cared about Luke and myself. I disagreed. Not only did I care about my family, but also my life and marriage. I was branded selfish for offering to help with the baby shower, except for my anniversary. Audrey wanted me to abandon everything and stay with her for a week, and I was considered heartless for not doing so. Audrey had a newborn, so my mom said this was different. I stated Audrey's baby's father should help. Men don't always step up. My mom said. Not my problem to repair. We haven't talked since that call. 1 week ago. Dad came over for dinner 2 nights ago. Audrey was returning to my parents, he remarked. Henry had said he wouldn't return, and she couldn't afford the flat without him. Henry allegedly told Audrey he felt stuck and never wanted kids. He promised to pay child support but wouldn't become involved. I wondered why Audrey had a baby with a child-averse man. Audrey thought Henry would change his mind when the kid was delivered, said my dad. I said that plan was bad. My dad agreed, but claimed nothing could be done. He asked whether I'd visit Audrey at my parents' house when she settled in. I agreed to consider. He understood why I was distant. But Audrey was my sister. I knew it, but I couldn't keep fixing things for her, especially since she never apologized for her treatment. My dad stated Audrey was proud and wouldn't apologize. I stated we were deadlocked. That wasn't disputed. Luke and I discussed it that night. He advised me not to contact out because my family was pressing me. If I wanted a relationship with Audrey and my nephew, it should be because I actually wanted it, not because I felt obligated. I don't know what I want yet. Henry leaving with a newborn is terrible for Audrey. But part of me still hates the baby shower and how she's treated Luke and me. I'm sick of being called the issue for trying to set boundaries. Update 2. Audrey moved in with my dad 3 months ago. My mom routinely shares baby photos on social media. She tags photographs with blessings like raising her grandson and family being everything. I understand the posts are for me. Caroline visited last month. After calling me, she stated Audrey asked about me. What did she want to know? Caroline said Audrey wanted to know if I would meet the baby. I asked Caroline what she said. She promised Audrey I'd return. Not sure if that's true. Mom texted me 4 weeks ago asking whether I'd attend the baby's baptism. First time hearing about a baptism. I remained silent. She texted the date and location 3 days later. I remained silent. Last week. She called. She asked how many people were coming to give the caterer a head count. Attending wasn't my plan. Why not? I explained Audrey, and I hadn't spoken in months, and I wouldn't pretend everything was good at a family function. My mom stated the baptism was about the baby, not Audrey and me. I stated the infant wouldn't remember anyone. My absence will be remembered, she added. I accepted that. She warned me I'd regret it. She suggested it would be too late if I wanted a relationship with my nephew. I told Audrey could locate me if she wanted me in her son's life. My mom hung up silently. The baptism was yesterday. I stayed. Instead, Luke and I hiked. Luke commented that a pair with a baby carrier on the route appeared exhausted. I said so. We both agreed we weren't rushing to have kids. I received texts from Caroline and Aunt Jessica about missing the baptism when we returned home. Caroline said Audrey seemed upset when she inquired whether I was coming. Aunt Jessica stated I was stubborn and harming everyone. Both mails were erased without reply. Audrey then messaged me. She wished I'd come. She claimed she would have valued it. She didn't grasp my hatred for her. Staring at that message was long. I repeatedly typed an answer and deleted it. Finally, I replied that I didn't hate her. She never showed up for me, so I was tired of being expected to. My anniversary baby shower was highlighted. I said she'd never tried with Luke. I described how she branded me selfish, and then wanted me to sacrifice my life for her. Within minutes, she replied. She admitted she botched the baby shower, but she was pregnant, worried, and confused. Not to hurt me, she said. She stated Henry leaving made her realize how important family was, and she didn't want to lose me. I didn't know how to respond. I showed Luke the messages. He thought Audrey was lonely, wanted her sister back, and wasn't accepting responsibility for her actions. He said being pregnant and worried was an excuse. I deliberated for 3 days. I texted Audrey back. I appreciated her reaching out, but I wanted more than an explanation for her actions. I needed her to understand and apologize for the hurt. I told her to stop acting like Luke was the problem when he never hurt her. She didn't reply for a week. When she did, she apologized for scheduling the baby shower on my anniversary. She stated she should have picked a different day, but she didn't believe it was fair for me to involve Luke, because her difficulties with him were distinct. I inquired about her concerns with him. He took me from my family, she said. Not across the country, but an hour from my folks. I quit my job before meeting Luke. It wasn't distance, she said. She said I changed after marriage and became someone she didn't recognize. Asking how I changed, she listed. I called her less. I visited less. I neglected her. I noted that she didn't call, visit, or make time for me. She stated that was different since I got married and moved on while she was still sorting things out. Audrey believed I'd leave her by marrying. She believed I favored Luke. Nothing I said would change her thinking because she believed it. I told her I loved Luke without apologizing. I tried to incorporate her in my life with him, but she refused. She expressed her opinions about my marriage, and was now suffering with the consequences. She said I choose him again. My pleasure and calm were my choice. Differences existed. Since then, no texts. That was 3 weeks ago. Dad called me yesterday. He said Audrey was struggling with being a single mom and living with them again. He said my mom helped but controlled Audrey's baby rearing. He said the house was always tense. I asked him to recommend reaching out. He stated only if I wanted to, not because I should. He acknowledged my position, and didn't blame me for staying away. Despite the difficulty, he was proud of me for setting boundaries. My dad probably didn't realize how much the talk meant to me. This was the first time my relatives had acknowledged they understood my perspective without hitting me. Luke inquired whether my dad conversation made me feel better. Said I did. He asked if I would contact Audrey. No, I said. Once he agreed, we left it. Update 3. I'm posting this final update to answer questions and conclude this chapter for myself. Audrey left my parents' house last month. She moved to a small apartment near work and put the baby in daycare. Dad gave her a deposit and first month's rent. My mom resisted him because she wanted Audrey to stay with him longer. Audrey told Dad she couldn't live with my mom longer. My dad told me this 4 weeks ago when he came for dinner. He said my mom was mad at him for Audrey leaving. Despite home tensions, he thought Audrey made the correct choice. He advised Audrey to become self-sufficient rather than dependent on her parents. Caroline texted me 2 weeks ago wondering about Audrey. No, I said. Audrey had come out to her for help. She added. Caroline requested me to talk to Audrey if she called. I didn't know. Caroline believed Audrey had evolved from everything. I didn't reply. Audrey called 5 days later. We were invited to coffee. I agreed to consider. She wanted to try even though I wasn't ready. I promised to inform her. Luke and I discussed it. He said I could meet Audrey, but I should be clear about what I want from a relationship. He stated I needed to recognize my limits or I'd repeat the process. I contemplated it for 3 days. I then listed what Audrey required from me to have a relationship. I needed her to quit blaming Luke for my changes. I wanted her to honor my marriage. I wanted her to own her choices without excuses. I needed her to realize I didn't live for her. I texted her that I'd meet for coffee. But I had to say something first. She replied. Okay. We met yesterday at a coffee shop halfway between us. She looked drained. My mom had the baby. I brought out my list when we sat down and had drinks. Each point was reviewed. Without interrupting, she listened. She paused after I finished. She stated she wouldn't always agree with my choices, but she'd respect them. She admitted it was unfair that she put her needs before mine. She said Henry leaving made her realize how she'd handled her loved ones. Asking about Luke particularly. She didn't mind Luke's character. She complained about feeling left behind after I married. She knew Luke and I weren't to blame, but she made it theirs since she didn't know how else to handle it. I inquired about her therapy. Yes, she said. She started going a month ago after my dad advised it. She stated it helped her process a lot. I didn't comment. We chatted for an hour. Not warm or easy. Our chats were honest for the first time in years, despite occasional long silences. Finally, she requested if she could email me baby images. Yes, I said. I was invited to meet him. I said maybe later. But I wasn't ready. I understand. She replied. I haven't seen her since that coffee meetup, but she sent me 3 baby pictures. I wasn't responding but looked at them. I'm not ready for regular contact. Luke says I can move at my own pace. Mom is still mad at me. She told my dad I was torturing Audrey and the baby by being away. My dad told her otherwise, but she didn't listen. I probably have the worst relationship with my mom. That may not alter. Caroline has abandoned mediation. Last week, she apologized for pressing me and said she understood why I needed distance. I appreciate it. Audrey and I's future connection is unknown. Our closeness has deteriorated. We're chatting more than before. But I don't know if we will again. Luke inquired if I was happy or disappointed about the outcome. I said both. He found that reasonable. Everything from the past 7 months is on my mind. The baby shower, fights, baptism I didn't attend, Audrey and my sluggish communication recovery. I'm glad I set limits. If I'd given in, I'd have lost respect for myself, and Luke would have recognized that I'd put my family before our marriage. I now see Audrey was coping with more than I understood. Henry leaving after the baby was born was cruel. While her life fell apart, mine remained stable. I don't defend her behavior, but I now understand why she was desperate for help and outraged when I declined. Audrey and I won't be close soon. Maybe in a few months, I'll meet my nephew. My mom and I will have boundaries. The friendship I rebuilt with my dad will continue. I'll keep prioritizing my marriage because it's important to me. People keep asking if I did right by skipping the baby shower. Still think I did. That decision shaped everything else. I'd cave on everything if I caved on my anniversary. You must sometimes establish a line and see who follows it. Audrey initially disregarded it, but now she does. Best result I could have hoped for. Move on to the next story. Story 2. The company hired my best friend, thanks to my spouse. I saw them at a hotel on a business trip 8 months later. I was frozen in the hotel lobby. I walked a few blocks the night before my major presentation to clear my brain. I was surprised to see my spouse, Miles, 31M, and best friend, Grace, 30F, enter the same hotel. Watching them check in, I hid behind a large potted plant, my heart beating. He held his hand on her petite back as they took the elevator after the receptionist gave them a keycard. I thought I'd become sick. Miles and I, 32F, have been together 9 years and married 4 years. We met in college, and I always felt we were close. Like every couple, we had ups and downs, but nothing serious. No major conflicts or trust difficulties. We cherished our time together, worked hard, and shared home duties. Miles has always been quiet. Instead of going to parties, he loves staying in, watching movies, and having game nights with our small group of friends. With me, he opened up about his feelings, which he rarely did. I believed he was. My best buddy Grace is from high school. We kept in touch while attending different colleges. When we returned home 3 years ago, our friendship was as fresh as ever. Maid of honor at my wedding. She helped me relocate into our house. I called her for guidance or simply to talk. Miles and Grace were friendly but never close. They chatted at parties, but that was it. Grace was laid off from a marketing agency 10 months ago due to restructuring. Finding something new in her field was difficult. Miles, a project manager at a prominent software company, informed me of their marketing opening. I advised Miles to recommend Grace. He was initially cautious to mix personal and business ties. But I persuaded him. I expected they would be in different departments. Most notable campaigns involved close collaboration between marketing and project management. Miles and Grace worked on many projects over 8 months. They started carpooling to work because they lived near the office. I was initially pleased with their good relations. Grace was dating someone, making our infrequent double dates less awkward. Miles started acting differently about 3 months ago. He worked late more often. He sent fewer, shorter texts. He gave unclear responses and swiftly moved the subject when I asked about his day. He stopped telling me the little things about work. He said it was just a difficult project deadline when I asked whether everything was okay. Grace also broke up with her lover. She called crying one night. So I brought ice cream and wine to her house. Miles was strangely unsupportive, suggesting I was enabling her, and she should handle her breakup herself. It was unlike him. He was constantly sympathetic to our pals in trouble. Get to this week. An important client presentation required me to travel to Philadelphia. Despite the 2-day travel, the presentation was vital to my career. Miles seemed odd when I informed him about the trip, suggesting I postpone or find someone else. After I asked why, he stated he was afraid about me traveling alone. I've gone for work many times without problems, so his fear seemed odd. I watched my spouse and closest buddy enter an elevator in a Philadelphia hotel lobby from behind a plant. I wanted to chase them and confront them, but my legs wouldn't move. Instead, I went back to my hotel, threw up in the bathroom, and spent the night staring at the ceiling, unsure what to do. I delayed confronting them. I had a presentation the next day and wanted to think straight. Autopilot got me through the lecture. My coworkers praised me for success, oblivious that I was falling apart. I checked our phone records on the trip home. Miles and Grace exchanged hundreds of texts over the preceding few months, frequently late at night when Miles said he was working. I also saw multiple purchases on our credit card for eateries I had never eaten at on nights. Miles stated he was working late. Miles was usual when I got home. He inquired about my presentation and travel. I answered briefly, studying his expression for guilt. Nothing existed. He appeared unfazed after spending the night with my best buddy in Philadelphia. I mentioned it after dinner. I placed my phone on the table with a screenshot of our phone record displaying all his texts with Grace. First Miles looked at the TV, then me. The color left his face. I inquired about its duration. He initially denied it, saying they were work texts. I informed him I saw them at the hotel, and he went silent. He acknowledged they had been cheating for 3 months after what felt like hours. Miles says it began with carpooling and business meals. They started messaging non-work topics. Dinners followed drinks to discuss projects after work. They crossed the boundary one night. He said he tried to end it multiple times but failed. He never intended it. Loved me. And had feelings for Grace. I wondered if he would have told me if I hadn't caught them. Looking aside and not responding was enough. I told him to leave the house. He insisted that we needed to discuss this to resolve things. I reminded him he had time to discuss it before sleeping with my best friend. He left with a bag. I don't care where he went. I haven't contacted Grace. I want to face her, yell at her, and ask how she betrayed me. But another part of me understands, there's no explanation that would lessen this pain. My choices will be discussed with a lawyer next week. Although Miles and I don't have children, we own a house, savings, and investments. Our marriage may not survive. It's unclear if I want it. What I'm looking for is unclear. Support, advice. Guess I needed to put it all somewhere. My world has fallen, and I'm attempting to go forward. Update 1. My previous post was 3 weeks ago, and much has transpired. First, thanks to everyone who offered advice and support. Your letters made me feel less alone during my worst days. Miles slept at a hotel for a week after leaving that night. I changed our house locks and packaged most of his clothes and belongings. While working, I left them in the garage for him to pick up. We solely talked about practical topics via SMS. Grace started calling and messaging me non-stop, 2 days after he left. She generated fresh email addresses to contact me after I banned her number. She came to my house one night. I didn't enter. Instead, I filmed her beating on my door, and yelling through the mail slot to explain. Later, I transmitted the video to her parents, who always treated me like a daughter. They were appalled by her actions and agreed to discuss respecting my boundaries. Miles invited me to talk a week following my discovery. I arranged to meet at a public coffee shop where I could leave. Unwashed hair and black shadows under his eyes made him appear horrible. I nearly felt sorry for him. Almost. He apologized for his biggest error and promised to remedy it. Listening without interruption, he blamed work stress, feeling neglected due to my long hours and Grace's persistent pursuit. Then I left. He grabbed my arm to stop me, and I shouted to let go. After several coffee shop patrons looked, he released me and apologized sincerely. I told him I simply wanted to discuss our divorce. He sobbed and begged. I left after giving him my lawyer's number. A stranger called me later that day. Grace's mother requested a visit. I agreed because I've always loved and admired her. She brought my favorite homemade lasagna, and a sincere apologies for her daughter's actions. She said Grace told her everything, and that she wasn't apologizing for her daughter's behavior. She also said something that paused me. Grace reportedly has jealousy issues since high school. I always thought we had a fair connection. But Grace's mother said I eclipsed her intellectually and socially. This didn't justify her behavior. But it explained why she targeted my spouse. I checked our home computer the day after meeting Grace's mother. Miles always managed our combined finances, saying he liked numbers. What I found startled me. He had been transferring $250 and $350 from our combined savings to a separate account for months. The amount was approximately $18,000. When questioned via text, he said it was for a surprise anniversary trip. Our anniversary was 8 months away. I also found 7 months of communications between Miles and Grace, before the 4 months he admitted to. The relationship wasn't romantic at initially, but it grew beyond borders. They made inside jokes about coworkers, moaned about their relationships, including me, and planned more time together. Miles' email to Grace stood out. He stated how nice it was to chat to someone who understood him, indicating I never did. That hurt almost as much as the physical betrayal. I finally met with them 2 weeks after discovery. With my brother for support. Each requested this meeting, claiming they wanted closure. I decided to listen to them once and then move on. We met at my brother's. Grace arrived first, then Miles. Despite being personal enough to damage my marriage and our friendship, they sat awkwardly apart. First, Grace spoke. She said the affair lasted 7 months, not 4, as Miles claimed. About 5 months ago, it started emotionally, and became bodily. She said it was great to be appreciated when her partner dumped her. But she never intended it. She hated herself for hurting me and loved me like a sister. Even Miles's tale changed. He said Grace chased him aggressively, and he tried to resist, but was flattered. He felt inferior after my promotion and raise, which raised my pay above his. He revealed that he hid money not for a trip, but to protect himself from my departure. Their stories had major discrepancies. I brought this out, and they looked confused and frustrated. It was evident they hadn't coordinated their stories, each attempting to seem good. After remaining silent, my brother asked them a simple question. If you truly cared about her, why are you here making excuses instead of giving her the space she requested? Both had a good reply. After the encounter, they parted ways. A few days later, a coworker told me Miles and Grace were chastised for their inappropriate connection. Employee connections were allowed, but HR had to be informed, which they hadn't done. Grace's projects with Miles received more resources and attention, leading to charges of favoritism. A transfer to the company's Seattle office was confirmed by Miles' SMS yesterday. He said it was to give me space, but I think it was to save his career after the HR difficulties. Asked if this affected us. I informed him that divorce proceedings would continue regardless of location. Grace, according to mutual acquaintances, has been spinning a different story, claiming Miles chased her constantly, and that she ended things when she understood how serious it was. She's also been contacting our pals individually, to preserve their relationships. Most have rejected her appeals and supported me. The divorce proceeds. Our house is for sale, and I found a tiny apartment near my office. My lawyer is attempting to include the concealed money in our asset divide after I notified him. I still grab for Miles out of habit some mornings, forgetting what occurred. I'm taking it day by day, but the realization hits me again. Weekend hiking with a group gives me something to look forward to. The support from my coworkers when I require time off for lawyer appointments or mental health days has been surprising. Please check back after the house sells and the divorce is finalized. Until then, I'm reconstructing my life without 2 individuals I assumed would always be there. Update 2. It's been 3 months since my last update and 6, after discovering the affair. My divorce is almost official, and I'm reconstructing my life. House sold faster than expected. Our local real estate market is booming, and we had many bids within days of listing. An offer above asking price was accepted. Miles claimed he had invested more in the house over the years, and tried to get me to take less. My lawyer swiftly disproved that with proof that my contributions were higher after paying for improvements and maintenance. As planned, Miles moved to Seattle. He requested a final meeting before leaving. Against my better judgment, I consented. He visited the practically empty house the day before I left. He broke down in our empty living room surrounded by boxes. He admitted that Grace and he broke up soon after being caught. He said they discovered they had little in common other than treachery, without the pleasure of secrecy. He said he broke up with her before moving to Seattle. Miles' confession that he was visiting a therapist to identify a pattern in his conduct was the most startling. Apparently, he cheated before. He admitted to brief gym relationships with women in our first and third years of marriage. My judgment was further questioned because I never suspected anything. When asked why he was telling me this now, he stated his therapist advocated complete honesty for his recovery. Though his honesty came too late to repair our relationship, I enjoyed knowing the whole truth. Grace has been working to repair her reputation among our friends. She attended church regularly for the first time and posts about development, forgiveness, and second chances on social media. She also wrote me a long, handwritten letter, apologizing for the affair, and subtly blaming me for Miles's emotional neglect that drove him to her. I ripped up the unfinished letter. Grace doesn't realize that Alicia, one of our mutual acquaintances, has been telling me about her behavior. Grace has been dating several men, including a married co-worker, according to Alicia. She also complains to everyone that I was dominating and that Miles was stuck in our marriage. While I appreciate Alicia's recording of these chats, I informed her it's unnecessary. Just moving forward. Not gathering evidence for a vendetta. Grace's mother and I met at the grocery store a month ago. Her coldness contrasted with our last meeting. I inquired if everything was good, and she replied Grace informed her I was lying to mutual friends and trying to dismiss her. I politely mentioned that I hadn't spoken to anyone at their company and had avoided addressing Grace. She was skeptical but promised to discuss it with Grace. She later texted me to apologize for her coldness and say she should not have believed Grace without checking with me. Work-wise, I got promoted last month. I won a big client with my presentation the day after uncovering the affair. My employer said that project showed my pressure handling skills. If only he knew. My new flat is modest, yet beautiful. A renovated factory with high ceilings and huge windows is a short walk from a park where I jog every morning. Due of his moderate allergies, Miles always opposed my shelter cat adoption. She's my loyal buddy, greeting me at the door and sleeping with me every night. I've resumed casual dating. My colleague introduced me to her brother, and we've had 3 great but boring dates. I'm not ready for anything serious, but knowing that portion of my life isn't over feels fantastic. The hardest thing is family gatherings. Having raised Miles like a son, my parents were saddened by the divorce. They accepted my decision but were disappointed. Several relatives asked about Miles or commented on how unfortunate it was that such a wonderful couple couldn't work out at my niece's birthday party last weekend. I answered briefly and switched topics whenever feasible. One unexpected highlight has been reconnecting with old pals I lost throughout my marriage. I later discovered Miles gently discouraged friendships, especially with singles or wild people. My weekend trip with 2 college pals I hadn't seen in years was the most fun I've had in years. Within weeks, the divorce should be finalized. Miles has been fairly accommodating, accepting most of my requirements without objection. My lawyer says this is usual when a cheating spouse feels bad, but urges me to be watchful as we complete. For now, I'm living day to day. Some days are better. Now and again, I feel anguish and betrayal, but less often. Looking forward to the day when I can forget them both for 24 hours. Update 3. 6 months have passed since my previous update, and almost a year since my life changed. My last update is because I'm ready to end this chapter of my life. A divorce was concluded 4 months ago. Miles didn't contest anything, so we split our assets equally, including his concealed money. After getting the final documents, I went to a lovely supper, ordered a costly bottle of wine, and celebrated my new beginning. I was alone and raising a glass to divorce papers, yet it felt right. The waiter probably thought I was insane. Miles stayed in Seattle. We haven't spoken since the divorce, but he periodically emails to check in or share a story. Not responding. His new girlfriend is a Seattle coworker, according to mutual pals. I wish her better luck than myself. Grace's social reputation is irreparably destroyed. Her attempts to portray herself as the victim backfired when she got drunk at a mutual friend's wedding, and admitted to many people that she had chased Miles to prove she could. She loathed me for years, believing I had everything she wanted, a good profession, a steady marriage, and her parents' approval. She took Miles from me to prove she could have them too. The wedding guest Alicia revealed this. Intoxicated Grace approached her, and made a tearful confession that became a weird excuse for her conduct. Alicia promised to email me a phone recording of the conversation. I declined. No need to hear Grace's voice again. Grace quit her job and went several states back home following this happened. She moved back in with her parents, saying she needed a fresh start away from the toxicity in her life. Her mother sent a long email apologizing again for her daughter's behavior and wishing me happiness despite what occurred. I appreciated the offer but didn't reply. It's my past family. Fortunately, my career is thriving. The client I won in that fateful presentation has referred several significant clients to our firm, and I'm in charge of a new department focused on these high-value connections. The extra responsibilities and a large raise allowed me to buy a little house in a neighborhood I've always enjoyed. Thank goodness my last update's casual dating didn't get serious. This time has been spent on me, revisiting activities I abandoned during my marriage, and strengthening friendships. I've taken cooking classes, joined a reading group, and even tried rock climbing, which terrified me but is now a weekly highlight. My family no longer discusses reconciliation or miles at gatherings. My mother, who urged me to work things out, is now my biggest supporter. She recently told me she was proud of my handling of everything, and that she wouldn't have had the resolve to leave as firmly. Miles's sister, with whom I'd always been close, surprised me last month. She wanted to come to my city for work and meet for coffee. I agreed, intrigued about her goals. She confessed during our conversation that Miles had been unfaithful in past relationships, something his family recognized but never challenged him about. She said she thought marriage would alter him and regretted for not warning me before our wedding. She added that Miles and his new fiancée were already dealing with tales of his wandering eyes' return. This didn't surprise me, but it kind of validated me. The biggest change is how I see relationships and trust. For months after discovering the affair, I wondered how I could have been so blind to what was happening. My unwillingness to acknowledge warning signs was the problem, not my inability to notice them. I felt weird sometimes but ignored my fears to keep calm. I swear I won't ignore those feelings again. I attended a college friend's wedding alone. Several people offered awkward sympathies or promised to help me find someone new after my divorce. I told them I was happier than I had been in years, instead of deflecting or shifting the issue as I would have months earlier. The astonished looks on their faces showed me how much society associates loneliness with sadness. That doesn't mean I'm against another relationship. I'm no longer eager to replace Miles. The worst thing about betrayal is being bitter or skeptical of everyone. Instead, I'm becoming more selective about who I trust, while still being open to true interactions. No magic moment totally erases betrayal, hurt, in my opinion. Some days, a song or place will bring back painful memories, but they are infrequent and brief. The shock and despair have faded into a peaceful acceptance that it was never about me. My erroneous trust in two people's shortcomings and weaknesses. No more updates after this, not because my life won't change, but because Miles and Grace no longer belong in my story. I spent years secretly saving $210,000 to buy a cabin, only for my family to break in, burn it down, and leave me with no choice to file a lawsuit. Reddit, hello. To purchase this cabin, I worked hard and saved for years. I kept it a secret from my family. It turns out that they discovered it nonetheless, and without consulting me, they made the decision to arrive on July 12th with a large group of relatives. Get your popcorn ready for the next catastrophe. There will be a lot of mess. Logan is a 32-year-old man who is unmarried and, presumably, disappointed by the fact that I drive a truck rather than work in an office. My parents provided funding for my older sister, Natalie, to get her MBA. Aria, my younger sister, paid for both her wedding and the down payment on her first house. When I received my CDL, I completed the math once and received a card that stated, "We're proud of you." My parents spent roughly $200,000 between them on bailouts, marriages, automobiles, and schooling. For my 25th birthday, I received a $60 Applebee's gift card. Thus, I made a save. 45% of each paycheck was deposited directly into an account they were unaware existed. I survived on whatever I could microwave in the sleeper and truck stop food. Until the knees blew out, I wore the same 3 pairs of jeans, drove routes that were more lucrative, and that no one else wanted to take. Every extra penny, including tax refunds and Christmas bonuses, went into that account. I was treated like a backup plan by my family for years. The person who would always be available because I had nothing better to do. Assisting them in moving. Free work anytime they were in need. I was never invited to the key events, only the items that needed a lot of lifting. The cost of Natalie's wedding was $45,000. Complete catering. Location of the destination. Photographer whose hourly rate exceeded my daily earnings. The wedding party did not include me. The day before, I was there to assist with chair setup. It cost an additional $40,000 for Aria's wedding. After that, I assisted with gift moving. They both declined to cover the cost of the petrol. Dad gave Natalie $35,000 as a down payment when she purchased her first home. Christmas was always the worst. When I asked my mother whether she had anything saved for me, she answered, "Well, honey, you're so independent. You don't really need help, do you?" Natalie would receive jewelry and high-end purses. Aria would receive hundreds of dollars in cash and gift cards. I would purchase a sweatshirt from Target, and possibly a gift card for a chain of truck stops. I'll tell you about that cottage now. Last November, I located it in Montana. 20 acres of antique timber frame from 1985, outside Whitefish. The framework was sound, but it needed improvement. There are 3 bedrooms, a stone fireplace, and a backyard brook. The widow, who owned it, was selling because she was unable to keep it up. Her husband, who passed away 2 years ago, had constructed the majority of it by hand. She desired that it be given to a person who would value it. $210,000 is being asked. Add any necessary updates. 1,980 seconds kitchen appliances. A few deck boards were rotten. Plumbing that was functional but required maintenance. The frame, however, was good. Timber beams carved by hand. Foundation made of stone. Roof that only required shingles to be changed. What it might be, I could see. $200,000 in cash was offered. Close in 3 weeks. The widow gave me the impression that I was playing tricks on her. "Cash is no longer used," she remarked. I presented the bank statement to her. She broke down in tears. Claimed that I would have been liked by her spouse. That I made her think of him. Diligent, realistic, and aware of the importance of creating something on your own. She accepted it. I made use of my trucker buddy Chris as my real estate contact. Chris, a former driver in his mid-40s, entered the real estate market after his back failed. He wanted something long-term, and he got the road life. While I was traveling to Portland, he assisted me with the paperwork. From a truck stop in Wyoming, I signed everything on my phone. Sitting in a Pilot parking lot at 2 in the morning, I wired the money from my phone, consuming a burrito in the microwave. In a single transaction, the account fell from $210,000 to $15,000. Closed on December 15th. For my final delivery, I drove directly there, arrived at the cabin in a snowstorm at around midnight. For the first time, I carried a duffel bag and some energy drinks through my own front door. I didn't have any furniture yet, so I slept on the floor in my sleeping bag. There was no one to advise me on what to do with my 20 acres as I woke up to sunlight streaming in through the windows. Told precisely 2 individuals. Chris, as he assisted me in completing the transaction. Additionally, Brian, my trucking company dispatcher, needed to know where to mail my W-2 seconds. Brian was an ex-military man who operated dispatch like a tight ship, and was a straight shooter. They both understood why I didn't say anything. 3 years prior, they had met my family at a BBQ. I saw my mother chat about Natalie's promotion for 20 minutes, without asking me a single question about my life. Fixed the space in between the halls during the course of the following 7 months. I rebuilt the rotten deck boards, fixed the plumbing, installed a new roof, completed the most of the work myself, engaged local contractors for the parts I couldn't handle, paid cash for everything, and remained silent. The idea was to tell them around Christmas, with just the 2 of them, Mom and Dad first, show them what I created without their assistance. Show that the disappointed son's life was cohesive. On July 12th, that strategy took a wrong turn. So perhaps get a true "we're proud of you." When my mother called, I had been transporting construction equipment outside Bozeman for 3 hours. Her name appeared on the dash as the phone rang. I responded because I assumed someone had passed away. She generally calls in the middle of the week for this reason. "Oh, thank God, Logan. Logan, you're needed now." There was a hint of worry in her voice, which normally indicates that she made a mistake and wanted my help fixing it. "What took place?" "At your cabin, there was a fire. We're all here. And there was a grill mishap that caused the kitchen to sustain smoke damage. A portion of the deck to catch fire. And my brain to shut down. Why in the world are you at my cabin?" "Quiet. Then, honey. Your cottage. When we visited your flat last month to pick up your old furniture, Natalie discovered the address in your letter. Because you wanted it to be a surprise, we thought it was adorable that you purchased a family holiday destination and kept it a secret. You broke into my property while we were planning a large family reunion weekend. We didn't break in. Dad phoned a locksmith. Sweetie. We have been partying here since Thursday. Uncle Steve was grilling today when the propane tank exploded, catching the deck. We attempted to extinguish fire, but I hung up. Performed a 65 and an 80 while being pulled over on the shoulder. I nearly clipped a railing because my hands were shaking so much. Gave Brian a call. I need an emergency leave of absence, Brian. A family crisis. What took place? My cottage was set on fire after my family broke in. For 3 seconds. He was silent. Take as much time as you need. Geez. I'll redirect the traffic. Get a lawyer, Logan. My journey to the cabin took 4 hours. Exceeded all speed limits between Whitefish and Bozeman. My mind kept calculating the potential damage they may have caused during the drive. How much it would cost to fix. How they believed this was appropriate. Kept playing Mom's voice over and over. She said, "Your cabin." In a nonchalant manner. As if she had known all along. As if I wouldn't mind if they broke in. My hands were trembling on the steering wheel. I had to stop twice to collect myself before I made the foolish decision to wrap my pickup around a tree. When I stopped for the second time, I just sat in a parking lot for a rest area and took a deep breath. I looked at pictures I had taken of the cabin when I originally purchased it on my phone. Reminded myself of the situation I was in. Around 7 p.m., they turned onto my property. 7 cars were counted. Uncle Steve's RV. Aunt Sam's van. Natalie's sedan. Arya's SUV. Dad's truck. Mom's SUV. And a car belonging to a relative. From what I could see, 20 persons were unfamiliar to me. Children playing with sparklers, someone's Bluetooth speaker is playing music. The air was heavy with the smell of smoke and charcoal. The deck I had hand repaired was twisted, dark, and partially burnt. The window in the kitchen blew out. Glass all over the place. The exterior wall was covered in smoke streaks. In my front yard, someone had erected tents as if they were going camping. A portable barbecue that wasn't mine was there. There are coolers everywhere. The grass is covered in cans. Overflowing trash bags are stacked by the trees. Between 2 trees, someone had hung a banner. 2024 will be the Havel family reunion. I parked and exited my truck. The entire family turned to stare at me as if I were interrupting their celebration, which I suppose I was. Mom came over first, her eyes flushed. "We're very sorry, Logan, honey. We had planned to surprise you, but after the disaster, we're all really unhappy, and have been cleaning up, but please leave my property." She halted as if I had given her a slap. "What? Now go off my property, everyone." Dad approached me with a drink in hand, attempting to seem like the sensible parent he always was when he was going to deceive me. "Let's discuss this, son. An accident occurred. We'll contribute to the cost of the repairs. Alex, you broke into my fucking house while we were merely attempting to do something pleasant." His face flushed. "We didn't break in. A locksmith opened it for us. You need to have informed us that you purchased this property. We believed you wanted us all to enjoy it together, because it's the ideal family destination." I continued, glancing at everyone. "And he paid a locksmith to drill my lock like it was his place. No one requested permission. You simply concluded that you were entitled." I moved past him, and in the direction of the cottage. Its front door was ajar. Through my windows, I can hear conversations and music coming from inside. Natalie arrived at my house with a drink, and ice clinking in the glass. She was always helpful to me. I was married to a man who worked in finance and thought I was beneath him. "Calm down, Logan. We are related. What's so important? There is only minor smoke damage. It will be covered by insurance. By breaking in, we were really doing you a favor, and you ruined my belongings. Oh, please. It hasn't been destroyed. Quit being so theatrical. We genuinely thought you would be pleased that we were all enjoying the cabin you purchased, and we have been having a fantastic weekend. Rather, you're destroying what little time we have left as a family and acting selfishly." I strolled into my cabin, past her. The kitchen was a complete mess. Smoke damage left black stripes on the ceiling and walls. I had painted the cabinets myself. Devoted 3 weekends to perfecting the hue. Were scorched. Doors that hang crookedly. A few of them burned through. Above the sink, the window was blasted out. Glass all over the place. There is an empty fire extinguisher on the counter. Everything is covered in foam. Would require a full replacement. There were burn marks on the stove. Everything inside the refrigerator was rotten. The door was ajar, and the refrigerator was unplugged. The cooler was still full of their drinks when they discovered it on the deck after unplugging it to plug it in. There were cans and bottles all throughout the living room. There were muddy footprints on the $300 rug I had purchased 2 months prior, wet towels on my recliner, and someone had rearranged my furnishings. It was worse in the bedrooms. My bed linens had juice stains, toys were all over the place, and someone's children had been in my room. Wet towels were stacked on the floor, and toiletries were scattered throughout my bathroom. Trying not to have a heart attack, I watched the entire thing. The whole family was standing in a defensive cluster, eyeing me as if I were the issue, as I went back outside. Aria had her phone out. Uncle Steve was attempting to project authority. Aunt Sam was in tears. The children continued to rush around. I'm going to call the police if everyone doesn't leave immediately. Aria chuckled. That phony chuckle. Logan, you're not phoning the police on your own family. Simply unwind. Tomorrow, we'll tidy things up and contribute to the repairs. So everything will be all right. As usual, you're overreacting. My house was broken into by you. My property was ruined by you. You still had the courage to say something. Now get out of here. Please. Uncle Steve moved to the front. The big guy used to be the head of the household. Logan, your mom told us that you purchased a cabin, and we thought it would be great to come together and enjoy it. We had no idea you would be so possessive of it. Have I been asked? Quiet. Have any of you called me to inquire about coming here? More quiet. My mother began to cry more intensely. After rolling her eyes, Aria returned to her phone. Natalie put her drink down. Please accept our apologies for the fire. But right now, you're being rather impolitely. You're treating us like criminals. Even though our family traveled this far to rejoice. That's precisely why no one asks you to events. You are crooks, which is why you are constantly so pessimistic. You broke into my property without permission, and damaged it to the tune of thousands of dollars. I took out my phone and began snapping photos of the charred deck, the blown out window, the smoke damage, every bottle, can, bit of garbage, and shattered object. As they stood there observing, they recorded everything. I have footage of the toys in my bedroom, the clogged toilet, the foam residue, and the inside damage. What are you doing, Logan? Mom's voice trembled as she asked. You'll see. I then dialed 911. Deputy Harris was the sheriff's deputy who arrived, mid-40 seconds, appeared worn out. Before he was overrun, I met him at the edge of the land. Logan Havel, are you? Yes, this property is mine. They caused fire damage, hired a locksmith to break my locks, and entered without my consent. He glanced over my shoulder to my family, huddled close to the charred deck. Is that your family? Regretfully? He nearly grinned. Let's begin with the fundamentals. After that, he questioned me. Is the property mine? Are they authorized to be there? I didn't tell them that I purchased it. They were never invited. They decided to arrange a party for themselves after discovering the address while looking through my mail. Deputy Harris took out his notes, and nodded. All right. Give me the statements. First he spoke to my parents, then my sisters, and finally Uncle Steve. While I stood by my truck, recording additional damage on my phone, he spent about 40 minutes interviewing each person. Their portable grill, which ignited the fire, was also recorded. A damaged valve, on a propane tank. Deputy Harris returned. According to your family, they believed you wanted them here, and took your sister's discovery of the address as an invitation. It is not an invitation to break into someone's home. I concur. The situation is as follows. Some of this is civil property damage, but if you want to pursue it, you may be charged with trespassing and breaking and entering. You make the decision. Yes, I do. He gave me a long look. Are you certain? Your family is this. Without my consent, they demolished my property. Yes, without a doubt. Okay. I couldn't hear what he was saying as he walked back to my family. My mom began to cry more intensely. My sisters appeared to be plotting my murder. Dad had a purple face. Deputy Harris returned. I've told them that you'll be submitting a formal report and that they must depart right away. I've taken pictures of the scene. To make an official statement, you will have to visit the station tomorrow. In order to record the fire damage for the report, I'm also phoning the fire marshal. How about the harm? That's polite. If you intend to file a lawsuit for damages, you should probably consult a lawyer, obtain repair quotes, and document everything. Yes, I am. He gave his card to me. Visit us tomorrow morning. Over the course of the following hour, my family filled their cars. Every time Mom tried to get close to me, I walked away. Dad appeared to want to punch someone, but with a police officer around, he decided against it. Natalie ensured that I heard her inform Aria that I had passed away. They had to go, which is why the children were crying. Uncle Steve was murmuring about treachery in the family. Aunt Sam gave me the expression of someone who had kicked a puppy. They left at 10 o'clock at night. The fire marshal, who recorded the damage to the kitchen and terrace, and Deputy Harris exited last. When everyone had gone, I silently strolled through my cabin. My family believed they had a right to everything I owned, so they demolished the house I had saved for 11 years and the property I had manually repaired. About midnight, I gave Chris a call. A lawyer is what I need. Well done. What took place? Described everything in detail. Then he was silent for a minute. I know a dude, man. Expert in property litigation. He's a shark, but he's not cheap. Do you want his phone number sent to you? Yes, Logan, I must ask. Do you truly wish to file a lawsuit against your own family? Chris. They set fire to my house after breaking in. How would you respond? I would take them to court till next year. I'll SMS you the attorney's details. I slept in my truck. I was unable to sleep in the cabin because of the overwhelming stench of smoke and the devastation my family had caused. I sat in the sleeper cab and peered out the windshield at my land. I made a note on my phone of everything they had broken and everything that needed to be fixed. Before I quit writing, the list had reached 2 complete pages. Only got around 2 hours of sleep. Continued to use my belongings as though they were theirs. Laugh, drink, and think about them. The morning arrived dark and chilly. I used my portable burner to make instant coffee. As the sun rose over my ruined land, I sat on the tailgate. Chris gave a call at 7 in the morning. On Monday morning, we met with the attorney. Frank was his name, and he was 60 years old. Guy seems to have spent 40 years ruining people in court. Everything was laid out, including the police report, the fire marshal's report, the photos, the videos, the repair estimates I had received over the weekend, the kitchen repair, the deck rebuild, the smoke remediation and repainting, the broken windows, the damaged furniture and belongings, the stolen food and supplies, the new locks and security system, and the lost wages from missing work. $50,000 in total. Frank went over everything, taking notes, and occasionally glancing up at me through his reading glasses. Put the papers down at last. This is quite simple. Property damage, trespassing, and breaking and entering with a locksmith. The propane tank leak is confirmed by the fire marshal's report. You have records, a police report, and evidence of your ownership. They've got no defense. How much time will it take? 6 months to a year if they resist. Maybe 3 months if they settle. However, I must ask, are you prepared for this? They will attempt to ruin your life. This is not new to me. Yes, I'm prepared. He grinned. Okay, let's destroy their entire universe. They were smacked by the lawsuit on Wednesday. All 3 defendants, Alex, Linda, and Natalie, received certified letters from Frank. Since Aria didn't actually organize it, she wasn't given a name. She had just arrived, but she would soon learn the truth. On Thursday morning, my phone began to ring. Disregarded the initial 10 calls. Send them all to voicemail. Later that evening, while sitting in my truck at a rest area in Idaho, I listened to them. Logan, please don't sue us, Mom. Your parents are us. We were wrong. We believed you would be content. Let's resolve this as a family, so please give us a call back. This is absurd. Dad. You're going to ruin this family because of some smoke damage or an accident. Instead of rushing to attorneys, give me a call back, and let's resolve this like adults. Logan, Natalie, you're a piece of work. Choose a cottage over your own family. You've always been self-centered, but this is a new low. Never again expect to be invited to any family gatherings. Mom and Dad are inconsolable. Disregarded them all. That afternoon, Brian gave a call. How are things going, dude? Filed the lawsuit. They're going crazy. Excellent. They merited it. Listen, if you need work, I have several runs coming up. Good pay, long hauls. Staying active could be beneficial. Don't think about this disaster. Send me the routes, please. We'll manage. Logan. You made the correct decision. Return to driving the following week. I was given premium routes by Brian, which paid more than my typical hauls. Allowed me some time to reflect, without having to witness the cabin's devastation. It was beneficial. No family drama, just myself, the truck, and the highway. Every few days, Frank sent me updates via SMS regarding the legal matters. A lawyer had been retained by the defendants. It was a misunderstanding, they were saying. Said they had attempted to get in touch with me, but were unable. Because they believed the family get-together would make me happy. Total fabrications. According to Frank's phone records, they didn't call me until after the fire. Early in August, the repairs began. I couldn't do it myself while working, so I had to hire contractors. I took out a $30,000 loan to pay for the immediate expenses because the original purchase and renovations depleted my resources. Since I had just purchased the property and had not yet obtained complete coverage, insurance was challenging. Only basic responsibility. I would correct my error once this was ended. Every dollar spent on repairs seemed like an excuse to intensify the lawsuit. Almost immediately, my relatives launched their smear campaign. Chris informed me that Natalie was telling everyone that I had invited them in secret, changed my mind, and filed a lawsuit to collect money. Total fabrications, but since it suited their narrative better than the truth, many accepted them. Aria was continually sharing tearful selfies with captions about toxic family members who prioritize money over relationships on social media. Lengthy posts about how I was ruining the family because of an accident, and how I refused to even try to resolve it with them. At church, Mom was acting like the victim. When Chris's wife went there, she heard everything. Mom's sobs about raising a child that was unappreciative, and more concerned with possessions than with family. The women of the church were appalled. Began a circle of prayer for her. At his Veterans Hall, Dad was sharing his story. Before someone questioned why they hadn't simply sought for permission beforehand, they received a lot of support there. The response to that question was not favorable. He departed early. Natalie launched an internet crowdsourcing initiative. Assist a family in overcoming a fraudulent lawsuit. Andments raised roughly $800 before it was removed for being deceptive when someone complained. She also held me accountable for that. Didn't reply to any of it. Frank suggested that they speak. Every statement they make in public could be interpreted as harassment. Don't participate, but record everything. Makes them appear worse in court. Depositions were held in September. I had to sit in Frank's office while I was questioned on tape by the defense attorney, Miles, who appeared to be a recent law school graduate. Did I get along well with my parents? Had there been disagreements before? Why had I kept the cottage a secret from them? Was I not being spiteful? Answered all of the questions. No, my relationship with them was not good. Since the cabin belonged to me and they had no claim to it, I kept it a secret from them. They broke my locks with the help of a locksmith, entered without authorization, and caused $50,000 in damage. In addition to full recompense, I demanded legal fees. The defense attorney attempted to portray me as vengeful and greedy, asked if I harbored resentment toward my sisters for receiving financial assistance. Asked whether underlying family problems or the cabin were the true cause of this. Half of it was objected to by Frank. The implication was obvious, but the judge upheld the majority of the objections. They intended to paint me as the villain who ruined the family because of the property damage. My parents were also required to provide depositions. Frank later told me that things didn't work out for them. Alex acknowledged that they never sought my consent. Linda acknowledged that they looked through my mail without asking to find the address. Natalie acknowledged that she hired the locksmith to open my cabin, and planned the entire event. In October, Frank gave me a call. They're looking to settle. For what amount? Total damages, plus the cost of your legal representation. $55,000 in total. Accept it. Are you certain? If we go to trial, we might receive more. Suffering on an emotional level. Punitive damages. I want it finished. Accept the settlement. Astute. I'll write the terms. Additionally, I advise you to request a restraining order against each of the 3 defendants. Take action. In November, the settlement was finalized. On a Wednesday morning, as I was transporting a shipment across Nebraska, a wire transfer was made directly to my account, repaid the repair debt right away. Paid for Frank's services. Had an extra $18,000. Contribute half to the planned security system update. Save the remainder. My phone and the sheriff's office are immediately connected to cameras, motion sensors, and an alarm system. I applied for a protection order against all 3 defendants with Frank's assistance. The judge signed it a week later. Alex, Linda, and Natalie are subject to a 3-year order. They were unable to reach me, couldn't approach me or my property within 500 feet. Arrest was the consequence of a violation, not merely a fine. I never heard directly from them again. That was ensured by the restraining order. Chris, on the other hand, told me that they were having difficulties through connections they had in common. Their savings had been depleted by the settlement. To pay for it, Alex and Linda had to refinance their home. Money was the continual source of contention between Natalie and her husband. Aria was upset that her parents were no longer able to assist with childcare costs. Excellent. Early December saw the completion of the cabin repairs, right before the first snowfall, although it took a total of 4 months. The final product looked superior. A new deck with composite boards that wouldn't burn and the right railings. Commercial-grade appliances make the kitchen better. Everywhere is stainless steel. A functional hood, and an appropriate ventilation system. The exact colors I had originally selected were used to refinish the walls. The repair debt was paid off in full by the settlement. Gave me space to breathe that I hadn't had in months. I updated to granite countertops in the new kitchen. First time installing a dishwasher. I thought I deserved that. I possessed a gas range. Cole knew a local craftsman who made the cabinets to order, superior to my own work in terms of quality. However, they were still painted the same hue. I resumed spending my days off there. Brought furniture from my flat. Replaced anything they had damaged. Cole helped me set up the security system. I had met Cole, a local contractor, while doing the repairs. We became buddies when he assisted with the deck's reconstruction. Every angle of the property is captured by 8 cameras. Motion-activated lights were even placed around the perimeter. Between the equipment and the expert installation, the entire setup had cost roughly $10,000. But I was able to do it correctly thanks to the settlement money. Again, no one was entering without my knowledge. Just before Christmas, Brian arrived and assisted me in moving the final large items. New refrigerator, bed frame, and couch. We grabbed some drinks while standing on the chilly deck and admiring the freshly snow-covered land. He said, "It's unbelievable that they attempted to take this away from you. Tried and didn't succeed. Listen to the rumors. In order to pay the compensation, your old guy had to take up side jobs. Excellent. For once, let him do anything other than write checks to my sisters." Chris arrived for the New Year's. In the outdoor fire pit I had constructed away from the cabin, we started a fire and had a few drinks. Owning your own peace is what he raised his can to. That's what I'll drink to. Through contacts, I learned that the repercussions from my family was still continuing strong and increasing worse. The settlement wiped out Alex and Linda's savings, forcing them to refinance their home at a horrendous rate, destroyed the retirement fund they had been saving for 20 years. The cruise they had scheduled for their 35th anniversary had to be cancelled. Couldn't afford their usual way of living. They had to cancel their membership in the country club. In January, Natalie and her spouse formally parted ways. In addition to the financial strain, he had been incensed that she had planned the entire cabin invasion. It seemed as though she had pulled him into her turmoil. I'm sure everything was going well for everyone when she returned to live with my parents. I heard that at 34, she was posting passive-aggressive quotes on social media while sleeping in her childhood bedroom. Passive-aggressive posts about family betrayal and financial difficulties replaced Arya's flawless lifestyle content on Instagram. The fact that her parents were unable to assist with their second child as promised infuriated her husband. They had planned their budget with the free childcare in mind. They were now rushing to find childcare that they couldn't afford. Their idyllic marriage was beginning to show signs of weakness. Her posts became increasingly somber and desperate, and fewer followers responded. Uncle Steve attributed the entire situation to my parents. Said that by inviting him to Logan's cabin without first making sure I was aware of it, they forced him into it. Give up conversing with them. Aunt Sam continued to weep over having to cover her portion of the legal bills. For amusement, a cousin spread the myth that I was genuinely wealthy, and only intended to bankrupt the family. I overheard Natalie telling people that I had destroyed the family, that I was vicious and vindictive, and that money was more important to me than relationships. Let her speak. I had already restored my savings, and my cabin. At the age of 34, she was forced to live with our parents due to debt and a broken marriage. Shifted my priorities, and began creating the life I had truly desired. Cole introduced me to additional locals. Ordinary guys who didn't demand favors, or give a damn about family problems. I was introduced to Cole's crew. Guys who spent their weekends hanging out and working in construction understood it. Sometimes all you need is your own space. When I wasn't traveling, we would collaborate on projects and take care of whatever needed to be done. To house tools and equipment, a suitable shed was constructed on the land. We completed everything correctly, although it took 3 weekends. Everything, including a suitable foundation. The deck was extended to partially encircle the cabin, expanded my area, so I could sit outside, and take in the sunsets. Installed a generator backup system that, in the event of a power outage, could power the entire chalet for a week. Cole recommended an electrician who completed the work neatly, to code, and at a reasonable cost. When I was nearby, he would come up. Whatever project came up next, we would work on it. He showed me how to install proper mitered corners, crown molding, and improved my carpentry skills. In exchange, I would assist him with side gigs when I had free time, earning extra money that I immediately used to upgrade the cabin. The appeal went to Cole. Sometimes all you need is a home of your own. No obligations, no justifications. That's right. The first indications of spring appeared in March. Everything is awakening as the snow melts and the brook rushes loudly. Took a week off from work and did nothing useful while at the cabin. Read the books I've had on my to-do list for years. Prepared real food, not just trash from the truck stop. On the new terrace, grilled steaks. Every morning, I made fresh coffee. As the sun rose over the mountains, I sat outside in the chill, went to the creek to fish. Landed a few trout. Big enough to eat, but not enormous. They were pan-fried with garlic and butter. Ate them while the sun was setting. It was earned. Now everything felt earned up here. I considered where I was a year ago. I was reflected about all that had transpired. The lawsuit, the fire, the invasion, all of it. I was pleased with every choice I had made. No duties, no family drama, just me and the life I had created and protected. I was staining the new deck on a Tuesday afternoon in late April, 5 months after the settlement, when a car came into my driveway. I had the gate open since I was anticipating a delivery of lumber. Instantly recognized the vehicle. The white SUV of AITA. I was warned by the security system before she reached halfway up the drive. I looked at my phone's camera stream. She looked grungy, had no children, and was by herself. I put down my brush and went to the top of the driveway to greet her. She gently exited. "Can we have a conversation, Logan? You must go now. Just 5 minutes, please." To get here, I drove for 3 hours. I need assistance. Mom, Dad, and Natalie are subject to a restraining order, Arya. You are still trespassing on my property even though you are not protected by it. I'm requesting that you leave once. She broke down in tears. Real tears that appeared to have been accumulating for several months. I'm desperate, Logan. Dad and Mom are no longer willing to assist. They are unable to pay for it. Natalie blames me for not preventing you from suing, so she hardly speaks to me. My spouse and I are in danger of drowning. I need money alone since the second child's medical fees are ruining us, and the house payment is 3 months overdue. $20,000. I'll reimburse you, I promise. My husband is discussing divorce. We are on the verge of losing the house, and I am at a loss on what to do. You ought to have considered it before you broke into my property. I didn't cause that. I recently arrived. It wasn't organized by me. The locksmith was not hired by me. I had no idea. You were aware. Everyone was aware. And none of you requested authorization. You simply thought that since it has always been that way, you could take anything you wanted from me. She left a damp streak on her face after wiping it with her sleeve. I understand. All right. We made a mistake. We ought to have asked before coming here. However, this is not the same. I am your sister. I beseech you, parents that take responsibility rather than constantly seeking freebies are what your kids need. At your age. Do you know what I was doing? Saving every penny while living in a truck. Routes that no one else wants to take. Consuming trash food in order to construct something. And you? You have a wedding, a down payment for a home, and your parents' free childcare, and you still can't make it work? The mask came off as her expression changed from one of desperation to one of anger. Are you truly going to let your niece and nephew to suffer because you harbor resentment? Just like I had to solve my own difficulties, I'll let you solve yours. You were given everything while being treated like the family's disappointment for 11 years. And you believed you could simply take it when I eventually made something for myself. It was an error. It was a matter of entitlement. I will now ask you once more to vacate my land. Then I'm going to contact Deputy Harris and have you taken out for trespassing. She was breathing heavily as she stood there trembling. The brother I knew is not you. I was unknown to you. You simply knew which version worked best. You have 30 seconds to get into your vehicle. Began to count aloud. At 15, she received the message. She practically sprinted to her SUV, started the engine with trembling hands, and sat there for a while as if she may say anything more. I took out my phone and displayed Deputy Harris's number for her to see. With her tires spinning and debris flying, she sped out. Behind her, the gate immediately closed. I returned to staining the deck after watching the dust settle on my driveway. 3 coatings were required for the wood. It had to be done correctly. An hour later, Cole arrived with the materials needed to expand the shed. I saw the new tire marks. Someone just walked out quickly. My sister arrived pleading for cash. What were you saying? Before I phoned the sheriff, I gave her 30 seconds to go. He picked up his tools and nodded. Excellent. Some folks need to understand that there are repercussions. We built something that would last until the sun set. After we were done, we sat on the new deck and watched the light fade over the mountains while he opened 2 sodas from his cooler. Cole remarked, "This is a good place. Deserving of protection." Indeed, it is. That night, the cottage was silent. Simply the sound of the brook rushing with melted snow. The wind blowing among the pines. The new deckboards are starting to settle. It buzzed on my phone. Brian texted. "If you would like, I have a premium route for you next week, Boston to Portland. Outstanding compensation." Answered. "I'm in. Forward the information." I slept better that night than I had in a long time. It was a good life. I was at peace. I owned my property. And I felt good about myself because I knew I had won. That was sufficient. My father destroyed a $2,000 MacBook at my daughter's 16th. "This is punishment for selfishness," he said. I called the police and pressed charges. Hi there, I'm James, and I'm 45. The anecdote I'm sharing today took place precisely 3 years ago on Sophia's 16th birthday. It was my daughter's happiest day, but it was also her saddest as I became aware of my family members' true selves. I am an unmarried father. Following a highway accident in May 2022, my wife lost her life. Her abrupt departure left Sophia and me with an emptiness that will never be filled. Since then, I have devoted all of my love to Sophia because I am aware that the worst disadvantage for a child is not receiving the devotion of their mother. In order for her to share everything with me, I make an effort to be both a mother and a father as well as a friend. It's Sophia's birthday because of this. Sophia turned 16 on that day. 12 people had come to my place for the celebration by 7 p.m. My parents and the family of my brother Mark, including his wife Rachel and their son Ethan, were invited. A couple of Sophia's school pals were also present, along with 2 of her close neighbors. At first, the party was held in a friendly and upbeat setting. Together they sung Happy Birthday. The flickering candlelight illuminated Sophia's face as she joyfully blew out the candles. I stood silently in the background, lovingly observing my daughter. I believed the celebration would go well all the way to the conclusion because of the cozy mood. However, I was mistaken. My daughter would have a birthday that she will never forget for the rest of her life in just a few more minutes. Sophia's favorite part of the birthday celebration that year was opening gifts at 8 p.m. She was seated in the center of the living room, surrounded by gifts that were beautifully wrapped and organized. One by one, each gift was opened. Every gift Sophia got, including books, adorable little beauty sets and little electronic devices, made her happy. Her smile never left her face as she thanked each person carefully. I heard my daughter ask, "Dad, aren't you giving me a gift?" I smiled enigmatically and said, "Of course, there's a gift for Dad's beloved daughter. Just wait a moment." Sophia turned to me with eager, curious eyes after I had opened all of the gifts from the guests. And I entered my office and took out the gift package I had prepared for my daughter in advance. You'll think I'm being overly dramatic about not displaying my daughter's gift sooner until you hear this. You're correct if you think that. I purposefully chose to be the last to present Sophia with a gift. Sophia has a strong interest in technology, so I had planned a surprise present for her birthday that year. It was a brand new MacBook. I thought she would have a better tool to follow her love of programming with this MacBook. I used several layers of paper and ribbons to gently wrap the MacBook in a gift box. I wanted to give my kid the greatest surprise imaginable. Whispers began to reverberate around the living room as soon as I carried the gift box there. Everyone in the room started whispering to one another. I heard the neighbors whispering to each other. Must be an expensive gift since James kept it hidden and wrapped it so formally like that. The neighbor nodded in agreement and said, "I think this gift might not be worth much, but it's definitely very meaningful to Sophia." I remained silent. After passing everyone, I went up to my daughter and presented her the gift with all of my affection. When I heard my daughter say, Sophia took the gift, her eyes wide with surprise. She almost screamed with excitement. "Oh my God, what's inside? Dad, the gift box is so big." I patted her head and said, "Open it and see. I hope you'll like it." Sophia then started to open each layer of the gift box. The outside wrapping paper came first. Fearful of breaking the present within, she opened it cautiously. A small portion at a time. I thought of Sophia's mother because of this attention to detail. She shared my wife's disposition in that she was always careful and considerate of the smallest details. As I stared at her, I pictured the moment when Sophia would accept the gift, her eyes gleaming, then come running to embrace me and mutter gratitude. I thought she would be so ecstatic that she wouldn't be able to talk and would adore the MacBook. However, that was only in my head. Everything that followed was very different. Everyone was surprised by an unexpected incident that occurred shortly after she had unwrapped a portion of the gift box. Mark's son Ethan came up out of nowhere and snatched the gift box out of Sophia's hands. Before Sophia, I and the others could respond, Ethan swiftly tore through the wrapping paper and exclaimed, "Let me open it." The inner layer of paper was still being torn apart by his rough hands. 12 seconds. Ethan completed unwrapping the gift package in less than 12 seconds. I could see by his deft movements that he had been expertly opening presents for years. When Ethan saw the pricey MacBook inside, he snatched it up, held it aloft, and yelled triumphantly, "The MacBook is mine now." Then, as if it were a prize he had just won, he took the MacBook and walked directly to his parents. It was my own family's response that startled me more than Ethan's behavior at that very moment. My parents erupted in laughter. As though this were a light-hearted joke, their laughter echoed with delight at what had just transpired. My mom quickly added, "Ethan is so clever. This reward rightfully belongs to you." Mark and his wife gave Ethan a hug after my dad joyfully patted his head and said, "My grandson is so good at opening gifts." Their expressions were filled with satisfaction, as though their son had just accomplished something admirable. This is when I looked across at Sophia. My daughter was crying, and it broke my heart. She started to cry. Everything had been blatantly stolen in front of everyone, including her birthday, her gift, and her happiness. Following that, I couldn't control the anger that was building inside of me, so I moved directly to where they were and said, "Ethan, give the MacBook back to Sophia right now." Ethan retreated, taking a position behind Mark and Rachel. When my parents stated, "If I open the gift before Sophia, I get this gift," he boldly responded, "No, the MacBook is mine." I came to an unpleasant realization after hearing Ethan's statement. He had been so pampered that he was unable to distinguish between right and wrong. Simultaneously, I became aware that Mark and Rachel had planned this. This was all organized so that Ethan could ruin my daughter's best day. That malice and calculation were unbelievable. I was losing my composure. "This is a gift I bought for my daughter. If you want a gift, go ask your mom and dad," I shouted loudly in a steely voice as I moved forward and took the MacBook from Ethan's hands. At this moment, Ethan raised both hands and attempted to grasp onto the MacBook. Anger flushed his face. I instantly responded, "But that's a MacBook I bought for my daughter." Mark then moved forward, yanked my hands away and shouted angrily, "You can't fight with a child like this? Do you get that?" Rachel plunged in at this point. She replied, "Come on, it's just a MacBook. Buy Sophia something else. Give this one to Ethan." "Okay." I felt like my fury was being fueled by Rachel's remarks. "Are you crazy, Rachel? Have you ever given my daughter a gift worth over $150? I asked, gritting my teeth. Rachel responded furiously and sharply, "Why do you always bring up money?" I stared directly into her face and said, "The problem isn't money." Rachel started to say something, but she stopped herself because she couldn't think of anything to say. "The problem is that you're always stingy with my daughter. There's no reason I should be generous with your son." The expressions on Mark and Rachel's faces were angry but helpless. The behavior of Mark's family was now making the neighbors uneasy as well. They started voicing their support for us. The old neighbor, Mr. Williams, stated bluntly, "I've never seen anything like this. This is Sophia's birthday. You people can't steal the child's gift like that." Mrs. Davis nodded in accord and added, "That's right. Allowing him to steal gifts from others and then taking pride in it. What sort of parenting is this?" My daughter was now being consoled by Sophia's friends. I believed that everything will soon come to an end. Mark's family would undoubtedly have to give the MacBook back to my daughter under pressure from the visitors. However, I was mistaken. Totally incorrect, as their subsequent behavior would reveal their genuine selves to me. For years, I purposefully avoided seeing these faces. My parents also chose to participate in the discussion after noticing that things were becoming tense and possibly out of hand. My father was the first to raise his voice. I started giggling when Dad said, "James, can you give that MacBook to Ethan? I'll pay you back." He moved forward and stood in front of me. The bitter chuckle of someone who has just come to terms with a painful reality, rather than a joyful one. His overbearing partiality made me giggle. My daughter's birthday was that day, and he was requesting that I return the gift I had bought her so he could give it to his pampered grandchild. "You having fun? What are you laughing at?" Mark questioned irritably. "Seeing me laugh?" I said without hesitation. "I'm laughing at our dad's favoritism. He has 2 grandchildren, but in his eyes, there's only Ethan." My mom instantly jumped in. "He's your father, James," she yelled in a severe tone. When Mom finished talking, I calmly said, "Okay. If Dad wants to buy it, the price for this MacBook is $3,500. Mark interrupted me right away, asking, "Are you joking? A MacBook worth $3,500? Is it studded with diamonds or something?" I turned to face Mark and said, "It's not studded with diamonds. $3,500 is the price for 2 MacBooks." After I finished speaking, Mark fell silent. "If Dad wants to buy back this MacBook to give to your son, then he should also give my daughter one. That would be fair. My daughter is also his granddaughter. Or has he forgotten that?" He was at a loss for words to respond. "I'm right, aren't I, my dear father? If you want to repurchase this MacBook, give me $3,500. One for Ethan, one for Sophia. Fair, right?" I sarcastically replied to my dad when Mark had finished speaking. My dad was now incensed. He balled both hands into fists. "Are you blackmailing me for $1,500? What nonsense!" he shouted, gritting his teeth. I instantly responded, my voice unwavering. "For far too long you and Mom have given Ethan too much preference." My mom got in again after hearing me say, "I'm just defending my daughter's rights. Something you and Mom should have been doing as grandparents." As soon as Mom finished, I turned to face her and asked, "Families need to sacrifice for each other. Then let me ask you, Mom, when my wife died, did you love Sophia more? When Ethan got $2,500 for tuition last year, did Sophia get a single cent?" She said to me in that familiar lecturer's voice. "James, families need to know how to sacrifice for each other. You're almost 43 years old. Why don't you understand that yet? Sophia stayed at home by herself when you and Dad took her to Hawaii for summer vacation. While Sophia's birthday presents were merely inexpensive items that were hurriedly purchased from the dollar store, Ethan's birthday celebration cost $3,500. According to the way you're discussing it, you, Dad, and Mark's family only know how to take. My daughter and I must make the sacrifices. Is that correct?" My mom was stunned by my question and wanted to say something, but she remained silent for a few seconds. The room seemed to be frozen in tense air until my dad abruptly broke the silence by shouting, "Enough!" He then approached Ethan with heavy, irate steps and took the MacBook for him. I thought he would give it back to Sophia, but instead he lifted the MacBook with both hands high above his head and slammed it down on the floor with all his strength. A loud crash reverberated throughout the room as the MacBook hit the ground and shattered, the screen cracking completely. The whole room held its breath, not knowing what he was going to do. Over $2,500 was instantly reduced to dust, the keyboard flew off and pieces were strewn all over the floor. Sophia cried out in agony as she watched my dad smash the MacBook, and my daughter fell to the ground, her shoulders trembling violently. My dad then yelled, "This is punishment for being selfish." All of my guests as well as Sophia's were left speechless by his comment. Having seen what my dad had done, I lost all emotional control and hurried up, snatched his collar, and yelled in his face, "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy?" When they saw my raised hand, the whole room fell silent, and I knew only one thing at that moment: to keep my kid safe. I didn't care if he was my father. I was prepared to beat him up. Sophia noticed that I was going to assault my dad, so she hurried over and gave me a tight hug while pleading, "Dad, please stop," in a hoarse voice. I was taken aback by her sudden involvement and yelled at her, "Please don't hit him. He broke your MacBook, so let me beat him up." "Dad, I don't want the police to arrest you," Sophia murmured shakily, becoming pale with anxiety but refusing to let go, instead embracing my arm even more tightly. "Stop, please. Rather than striking him, let's call the cops. Please." Sophia's words at that precise time were like a bucket of cold water poured right on top of my raging anger. Mr. Williams moved closer and said, "James, calm down." At this point, the two neighbors also stood up, backing Sophia's idea to call the police, and I realized I had nearly made the biggest mistake of my life. Pay attention to Sophia. Sophia had now yanked my arm from my dad's collar, and Mr. Williams promptly dialed 911 without waiting for my consent. Calling the police is the right way to handle this. After straightening his collar, my dad gritted his teeth and screamed, "You dare hit your father? Do you recall this day?" After saying that, he signaled to my mom and Mark's family to leave as if they were the victims in this situation. At this point I stepped forward to block him and said, "Stop. In a few minutes the police will arrive. Leave is not permitted. My property was ruined by you. You have to accept responsibility." The 5 of them gave me angry, hateful looks, and a few seconds later, Mr. Williams said, "Let them go, James," in a kind but firm voice. "When the cops show up, we will testify on your behalf." After listening to my neighbor's earnest counsel for a few seconds, I moved aside to allow them to go, and one by one they left the house without a single word of regret or apology. Ethan even gave me a defiant look as they did so. Until they were starting the car and leaving the house, I realized something important that I had nearly forgotten in my rage. I hurried out to the porch like an arrow as soon as I could, and when I arrived I yelled, "Wait!" I hurried to the driver's side window as my dad heard me yell, stopped, and rolled down the car window just as he was about to hit the throttle to drive away. "What's wrong?" my dad exclaimed triumphantly as he turned to face me. "Didn't you know you were mistaken?" I replied immediately in a calm voice. "Right. I understood I was wrong." After my answer, my dad broke into a satisfied smile. It was the smile of a winner. The satisfied smile of someone who thought he taught his wayward child a lesson. His voice was cheerful as he said to me, "I knew it. It's good to own up to your mistakes. You're therefore my son. Enter. I'll speak with you tomorrow." My dad was still grinning triumphantly when I abruptly reached through the car window, switched off the engine, and took out all of the car keys. My dad was shocked by my rapid actions, and his smile froze. "James, what are you doing?" My mother, who was seated in the passenger seat, hurriedly asked in a terrified tone. I looked directly into Dad's eyes, grinned and said, "I was wrong for letting you borrow this car for the past 3 years, ignoring Mom's query and not bothering to respond. I'm taking it back from now on. This vehicle is mine." My parents were so stunned by my response that they were unable to speak. When they realized he had been duped, my dad became enraged and yelled like a cornered animal, "You dare to tamper with me? You!" Before he could say anything further, the visitors had attentively followed and watched everything as I rushed to the porch, and they applauded from behind me. Mr. Williams remarked loudly in a happy voice, "Well done, James. Get those 2 elderly people to walk home." My parents were incensed at that moment, so my dad leaped out of the car, opened the trunk, and pulled out a hammer he always kept there. Serves them right. I wasn't scared at all when I saw the hammer in his hands. Rather, I chuckled and asked coolly, "Oh dear Dad. What are you going to do with that hammer? You will be imprisoned if you strike me with the hammer. Do you and Mom have enough money to pay for it if you damage my car? Will you stop that sarcastic way of talking right now?" my father yelled, holding the hammer firmly in his fist. When he was done, I said icily, "Wrong person, I'm your father. I am fatherless. My dad passed away on the same. When you broke my daughter's MacBook, I turned around, grabbed the car keys, and walked right into the house, leaving them standing there in embarrassment in front of my neighbors, with the car without keys, and angry. They might think that night was the end of our relationship, but to me, it was only the beginning because I would make them pay the price they deserved for what they did to my daughter. After they left, I went back inside, and the living room was now eerily quiet, with only the pieces of the MacBook scattered on the floor as proof of the recent storm. About 15 minutes later, the police showed up. After observing the situation and noting the pieces on the floor, 2 officers, 1 male and 1 female, came in and started collecting statements from everyone in attendance, including me. I described the entire sequence of events, from Ethan grabbing the gift to my dad smashing the MacBook. I then opened my laptop, went to the camera system, and played the entire sequence for them. The entire scene was captured on camera, and the 2 officers watched it in silence, the female officer shaking her head as the male officer continued to write in his notebook. The 2 good neighbors, Mr. Williams and Mrs. Davis, also gave sworn testimony, and they described everything in detail and impartially. Everyone at the party assisted me in cleaning up the MacBook pieces. Every piece of plastic and shard of broken glass was picked up and thrown in the trash bag. An hour later, after finishing the preliminary procedures and gathering all the evidence, the police left, having everything they needed to move forward with the case. I didn't feel sorry for the money when I looked at those pieces. I just felt sad that my daughter's hopes and happiness had been crushed along with the machine. After cleaning up, everyone left one by one, and the neighbors gave me a firm squeeze, supporting me after the people who called themselves family had ruined Sophia's birthday party. At around 10 p.m. that day, when everyone had left, I went to her room and knocked on the door. 2 minutes later, Sophia opened it, her eyes swollen. It was obvious that she had cried a lot after everyone had left, and seeing her like that made my heart feel like it was being squeezed. Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw what I was holding in my hands, a brand new MacBook in pink, which is Sophia's favorite color. After everyone had left, I called a nearby store and asked them to quickly deliver a new MacBook, but at first they refused because it was past 9 p.m. However, the store manager changed his mind after I informed them about my predicament, the disrupted birthday celebration, and the MacBook being shattered in front of my daughter. He said he had a daughter too and understood the feelings of a father, and he personally drove over to bring the replacement MacBook to me. "Dad, you didn't need to buy another MacBook," Sophia murmured, trembling with emotion as she looked at the pink MacBook in my hands. "My daughter deserves a MacBook," so I rubbed her head and said, "I'm fine. No one has the right to take away your happiness." Sophia started crying once more, but this time it was joyful tears. At midnight, after Sophia had gone to sleep, I was still sitting in front of my laptop screen in my office, and I made a promise to myself that I would never allow anyone to bully my daughter again, and that same night I made the decision to hold them accountable for their terrible deeds. Every frame of the video from the living room camera was like a knife piercing my heart, and I chose to share it on social media. I sat there watching it again, taking in the moments of Sophia sobbing, my dad flinging the MacBook to the ground, and their entire family laughing and making jokes about my daughter's suffering. Ethan was 14 at the time of the incident, so I was a little hesitant at first. But after giving it some thought, I understood that all of our family members and friends needed to know the truth about what had happened, that they needed to see the real faces of people who had long been hailed as an ideal family, and that Ethan needed to learn that actions have consequences. After posting the more than 10-minute video to my own site, I wrote the succinct yet impactful status: "Toxic family. My family is just Sophia and me from now on." I closed the computer, switched off my phone, and went to bed after completing the post. When I opened my phone the following morning after a long, exhausting day, I was greeted by a barrage of notifications, dozens of messages and missed calls, hundreds of comments from friends, family, and even complete strangers, a post that had been shared by someone, and it quickly spread. After watching the video, many people made comments. I was shocked to see that every comment was in favor of Sophia and me. My mom's cousin said, "I can't believe this. Is their motherless grandchild treated in this manner? Disgusting." My dad's old friend said, "I've known you for 50 years, Thomas." A stranger remarked, "A grandfather smashing his granddaughter's birthday gift. I never thought you could do something like this to your own granddaughter." Some accused Mark and Rachel of being failed parents who brought up their child to be a thief, and they suggested that he should be prosecuted in court and sentenced to life in jail. I thought my parents and Mark's family would soon pay for their acts after witnessing everyone's support, especially from family members. According to my prediction, my phone rang at around 10 a.m., and Mark's name was displayed on the screen. Mark yelled, "You bastard," as soon as I clicked the answer button. "You have no right to post us on social media. Are you aware that my spouse and I are going to lose our jobs?" Behind our backs, colleagues are whispering. From the morning until now, relatives have been calling to curse us. You are alone to blame. After hearing what Mark had to say, I exclaimed, "Get lost." I disconnected up and blocked his number right away. 10 minutes later, my dad's cell phone called, and as soon as I answered, he yelled, "You're a monster. Nobody shames their own parents by posting about them on social media." When he was done, I immediately responded, "God will punish you." No grandfather also destroys his granddaughter's MacBook. You'd better be able to take it if you can give it. Dad clenched his teeth and retorted, "What did you just say to me? God will send you to hell when you die." I sarcastically answered, "Are you deaf, old man? Get your ears examined." That following afternoon, I got in touch with a respectable law company in the city. After saying that, I hung up once more and blocked his number as well as my mom's and Rachel's. That was just the beginning of my plan to make them pay the price. After hearing me describe the entire incident and viewing the security camera footage, Mr. David, the middle-aged attorney managing my case, nodded and remarked, "This is a pretty clear-cut case. You have a police report, witnesses, and video evidence." I questioned Mr. David about the procedure and schedule, and he said that we could ask for a speedy trial because we had so much comprehensive evidence. I nodded and said, "I want to push this as fast as possible. We can definitely win this lawsuit. Money is not a problem." Mr. David gave me a sympathetic look and said, "I understand. I want them to understand that actions have consequences. The MacBook isn't the only issue here. Justice for your daughter is at stake here. We must start working on the paperwork right away." The trial was held a month later, and because the evidence was so obvious, it moved along swiftly. When the video was shown on the courtroom screen, everyone in the room fell silent as they watched my dad smash the MacBook. My dad's lawyer attempted to defend him by arguing that it was an act of rage without intent, but Mr. David sharply retorted that my dad had actively grabbed the MacBook, lifted it high, and slammed it hard to the ground as Sophia's cries from the video reverberated throughout the courtroom, forcing many people to turn away. I turned to look at Sophia after the judge finished reading the verdict, which stated that my dad, who had smashed the MacBook directly, had to pay for the entire value of the device as well as emotional distress fees for Sophia, totaling more than $28,000. That was obviously an intentional action, not an accident. The narrative didn't finish there though, since the court also granted a restraining order at Attorney David's request. My daughter sat there with calm eyes, neither joyful nor unhappy. Perhaps for her, the compensation money wasn't required. What mattered was that justice had been served. Following the trial, as Sophia and I left the courtroom, we passed the location of my parents and Mark's family, who were prohibited from entering my home, Sophia's school, and any other locations my daughter and I frequently visited. The order was in effect for life, and any violation would result in criminal prosecution. 3 years have gone by since that fateful birthday, and this chapter of my life was closed. Those who were once family were now just strangers, and the law had made sure they could never come close to hurting my daughter again. They stared at me with hateful eyes, but no one dared to speak, because the restraining order went into effect right away. I held Sophia's hand tightly, walked straight toward the exit, not looking back even for a second. As I tell this story today, Sophia is 17 years old. My daughter has matured tremendously, both mentally and physically, and she still has a strong interest in technology and aspirations of becoming a software engineer. She still uses the pink MacBook I gave her that night to learn programming every day. Sophia and I have led a quiet life together, taking care of one another. Some wounds are too deep to heal, so I want to share with you 3 lessons I've learned from my story. Never remain silent in the face of injustice. We no longer have contact with my parents or Mark's family, and if someone purposefully brings them up, I'll either ask them not to bring them up or get up and leave. Lesson 2. Family isn't just about blood. If someone calls themselves family but doesn't love and respect you, they don't deserve to be in your life. Lesson 3. Always protect your children because they are the most priceless gift life can give you. My narrative ends here, but before I go any farther, I would like to ask you a question. Don't allow anyone to bully or harm your child. You are the last line of defense, and you can't let that wall fall. Should I ever be able to forgive and make amends with my parents and the family of my brother Mark?